Chapter 91. Jiangchen. Everything happened so fast. No one saw how Jiangchen fell into Cold Wind Lake. Du Hai anxiously lay on the shore. The calm lake water rippled gently, but he couldn't see anything. Then, with a plop, a figure jumped in. Chen Yimo jumped into Cold Wind Lake, but Jiangchen was already out of sight. Jiangchen now understood why there were no living things in Cold Wind Lake. The water was incredibly cold and icy. The air in her ears was squeezed by the lake water, and she could only hear muffled glug-glug sounds. She held her breath the moment she was dragged into the water, but the few remaining breaths in her chest were desperately trying to escape. Jiangchen struggled upwards, but a strand of black hair firmly bound her ankle. "Calm down! Calm down!" A sharp, broken blade flashed with an eerie light in the icy lake water. Jiangchen swung the blade and cut off the hair at her feet. Strands of black hair scattered in the lake, blocking most of the sunlight from reaching the water. Jiangchen pushed the black hair aside. The lake water stung her eyes. She struggled to open them, glanced ahead, and her scalp tingled. She almost cried out in shock. As she struggled, she passed through a group of strange black rocks at the bottom of the lake. She found herself in the nearest rock, where a hole had been carved into it. Inside, a person was squeezed, their body covered in an oily film. The lake water was freezing. Jiangchen shivered as she looked around. Every hole in the rocks contained a person, their faces, like tattered cloth, peeking out and staring intently at her. Jiangchen floated in the water, stunned, completely forgetting how to move. She choked on water, the pungent taste filling her throat. From the abyss-like bottom of the lake, another strand of black hair emerged, binding Jiangchen's hands and feet, and pulling her into the dark depths. I was just standing next to Jiangchen. Suddenly, I turned my head, and she was dragged into the lake, Du Hai said, slumped to the ground, bewildered. "Chen Yimo, you jumped into the lake just now, didn't you see anything?" Hai Tianai asked anxiously. Chen Yimo frowned, but ultimately shook his head. "There must be a ghost, yes, there must be a ghost." Du Hai muttered to himself, pointing at Chen Yimo. "I clearly saw Jiangchen fall in, and he jumped in too. How could he not find her? It must be a ghost, a ghost. What nonsense are you talking about? Where would a ghost come from in broad daylight?" Yuan scolded in a low voice. Although Cold Wind Lake seems calm, many lakes have undercurrents. I think Jiangchen might have been swept away by an undercurrent when she fell in, which is why Chen Yimo couldn't find her, Fan Yu said, looking at Cold Wind Lake. "Then what do we do now? This lake is so big, searching for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack," Yuan said. "What do you mean? You don't want to save her?" Even the usually gentle Hai Tianai couldn't sit still anymore, grabbing Yuan's collar. Hey, I mean, we need to think this through carefully, I didn't say we wouldn't save her." Yuan carefully freed his collar from Hai Tianai's strong grip. He didn't want to offend an A-level ability user right now. All eyes returned to Pei Du, whose calm gaze fell upon the misty lake. He said, "Search along the lake, but report any suspicious activity immediately. Do not act rashly." "Yes, Captain." Hai Tianai parted the dense reeds, and saw Zhang Fengde searching for something in the reeds. Zhang Fengde stood up, walked to Hai Tianai, and opened his palm. Several strands of black hair appeared in his hand. Hair. Slap, slap, slap. Jiangchen was slapped several times, finally regaining her senses. A violent cough finally cleared the water from her lungs. She half propped herself up and saw 3 or 4 men squatting in front of her. Bareheaded, with several scars on their heads, each with a pair of large pupils, they were naked from the waist up, their lower bodies covered only by simple fabric. Their bodies were all grayish-white. Seeing Jiangchen awake, their eyes gleamed with undisguised excitement. One of the pale-skinned men scratched his head with his grayish-white fingernails, then began to gesticulate wildly, his movements extremely strange and uncoordinated. Suddenly, he stopped and began chattering to the boys around him. Suddenly, his grayish-white hands reached for Jiangchen's face, but she immediately brushed them away. His dark eyes shifted from surprise to rage in an instant, and he screamed hysterically. He crawled on the ground, his body prostrate, desperately trying to get closer to her, his greedy gaze unmistakable. Jiangchen finally realized her strange feeling. These men didn't seem human at all, but rather like some kind of newly savage animal. Cornered against the wall, the cold stone told Jiangchen she was in trouble again. She quickly assessed her situation. While her broken knife could handle these people, they likely had accomplices, and their bodies wouldn't be easy to dispose of quickly, potentially attracting further pursuit. The light was dim. Activating her shadow ability would conserve her strength and buy her more time to escape. Jiangchen saw the boy who was eyeing her menacingly, surrounding her, and clenched her fists. A sharp crack echoed, as a whip lashed against the nearby stone wall. The people around her, as if seeing something terrifying, scattered in panic, hiding among the crevices of the rocks. "Aya, go and distribute the food to them." A gentle male voice came from within a ball of light. A barefoot girl emerged from the light. Her skin was yellowish, resembling the Native American girls Jiangchen had seen in television dramas, with green totems painted on her cheeks. A large, scarlet chunk of flesh was tossed by the girl into the corner of the stone wall, and the gray figures in the crevices eagerly plunged into it. The sounds of chewing and sucking filled the air. "Guess from afar, I apologize for the fright." A man in his early 30s emerged from a beam of light. He wore a linen robe, and although his skin was grayish-white, it still had a normal skin tone. His head was wrapped in a light-colored linen cloth. "My name is Zhaozhen." Zhaozhen smiled at Jiangchen. Aya stepped forward, intending to help Jiangchen up. Jiangchen glanced down at her, but the girl named Aya, clearly uncomfortable being observed by strangers, quickly lowered her head, though she still supported Jiangchen with her hands and feet. As Jiangchen stood up, she quickly surveyed her surroundings. This was likely a cave, probably connected to Cold Wind Lake. Now, it wouldn't be easy for her to leave this place alone. She might as well go with the flow and see what these two were up to. Jiangchen leaned on Aya and walked out of the cave. The scene before her was one she would never forget. Chapter 92. The light outside the cave was excellent. Although there was still some fog, the warm sunlight clearly shone on the damp soil, the lush green plants, and the grayish-white faces of the infants. As far as the eye could see, about a dozen infants lay under a huge tree, and on the grass nearby, several women lay on the ground, their breasts exposed, nursing their babies. One woman glanced at the people emerging from the cave, stared at them calmly for a moment, then turned her head and closed her eyes. The child nestled against her chest also turned its head to look at Jiangchen. That gaze made Jiangchen's hair stand on end. It was not the gaze of an infant at all. What terrified her even more was that Zhaozhen's gaze had been fixed on her ever since they emerged from the cave, making her feel utterly disgusted, as if she had swallowed a fly. Jiangchen straightened up and asked, without changing her expression, "This is the infamous Cold Wind Lake baby? I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly." Zhaozhen sighed. "You did this on purpose? If it weren't for this news, would you people have come back?" Jiangchen was startled. She had seen a map of Fog City. The surrounding areas were cities attacked by mutants, and few people lived there anymore. Moreover, the area was shrouded in fog year-round, fraught with danger, and ordinary people wouldn't set foot here. Zhaozhen led Jiangchen to a row of houses. This was probably the abandoned courtyard of some wealthy person, but it was well maintained. At least from the outside it looked brand new. At this moment, a gray-haired man, barely taller than Jiangchen's shoulder, suddenly emerged from under a neatly trimmed welcoming pine tree. His wrinkled skin clung to his face, clearly indicating he was much older than Zhaozhen. However, he was now bowing deeply, speaking with great humility. "Jin, I finished pruning this welcoming pine." He effortlessly lifted the bonsai, which weighed at least several hundred pounds, and presented it to Zhaozhen as if serving a dish. Zhaozhen picked up a pair of black scissors beside him, casually made a few cuts, and said in a gentle and friendly tone, "I think it looks better this way, don't you think, Brother Fan?" The man called Brother Fan nodded excitedly, as if he had received a treasure, and huddled in a corner, clutching the welcoming pine. Jiangchen understood from the attitudes of those around her, that this Zhaozhen must be the owner of this place. Zhaozhen led her into the courtyard, which seemed to have originally belonged to someone who preferred a Japanese style. Wooden furniture was everywhere, with raw wood, bamboo, rattan, hemp, and other natural materials as the base, creating a simple and natural feel. Various types of greenery filled the room, making it bright, warm, and giving it a home feel. Home? What the heck? Jiangchen shook her head vigorously, trying to banish this absurd thought. Zhaozhen lowered his head with concern and gently asked Jiangchen, "What's wrong? Are you feeling a little unwell?" "Wow! He's so gentle with me." A girl with stars in her eyes jumped for joy in Jiangchen's heart. Jiangchen couldn't help but exclaim, suppressing her strange thoughts. She looked up and saw Zhaozhen's worried eyes. To be honest, Zhaozhen wasn't bad-looking. Although his skin was pale, his features were delicate, he was tall, and had a gentle demeanor. If he were in Jiangchen's world, he would definitely be a top star, the epitome of the currently popular gentle second male lead. "Is this the time to look at men?" A faint voice in her mind said. "It's nothing, I'm just a little hungry." Jiangchen lowered her head, avoiding Zhao Zhen's gaze. Zhao Zhen seemed quite used to the girl's shy expression. "It was our oversight," he said. He gestured for Jiangchen to sit at the table, and then instructed Aya, who had been silent the whole way, to fetch something. Aya moved with the agility of a cat, going outside and returning shortly with a basket of fresh fruits and vegetables. Zhao Zhen rolled up his sleeves and busied himself in the kitchen. Soon, the aroma of food filled the room, and the soft lighting made his tall figure appear even more striking. The wooden table was laden with exquisite dishes, aloe vera and beef rolls, pan-fried mushrooms and tomatoes, cucumber omelet, spinach and fish ball soup, and plum quinoa rice balls. "Jiangchen, we only have a limited selection of ingredients, so please make do with this. We have some new ingredients tomorrow." "Aya, you should come and sit down too," Zhao Zhen said gently. Aya sat down, picked up her bowl, and started eating ravenously. Jiangchen had only eaten some dry bread that morning, and after the fighting and falling into the water, she was starving. She picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a few bites of food, and wolfed it down. "Wow! This food is so delicious. This is practically 5-star chef level. Shouldn't you have checked for poison? Are you just going to eat it like that?" Jiangchen devoured most of the food on the table in a flash. She rubbed her round belly, feeling a little sleepy. "Are you tired? Do you want to rest? I already asked Aya to tidy up your room." Zhao Zhen offered understandingly. Jiangchen lowered her head and didn't speak for a moment, as if she had fallen asleep. Zhao Zhen crouched down, extending his pale, gray hand to stroke Jiangchen's cheek. "I said, how did you know my name is Jiangchen?" Zhao Zhen's hand, hovering in midair, froze. For a moment, the air was unexpectedly silent. Neither of them could see each other's expressions. Zhao Zhen, true to form, possessed remarkable composure. He readily agreed, "You made such a commotion at Cold Wind Lake. How could we not know anything? I think you're very tired, you should rest early." His words had barely left his lips when Jiangchen's vision went black, and she fell into darkness. A round-headed, gray-haired figure emerged from behind Zhao Zhen, resting his bald head on Zhao Zhen's shoulder. A child's voice, incongruous with his robust physique, rang out, "Ah Zhen, I want. I want." He reached out to touch Jiangchen's fair skin. "Zhao He, this is not allowed." Zhao Zhen's tone was extremely stern, a stark contrast to his previous gentle and refined demeanor. Zhao He's expression turned pitiful, a few tears welling up in her eyes. It was clearly a pitiful look, but seeing it on the face of a grown man with strong limbs felt inexplicably disgusting. Jiangchen found herself in a pool of black water. Countless tentacles slowly emerged from the water, licking her exposed skin. When she opened her eyes, she saw countless hairless, tattered faces, soaked and rotting. Inside the room, the broken black gold knife suddenly appeared. With a whoosh, a brightly colored insect on Jiangchen's forehead was sliced in two. She opened her dazed eyes, and saw that the door was ajar, and someone seemed to be standing there. Seeing Jiangchen awake, the person hurriedly left. Jiangchen picked up the broken black gold knife. For the first time, she realized how incredibly hot the knife was in her hand. Chapter 93. Jiangchen sat up. The insect, severed in two by the broken knife, fell from her forehead. She picked it up and examined it closely. Professor Wan Xianyang had compiled a book on mutant insect races for a general education course. Although it hadn't received much attention in class, as mutated plants and animals seemed more terrifying than insects, Jiangchen, determined to finish the book, persevered and read through the entire obscure text. This insect must be the dream-eating silkworm described in the book. These insects are covered in a mucous membrane that can disrupt the connection between dreams and reality, causing people to mistake dreams for reality. However, these silkworms require a large amount of mulberry leaves to feed on, and since the apocalypse, she hadn't seen any normal plants, let alone mulberry leaves. She carefully recalled everything that had happened in her dream. What did it mean? "Jiangchen, are you awake?" Zhao Zhen knocked on the door. Jiangchen opened the door and saw Zhao Zhen, who had changed his clothes. These clothes made him look even more upright, and it was clear he was going somewhere. "Where are you going?" "I was worried you'd be too bored inside, so I wanted to take you out for a walk." "Okay, I get ready and be there." Jiangchen thought to herself that this was exactly what she wanted. Zhao Zhen, seeing the girl's quick agreement, flashed a bright smile, and his pale skin instantly gained some color. Jiangchen felt a warm glow in her heart looking at his smile. "That's it? What's so warm about it?" I was already waiting for the two in the living room, carrying a bunch of things, which looked like picnic ingredients. "Aya, is everything ready?" Zhao Shen asked. Brother Zhen, everything's ready. Aya's face remained expressionless, but her eyes held a hint of excitement. Thump! Jiangchen heard a water glass fall and shatter upstairs. Is someone still living upstairs? Zhao Shen hadn't expected Jiangchen to be so perceptive, but he didn't intend to hide anything. Oh, it must be the servant taking care of my father. He accidentally spilled the water. It's getting late, let's hurry. Jiangchen didn't suspect anything and followed Zhao Shen out the door. Once outside, she was startled to realize that a whole night had passed since she last slept. Her terminal screen remained black, her communicator was unusable, and the lack of any timekeeping device left her without any sense of time. The place they were going happened to pass by the nursing home. The women lay peacefully on the ground. Some hummed unknown lullabies, soothing their babies, while others gently patted their infants with their eyes closed. Sunlight bathed them, radiating a serene maternal glow. When Jiangchen saw this scene again, her initial surprise had transformed into a sigh. Mother, what a beautiful word. She had no doubts, but her feet seemed rooted to the spot, unable to move. Jiangchen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Zhao Shen asked with concern. Jiangchen felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe, and sweat unconsciously beaded on her forehead. For a moment, she couldn't even stand steadily. Zhao Shen quickly reached out to support Jiangchen, but she pushed him away. She stumbled towards the group of women. Aya tried to stop Jiangchen, but Zhao Shen waved her away, his stern gaze stopping her. Zhao Shen watched Jiangchen approach the women with difficulty, his eyes burning with uncontrollable fervor. Exhausted, Jiangchen collapsed among the women. She grabbed a woman's soft, delicate arm and asked, "Why are you here?" The woman's blank eyes darted around, her pale lips murmuring softly. "What did you say?" Jiangchen had no choice but to approach her. "Baby! Why is the baby crying?" The woman kept chanting this phrase. Jiangchen propped herself up and saw the baby in the woman's arms making giggling noises and showing its tiny white teeth. Anxiety and unease gripped her. She gritted her teeth and stood up, silently walking back to Zhao Shen. The discomfort lessened somewhat. Zhao Shen took out a green handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Jiangchen's forehead. This time, Jiangchen didn't resist his approach. The place Zhao Shen brought her to was extremely beautiful. Jiangchen had never seen such a beautiful place in both her lives combined. The gentle morning sunlight shone on the gentle hillside, the greenery swirling and stretching to the horizon. Small, velvety yellow wildflowers dotted the mountains, their intoxicating fragrance carried on the breeze. In the distance, rolling green hills stretched out, their peaks shrouded in milky white mist, like a dream. Jiangchen, try this, it's a dessert I made. He held a piece of green dessert to Jiangchen's lips. Jiangchen didn't open her mouth, her deep, unfathomable gaze sweeping over his face. Zhao Shen's heart pounded, he felt inexplicably nervous, a feeling he hadn't experienced in so long. Jiangchen took the food, took a bite, and smiled sweetly, saying, "It's delicious. I'm glad you like it. If you want to eat it in the future, I make it for you every day. I can also make all kinds of desserts." Zhao Shen said, his face slightly flushed. At this moment, he was like a shy boy facing a girl he liked, showing a little bit of timidity. These days, it's extremely rare to see a man who can cook for a woman, and his cooking skills are so good. Jiangchen couldn't help but admire the food on the table. Are you a reincarnated starving ghost? You think a little food can satisfy you? What about those women lying under the trees? Jiangchen asked hesitantly. Zhao Shen wasn't surprised by Jiangchen's question. He frowned, seemingly troubled, and said, "These are refugees who fled to Fog City." Refugees? Yes, you know how difficult life is for people without special abilities these days, let alone women. He sighed and continued, the surrounding cities have all been abandoned, so these people fled to Fog City. After all, there are no mutants or man-eating mutated animals here, so they feel safe and don't want to leave. I see. Nonsense. Why have all these women given birth? Isn't reproduction a woman's nature? Jiangchen paused, then asked curiously, then why did you spread the news about the babies from Cold Wind Lake? A shadow of gloom flashed in Zhao Shen's eyes, but it vanished in an instant, and his expression returned to normal. You've seen so many babies here. Children are delicate. Although Fog City is rich in resources, it's relatively isolated, not a good place for these children. So we spread the news, hoping to find a suitable home for them, and also hoping these children can find a good place. You are truly a kind and compassionate person. Jiangchen praised him without reservation. Hypocritical. 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 Zhao Shen, a little embarrassed by the sudden praise, still mustered his courage and said, "Besides, I finally found my soulmate." He solemnly asked, "Jiangchen, would you consider dating me with marriage in mind?" Jiangchen's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Of course, we haven't known each other for very long, so you might not know me very well. You can observe me." He lowered his head and added, "If you still don't like me by then, we can be friends." Zhao Zhen looked up at her, his gaze full of sincerity. "Say yes, say yes. Such a gentle and handsome man is rare indeed. He can cook, and he's so gentlemanly, kind, and compassionate. Say yes, say yes." Jiangchen almost blurted it out. Suddenly, the rational Jiang, caught up in a pre-sleep storm, leaped out from behind the blackboard, grabbed a spiked hammer, and started beating up the starry-eyed Jiangchen. "This spiked hammer of mine is specially designed to strike down those who are blinded by love. I think about it some more." Chapter 94. Zhao Zhen was a little disappointed that Jiangchen hadn't immediately agreed, but his expression remained as gentle as ever, at least outwardly. The three strolled around the area for a while before returning to the villa district. Jiangchen said she was a little tired and went back to her room. A short while later, Zhao Zhen thoughtfully brought her some tea and snacks. Such a caring and understanding man was truly rare, Jiangchen thought to herself. A voice rang out, "Love-struck people are truly indestructible. Aya, she's so special." Zhao Zhen watched on the monitor as Jiangchen fumbled around the room. "Brother Zhen, you said the same thing last time," Aya said sternly. "This time is different. This is the first time." He pressed his pounding chest. "She's too special, almost unaffected. I suspect she has some extraordinary abilities, and I never seen her knife before. Doesn't that mean she's even more special?" Aya continued like a puppet. "So, do you like her being special or her as she is? Does it matter?" Zhao Zhen stared intently at Jiangchen on the monitor. "She'd be mine sooner or later. Major, we conducted a full search along the shores of Cold Wind Lake, but haven't found Jiangchen or a body yet," Fang Yi reported in a low voice. Haiti and I paced anxiously. How could a living person just suddenly disappear like that? They've been searching for 2 days and 2 nights, and so far, they found nothing. Pei Du had a premonition that Jiangchen's disappearance was closely related to the Cold Wind Lake baby. "Go and retrieve the surveillance footage from the villa from the day before." Pei Du gave the order. On the monitor, besides a burst of white noise, there was nothing else. Clearly, someone had interfered with the surveillance that night. This, could someone really have entered that night? Du Hai pointed at the screen in horror. The villa's security measures were rigorously vetted. The Valkan soldiers were definitely not incompetent fools. Even the men in suits from the suspended tower were selected through a strict process. Pei Du, Zhang Fengge, and Haiti and I were all A-level ability users. But that night, apart from Jiangchen, no one noticed anyone breaking into the villa. Du Hai stared blankly at everyone's thoughtful expressions. He seemed to realize that Jiangchen's disappearance wasn't just an accident, it might be a premeditated kidnapping, and they might already be in the enemy's hands. A nameless fear welled up inside him, impossible to express. "Did you sense anything?" Norman stood by the Cold Wind Lake, looking lovingly at XT006 beside him. So far yet so near. XT006 blinked her white eyelashes. Inside the room, Jiangchen looked out the window. Zhao Zhen knew her name, and the meals he prepared were perfectly suited to her tastes. If nothing unexpected happened, Professor Norman's area was likely under surveillance. She glanced around the room. There must be quite a few here, so her every move was probably under Zhao Zhen's watchful eye. She paced back and forth in the room, pretending to fumble for something, wanting the person on the other end of the surveillance system to know that she was still relatively clear-headed. That way, they'd probably still be figuring out how to win her over. Where should she even begin her investigation? The faces in the Cold Wind Lake cave, the grayish-white figures, the women and babies in the nursing area, and Jiangchen's inexplicable romantic urges. All the clues seemed connected, yet no breakthrough could be found. Jiangchen lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. The ceiling? Right, Zhao Zhen's father also lived in this villa, and based on her observation of Zhao Zhen this morning, his expression was noticeably off when his father was mentioned. Perhaps he could be a breakthrough. But the problem now was, how could she escape this house full of surveillance cameras? Night. Jiangchen stepped out of her room. Aya was sitting in the living room playing with a jigsaw puzzle. She didn't see Zhao Zhen, but the puzzle looked very old, with many fine frayed edges. "Aya!" Jiangchen called out shyly, clutching her stomach. Aya looked up at Jiangchen, then lowered her head again to continue the puzzle, asking indifferently, "What's wrong?" "It's like this," Jiangchen blushed, stammering, "I'm on my period, but I can't find any sanitary products in the house." Aya finished the last puzzle piece, remaining silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Then she realized what she was doing and said, "There aren't any here. Go back to your room, I get them for you later." "Okay, thank you." Jiangchen squatted in the bathroom, waiting for a while, but there was no sound from outside. Something was wrong. There were so many women in the nursing area, it shouldn't have taken this long to get these things. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. "Coming." "Aya, the door isn't closed, just come in, I'm in the bathroom." Jiangchen called out from the bathroom doorway. Aya looked at the slightly ajar door, dim light shining from inside. She seemed lost in thought, motionless for a moment. Jiangchen didn't urge her, and just waited. A soft footstep sounded, and she entered the room. Aya saw that only a small night light was on in the room, making it somewhat dimly lit. The window was slightly ajar, and Jiangchen wasn't in bed. Her gaze fell on the bathroom, the door was ajar, and the sound of running water could be heard. "Aya, did you come in?" "Yes." "Could you leave this at the bathroom door?" "Thank you." The sound of running water accompanied Jiangchen's voice. Aya placed the item at the door. The bathroom door was ajar, and only a heater was on inside, filling the room with warm steam, making it difficult to see inside. "I left it at the door." "Okay." Aya stepped out of the room, the airflow from the closing door ruffling a stray hair on her forehead. "What's wrong?" Zhaozhen, standing behind Aya, asked. Aya turned her back, her shadow falling on the door behind her. "She's on her period. I brought her some sanitary napkins." Zhaozhen thought for a moment, glanced at Jiangchen's room, and beckoned. Aya followed Zhaozhen to the living room. "Sanitary napkins? The warehouse hasn't really stocked many of these, since they're rarely needed. Where did you find them?" "The women who came in before, they had them in their bags." "I found them," Aya said. "Keep an eye on her. Don't let her come out easily." Zhaozhen's gloomy eyes swept towards Jiangchen's room. He was completely different from his gentle and kind self during the day. "Let's go see father." Zhao, he said he didn't behave well during the day. "Okay." The two walked up the stairs. Zhaozhen looked at the girl's dry, yellow hair beside him and casually asked, "Aya, have you had your first period?" Aya stopped, her hands gripping the stair railing tightly. "Not yet." Zhaozhen looked at Aya's stiff body and found it quite amusing. He stroked Aya's hair with his large, rough hand. "What's the rush? Girls all go through this stage when they become women. Contact someone outside tomorrow and go buy some supplies." "Yes." Aya lowered her head, her expression unreadable. The two walked one after the other to a room at the far corner of the second floor. Zhao, he was slumped asleep in the doorway like a doll. One could almost ignore his burly physique. Zhaozhen opened the door, and his shadow slipped inside. Chapter 95. In the dimly lit room, Zhaozhen's shadow was stretched long and cast on the wall. Judging from the arrangement of items in the room, the person living here had likely lived here for a long time. A bed was placed at the back, and on the bed lay a man. Opposite the bed was a dressing table. In the mirror of the dressing table, some skin was exposed on the man's face, but there were obvious burn marks. His cheeks were severely sunken, and his dry lips occasionally twitched, emitting painful groans. One eye was bandaged, leaving only a cloudy old eye looking at the person in the doorway. "You finally come." A hoarse male voice came from his dry throat. Zhaozhen walked to his side and said gently, "Dad, why aren't you applying the medicine?" The man on the bed seemed to have been touched on a sore spot. Although his body was already broken, his words were filled with vicious malice. "The medicine you applied to me is completely useless. Dad, I bought these medicines from outside at a high price. Without them, do you think you could have survived?" Compared to his father's resentment, Zhaozhen appeared remarkably calm. He glanced at Aya behind him. Aya turned around, went to the cabinet next to him, took a metal tray, and came back, kneeling beside the bed. "A new woman?" Zhao's father's sunken eyes stared unblinkingly at Zhaozhen. "Yes." Zhaozhen lifted the blanket, surprised to find the man's entire body below the neck wrapped in white bandages, while his legs below the knees were bare. Zhaozhen wiped his hands clean with disinfectant and picked up a special pair of scissors. "Zhaozhen, stop! If this continues, everything here will be exposed." With a rip, silver scissors sliced through the bandages on the thigh, revealing rotting flesh and a putrid stench. The white bandages were stained with yellow pus. Zhaozhen stared at the rotting flesh, grinning, and said with a smile, "Disgusting." His voice wasn't deliberately lowered. Zhao's father flew into a rage, and began to struggle violently. Although severely injured, he was still a man, and he easily knocked over a metal plate. The scalpel inside the plate was about to pierce Aya's leg when suddenly a thin vine appeared from Zhao Jun's wrist, swiftly suspending the falling scalpel. "Dad, you're so disobedient." Zhao Jun ignored his father's struggles. A calm, muddy green medicine was applied to both sides of the scalpel, and then he forcefully plunged it into Zhao's father's charred, mangled flesh. Father Zhao let out a painful roar, trembling as he cried out, "Ajin, Ajin, Ajin." Zhao Jun slowly and methodically moved the scalpel back and forth. "Dad, you have to listen. These medicines need to be fully absorbed so your wounds won't fester further. Do you want my thigh amputated too?" Father Zhao was tormented by this agonizing pain, screaming and crying, snot, tears, and saliva making him look less than human. Zhao Jun and Aya, however, remained unusually calm, or rather used to it. Receiving no answer from his father, Zhao Jun muttered to himself, "I think you'd be reluctant, so just use the medicine properly. Aya, help Dad bandage up." Zhao Jun got up and left. Jiang Chen closed the bathroom door, walked to the window, and saw that it was already pitch black outside. The woman in the nursing area was gone. She closed the window and lay down on the bed. She carefully recalled everything that had happened in Zhao's father's room. The pre-sleep storm had officially begun. The rational young Jiang, wearing a red headscarf with the word struggle on it, squatted on the floor, a large pile of papers covered in dense writing at her feet. Ms. Jiang, wearing black-rimmed glasses, was unusually silent. There was a family photo in that room. Young Jiang pulled out a replica photo from the pile of papers. In the photo, Zhao's father was sitting in a wheelchair, and Zhao Jun, who looked to be about 20 years old, stood to his right, next to 4- or 5-year-old Aya. To Zhao's father's left stood 3 other men, 2 of whom looked older than Zhao Jun, but Jiang Chen hadn't seen them before. Another thing Jiang Chen noticed was the man he saw at Zhao's father's door. The boy in the photo, around 10 years old, had a normal physique, completely unlike the giant Jiang Chen had seen today. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that Zhao's father was also holding an infant, but the infant's skin color was normal. Judging from the photo, their skin is grayish-white, and some of them have some mental abnormalities. It might not be congenital, Jiang Chen said, looking at Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang nodded approvingly. But the atmosphere in this family is really strange. Zhao Jun is clearly trying to save Zhao's father's life, but why did he choose to treat him this way? And Aya and Zhao Jun seem like siblings, but their relationship is also strange. And are the 2 people not in the photo also their brothers? Xiao Jiang asked doubtfully. Teacher Jiang adjusted her glasses and said, "Does the photograph prove they're a family?" Indeed, although Zhao Jun called his father Dad, it didn't necessarily mean he was Zhao Jun's biological father. Xiao Jiang compared the photograph again. This Zhao father's face was disfigured. Based on this clue alone, it was impossible to tell whether these people were actually father and son or father and daughter. The faces of the people in the photograph were all grayish-white, making them appear somewhat alike at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, each person was different. Strictly speaking, there are examples of siblings not resembling each other, and it's also possible for some children to resemble their father and others their mother. Xiao Jiang had a flash of inspiration. That's it. The mother? Opposite the bed in Zhao father's room was a dressing table, the style of which seemed to be favored by women. Therefore, this house must have previously had a female owner, but where was she now? Missing? Deceased? Or gone? To be honest, isn't it normal for fathers and sons to have conflicts? Besides, Ajin has such a good personality, it must be that Zhao's father abused him, which is why he's retaliating, Miss Jiang said, painting her nails. Someone who's so different in public and private, you think he has a good personality? Little Jiang sighed, rubbing her forehead. But he's very good to me. I feel like he's sincere, Miss Jiang said confidently. Sincere? What if that sincerity is a product of specific conditions? And you've seen all those strange things happening here, Little Jiang said coldly. What? How dare you question Ajin's feelings for me? I disagree. I won't listen. I won't listen. I won't listen. Miss Jiang turned away, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Teacher Jiang patted Xiao Jiang on the shoulder. A woman in love is beyond reason. It seems Zhao Jun's methods are far more sophisticated than we thought. He has his clever plans, but I have my countermeasures. Xiao Jiang's calm gaze met the fog of confusion. Chapter 96. Jiang Chen sorted out his thoughts and drifted into a deep sleep. The nightlight suddenly went out, as if a circuit breaker had tripped. When they came back on, a black, broken knife stood atop Jiang Chen's heart. The thick white fog that had been lingering by the window slowly receded and finally dissipated. The conference room on the first floor of the villa. Norman sat at the head of the table, while Pei Du and Zhang Fengde sat on either side. Currently, we have deployed life detectors at all the water sources in Fog City, and we have detected traces of humans here. Fang Yu pointed to a holographic map of Fog City. The location was a canyon behind Cold Wind Lake. The holographic image clearly showed that the terrain here was extremely treacherous. With a chasm running through it, ordinary land vehicles simply could not cross such a canyon. Furthermore, the canyon was covered by extremely low visibility fog, and the electrical currents within the fog were extremely strong, making it impossible for aircraft to reach the area. I suspect the babies from Cold Wind Lake also came from this place, Fang Yu said. Fang Yu, doesn't that mean even if we find this place, we won't be able to do anything about it? Yuan muttered. Fang Yu didn't speak. From what they could see, this place was practically a chosen treasure of Fog City, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Were they really going to risk their lives for these unconfirmed Cold Wind Lake babies, and a city guard whose fate was unknown? Impossible. Hai Ti and I looked at the huge image. If someone lives here, there must be some communication with the outside world. If there is communication, then there must be a safe way in. I had the guards at the tower search several surrounding cities for any supplies being transported, Zhang Fengde said, projecting the message from his communicator onto the screen. These were the communication signals that had appeared near Fog City over the past 3 months. There were at least tens of thousands of these signals, and in less than 3 days, the guards had painstakingly pieced together crucial information from them. From these signals, it was clear that the same signals had appeared at several locations within Fog City. Signals from outside Fog City returned to their original positions after a short while signals from inside Fog City appeared briefly after the former left. In any case, the people inside Fog City were indeed maintaining contact with the outside world. Fang Yu looked at Zhang Fengde and Hai Ti and I, now finally understanding why Norman had chosen them as his entourage for this operation. Regardless of your current thoughts, our objective is singular. To find the Cold Wind Lake baby. Norman's voice, though not loud, was extremely firm, conveying an undeniable authority. According to the news, these infants from Cold Wind Lake are born with special abilities, and most of them are at least rank B. Therefore, whether or not we can find these infants directly affects the suspended tower. Norman paused, then looked at Pei Du, and the Valken Legion. And of course, the United Political Council. His gaze shifted to the other side, to Chen Yimo, who had remained silent throughout. Hai Ti and I was inexplicably startled. Although he had indeed heard rumors of Cold Wind Lake infants possessing special abilities before, he had never confirmed them. However, Professor Norman's personal confirmation of this news today still greatly surprised him. If these babies were born with supernatural abilities, it would shock the entire Garden of Eden. Normally, people develop supernatural abilities as early as 4 or 5 years old, or some never show them at all. Early development of abilities means earlier development and control. More importantly, if all the babies here are gifted individuals, the consequences would far exceed Hai Tianya's wildest imagination. In comparison, Chen Yimo's membership in the United Political Council seems less surprising. Captain Zhang, you know these pickup locations best, so we need you to handle the communication and narrow down our search area as much as possible, Norman assigned. Professor Norman was practically the leader of the city's defenders, so Zhang Fengde had no objections. At this moment, Pei Du, who hadn't said a word, stood up. We will concentrate all our forces near the canyon. He then left the meeting room without looking back. Professor, what kind of attitude is this? He's just a major, Kane said discontentedly. At this moment, Hai Ti and I hurriedly approached Professor Norman and said, Professor, we have a city guard with us this time, named Jiang Chen. Do you remember her? She fell into Cold Wind Lake, and now... Hai Tianya's words were cut short. I think I made it very clear in the meeting room earlier, we have only one purpose for this trip. Norman interrupted him, turning and leaving. Behind him, Kane looked at the remaining 3 people in the meeting room with a gloating expression. Cold Wind Lake Canyon. As the morning sun shone on the warm blankets, Jiang Chen opened her eyes. Good morning, Jin. Jiang Chen stood at the dining table, looking sweetly at Zhao Jin across from her. Good morning, dear Jiang Chen. These past few days, Jiang Chen and Zhao Jin's relationship had rapidly warmed up. They had already exchanged pet names. Today, Zhao Jin wore a black cloth robe. The thin fabric had a beautiful sheen, accentuating his handsome and upright figure. Jin, you look so handsome today. Jiang Chen looked at Zhao Jin with affection. Black and gray, a chocolate Oreo. Little Jiang pulled out her spiked hammer again. Although it was cloth, both the material and style didn't seem like something this remote mountain forest could produce itself. Moreover, the style was very similar to the clothing worn by the latest Oriental handsome male robot developed by Moses Corporation. Furthermore, Zhaozhen had instructed Aya to go out and buy supplies, so it seemed there must be a supply chain between this place and the outside world. But she had already searched the entire place recently, and couldn't find any exit. Ah, Zhen! Jiangchen put down the delicate dessert in her hand, calling out somewhat sullenly. What's wrong? Didn't you like these desserts? I prepared something else for you. No! Jiangchen covered her face, turned her back, and leaned against the back of the chair. I feel really bad right now. Bad? You're great. I think you're the most beautiful, the cutest, the kindest, and the smartest girl in the world. Zhaozhen quickly stood up, walked to Jiangchen's side, squatted down, and looked at her tenderly. Ah, Zhen, you really understand me. Only a few days? And you can already see the profound meaning in adjectives like kind and smart? Ah Chen, you're the best girl in the world. I give you anything you want. Zhaozhen moved closer to Jiangchen, put his hand on her shoulder, and wanted to embrace her. Suddenly, Jiangchen grabbed Zhaozhen's clothes tightly with both hands, looking extremely excited upon hearing Zhaozhen's words. Zhaozhen was caught off guard by Jiangchen's action, and had no choice but to awkwardly lower his hand. Zhen, please give me a chance to repay you. Find me a job, I'm best at odd jobs. Chapter 97. Ah Chun, I don't need you to do anything for me. Just be happy every day. Zhaozhen stood up and sat back down. Although he maintained a gentle tone, his words were undeniably authoritative. I'm extremely unhappy right now. I'm eating and drinking here for free every day. Are you planning to keep me as a mistress? Jiangchen stood up agitatedly. Ah Chun, after we get married, what's mine is yours. How can you say I'm just eating and drinking for free? Supporting you is a small matter. Jiangchen looked at Zhaozhen in disbelief, her voice suddenly turning sorrowful. I understand now. You're only lusting after my good looks. When I'm old and faded, and unable to support myself, you abandon me. You men are all like this. Jiangchen ignored Zhaozhen's expression, and walked to the door. Aya stood at the door, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. It seemed that few people had treated Zhaozhen like this before. Jiangchen flung open the door. Not far away was the breastfeeding area, where women lay on the grass nursing their babies. Years later, will I be abandoned under this tree like them, becoming one of them? Zhaozhen neither hid the women from the breastfeeding area nor showed any secret to Jiangchen. Moreover, his natural, matter-of-fact tone told Jiangchen that these women wanted a child, so he gave them one. There was no affection between them, only bestowal and favor. But they were different from Jiangchen. She was the only one and the last. Miss Jiang believed it. Zhaozhen treated her exceptionally and specially. This evidence made her ignore everything in the breastfeeding area. Like a fog obscuring her vision, she saw only Zhaozhen. Jiangchen looked at Zhaozhen without fear. Zhaozhen's gray eyes narrowed slightly, as he stared silently at Jiangchen standing in the doorway. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. He then spoke in a sickeningly sweet tone, Chun, I promise you, you be the last one. Men's words are deceitful. No, I need a job to support myself, I need to get out. Jiangchen. Zhaozhen's voice rose a few decibels, staring intently at Jiangchen, his dissatisfaction and threat reaching a breaking point. No, I need to add fuel to the fire. Little Jiang holds down the resisting Jiangchen. Jiangchen grabbed Aya, who had been standing invisible in the doorway, and said with heartache, Aya, we are independent women, how can we accept this handout? Come on, I take you out. Ignoring Aya's reply, she grabbed her hand and tried to leave. Shun! Zhaozhen's gentle voice called from behind. Jiangchen had just taken a step. Zhaozhen stepped forward, affectionately taking Jiangchen's porcelain white hand, and said slowly, I know you've probably been bored lately, so you're looking for something to do. Why don't you go help Aya with some things tomorrow? She was complaining to me the other day about how busy she's been. Don't be angry, sweetie. Jiangchen was almost speechless at this sweetie, but knowing when to stop, she suppressed her anger and said softly, I think about it. Aya, standing to the side, didn't offer any opinion. You haven't looked too well lately. Is it because you don't like the food? Zhaozhen's expression returned to one of tenderness and care. How could that be? She probably just didn't get enough rest. Jiangchen returned to her room and sat on the bed. The scene outside the door earlier was clumsy and exaggerated, but it had ultimately achieved its purpose. Zhaojun, having stayed in Fog City for so long and seemingly holding considerable power in this area, was definitely not someone to be easily fooled. Her performance today, unsurprisingly, made her nothing more than a clown in his eyes. However, that was precisely her purpose. Her clumsy acting served two purposes. Firstly, it let Zhaojun know she wasn't completely under his control, preventing his desire to conquer and his interest from waning. Secondly, Jiangchen wanted to test Zhaojun's limits. The more arrogant and conceited a person is, the more they enjoy playing with fire. Jiangchen wanted to show Zhaojun just how fiercely this fire could burn. Do I really want her to come with me? Aya's previously calm expression turned questioning. Why not? Didn't you find her performance today absolutely hilarious? Zhaojun cradled a beautiful sparrow in his hands. The sparrow struggled, shedding many of its beautiful feathers. Life in the canyon is so boring. Now that there's finally something different, Aya, aren't you happy? I don't know. Zhaojun glanced at Aya's expressionless face. You're boring too. The canyon is so boring. So boring. There was a hint of helplessness and loneliness in Zhaojun's voice. Aya, are these herbs really that valuable? Jiangchen asked. Yes. Aya, are you and Zhaojun close? SOSO. Do you know what Zhaojun likes to eat the most? I don't know. Didn't you say your relationship was alright? Does being alright mean I need to know? Aya, you're actually asking me that. Jiangchen smiled at Aya beside her. They were currently at a small stone pool near the canyon. The surrounding vegetation was dense, and the sunlight couldn't penetrate the thick green shadows, making the clear pool water seem somewhat eerie. Some unknown wild grasses grew along the edge of the pool, but to outsiders, they might be raw materials for some kind of magical potion. Jiangchen put her hand into the pool water. It's so cold as the water in Cold Wind Lake. She muttered to herself. Aya continued working, completely ignoring what Jiangchen was doing. Guess what I saw when I fell into Cold Wind Lake? Jiangchen then dipped her feet back into the pool. Okay, since you're ignoring me, I just tell you myself. I saw those rugged boulders riddled with holes, and inside those holes lived people. Isn't that strange? Jiangchen splashed the water with her feet, then suddenly regretted it. No, I didn't use the right words. They weren't people, were they living corpses? Soaked in the water for so long, their skin was swollen and rotting, and even their beautiful hair was gone. Aya continued working diligently. Women who can't bear children are thrown into Cold Wind Lake. Yesterday, there were 9 women under the tree. Today, there are only 7. Yesterday, she and Zhaojun were eating in the living room by the window. The windowsill was full of small yellow and pink flowers, but under the big tree outside the window, 2 seats were empty. The other women seemed completely unconcerned. They generously accepted the motherless infants, softly singing unknown nursery rhymes. The tranquil and cozy scene remained as usual. Jiangchen pulled himself out of his thoughts and spoke in an unusually calm tone. Are you going to throw it or someone else? No, you're too small. You can't possibly move those women who you fattened up like pigs. Jiangchen didn't turn around, but he knew Aya had stopped moving. The canyon is everything, yet you've been searching for a sanitary napkin for so long. There are so many women here, I don't think it's anything hard to find. So why don't you use it? Unless they don't need it. Why wouldn't they need it? Because they're constantly, or rather, repeatedly, getting pregnant. Jiangchen's cold voice rang out beside the icy stone pool, and something nearby seemed to be startled, a flock of unknown birds scattering in all directions. Chapter 98. Aya turned to look at Jiangchen, who was sitting by the stone pool. Her expression was extremely innocent, but her words were cruel and calm. Now she understood why Zhaojun had become so fascinated by the person before her in just a few days, because they seemed to share a common trait. Spectators in the game. They were in this cruel game, even playing themselves, yet always felt detached. Jiangchen knew Aya was observing her, but she didn't turn around to continue talking to Aya. She quietly looked at her reflection in the pool. Norman and the others wouldn't give up easily after the Cold Wind Lake baby incident, so it was only a matter of time before they found her here. Besides, Tianai and Zhangfengde wouldn't give up on finding her, Jiangchen thought for some reason. But could the women in the lactation area really wait? She looked around. Zhaojun hadn't sent anyone to monitor them, and he had never taken any measures to restrict the women in the lactation area. What kind of trump card does he possess to act so recklessly? Jiangchen stirred the water with her hand, instantly shattering the reflection. Zhou Jingming's words inexplicably echoed in her ears again. She had promised him she wouldn't use her powers again recently, but she had used them anyway. Although she had tried to shorten the duration of her use as much as possible this time, Her body's energy was still depleting like a punctured balloon. The duration of her next power use would likely be greatly reduced, so she only had one chance. If she failed this time, she might become the next woman in the breastfeeding ward. Jiang Chen rationally believed that this was different from the third assassination attempt. Essentially, the deaths and lives of those women in the breastfeeding ward were not caused by her. Therefore, she couldn't take too many risks this time. She should hold back. If she had the opportunity and ability to rescue them, that would be best. If not, she shouldn't accept judgment from both the outside world and her own conscience. She told herself this. She should remain on the sidelines, quietly waiting for the right opportunity to escape and inform Norman and the others. This method was more advantageous for her now. Jiang Chen looked at Aya's thin face. Her head was lowered, and her expression was unreadable. Those words from earlier were naturally churning in Aya's mind. Jiang Chen didn't care whether she told Zhao Jun what she had said today. Zhao Jun was just pretending not to know anyway. But Aya was different. After all, she was also a woman in the canyon. Who could say for sure that she wouldn't face the same situation? Although these few words couldn't sever the relationship between Zhao Jun and Aya, once a rift appears, it will only widen. During that secret operation that night, Jiang Chen could clearly sense that Zhao Jun had feelings for Aya, but Aya was obviously unwilling. If she were ruthless enough to shift the blame and repeatedly emphasize to Zhao Jun that Aya was about to come of age, then she might become the next woman in the breastfeeding ward. That way, if Aya escaped under the guise of purchasing supplies, Jiang Chen could slip away unnoticed. But was placing this girl, not yet 13, in such a dangerous situation really what Jiang Chen wanted? Jiang Chen shook her head. No, she had to act decisively. Only this way was the most efficient and fastest. We received the latest news that a batch of supplies will be transported to Fog City soon, and the destination has been confirmed as this place. Hai Ti and I pointed to a location about 80 kilometers away from the canyon in the image. He continued, we already scouted this place secretly. It's covered in a large number of Ficus altissima and Ficus venenosa, making it extremely well hidden. Moreover, the latex secreted by Ficus venenosa contains a deadly toxin, capable of causing death upon contact with blood. Therefore, unless one is extremely familiar with this place, it's difficult to leave alive. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became extremely tense. I thought it was something special. We can handle this. We bring in the latest protective suits from the suspension tower. These suits can block not only this venom, but even laser guns. Kane said smugly. Norman, sitting at the head of the table, said, Erican will be going to this place with us. After all, he's been conducting experiments here for some time, and is more familiar with the terrain. We already surveyed the area around the canyon. We haven't found any large military or energy facilities, so life inside the canyon definitely requires external energy supply. Fang Yu added. Fang Yu's words further confirmed that the current operational strategy was undoubtedly correct. If they followed this lead, reaching the canyon was only a matter of time. But, Fang Yu frowned, looking at the data in his hand. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Hai Ti and I, sitting opposite him, asked. Judging from the geological structure and the surrounding soil samples, the formation of this rift valley is extremely strange, like it was man-made, and it should have formed within the last 30 years, if nothing unexpected has happened. Furthermore, the cause of the lightning clouds above the canyon remains unknown, but it's definitely not naturally formed. Fang Yu put down the report in his hand and said. Fang Yu's words undoubtedly served as a wake-up call for everyone present. The phenomena appearing near the canyon could no longer be explained by science, so the cause could only lead to one possibility: supernatural abilities. But what kind of powerful supernatural ability could form such a formidable security barrier? I think we can only find out what's inside once we actually enter this place. Once the delivery team's schedule is confirmed, we begin our operation, Norman decided. After the meeting, Hai Ti and I quickly walked towards Zhangfenga. Although Captain Zhang didn't show anything on the surface, he had summoned Hong Rui and Lei Ming, along with the city guards from other areas, to check the signal information of Fog City the night Jiang Chen disappeared. Hai Ti and I also felt uneasy. Before leaving, his sister Hai Tianqing had complained about why they had sent Jiang Chen, who already seemed to be in poor health, on this mission. He worried that Jiang Chen might have given him all her medicine during their previous mission, which was why she hadn't fully recovered. If he and Captain Zhang had persisted a little longer, Jiang Chen would probably be safely in the suspended tower, enthusiastically discussing with Hai Tianqing what animals they had dissected that day, or perhaps playfully patrolling with Hong Rui and Lei Ming. Instead, her fate would be unknown. Du-hai, who had been waiting outside, rushed over when the two came out and asked, "Any news about Jiang-chun?" "Not yet." Hai-Tianai shook his head. "It's all my fault. Otherwise, Jiang-chun would have been covering for me, and this wouldn't have happened." Du-hai said regretfully. "Captain Zhang, do you think Jiang-chun might be in that canyon now?" Hai-Tianai asked expectantly. "I don't know." Hai-Tianai lowered his head in disappointment. "But that girl's always been lucky," Zhang Fengge said, gazing at the distant canyon. Chapter 99. How are you feeling today? Tired? Zhao Jin greeted Jiang-chun from the kitchen as soon as she stepped inside. He took the basket of scattered herbs from Jiang-chun's hands and said with a smile, "I made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs today. Wash your hands and come eat." "Jin, you're so kind." Jiang-chun completely ignored Aya standing beside her, washed her hands, and sat down at the table. "Aya, what are you standing there for? Wash your hands and eat," Zhao Jin said. The three of them sat around the table, enjoying each other's company. At first glance, they looked like a family of three. By the way, Jin, Aya always wears the same few clothes. Girls all like pretty clothes, Aya, don't you think? Jiang-chun placed a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs in Aya's bowl. Aya lowered her head and didn't speak. Zhao Jin glanced at Aya beside him. As a child, Aya's skin was dark and yellowish, and she was thin and small. Now, she had grown up and possessed a unique beauty. "I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. We do need to buy some things for Aya later, and of course, some for Aiken too. I think your room is too plain. I'd bring you a few potted plants in a couple of days," Zhao Jin said. "Thank you, Jin," Jiang-chun said sweetly. Throughout dinner, Aya remained silent as always, not uttering a single word. "What did you talk about during the day?" Zhao Jin asked, trimming the potted plants Zhao Fan had brought. Jiang-chun knows what happened in the lactation ward, and she also knows that women who have lost their fertility are thrown into Cold Wind Lake, Aya replied, standing beside him like a puppet. Zhao Jin showed no surprise. She's smart and observant. It was only a matter of time before she knew this. "Aya, you know resources are limited in the canyon. We have so many people to feed. Throwing these useless women into Cold Wind Lake will save us resources, and they also reduce the troublemakers in the lake. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone?" Zhao Jin said earnestly. However, Aya still wore a deadpan expression. "Has the procurement plan been arranged?" Zhao Jin asked. "It be arranged in the next few days." "Good. I always trust you." Zhao Jin watched the mist slowly rise outside the window, the moonlight shrouded in a white fog, like a fuzzy ice ball. "Jiang-chun, is there anything else?" Aya shook her head. "Aya, time flies. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Do you think if we hadn't done what we did back then, we would have become one of those inhuman, ghostly things in the cave? I don't know. But it's not enough now. What's the point of living here in such a stifled state? These children aren't enough. We need more, and we need to expand their activity area. Aya, do you think we'd be free then?" Zhao Jin put down the scissors, seemingly unconcerned by Aya's answer. A deep gloom hung over his face, and his tone became frantic, as if he were trying to persuade Aya, but also as if he were trying to persuade himself. Aya didn't answer, and Zhao Jin seemed used to her reactions. "Go out." Aya walked towards the door. "Go see Dad, he misses you a bit." "I go in a bit." Aya paused, then walked out. Zhao Jin looked at himself in the mirror. He touched the smoky gray headscarf wrapped around his head, peeling it off layer by layer. His gray head was bald, covered in scars. The scattered scars, repeatedly reopened, prevented the wounds from healing, leaving the new flesh bruised and purple from constant rubbing. Disgusting and unsightly. Zhao Jin looked at himself in the mirror with disgust. Outside the canyon. "Are you sure they come today?" Yuan asked uncertainly into the communicator. "Our latest intelligence indicates they should meet this afternoon," Hai-Tianai replied. To avoid alerting them, he and Zhang Fengge had already laid an ambush at the nearest meeting point. Hai-Tianai looked towards the area not far behind. Everyone donned specialized protective suits and lay in ambush in the dense green forest. The plan was for the two of them to scout ahead, relaying information to the Valjean soldiers behind, and then flanking the personnel at the rendezvous point. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to why Professor Norman and the others had come personally. As the saying goes, everyone has their own expertise. Logically, such an ambush and firefight shouldn't require a professor like himself to personally oversee it. "They're here." Everyone held their breath. A vehicle, roughly the size of a medium-sized bus, appeared intermittently from within the tall bushes. It drove to a spot, stopped, and then remained motionless. The windows were made of a special material. Nothing could be seen from the outside. Time slipped by silently. The people who were supposed to emerge from the canyon at the agreed time had yet to appear. Haiti and I looked at Zhang Fengge and whispered, "Captain Zhang, did our information leak? Why haven't they shown up yet?" Zhang Fengge frowned, looking at the motionless car ahead. "No, only you, me, and Hong Rui and Lei Ming, who are still at the suspended tower, know the location of this handover." Jiang Chen had mentioned earlier that someone had broken into the villa, but no one except her had noticed. Therefore, just in case, all listening devices in the conference room had been checked, and everyone in the conference room was a core member of this operation. To ensure the mission's success, they had personally arranged the time and location of the handover. Theoretically, the other party couldn't have known in advance. "Then, Captain Zhang, what do we do now?" "Wait a little longer." Not far away, a figure appeared, but it was completely wrapped in a large black veil. Even its head was covered, leaving only its eyes visible. "Team Leader Zhang, someone's appeared." "We?" Haiti and I said urgently. "Wait!" Zhang Fengge stopped Haiti and I, who was about to stand up. Haiti and I quickly crouched down and looked closely. He noticed that the approaching person was moving extremely strangely. Its limbs seemed newly attached, dangling over its body, moving forward at a steady pace, strange and clumsy. "Not good." Zhang Fengge hurriedly said into the communicator, "The situation has changed. Everyone retreat." Before his voice had even finished, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Suddenly, a giant snake-like creature emerged from the ground, its jaws gaping open, and attacked them. The surrounding plants and trees seemed to come alive, attacking those hiding nearby. The black-veiled figure in the distance seemed to evaporate, leaving only a pool of murky liquid on the ground. Bats, each half the size of a person, surged out from the depths of the forest, swooping down on them relentlessly. The Valkan soldiers raised their specially made machine guns, and the entire forest was filled with the deafening roars of gunfire, mingled with the howls of wild beasts, and the piercing sounds of plants, the air thick with the stench of blood. Haiti and I watched as the blood-red landscape enveloped the earth. This was clearly an ambush prepared even earlier than their own, and yet they still hadn't found this unseen enemy. Chapter 100. The moment Jiang Chen saw Doreen, she guessed that Norman and his group's plan to storm in had likely failed. As far as she knew, Doreen was at least a high-level B-rank ability user, but she was now like a puppet, dazed and confused, being herded into a small room by several gray-haired men. That room was where all the women in the nursing area went at night. At the dinner table, Zhaozhen seemed to be in a good mood. He was usually a man who didn't show his emotions, but today something good had clearly happened, which made Jiang Chen's heart sink. Aya was as quiet as ever. After dinner, Jiang Chen returned to her room. Jiang Chen came out of the bathroom, the huge amount of steam inside soaking her hair. She had just practiced for a while in the holographic training ball, intentionally increasing the difficulty of her training again. But it was still far from enough. Based on the information she currently had, Zhao Zhen's ability in this canyon was still unclear, but Zhao, he beside him was strong and powerful, and was likely a body enhancer. That brother Fan, though short in stature, seemed to have the ability to control the surrounding soil. She personally witnessed him easily move a small mound of earth to another location. And those gray-haired figures she'd seen in the cave, though they didn't usually appear near the villa, Jiang Chen was certain there were more than just 3 of them. As for Aya, she hadn't yet discerned any special ability she possessed. Besides, now that the enemy was in the shadows while she was in the open, she didn't know if Zhao Zhen had other powerful backers. Fighting multiple opponents alone was out of the question. She wasn't some invincible genius, and a head-on confrontation was definitely not going to work. She was well aware of her limitations. But sitting idly by wouldn't solve the problem. She needed to figure something out. Over the past few days, Jiang Chen had thoroughly familiarized herself with the terrain of the canyon and the area around the villa, so even in the thick fog at night, she rarely got lost. Zhao Zhen would spend a considerable amount of time in his father's room around this time every evening, so he wouldn't have time to monitor her. Besides, he seemed to be in a very good mood tonight, so she figured he wouldn't be coming to perform with her anytime soon. Meanwhile, Brother Fan, who was usually at the door, was in the kitchen preparing food for the women in the nursing area. Jiang Chen mechanically stuffed all the desserts on the table into her stomach, wiped her mouth, opened the door, and went outside. "We seized some of their guns and drugs, Brother Zhen. You know what? This batch of stuff is really good stuff. We couldn't get any from the surrounding area," a gray-haired man said obsequiously, bowing deeply. "They're from the suspended tower and the Valkan Legion, so their weapons and equipment are naturally top-notch." Zhaojun picked up the specially manufactured protective suit and examined it closely. Where are the others? The gray-haired man lowered his head fearfully and said, Brother Jin, you know, that area was prepared in advance, but even if we wanted to leave, we had no choice. A few of them were smart enough to realize the problem immediately and ran away. However, we captured quite a few of their people, and they all been thrown into Cold Wind Lake. The female water corpses down there will definitely have a feast these next few days. No rush. As long as they don't leave Fog City, we have plenty of time. We also captured a woman this time, a B-rank one at that. Tonight. The gray-haired man's eyes gleamed, and he said with a sly look, Let's wait 2 more days. Implanting the embryo requires the mother's voluntary sacrifice. Haste makes waste. Zhaojun turned and coldly sized up the short, thin, bald man before him. Yes, Brother Jin is so thoughtful. Night had already fallen. This was Jiang Chen's first time venturing out at night. She walked out of the villa with great fanfare. There was no one outside. After all, in their eyes, this was an impregnable fortress, and those women were like drowsy puppets all day long, so naturally no one would be sent to guard it. A heavy fog enveloped the entire canyon, and a cold wind occasionally blew through, rustling the leaves like a woman's groans and a baby's cries. In preparation for tonight's operation, she ate 3 bowls of rice in front of Zhaojun that evening, finishing most of the dishes on the table, ostensibly as a compliment to Zhaojun's cooking. Zhaojun was a good cook, and since Jiang Chen arrived, she had been eating a lot every day, often adding a bowl or 2 of rice at night, which was perfectly normal for her, and Zhaojun hadn't paid any attention. Before leaving, she finished off all the desserts Zhaojun had made for her. Tonight was probably the best she'd been feeling recently, and she should be able to perform at her normal level. In the nursing area, the air was pierced by the man's heavy breathing, filled with a pungent smell of bodily fluids, and the sounds of flesh colliding were like the howls of wild beasts. Jiang Chen felt her blood rushing through her ears. She gripped the broken knife in her hand and went into the room. On the floor, a grayish-white man lay satiated on top of a woman. The woman stared blankly at the ceiling, physiological tears streaming down her face. It pinched the woman's cheek, a lewd smile spreading across its face, when a sharp pain shot through its neck. Its hands flailing helplessly, trying to grab or howl, but to no avail. It hadn't even seen its killer's face. Its eyes stared in despair, motionless. Jiang Chen swiftly swung her knife, kicking it away with disgust. The severed head, still attached to the neck, was utterly repulsive. She carried the puppet-like woman back to the bed. The woman didn't react, staring blankly into the empty air. Looking around, she saw at least 30 women lying in the small room, perhaps many more who had once lain there. But what had just happened could never happen again. Her temples throbbed, but she knew she couldn't possibly move all the women out of the room alone. No, there had to be another way. Jiang Chen calmed her racing heart. Every woman in the room had a green vial labeled nutritional supplement hanging from her wrist. Drops of the liquid were slowly spreading through her bodies via her bloodstream. Doreen was placed on the bed furthest inside. Jiang Chen walked over. She wasn't asleep. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. She seemed not to recognize Jiang Chen. No wonder those people weren't afraid these women would escape. Based on her understanding of Zhaojun, Jiang Chen guessed there was some kind of control here, but besides that, something else was likely numbing these women's consciousness. Jiang Chen looked at the green nutritional supplements. One end was connected to a red button. They weren't ordinary nutritional supplements. She glanced at the corpse on the floor, then stared at the red button. As expected, when she removed the syringe, the alarm would sound. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Time was of the essence, and she had to be quick. She looked at the red button, her palms sweating unknowingly. She wiped her face haphazardly and began to work. Chapter 101. Doreen, wake up! Jiang Chen patted Doreen's cheek, but her brows were furrowed, seemingly lost in a nightmare. Wait a minute, Doreen shouldn't have been in this canyon for very long. Jiang Chen glanced at the broken knife in his hand, recalling Chen Yimo's dazed state in the Xuria dungeon, and decisively swung it at Doreen's arm. What are you doing? Doreen felt a sharp pain and suddenly woke up, clutching her bleeding arm and whispering angrily. Can't you tell? Of course I'm saving you. Did you fall for a trap? Jiang Chen asked. Doreen then remembered that they had originally tried to capture the people coming out of the canyon at the handover point, but they had unexpectedly been outmaneuvered. She was running out with Professor Norman, Kane, and XT006 when suddenly a hand reached out from the ground and dragged her backward. Norman and the others didn't even turn around. She tried to activate her powers, but something pierced her neck, and she fell unconscious. Doreen looked at Jiang Chen in the dim light. She saw that Jiang Chen looked radiant, her cheeks even appearing fuller. "You're still alive?" Doreen glanced around at the sleeping woman and baby, and the headless corpse on the ground. Only now did she realize they were in the canyon. Jiang Chen, having overheard Doreen's words, roughly guessed what had happened outside the canyon. She hadn't expected Zhao Jun, who could control everything within the canyon, to be able to manipulate events outside as well. She needed to be even more cautious. "Doreen, I have a plan to implement. I might need your cooperation if you want to get out of here alive." Doreen looked into Jiang Chen's deep, dark eyes, which held a chilling glint in them. The fact that Jiang Chen was still alive was far beyond their expectations. "What plan?" Doreen asked. "My original plan was..." Jiang Chen thought to herself, naturally waiting for her to divert attention and inform them, but plans change. "Never mind, let's not talk about it. The plan isn't fully finalized yet. I confirm one thing, and then I think I have a complete plan." "What do you mean? Are you crazy? You haven't even thought this through, and you dare to act so rashly." Doreen covered her mouth, wanting to yell at her. But seeing Jiang Chen's calm expression, she fell silent. "Wait some more. Do you want to get pregnant and give birth here?" Jiang Chen said coolly. Doreen looked at the woman beside her, her belly bulging high, holding a baby in her arms, and couldn't help but feel a chill. Jiang Chen, seeing Doreen's expression, knew that she had no choice but to board this pirate ship. "Come here, I have something to say to you." Jiang Chen left the nursing area and walked towards the cave she had just crawled out of Cold Wind Lake. A rustling sound came from inside the cave. Jiang Chen didn't stop and stepped directly into the cave. Sure enough, there was more than one gray-white person. Jiang Chen saw 7 or 8 gray-white people surrounding a white, fleshy body. The corpse had been torn apart beyond recognition, but it was still vaguely recognizable as a man's body. Nearby, there were bones covered in blood and flesh scattered on the ground, along with the tattered uniforms of Valkan soldiers. Footsteps came from the cave entrance. Hearing the sound, the gray-white people stared intently at the cave entrance with their green eyes. They crouched down, emitting heavy, growling breaths like hunting dogs. In the dim light, a figure emerged from a white mist, wielding a broken black gold knife. A gentle breeze from outside the cave ruffled her short, jet-black hair. Jiang Chen charged forward, the broken black gold knife slicing through the darkness and blood. A series of mournful howls from wild beasts echoed through the cave. Inside the villa, Zhao Jun was in his father's room changing his bandages, when he suddenly heard the howls from wild beasts outside. "Jun! Jun!" Zhao He pushed open the door and rushed in, panicked. He could sense that his kind were dying, an aura of death was engulfing them. "Don't be afraid." Zhao Jun patted Zhao He's shoulder as if he were a child, slowly setting down the knife, now stained with medicine. Zhao He seemed to gain all his strength and rallied. "Let's go see." The group headed towards the source of the howls. He wanted to see who was so bold as to dare to make a move here. Inside the cave, the gray-haired corpses were neatly arranged in a row. Zhao Jun approached the bodies, the cuts were deep, the movement swift, a single blow fatal. He stood up, squinting, observing his surroundings. Who else here could wield a knife? It was self-evident. Jiang Chen. He murmured her name softly. She was the only one in the canyon not controlled by his power, and the green nutrient solution made from the dream-eating silkworm was added to Jiang Chen's food daily, but its effect on her was minimal. What went wrong? Zhao Jun was completely baffled. Who? Zhao Jun shot a glare into the cave. Zhao He instinctively stepped in front of him, and even behind Zhao Fan, clods of earth quickly solidified into bayonets. A gray-haired man crawled shakily out of the cave, his expression terrified. But seeing Zhao Jun, he seemed to have found his anchor, dragging his crippled body towards him. Dad, Dad! Zhao Jun waved his hand, and the others stepped back. He went over, knelt down, and lovingly stroked the gray-haired man's head. Tell me what happened. The man stammered, as if he had seen something utterly terrifying. That woman had a very powerful knife. She asked where the way out was? Did you tell her? Zhao Jun said gently. No, all the women are all dads. They shouldn't leave dad's home. Good boy, then tell me, why did she kill all your brothers but not you? Zhao Jun stood up. The gray-haired man lowered his head, glancing sideways at the corpse beside him. This was perhaps an extremely difficult question for him. His usually simple expression now displayed a complex mix of emotions. Zhao Jun didn't glance at the gray-haired corpses again and walked out of the cave. The cave echoed with the mournful howls of wild beasts once more, but this time it was even more desolate. The thin, gray-haired man watched as his heart was ripped open by the hard earth, his blood slowly staining the muddy yellow soil. His cold face pressed against the icy ground as he watched his father walk out. His father's gray robe was stained with his brother's blood, but it couldn't stop his father's advance. He whispered, "Dad, Dad." But finally, he closed his lifeless eyes. In his mind, he saw a girl holding a black knife, squatting in front of him, smiling for some reason, not touching him, and then walking away. Chapter 102. The night was still deep in the canyon. "Go check if everyone in the breastfeeding area is there," Xiaojun ordered. The alarm didn't go off. Everyone should be there. Zhao Fan replied without hesitation. Xiaojun gave him an impatient look, and Zhao Fan immediately sprang to his senses, rushing towards the breastfeeding area. Inside the breastfeeding area, in the dimly lit houses, the women slept peacefully, and the babies made suckling sounds. However, the gray-haired man on duty was nowhere to be seen. But Zhao Fan wasn't surprised. The women here were all controlled, so the gray-haired man on duty often couldn't resist taking them out to find pleasure. He ran back and said to Xiaojun, "I counted the number of people. All the women are here. Only one person escaped?" Xiaojun sat on the sofa in the living room, raising an eyebrow. In the villa area, Jiangchen had inquired quite a bit about the women in the breastfeeding area. "Are we going to chase after them?" Aya, who hadn't spoken until now, asked. "No rush. Their experimental area is already surrounded. Unless she wants to escape Fog City, but can she?" Xiaojun trimmed the potted plant he had planned to give to Jiangchen tomorrow. It was a pure white clitia, its beauty unusual in the hazy moonlight. A gunshot rang out from the second floor, and the window opposite shattered. Xiaojun's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He went upstairs, but this time his steps lacked their previous composure. The door was wide open, the bed was empty, and he had almost been hit by the Reaper at the door. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been dead. This weapon, seized from Norman and his men, can be customized to target specific individuals. It's currently firing in a 360-degree arc, striking any living thing that approaches. Xiaojun didn't approach the house, remaining outside its firing range. Suddenly, swarms of tiny moths flew in from outside, engulfing the automatic scanning gun in the center of the room, like moths drawn to a flame. A series of gunshots rang out, riddling the walls of the room with bullet holes, leaving a trail of dead moths at the bottom. All ammunition was exhausted, leaving only a smoking barrel. Xiaojun entered the house. Aya, who had hurriedly followed, was also stunned by the sight. Zhao's father had vanished. "Brother Zhen, did Jiangchen take Dad away?" Brother Fan asked anxiously. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized his words were unreasonable. Why would Jiangchen take his father away? So much had happened tonight. Everything hung over him like a knife. He couldn't understand why the previously peaceful canyon suddenly felt so tense. Xiaojun's sinister gaze moved towards the bed. There were no signs of struggle or blood on the bed, leaving him completely baffled as to what Jiangchen was up to. Revenge? Venting her anger? Or had she discovered something? He went to the monitoring room, where all the instruments had been punctured, emitting a hissing sound. She certainly knew how to destroy evidence. But time was of the essence. The most urgent task was to find his father as soon as possible. There are only two ways out of the canyon. You two split up, and make sure to bring Jiangchen back as quickly as possible. Also, release all the gray-white figures from the cages. Xiaojun looked at Aya, Zhao Fan, and Zhao He and said, "Yes." Xiaojun looked at the once peaceful and serene canyon, which was undergoing a dramatic transformation tonight. But everything would be under his control. He stepped outside and walked towards the deepest part of the misty forest. "Aya, are you sure you don't want to take Zhao He with you?" Zhao Fan asked uncertainly. "I take the waterway. If Jiangchen is still with Dad, he probably won't choose to take the waterway. Besides, Jiangchen is very skilled, and you and Ahe will have someone to look after you," I explained. Zhao Fan thought it made sense. Jiangchen was still with Dad. Taking the waterway would be tantamount to cutting off their own lifeline. "Okay," Zhao Fan said. However, as Zhao Fan carried Zhao He and the gray-haired man down the canyon, he thought that this was probably the first time he had heard Aya speak at such a long pace. The entire canyon was now completely silent. The dim light cast a shadow in the room. Aya returned to her room, and when she emerged, a broken knife lay beneath her neck. "Jiangchen? It's me!" Inside a cave in the canyon, Dorian carried Zhao's father on her back. At 1.73 meters tall, Her father appeared frail and thin on her back. Didn't they tell you how to get out? Aya looked at the grayish-white corpses still lying there, untouched. They're much more loyal than Zhao Zhen thought. So you deliberately left someone behind to arouse Zhao Zhen's suspicion? I just didn't expect Zhao Zhen's paranoia to be even more severe than I imagined, Jiang Chen said coolly. We're already at the very end of the cave. Tell us how to get out. Jiang Chen pressed the knife against Aya's neck. Aya glanced at Jiang Chen, but didn't ask any further questions. She placed her hand on a seemingly insignificant protruding rock, pressed it down, and the door opened, letting in a rush of icy air from Cold Wind Lake. They were on a cliff, with Cold Wind Lake below. You can't escape with him, Aya said, pointing to Zhao's father, who was still unconscious on her back. Jiang Chen glanced at Aya, who quickly looked away. Doreen! Doreen placed her hand on the lake's surface, and the water quickly froze. A moment later, an ice boat appeared before them. Aya was surprised by the scene before her. It was clear this was pre-planned. You knew the exit was here. I didn't know, I guessed. When I woke up in the cave, although I was unconscious, it shouldn't have been long. My clothes were still wet, so I deduced the exit should be near the cave. Aya sat at the bow of the boat, Jiang Chen behind her, his sword pointed at her back. Cold Wind Lake was shrouded in mist, making their small boats seem like they were in a deserted place. Jiang Chen's hand gripped the broken sword stiffly, her whole body tense. Suddenly, a sound emerged from the water. She quickly went to the stern. A bluish face and a swollen body were faintly visible in the lake water, gray eyes fixed on the people on the boat. What is this? Doreen asked beside her. Women who lose their fertility in the canyon are thrown into Cold Wind Lake and become water corpses. Jiang Chen looked at the water corpse below the boat, gazing into the distance. Doreen frowned, momentarily speechless. These women had been exploited in life, and even in death, they were being drained dry. She raised her knife. Jiang Chen, what do you want to do? Chapter 103. Jiang Chen's hand swiftly lashed out, the dark red blood instantly staining the lake water crimson. Doreen looked at Jiang Chen in shock. These water zombies aren't very aggressive, and most they're troublesome. You know where they came from, and why they did this. Jiang Chen sheathed her knife and sat back on the boat. Her dark eyes met Doreen's displeasure directly. You know they're troublesome, and we don't have time to waste right now. Doreen looked at Jiang Chen's almost cold face, and the knife in her hand. She had seen Jiang Chen's data at the council meeting, 1% of her supernatural abilities, but now she was able to remain unscathed in this land of wolves and tigers, and even led them to escape. This was not only unbelievable, but it also made Doreen question whether Kane's experimental data was flawed. When Doreen's gaze fell again on the blood-red area, she saw the water zombie Jiang Chen had killed now surrounded and devoured by another group of water zombies. The water zombies no longer recognized their companion, who shared their tragic fate. Hunger became their sole motivation to survive. Without the zombies' obstruction, their ice boat swiftly moved away from the center of the lake. When Jiang Chen went to kill the water zombies earlier, Aya had a chance to escape, but now she sat quietly by the boat, and Jiang Chen didn't hold the knife to her neck again. She had no choice but to sit down by the boat. Jiang Chen already knew the consequences of using his powers to the limit. But she was ultimately incorrigible. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mock himself inwardly. Now, she looked as if she had been pulled from the water, her breathing heaving erratically, her eyes bloodshot. Jiang Chen lowered her brows, her eyes narrowed. She couldn't fully trust anyone on the ship. Doreen was Professor Norman's woman, and Aya and Zhao's father were from the canyon. Now, the two of them could easily take her life. Promise me, don't use your powers again anytime soon. Zhou Jingming's gentle yet stern voice seemed to echo in her ears. She had broken her promise once more. Jiang Chen gripped the broken knife tightly in her hand. This time, no one would come to her rescue. Doreen looked at Jiang Chen, whose face had turned pale since earlier. Her skin was now almost translucent, her once rosy cheeks were now a deathly white. Jiang Chen was definitely an unstable element. She acted recklessly, even excessively, and was absolutely uncontrollable. Even though she hated Kane, she had to admit that Kane's experimental reports were almost never wrong. And the current Jiang Chen didn't seem like an undifferentiated individual with only 1% of her powers. She had a premonition that such a person's existence would bring unease to the suspended tower, and now was the best opportunity to eliminate her. Doreen's stunningly beautiful amber eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked up, remaining motionless as she scrutinized him. Meanwhile, Aya suddenly stood up and walked to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen, struggling to support his already exhausted body, feigned nonchalance and said, "What, You want revenge? Even if you want to go back now, you can't take the others with you. The ice ship needs us to move. She's a high-level B-rank ability user. Doreen hadn't expected that even at this point, Jiang Chen's mind could still work so quickly, labeling her as one of her allies while still managing to threaten her. Aya's expression was extremely indifferent, seemingly not understanding the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. She squatted down, opened her palm, and something resembling a mint leaf appeared in her hand. Jiang Chen glanced at Aya, silently picked up the thing, and put it in her mouth. Doreen quickly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. What are you thinking? She gave you this, and you just eat it? Doreen reached out as if to use her supernatural ability. Doreen, this is called silver moon grass. It's a raw material for healing potions. I learned about it in general education class. Jiang Chen laboriously raised her arm to stop Doreen. Doreen hesitated, glancing at Aya, who then retreated to her seat. Jiang Chen put the silver moon grass in her mouth. The unprocessed silver moon grass was bitter and astringent. She chewed the leaf, the bitter and spicy sensation flowing down her throat into her body. After a while, her body gradually showed signs of warming up. Her gaze remained fixed on the direction they had fled the canyon. The night was still and deep, shrouded in mist. The events that had just transpired replayed in her mind over and over again. She was gambling. First, she gambled that Zhao Zhen would believe she had obtained the escape route by interrogating the gray-white man, and then fled. This probably wouldn't have surprised Zhao Zhen, but Jiang Chen's escape and the gray-white man's betrayal would certainly displease him. Second, she gambled that Zhao Zhen didn't know her last trump card. She hadn't revealed her Shadow Walker abilities, which meant Zhao Zhen remained shrouded in mystery about them, and the unknown is most easily amplified. Third, she gambled that Zhao's father must have some secret. Judging from her eavesdropping on their conversation that day, and the fact that Zhao, he was almost always guarding outside the door, it was utterly incomprehensible why Zhao Zhen would still do this in such a safe place. So she deliberately made noise in the cave to lure them there. Sure enough, after seeing his father disappear, Zhao Zhen didn't show anything on his face, but he had actually left overnight. She hadn't seen Zhao Zhen leave the canyon in days. With the series of events, Zhao Zhen's anger kept building, making it inevitable that she would overlook some things. For example, her body was only that of a 14-year-old. Even though her father had lost his legs, it would still take a lot of time to get out of the villa with such a child. Escaping like this wasn't the best option. Fourth bet, Aya. Aya sat quietly at the bow of the boat. She had naturally overheard Aya and Zhao Fan's conversation. She didn't know what Aya was planning, but she was certain that Aya and Zhao Zhen might not be on the same side on certain issues. Therefore, unaware of Aya's special abilities, she still placed her bet on Aya. Cold Wind Lake was mysterious and unpredictable, and Fog City was even more dangerous. She needed someone familiar with the local situation to guide them. The higher the stakes, the greater the risk. This is basic common sense. Jiang Chen dared not relax for a moment. They had to leave as soon as possible. All her scheming was merely a smokescreen. Zhao Zhen could see through her at any moment. She clenched her fists tightly, but the force made her fingers weak, and she couldn't even grip the broken knife firmly. Her heart pounded in her chest, burning hot, while her limbs felt cold. Right now, any gray-haired man could easily kill her, and if Zhao Zhen caught her, the rage she would face was unimaginable. Jiang Chen blinked hard, her eyes stinging. No boats appeared in the direction of the canyon, and the surrounding fog was slowly thinning. The shore gradually became clearer through the mist. Her gaze fell on Zhao's father lying beside her. Mr. Zhao, we be ashore soon. I think you should be awake by now? Chapter 104. Zhao Jian opened his cloudy eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at the man sitting at the foot of the boat, her brows unconsciously furrowing. Rewind to over an hour earlier. Although subduing Zhao's father wasn't too difficult for her and Doreen, to save time, Jiang Chen originally planned to inject him with some of the nutritional supplements found in the lactation area to ensure he would stay calm on the journey. But to her surprise, when she opened the door and was about to insert the syringe into Zhao's father's arm, he opened his eyes and calmly said that he was willing to go with Jiang Chen and the others. Jiang Chen was new to kidnapping and had little experience. But are hostages this cooperative these days? This disabled but determined man has been incredibly cooperative all along, pretending to be asleep until now. Even Jiang Chen still hasn't figured out what kind of person Zhao's father is. Zhao Jian looked at the approaching shore, a hint of loss flashing in his eyes. How many years had it been since he left the canyon? Jiang Chen, I heard Asian talk about you. He likes you a lot. Zhao Jian adopted a condescending tone, speaking in a hoarse voice. Likes? You two are truly of the same ilk. Jiangchen wasn't usually very harsh, but now, just thinking about the women in the nursing area and at Cold Wind Lake, and seeing Zhao's father's arrogant demeanor, made her feel disgusted. Zhao Jian didn't seem to care about Jiangchen's words, as if their actions were just child's play in his eyes. You're a smart kid. I want to make a deal with you. A deal? Jiangchen, our top priority is to find the main force as soon as possible. He's just stalling for time, trying to lure us into a trap. Doreen looked at Zhao Jian warily. Jiangchen looked at Zhao's father, who was half lying on the ice boat. His gaze was calm, seemingly unconcerned that she would refuse his offer. Go ahead, she said. I hope you can take me to the stone nest in the dense forest of Fog City. In return, I can guarantee the safe departure of all of you from Fog City, Zhao Jian said calmly. Jiangchen crossed her arms and remained silent. Zhao Jian continued, if you can get me there safely, I can release all the women in the canyon. Zhao Jin has already left the canyon, and Zhao Fan, Zhao He, and the Gray-White Man are also not in the canyon. Besides, we now have the waterway route. Finding our people and entering the canyon again won't be difficult, Jiangchen said unmoved. Zhao Jian glanced at her sideways, a hint of impatience in his eyes. What do you want? Doreen and Aya also looked at Jiangchen. What I want is simple. I want to meet the superhuman who rules Fog City. I'm sure you can do that. Impossible, you. Zhao Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. He scrutinized her from head to toe, his eyes filled with wariness. What is the superhuman who rules Fog City? Doreen asked, somewhat puzzled. No superhuman. Zhao Jian impatiently interrupted Doreen's question. I wasn't sure before, but Mr. Zhao, your current reaction is nothing short of burying your head in the sand. There's only one condition. If you don't agree, then there's no point in discussing it. Jiangchen said firmly. The ice ship had already docked. Jiangchen stepped across, finally truly leaving that awful place, the canyon. Her agitated heart slowly calmed down. The morning light filtered through the misty clouds, scattering across the mountain forest, offering some warmth, though barely enough. They found a secluded spot and stopped. After a night of hardship, they were all quite hungry, especially Jiangchen, whose body had been exhausted and desperately needed to replenish her energy. She untied a bag from her waist. This was food she had prepared beforehand, a mixture of some kind of bean products. She distributed it to the others, but Aya didn't take any, and Jiangchen didn't insist. Dorlin took a bite. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared, even bringing food. Jiangchen stuffed the food into her mouth. This is food Zhao Fan made for the women in the lactation ward to help them produce milk. I saw it was very portable, so I just grabbed it. Dorlin quickly spat out what was in her mouth. Aren't you going to eat this? Jiangchen looked at Dorlin's disgusted expression, as she looked at the extra food in front of her. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiangchen stuffed all the remaining food into his mouth, his cheeks bulging like a squirrel eating. Although it wasn't as delicious as Zhao Jin's cooking, the feeling of fullness brought a sense of security. Jiangchen could feel his strength slowly returning, though this recovery was only temporary. Zhao Jian had been silent since disembarking, clearly still hesitant about Jiangchen's suggestion. They were currently at the spot where Jiangchen had slipped and fallen into the water. Jiangchen looked around but didn't see any brown-skinned animals, deciding to rest there before continuing. Aya, wasn't that you in the woods earlier? Jiangchen turned back and sat down. Aya looked at Jiangchen calmly, without denying it. This made sense. That day, under the onslaught of those brown-skinned thugs, the surrounding area was in chaos. When Jiangchen was dragged away, Pei Du and Chen Yimo were completely overwhelmed, and even she herself was caught off guard. It seemed that what happened at the Norman Villa that night was also Zhao Jin's doing. But Jiangchen felt there was something extremely contradictory and strange. Even if, as Zhao Jin said, people from surrounding cities fled to Fog City in a panic due to the mutant attacks, based on what Jiangchen saw in the nursing area, the clothes and age of some of the women clearly indicated they had only arrived in the canyon within the last year or two. Zhao Jin was practically all-powerful in Fog City, but unsurprisingly, their influence was limited to Fog City itself. However, in the last decade, the living environment in Fog City had become extremely harsh, and few people dared to set foot there. The surrounding cities had been abandoned for at least 10 years. So Zhao Jin was lying. Then how did these women come to Fog City from outside? Jiangchen's thoughts were in turmoil. His eyes inadvertently glanced to the side, and saw Yao's father's gaze fixed on Aya. Aya, head bowed, leaned motionless against a large tree. She didn't move, but her body was visibly stiff. Jiangchen stood up, walked to Zhao Jian, and blocked his gaze. Mr. Zhao, have you thought it through? I'm a very impatient person. If you haven't decided yet, I build you a small boat and send you back to Zhao Jin's lair. Who knows, he might even take me there as a thank you. Zhao Jian's face, terribly burned by the fire, shifted several times before finally breaking into a smile. Okay, I agree. Deal. Chapter 105. Doreen, this is a hand-drawn waterway route. I think Professor Norman will be very interested in everything that happens in the canyon, Jiangchen said. Are you sure you want to take this person to that so-called forest stone nest? Doreen asked uncertainly. Yes, Jiangchen said, while making a makeshift frame out of withered vines and wood. Doreen didn't understand why Jiangchen was so determined to meet this supposedly non-existent superhuman. If such a person really existed, how come they hadn't appeared yet? Besides, Jiangchen might encounter the canyon's group while carrying someone with mobility issues. Was he really taking such a big risk just to meet them? But seeing that Jiangchen was determined, Doreen didn't say anything more. She glanced at Jiangchen, who was still busy at work, and turned to leave. Jiangchen tested the support frame. It was sturdy. She walked over to Zhao Jian and squatted down. I'm too weak to carry you, so you have to make do with this for now. Zhao Jian didn't complain and readily climbed onto the frame. She had seen a map of Fog City with Professor Norman. The dense forest stone nest was located on a mountain peak southwest of Cold Wind Lake. Fortunately, the mountain wasn't very high. It should be a day and a night's walk from here. Jiangchen glanced at Zhao Jian lying on the frame. He should have been a large, tall man, but years of bed rest had severely atrophied his muscles. He was skin and bones, emaciated. Jiangchen tried pulling the frame and found him pitifully light. Jiangchen looked around. Everything else was ready. The only thing left to worry about was Aya, who was still sitting under the big tree. She had initially thought of having Aya guide her, just for safety, but now she changed her mind. Aya. Jiangchen called out to her. Her expression was blank, but she still looked up when she heard the voice. Leave Fog City. No. A resolute voice came from behind. Jiangchen turned around and saw Zhao Jian's agitated expression. Jiangchen felt a surge of anger for some reason. Ha! What business is it of yours whether she leaves Fog City or not? Are you her father? Zhao Jian stared intently in Aya's direction, but Jiangchen had taken a step forward, completely blocking her view. I'm asking you a question. No. Zhao Jian lowered his head, seemingly somewhat regretful. Then, that's fine. Even if you're her father, she has personal freedom. Do you even understand the word personal freedom? Jiangchen said irritably. Zhao Jian still needed Jiangchen to reach the stone nest in the dense forest, so he couldn't interfere too much. However, his eyes were lowered, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Aya, the center of the conversation, remained aloof throughout. That's settled then. Jiangchen decided the direction for the three of them on her own. It was just dawn, and she needed to get going as soon as possible. She pulled the stretcher forward, while Aya remained alone under the large tree behind her. Fortunately, it was still morning, and the fog wasn't too heavy. Some of the mountain paths in Fog City remained untouched by hardship, making this place quite lucky. It hadn't suffered two major crises, and they hadn't encountered any attacks from mutated plants or animals along the way. Jiangchen lingered for a while, but the food she had eaten earlier clearly had a low energy conversion rate, and now she felt completely empty. She had to stop. Zhao Jian lay sprawled on the support frame like an old man, eyes closed, seemingly resting. Mr. Zhao, Jiangchen said abruptly, didn't Zhao Jin tell you? Biomechanical and bionic technologies are quite advanced now. Hasn't he considered getting you a pair of mechanical or bionic legs? Zhao Jian opened his sharp eyes, but his tone was surprisingly gentle. Jin suggested it, but I refused. Jiangchen wasn't sure if Zhao Jin was Zhao Jian's son, but after observing him all day, although Zhao Jian's face was disfigured, his features were remarkably similar to Zhao Jin's. Most importantly, their expressions and mannerisms were also alike. Both were typically two-faced and hypocritical. I saw a photo on the dressing table with other people in it. Are they also your children? Jiangchen paused, rubbing his calves, and continued. Zhao Jian looked up at the sky obscured by clouds, and softly murmured, Where did they go now? They were killed by Asian. Jiangchen stopped what she was doing. Although she had a general idea, she was still surprised to hear Zhao Jian admit it. She stood up, intending to continue pulling the stretcher. Zhao Jian, however, struggled to sit up. Aren't you curious? Jiangchen replied, while still pulling the stretcher. It's nothing more than brothers killing each other for power and resources. Hearing Jiang Chen's nonchalant tone, Zhao Jian suddenly said sharply, "What do you know? Asian is my best son. Everything I done is for him." Although Asian wasn't as strong as his brothers when he was young, he was very smart. He stood out from the crowd, and he managed the canyon very well, maintaining such harmony. His words were full of admiration for Zhao Jian, making Jiang Chen feel that this father and son were truly twisted. If she had only heard Zhao Jian's side of the story, she would have genuinely believed that the father and son were a benevolent pair. But Jiang Chen had personally witnessed Zhao Jian changing the bandages for his father. The disgust and loathing in his eyes were so undisguised. However, what disgusted her even more was Jiang Chen slammed the support down, the sudden movement nearly causing Zhao Jian to fall off. "Harmony? Which eye of yours saw harmony? Harmony means imprisoning those women in the canyon and raping them again and again?" Zhao Jian ignored Jiang Chen's sharp words, trying to justify himself, saying, "In this world, it's all about the survival of the fittest. We provide those women with stable housing and food. We're not mistreating them." "The survival of the fittest?" Jiang Chen approached Zhao Jian, coldly scrutinizing him from head to toe. Zhao Jian felt a wave of malice wash over him. "If that's how it is, you have no special abilities, and now you can't walk, shouldn't you be a weakling? How have you, such an ordinary weakling, survived this long?" Jiang Chen mocked. From Jiang Chen's observation, this Zhao Jian's father was probably an ordinary person without any special abilities. If Jiang Chen's previous words were merely touching on Zhao Jian's sore spots, then this sentence directly struck at his weakest point. "And what about stable housing and food? Have you even asked them if they wanted any? You haven't been brainwashing yourself every day, believing your own lies, have you? It's utterly ridiculous." His face was ashen, his chest heaving violently, as if he would faint if Jiang Chen said another word. This man, who seemed like an ant, what gave him such confidence? Jiang Chen didn't even glance at Zhao Jian again. She turned back, pulled on the tow rope, and was about to continue on her way, when she saw a familiar figure emerge from the mist. Chapter 106. Aya? Aya's figure slowly emerged from the thin mist. "I go with you. I'm worried about Dad," Aya said. However, she was standing a little far away, and Jiang Chen couldn't see her expression clearly, but she could clearly see Zhao Jian's expression. Overwhelmed with gratitude was the most fitting description. Although Jiang Chen felt quite awkward, even an upright official can't judge family matters. Since Aya wanted to go with them, Jiang Chen couldn't say anything more. After all, this was the best thing for Jiang Chen. Aya was very familiar with the fog, and with her leading the way, Jiang Chen would indeed have an easier time. Meanwhile, on the other side of Cold Wind Lake, a dramatic change was taking place in the canyon. At the canyon entrance, one by one, gray-white figures were nailed to a giant tree. "Is the inventory complete?" Norman asked. "The search is complete. A total of 34 women were found, 29 of whom were pregnant again, resulting in over 50 babies. There were 112 gray-white individuals over the age of 14, Kane replied. The story returns to the night after the attack. After being ambushed, they were forced to reach the border of Fog City. Norman had originally intended to leave Fog City first, as not only had their weapons been stolen, but they had also lost several soldiers, and they had become separated from Valken's group. "Professor, we want to wait a little longer." Zhang Fengge, who had been protecting Professor Norman along the way, stopped and said, "Captain Zhang, please recognize your place. You're just a city guard, yet you dare to interfere with the professor's decisions?" Hai Tianai looked anxiously at Zhang Fengge, while Du Hai beside him was also at a loss. Zhang Fengge remained calm, unperturbed by Kane's words. "Our team members haven't been found yet. I promised them I ensure their safety. She's been missing for days. How could she still be alive? She's probably already some mutated creature's meal, maybe even excrement," Kane sneered. "Shut up." Even the usually mild-mannered Hai Tianai couldn't help but swear. At this moment, XT006 suddenly stopped. Beneath his pure white eyelashes were a pair of light brown eyes. He looked towards the canyon and suddenly said, "The current in the clouds has subsided." "What? How could you know?" Kane looked at XT006 in surprise. XT006 didn't answer, not even glancing in his direction. "I'm talking to you. Did you hear me?" Kane was being completely ignored for the first time, and a surge of anger rose within him. Norman whispered, "Kane, go measure it right now." Kane had no choice but to take out a current sensor, a small flying device resembling a bamboo dragonfly, which whooshed away into the distance. Less than half an hour later, the current sensor showed that the current above the canyon had subsided. "Take the equipment." Everyone back to the experimental base, Norman said, looking at the canyon still shrouded in mist. Experimental base. Pei Du looked at the two pale-skinned men kneeling on the ground. They were Zhao Fan and Zhao He. These two had come out of the canyon without finding Jiang Chen, so they decided to try their luck and check out their experimental base. Unexpectedly, a group of people were lying in ambush there, catching them completely off guard. "Have you caught a girl?" Chen Yimo asked, squatting on the ground. Fang Yu looked at Chen Yimo and shook his head. Jiang Chen had been missing for many days. The chances of her survival were extremely slim. "Chen Yimo, our top priority now is the baby from Cold Wind Lake," Yuan said impatiently. "Tell us how to get through the canyon now. At least there's still a way out." Zhao Fan lowered his head, remaining silent, clearly refusing to cooperate. The Valken Legion's current status, as the top legion, wasn't based on winning people over with virtue. A loud bang rang out, and Zhao He was shot in the arm. Zhao He screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. "If you have the guts, come at me." Zhao Fan glared fiercely at Yuan, who had fired the shot. Fang Yu walked up to Zhao Fan. "You could have escaped, but you didn't for the sake of your brother. You're a tough guy, but it's your brother who's suffering." Zhao He, already mentally unstable, rolled around on the ground like a child, wailing loudly. "I never thought you outsiders could be so despicable." Zhao Fan's veins bulged, but his hands and feet were restrained by special metal devices, rendering him helpless. "Compared to you, we're no better." Fang Yu hadn't forgotten that many of their soldiers had been riddled with bullets like sharp blades, bleeding profusely. Seeing Zhao Fan still unresponsive, Yuan raised his pistol again, aiming at Zhao He's other arm. Zhao Fan looked down. Zhao He, lying on the ground, stared wide-eyed in terror, his eyes brimming with tears. His heart ached, but he resolutely refused to reveal the way to the canyon. No one should invade their home. He closed his eyes in despair. Before the gunshots even rang out, a familiar voice rang out. "What are you doing here?" Hai Tianai asked in astonishment, looking at the room filled with corpses. Pei Du and the others hadn't expected Norman and his group to return. "The current in the clouds above the canyon has disappeared. We need to get in as soon as possible," Norman said. "How is this possible?" Zhao Fan, kneeling on the ground, looked at him in shock. The night had long since faded, and the sun shone brightly once more, the wings of the aircraft appearing and disappearing in the clouds. "Captain Zhang, we haven't found Jiang Chen." Hai Tianai had searched the entire canyon, but couldn't find Jiang Chen. "It's all that woman's fault. She's bad luck, a jinx, a executioner sent by death." Zhao Fan watched as all the infants had their blood drawn, while the uncooperative adult gray-white people were forcibly sent to the mechanical pod. He knew that his peaceful home was gone forever, and everything was due to that woman. "What do you mean? Jiang Chen is here too?" Hai Tianai asked anxiously. However, Zhao Fan had already closed his eyes, his will to live or die completely indifferent. "She's already escaped." Pei Du walked over and handed Hai Tianai a slip of paper. It depicted the entire terrain of the canyon, and also marked another, more secluded place where the gray and white folk were kept. It was signed Guardian Jiang Chen. "Then where is she now?" "Achoo!" Jiang Chen sneezed. She rubbed her nose. It was normal for it to get colder the higher they went up the mountain, but wasn't the temperature changing too quickly? Moreover, the further they went, the thicker the tree trunks became, some with exposed brown roots a meter thick, and the colors of the plants became increasingly vibrant. It felt like they had entered a giant forest. Suddenly Jiang Chen stopped. Chapter 107. Zhao Jin emerged from a dense thicket of vines. Jiang Chen gripped her broken knife tightly. It was already dusk, and they were still halfway to the stone nest in the dense forest. Although she had expected to encounter Zhao Jin on the way, after all, Zhao Jin and Zhao Jian were father and son, and they couldn't possibly be unaware of each other's thoughts. She hadn't expected him to arrive so soon. Zhao Jin's icy gaze fell on Jiang Chen's face, but he spoke to another person. "Aya, come here." Aya, standing on the other side of the support, walked over. She walked behind Jiang Chen and didn't move. If Zhao Jin's expression was cold before, it had now transformed into an ice blade aimed at Jiang Chen. She had originally wanted to tell Zhao Jin that she had kidnapped Aya, but seeing Aya's expression now, she was now being branded as a kidnapper. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Aya, who was looking down, her lips pressed tightly together. Zhao Jin approached them step by step. Jiang Chen raised the knife in her hand, glancing around out of the corner of her eye. No one else was there. "Jin, Jiang Chen is our guest," said Zhao Jian, who was on the support frame. "Guest? Would a guest kidnap my father and sister?" Zhao Jin, unlike his usual gentle demeanor, said bluntly, I must make it clear beforehand. I didn't kidnap your father, he came with me willingly. Don't pin everything on me. Jiang Chen retorted without backing down. Sizzle! A silver spark flashed from Jiang Chen's blade. Jiang Chen raised the broken knife, holding it in front of her eyes, while a wisp of electricity flickered in the thin mist before her, and Zhao Zhen's gloomy eyes were faintly visible through the mist. Zhao Zhen possesses lightning attribute superpowers. Jiang Chen had no time to hesitate. She swung her sword to dispel the surrounding mist, the light waves from the broken blade protecting her from some of the approaching mist. But the mist was all-pervasive, and the electric current stung her skin like venomous insects. Jiang Chen faintly smelled the burning sensation. This wouldn't do. She definitely couldn't use her Shadow Walker ability anymore. If she used it again, she probably wouldn't even see the sun tomorrow. She looked into Zhao Zhen's cold eyes. The blade reversed, slashing directly at Xiao Jian on the support. The surrounding electric current suddenly vanished. The dim shadows of the trees fell on Zhao Zhen's gloomy face, and the surrounding air seemed to tense up, oppressive and heavy. Jiang Chen's sword was an inch above Zhao Jian's throat. If she took another step, blood would splatter instantly. Ah Chen, you're using my family to threaten me. Do you think that's honorable? We can fight one-on-one. Zhao Zhen's words were cut short. Dishonest? So what? Jiang Chen didn't argue, simply retorting, I can't beat you, but that's how I am. Jiang Chen grabbed Zhao Jian, the knife still pressed against his neck. If you want to test whether your electric current is faster than my knife, go ahead and try. Zhao Jian didn't say anything, obediently cooperating with Jiang Chen's question, raising his neck. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction at his action. Aya, could you please pull up the support frame? Standing to the side, Aya, under Zhao Zhen's chilling gaze, picked up the rattan cane from the support frame and pulled it up right in front of him. Zhao Zhen, what exactly do you have against your father? Jiang Chen asked fearlessly. Zhao Zhen smiled gently at her. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't believe Zhao Zhen was showing any consideration for father-son ties. The three of them passed by Zhao Zhen. Lying on the ground, Zhao Jian stared at Zhao Zhen's blurry figure in the distance, saying nothing. Inside the canyon. Professor, everyone here has been monitored. The gray-white people, the babies, and the women are all ability users. Kane reported. Kane's words undoubtedly caused a huge stir. All of them are ability users? Yuan, sitting beside him, gaped in surprise. But Norman, sitting at the head of the table, had a rather intriguing expression. He read through the report in Kane's hand from beginning to end, and then actually left his seat. Kane followed him out, leaving the remaining people looking at each other in bewilderment. Fang Yu took the report and quickly read through it. Yuan, who always disliked looking at such complex data, kept urging, what does this mean? This is the first time I've seen Professor Norman with that expression. Even Fang Yu, who had finished reading the report, had a serious expression, and even the usually composed Pei Du looked at him with concern. These ability users' abilities are too repetitive. Too repetitive? What does that mean? Yuan scratched his messy hair. The ability users here have a very high degree of repetition in their abilities. There are 14 Earth-type ability users, 20 strength-enhancing ability users, 17 Wood-type ability users. Wait, how is that possible? Each ability has a degree of randomness. How could so many people have the same ability? Yuan said, puzzled, is it mass-produced? Moreover, these people's ability values increase to a certain extent with age. Fang Yu put down the report and said, even Pei Du's eyebrows furrowed. A universally acknowledged fact in Eden, ability values are fixed. But in Fog City, an ability user's ability value was increasing, completely shattering everyone's understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side of the canyon, Hai Tianai and Zhang Fengge continued searching for Jiang Chen's whereabouts. Team leader Zhang, where do you think Xiao Jiang might have gone? If she escaped, she'd definitely come looking for us immediately. Hai Tianai looked at the chasm-like canyon, and how did she escape? Zhang Fengge recalled that Jiang Chen disappeared at Cold Wind Lake. He turned and walked in another direction. In the dark cave, several gray-white corpses lay. Zhang Fengge continued walking inside, when suddenly footsteps sounded. Hai Tianai and Zhang Fengge's eyes met, and they both raised their guns. With a bang, the ice blade shattered. It's me, Doreen. At Doreen's feet lay shards of ice blades, pierced by bullets. You indeed broken through the canyon. Doreen returned to the experimental base, and saw that the aircraft was gone, and most importantly, all the monitoring equipment was intact. She guessed that Professor Norman must have already breached the canyon. Have you seen Xiao Jiang? Hai Ti and I remembered that Doreen had also been captured and taken to the canyon. A thoughtful look flashed across Doreen's face. I must report some things to the professor first. Inside the nursing area, Professor Norman looked at the infant still fast asleep on the bed. Professor, there's some data I didn't mention in the report. I suspect the people in the canyon are conducting some kind of experiment. Although I don't know how they created these superhumans, the data shows that the superhuman abilities of the newborns here are controllable, and the most recent batch has significantly lower superhuman abilities than the previous batch. Kane added. But who exactly is conducting this experiment? Kane asked, puzzled. These superhumans have extremely limited abilities. They're not suitable for building an army, and... The door opened, and a beautiful woman walked in. Doreen, you're not dead? Kane looked at her in surprise. Doreen ignored Kane's words and reported directly to Norman. Professor, Jiang Chen is leading the people from the canyon towards the stone nest in the dense forest. I think that might be the secret location of the real Cold Wind Lake baby. Chapter 108. The stars and moon were obscured, and a thick fog shrouded the mountain forest. Jiang Chen gazed into the endless darkness. Zhao Zhen's figure had long since vanished, but she was certain he was still somewhere. Aya, let's stop. Jiang Chen called out. Jiang Chen distributed the remaining compressed dried bean curd in her pocket to everyone. The remaining mountain path was more difficult than she had imagined. The ground was extremely steep, with jagged rocks. Even a normal person would need to crawl along, let alone them with Zhao Jian in tow, and they also had to be wary of Zhao Zhen lurking in the shadows. With three things on their minds, they were still quite a distance from the so-called dense forest stone nest, and Jiang Chen hadn't slept for a day and a night. Even an iron body would be exhausted. Jiang Chen sat down next to Zhao Jian, closest to him. Zhao Jian lay on a stretcher, his sunken, cloudy old eyes fixed on Aya beside him. Aya, come here. Jiang Chen tapped Zhao Jian's back with his knife. Aya sat down behind Jiang Chen. Mr. Zhao, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Jiang Chen said politely. Seeing Aya was already behind Jiang Chen, Zhao Jian had no choice but to look away, his gaze then meeting the knife in front of him and Jiang Chen's smiling face. Ask away. My first question is, what exactly do you have against Zhao Zhen? Zhao Jian glanced at Jiang Chen, not intending to answer. Mr. Zhao, I'm going to raise the price a bit. My condition in the previous deal was to see the ruler of Fog City, but now I'd like to add 3 more questions. Jiang Chen said seriously. You? Zhao Jian had never seen anyone so brazenly justify their extortionate demands. Jiang Chen pleaded earnestly, Mr. Zhao, you know how capable your son is. I'm a man of principle, so there aren't many problems, just 3. Of course, if you're lying, I don't mind abandoning you right now. Zhao Jian's face darkened, but if Jiang Chen didn't see him off on his final journey, everything would be for naught. If I die, Asian's abilities will disappear. Jiang Chen was surprised by Zhao Jian's words. She had never heard of someone's death causing another person's abilities to disappear. She instinctively asked, why would they disappear? That's your second question. Zhao Jian's sinister gaze pressed down on her. Ugh! Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. Zhao Jian was indeed cunning. He had easily shrewdly eliminated one of her 3 planned questions, leaving her to ask questions based on his answers. But it was too late to back out now. On this question, their abilities are inherently designed to serve me. If I disappear, what's the point of their abilities? A strange smile twisted Zhao Jian's contorted face. That's as good as saying nothing at all. Jiang Chen felt tricked and annoyed. Everything I said is true, Zhao Jian said with a forced smile. Jiang Chen watched the distant fog slowly dissipate. She had to make good use of this last question. Where is Aya's mother? Zhao Jian looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. He hadn't expected Jiang Chen's last question to be about Aya. Even Aya, standing behind Jiang Chen, unconsciously clenched her fists. Aya's appearance was different from all the other gray-skinned people here, and neither Zhao Zhen nor Zhao Jian treated her the same way. But Zhao Jian himself admitted he wasn't Aya's biological father. The only reason Aya was reluctant to leave could only be that her family was still here. Thinking of the women in the nursing area, Jiang Chen guessed that Aya was looking for her mother. Dead, Zhao Jian said, turning his face away. Impossible. Ajin said you only imprisoned her. Aya excitedly rushed to Zhao Jian's side. This was the first time Jiang Chen had seen Aya so agitated. You believe Ajin? He's a master at manipulating people. Did you only find out today? If he didn't say that, why would you stay by his side? Zhao Jian's emotions had also become so intense. She's dead, she died a long time ago, she deserved it, this is her fate, you You little bastard, you can't escape, you can't escape. He gasped for breath, almost manic, his voice utterly hysterical. Mentioning this woman was like convincing himself that she was dead. No, no, she promised me she would live, she promised me, she promised me. Aya's tears streamed down her face like a burst dam, her lips trembling as if she couldn't accept this reality. Suddenly, she stood up and shouted to those around her, Ajahn, Ajahn, come out, come out. He's lying. Ajahn, he's lying. A figure appeared beneath the withered vines and giant tree nearby. Aya rushed forward, grabbing his sleeve and saying, Jin, is she lying? Jiangchen hadn't expected this situation either. She immediately pointed her knife at Zhao Jian, who lay on the crate. Zhao Jin gently helped Aya up. A flash of electricity, and Aya's head slumped into his arms. Chun, you're the smartest, most skilled actress I ever met, but your heart isn't hard enough. Zhao Jin walked towards them step by step. Zhao Jin looked down at Jiangchen, speaking as if judging her, in your current situation, even if you kill him, you won't get out of the canyon. Jiangchen gripped the knife tightly. Without Aya, she still had to guard against Zhao Jin. It was impossible for her to send Zhao Jian to the stone nest in the dense forest alone. Cold sweat instantly chilled her limbs in the biting wind. Is Aya's mother really dead? Jiangchen asked, her eyes lowered. Zhao Jian raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Jiangchen to still have the leisure to inquire about this at a time like this. Dead. Died 7 years ago. He didn't mind giving her an answer, even knowing she was stalling for time. He always unconsciously showed her extreme leniency. Jiangchen. A familiar and warm voice rang out from afar. Jiangchen saw Hai Tianai and Zhang Fengde rapidly approaching. Accompanying this was a powerful electric current, like lightning, that suddenly struck Jiangchen. Jiangchen raised her broken knife and forcefully blocked, blood gushing from her chest. She had to retreat several steps, and Zhao Jian instantly broke free of her grasp. No! Jiangchen shouted hoarsely towards the other side of the woods, Professor Norman, he has a divine tablet on him. A thunderclap shattered the thin mist. Before Zhao Jin could even get close to Zhao Jian, a white figure appeared before him at an almost impossible speed. Norman emerged from the woods, his stern face fixed on Jiangchen. Are you sure? Jiangchen braced himself with his knife, saying confidently, I'm absolutely certain. Otherwise, why would he have risked his life to take the person away? Jiangchen pointed at Zhao Jin. What are you talking about? What divine steel? I never heard of such a thing. Zhao Jian shouted angrily. Professor Norman's gaze shifted to XT006, who looked at Zhao Jian, who was crawling out on the crate, then at Jiangchen not far away, and nodded. Chapter 109. The scene instantly became tense. Jiangchen breathed a sigh of relief. Although she still didn't understand what the silver-haired boy possessed, something about him still held a fatal attraction for her. Moreover, Zhao Jian did indeed possess the power of the divine tablet, albeit extremely weakly. Norman walked towards Zhao Jian, when suddenly a beam of silver lightning struck his face. Norman didn't stop, his expression remaining as calm as ever. The silver lightning was swung by a white, transparent arm, instantly striking a giant tree on the left. The tree collapsed, startling a flock of unknown birds in the forest. Zhao Jin's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He looked at the silver-haired boy before him. The boy's indifferent gaze seemed unfocused on anything. Seeing all this, Jiangchen felt a pang of regret. Norman's intervention meant she had no chance to continue her deal with Zhao Jian. Her gaze then fell on the silver-haired youth not far away. No wonder Norman was fearless. The silver-haired youth easily deflected Zhao Jin's supernatural power with a single move. She helplessly wiped the blood that had seeped from the corner of her mouth. Norman coldly looked down at the man lying on the ground before her. Humble, incompetent, weak, could such a person possess a divine tablet? But it didn't matter. Conclusions could only be known through repeated experiments. Kane, take him back, Norman said. Yes. Kane summoned 2 men in suits to come forward. But at that moment, a strange smile appeared on Zhao Jian's face. He suddenly pulled out a tree root that had been sharpened to an extremely sharp point, pierced his palm, and blood instantly seeped into the soil along the root. Suddenly, the ground trembled, accompanied by a rumbling roar, as if a beast was howling. Huge tree roots, uprooted from the earth, surged forth from all directions, bearing their claws. The tangled roots relentlessly attacked them. Jiangchen heard the sound of some kind of animal approaching. Suddenly, swarms of brown-skinned beasts burst forth from the dense green forest, indiscriminately attacking everyone except Zhao Jian. Jiangchen quickly swung his broken sword, slashing at the oncoming roots and beasts. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. The sucking sounds of the brown-skinned beasts clinging to people, the screech of tree trunks piercing flesh, and Kane's curses mingled together. Jiangchen looked around. Zhao Jin and Aya were gone. Zhao Jian, on the crutch, was firmly surrounded by thick tree roots. His blood flowed down the tree trunks, staining them a reddish-brown, the cage that bound him, and also his safest shield. Who exactly is protecting Zhao Jian? Jiangchen chopped down the tree roots and brown saplings that kept appearing in front of her, but every time she took a step closer to Zhao Jian, they would retaliate with even greater ferocity. Professor, now you believe me. I told you this Zhao Jian was suspicious. The divine steel is definitely on him. Jiangchen, sweating profusely, struggled to block the attacks while loudly proclaiming her conviction, as if afraid no one would hear her. A silver wolf surged into the crowd, and you and beside it effortlessly tore down a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. Qin Yimo's spiritual power transformed into invisible daggers, piercing through the oncoming brown saplings. The situation on the field gradually reversed. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiangchen finally approached Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, hiding inside the tree cell, was breathing heavily, blood still gushing from his palms with no sign of stopping. It seemed Zhao Jian's actions were a desperate, last-ditch effort. He struggled to open his eyes, his sinister gaze fixed on Jiangchen. You knew they were nearby all along? Jiangchen didn't answer, instead asking my third question. Is the superhuman who controls Fog City in the stone nest in the dense forest? However, given the current situation, the answer was clearly yes. Zhao Jian smiled contemptuously. Yes, so what? You will all die today. The tree cell was faintly surrounded by waves of light, making it impossible for Jiangchen to approach Zhao Jian with his current strength. Jiangchen, observing Zhao Jian's subtly smug expression, possessed an unexpectedly serene black gaze. It's not fully awake yet, is it? Zhao Jian's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could you? Before he could finish speaking, the silver-haired youth ripped open the tree cage with both hands. His hands instantly felt as if they had been corroded by sulfuric acid, yet he seemed oblivious. Zhao Jin's mangled body was dragged out. Doreen, freeze its blood. Norman's once meticulously styled hair was now slightly disheveled. Yes. Doreen looked at Zhao Jian as if he were already dead. His right hand was immediately frozen from bottom to top, and Zhao Jian suddenly let out a howl. Near the stone nest in the dense forest, some dormant power seemed to be awakening. Even Kane, who wasn't an offensive being, felt a vague unease. Let's leave first, Norman said. Meanwhile, Hai Tianai and Zhang Fengde were walking towards Jiangchen. Seeing her familiar companions, Jiangchen finally felt relieved. Suddenly, inconspicuous vines on the ground bound her legs, dragging her into a dense forest. Hai Tianai hadn't expected Jiangchen to be kidnapped right under their noses when they were so close. Without a word, he followed them into the forest, but Jiangchen was nowhere to be seen in the thick green bushes. When Jiangchen saw Zhao Jin again, she appeared remarkably calm. She had been dragged into the forest by the electrified vines, and now half her body was numb and unable to move. They were now under a towering banyan tree, with Aya kneeling beside her. It seemed the two had reached some kind of agreement. Zhao Jin leaned against the tree, lost in thought. Half an hour had passed since he had captured her, but Zhao Jin hadn't uttered a single word. Jiangchen looked around, wondering if it was just her imagination, but the fog seemed to have thinned. Zhao Jin coughed, and Jiang immediately withdrew her gaze. He had fought with their group earlier, and was likely injured. Aya, standing beside her, obediently handed him a handkerchief. Chun, haven't I been good to you? Zhao Jin took the handkerchief, not looking at Jiangchen, his gaze drifting aimlessly into the unknown distance. Okay. Jiangchen carefully placed her hand on the vine at her calf. Then why don't you want to stay by my side? Zhao Jin seemed utterly bewildered, asking earnestly, is it because what I give you isn't what you want? Before Jiangchen could answer, a sound came from nearby. Zhao Jin glanced at Aya beside him. Aya stood up and walked towards the sound. I'm just a plaything for you. Why take it so seriously? Jiangchen, her back to him, subtly flexed her wrist. True, I have no interest in my own life, so I can only look to others. Zhao Jin glanced at Jiangchen's unintentional movement. But humans, they break if you play with them for too long. Zhao Jin wiped the blood from his mouth with a handkerchief, grabbed Jiangchen's sleeve, and forced her to the ground. His cold fingers traced her cheek. But you're strong. You won't break down no matter what the circumstances, and you won't choose death, so I can play with you without worry. Jiangchen's dark eyes reflected his pale, melancholic face. Suddenly, A blade of light flashed, leaving a gash on Zhao Zhen's right cheek. Blood seeped out, and tangled vines formed a barrier in front of him. Through the gaps in the vines, Jiang Chen saw Chen Yimo's blade of light hovering in midair. Zhao Zhen smiled, helped Jiang Chen up, and whispered, "Is this what you wanted? I hope next time I see you, you won't be wearing the chlamydia I gave you." Suddenly, countless vines of the giant banyan tree enveloped Zhao Zhen, and the nearby bushes seemed to come alive, attacking Chen Yimo. Zhao Zhen instantly disappeared into the lush forest. Having dealt with these low-level mutated plants, Chen Yimo helped Jiang Chen up, gave her a potion to alleviate the electric shock, and couldn't resist teasing her. "How was it? You suffered quite a bit this time, didn't you, my savior?" Jiang Chen smiled wryly. "How did you find me? Am I the kind of person who makes the same mistake twice?" Chen Yimo said disapprovingly. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that when she fell into the water, she seemed to hear someone jump in as well, but now wasn't the time to think about such things. She looked at her palm, where a willow leaf appeared. Chapter 110. Jiang Chen followed Chen Yimo back to Professor Norman's experimental base. She was greeted by Zhang Fengde and Hai Tianai standing at the door. Seeing Jiang Chen return safely, they both breathed a sigh of relief. "Jiang Chen, you're finally back." Du Hai suddenly appeared from somewhere. "Come on, tell me about your adventures these past few days. I've been hiding outside the fog city for so long, I'm practically moldy." "So I'm your source material, huh? How could that be?" Du Hai laughed. The two chatted and laughed, as if the past few days had been a dream. But when Jiang Chen opened the door, and saw a pure white chlamydia on the windowsill, she was jolted awake. The window was open, and the chlamydia's white petals swayed gently in the breeze. She stood by the window, opened her palm, and saw a willow leaf, though separated from the tree, still vibrant green. A knock sounded at the door, and Hai Tian's voice came from outside. "Xiao Jiang, Professor Norman wants to see you." "Okay, coming right away." Inside the top-floor laboratory, Norman looked at Zhao Jian lying on the lab bed, already injected with a sedative, now staring blankly motionless. "Professor, we've done a full scan of this body, but..." Kane paused, somewhat disappointed. "We haven't detected anything else suspicious." Leaning against the doorframe, Erican shook his head. "Using the equipment we have now to locate the divine steel is impractical to begin with. Why bother?" "Erican, Professor Erican, this equipment we have is the latest development, specifically designed for gods." Kane muttered indignantly. But before he could finish speaking, Ali Khan ruthlessly interrupted him. "So did it work?" "Professor, it's me, Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen knocked on the door. Norman rubbed the crease between his brows, and said to the two people beside him, "You two can leave now." Kane wanted to say something more. He felt Professor Norman was being overly concerned about a girl with such low superpowers, but Professor Norman's cold gaze ruthlessly dismissed him. The brown door opened, and Jiang Chen saw Kane's hostile gaze. Kane glared angrily at Jiang Chen, slammed the door, and left, while Ali Khan stopped in front of her, scrutinizing her. "I didn't expect you to come back alive." "Just lucky." Ali Khan smiled. "Then I hope you have such good luck next time." "Next time?" Jiang Chen watched Ali Khan's departing figure, not understanding his meaning for a moment. "Professor, what brings you here?" Jiang Chen stepped into the lab, and saw Zhao Jian lying motionless on the lab bed, while a silver-haired boy in the corner was playing with some kind of colorful building blocks. Norman didn't look at Jiang Chen. He was looking at the data on Zhao Jian's body on the experimental panel. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, "Jiang Chen, do you know why I specifically asked you to come on this trip?" "No." Norman turned around, his gaze slightly narrowed. "You know, otherwise, I think you would have many ways to avoid participating in this operation." Jiang Chen glanced at the silver-haired boy out of the corner of his eye. He had already put down the building blocks. "Professor, I don't understand what you mean. You gave us a vivid lesson in the very first class of our general education course, from which we benefited greatly. Besides, you hold a powerful position in the council." Jiang Chen glanced at Norman's unfriendly expression. "You have a very high position in the council, and me? I'm just a lowly city keeper in a remote area. How dare I refuse?" Norman was completely unfazed by Jiang Chen's insincere flattery and self-deprecation. "XT006, come here." The silver-haired boy walked up to Jiang Chen. He was slightly shorter than her, his clean, clear eyes devoid of any impurity, but Jiang Chen's palms were slick with sweat. XT006 extended his hand, and Jiang Chen noticed many cuts on his arm from the vines. The bleeding had stopped, but the flesh was still gaping open. Some blood remained on his palm. His cold palm grasped Jiang Chen's hand, the chill almost numbing half her shoulder. For a moment, she wanted to pull her hand away immediately, to draw the broken knife, but reason told her she couldn't, at least not now. When people are nervous, even if they desperately try to control their physical reactions, they often inadvertently reveal them, like Jiang Chen now. XT006 released his grip, his boyish voice ringing in Jiang Chen's ears. Her palms were hot, sweaty, she was nervous. He retreated to his corner, saying nothing more. Jiang Chen had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw XT006 pick up a disinfectant wipe and carefully wipe his hands, which had just been tightly clasped. Disdainful of me, Jiang Chen thought to himself, but remembering how easily he had subdued the terrifying vines in the woods, he could only look away and suppress his anger. Jiang Chen looked up and saw Norman's inquisitive gaze. Professor, although I'm just a little kid, I'd like to hear your explanation for what he meant by that behavior just now. Jiang Chen asked, somewhat disgruntled. Just a greeting from a peer? Who would believe that? Your knife is quite impressive. You rarely see knives like that in Eden. Norman turned his back, preparing supplies for the upcoming experiment. I found it by chance. Few people in Eden use knives, but they do, right? A few days ago, wasn't there a terrorist attack at the suspended tower? I heard the terrorists inside injured a council member, apparently with a knife. What do you think? Norman asked casually while adjusting the equipment. Jiang Chen's dark eyes were fixed on his head. At this distance, killing him wouldn't be difficult. She clenched her fists. Another gaze was still fixed beside her. We, the city guards, also participated in the fight against terrorist attacks, but the council's engineers are more professional, so we could only do odd jobs on the sidelines, Jiang Chen said helplessly. However, to bypass these engineers and injure a council member, one must be someone with very strong superpowers. It seems we must strengthen the security of the suspended tower, she continued. Jiang Chen walked to Professor Norman's side, looking at him intently. Professor, rest assured, you are the most outstanding researcher in the suspended tower, and also my first teacher here. We, the city guards, will protect your safety with our lives. Norman looked at Jiang Chen's determined expression, put down the experimental reagent in his hand, and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Then I hope you, the city guards, can fulfill your responsibilities. Yes. Go. Okay. Jiang Chen opened the door, about to leave, but suddenly stopped and humbly asked, Professor, you asked me so many questions, may I ask one too? Go ahead. Norman turned to look at her. Jiang Chen pointed to Zhao Jian lying on the bed. What do you plan to do with him? Norman seemed to have encountered a real problem. Ordinary instruments can't pinpoint the exact location of the divine monument, I think you understand. Jiang Chen nodded. Fortunately, the search area is fixed this time, so dismemberment is the best method. Norman's calm tone was as if he were discussing which dessert to have for afternoon tea. Chapter 111. A cold sweat ran down Jiang Chen's back, reminding her that Norman's probing was no accident. However, he still hadn't gathered enough evidence. Jiang Chen saw several men in suits pushing a metal box towards Professor Norman's laboratory. It was likely the equipment they would use to dismantle Zhao Jian later. Jiang Chen quickened her pace. She had to act quickly. Professor, this is the data from the suspended tower regarding Jiang Chen's cleaning, testing, and classification. Every person involved has made detailed records. Kane had just gone out to re-examine this data. Is there anything special about it? Norman asked. Jiang Chen hasn't shown anything special in these aspects, except for her extremely low ability value, which led her to be classified as an undifferentiated individual. Nothing special. He didn't understand why the professor was now paying so much attention to this insignificant figure, Jiang Chen. Besides, we remeasured Jiang Chen's ability data after the first general education course, and there were no problems. What about the cleansing process? The cleansing process? Kane didn't understand why the professor would suddenly single out this process. He looked down and carefully reviewed the data again. Aside from the relatively short cleansing time, there were no other problems. Doreen, what do you think? Norman looked at Doreen, who hadn't spoken until now. I observed her in the canyon. She's very intelligent and cautious. Although her ability value is low, both her speed and acuity far exceed what one would expect from an ability value. Doreen frowned, recalling carefully. She continued, moreover, her performance in the canyon this time was even better than in the last general education course. I suspect her conversion rate is still increasing. Just the conversion rate? What about the ability value? Professor, that's impossible. An ability user's ability value is predetermined at birth. How can it be changed? Kane's words were barely out of his mouth when a sudden unease flashed through his mind. He had forgotten their latest discovery. The gray-white people at Cold Wind Lake also had the problem of ability value growth. Once everything here is finished, arrange another comprehensive test for Jiangchen, Norman said, looking at the mist-shrouded mountains outside the window. Yes. How long will it take to prepare these instruments? Norman asked. Professor, the space here is limited. We will debug the equipment as soon as possible, and we can start the experiment in an hour, Kane replied. You're looking for Fan Yu? Chen Yimo looked at Jiangchen in surprise. Jiangchen nodded. Come with me. Chen Yimo, aren't you curious why I'm looking for Major Pei Du? Jiangchen didn't expect Chen Yimo to not even ask her. Then will you tell me? I don't want to hear you go through all that trouble making up some excuse. Jiangchen, his thoughts guessed, remained silent, clearly annoyed. What? You want to know about the plant changes and geological structure of Fog City over the past 40 years? Fan Yu looked at Jiangchen in surprise. Yes, to be precise, I want to understand the plant changes and geological data radiating outwards from Cold Wind Lake within half an hour. Jiangchen narrowed his focus further. Yuan, seeing that Jiangchen had come alone and dared to make such a request right away, thought, he's quite bold. However, you come to the right person. Fan Yu's data-gathering ability is among the best in the Valkan Legion. Given Fog City's geographical conditions, it boasts an extremely rich variety of plant species, but there's one plant we never seen before. Aren't we looking for the divine steel on Zhao Jian? Why are we suddenly studying plants? Yuan couldn't understand Jiangchen's thought process. Fan Yu glanced at Jiangchen. Her eyes were extremely determined. Okay, give me half an hour, Fan Yu said. Hey! I say, Fan Yu, how come you're starting to get fooled by this girl too? Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied. It won't take long, I give it a try. Fan Yu sat down in front of a giant data processor, which contained all the data from Fog City over the past century, data materials they had prepared in advance for their research on Fog City. A myriad of complex green letters, like astronomical numbers, flashed across Fan Yu's glasses. Jiangchen sat down beside him, waiting for Fan Yu's results. Chen Yimo walked over. Jiangchen, you really don't need to rest, you look terrible. Jiangchen shook her head. Time was of the essence. She had to find it as soon as possible. Time ticked by, and Jiangchen's already pale face was now covered in fine beads of sweat from anxiety. Something came from below, seemingly searching for something. Chen Yimo and Yuan stood up. What was that sound? Jiangchen stood up, quickly walked to Fan Yu's side, and bent down. Did you find it? The data is too complex. It will take another 5 minutes. A loud bang was heard. Several window panes shattered. The entire house began to shake violently, and the floorboards creaked. With a boom, the floor cracked. No, the entire house suddenly seemed to be cleaved in two, collapsing to both sides. It all happened so fast, beyond everyone's expectations. No, we can't stay here. I have to get out of here as soon as possible, Chen Yimo said, trying to pull Jiangchen out. No! Jiangchen pulled Chen Yimo's hand away. There was still 1 minute left. Jiangchen. A giant rock hurtled towards them, and they rolled away, narrowly avoiding it. Just as they came to their senses, they saw the floor suddenly pierced by a thick tree root, and the data processor was also destroyed. Jiangchen looked at the smoking processor, feeling a pang of disappointment. It was so close. We need to evacuate as soon as possible. The group rushed out of the experimental base, only to find that the base, covering several hundred square meters, was firmly surrounded by a tangled web of tree roots, relentlessly strangling them. Zhao Jian lay in a specially designed life pod, with XT-006 standing guard beside him, without leaving his side. Professor, we can't stay here any longer. Kane realized something was wrong. We need to get on an aircraft and leave as soon as possible. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Dorian looked up. Lightning-streaked clouds swirled above the entire Fog City. It was now dark, and there were still 3 or 4 hours until dawn. Pei Du and Norman decided to camp nearby and wait until daylight before taking further action. Jiangchen, have you been starving for days? This is your 4th can of compressed food. Hai Tianai stared in disbelief at Jiangchen's bulging cheeks. Fortunately, all their food was stored in a warehouse next to the base. Although the warehouse had been attacked, most of the food was still intact. I can't help it. I always get hungry quickly lately. Jiangchen finished the last bit of food in the can. Jiangchen, come here for a moment. Fan Yu walked over. Jiangchen glanced at Zhang Fengge, who nodded without asking anything. What do you suspect? Fan Yu led Jiangchen to a slightly secluded spot. Did you find the data? Less than a minute left. The data isn't fully exported, but I guess you should have the answer by now, just wanting to confirm. Jiangchen looked at the now ruined experimental base. Was there a plant called White Willow planted around Cold Wind Lake? And was there a fire there 40 years ago? Fang Yu looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. Although the data wasn't fully exported, Cold Wind Lake was indeed an area where White Willow used to grow, but he hadn't seen any data on the fire. There's a ring of strange rocks at the bottom of Cold Wind Lake with something resembling oil on them. I suspect there was a large-scale fire near Cold Wind Lake. Chapter 112. What? Fang Yin asked, somewhat surprised. However, these are just my guesses. Jiangchen pondered for a moment. By the way, is Major Pei still in the canyon? Fang Yu said, yes, a large amount of Valken's equipment has been transported there by the people of the canyon. Moreover, the gray-white people and women there are inconvenient to move around. For safety reasons, Major Pei decided to station them there temporarily. Is it your Captain Zhang there too? Jiangchen nodded. Professor Norman would never feel comfortable having Valken soldiers led by Pei to occupy the canyon, so he also arranged for Zhang Fengde to be there. After all, Zhang Fengde was a defender of the suspended tower, considered part of his own faction. Just then, an SUV drove up in the distance, and a Valken soldier stepped out and hurriedly walked towards Fang Yu. He anxiously wanted to say something, but seeing Jiangchen standing beside him, he suddenly stopped. Fang Yin looked at Jiangchen beside him. She didn't try to avoid him as most people would. It was clear that even if he didn't tell her now, she would find a way to find out the situation. Speak. Major Pei wants to invite Professor Norman over. Jiangchen was surprised to hear this. This seemed to be the first time Pei Du had proactively invited Norman. After hearing the news, Fang Yu pondered for a moment, then walked over to Professor Norman, and the two spoke for a while. The result of their conversation was that their group planned to head to the canyon. They couldn't leave Fog City anytime soon, and the canyon currently had ample supplies, making it an ideal temporary base. Little Jiang, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and pack your things, we're going to the canyon. Hai Tianai patted Jiangchen on the shoulder. I was wondering, the canyon has been occupied by Pei Du and his men, so where did Zhaojin go? Jiangchen looked at the mist covering the mountains and said, bewildered. By the time the group arrived at Cold Wind Lake Canyon, dawn had broken. The women who had been lying under the trees during the day were nowhere to be seen. The group hadn't rested well the night before, and had scattered back to their rooms. Jiangchen had initially planned to return to her previous room, but then changed direction. Inside, the women lay quietly on their beds, continuing to receive injections of the green agent, seemingly unchanged from when Jiangchen had left. Waking them up now isn't a good idea, Zhang Fengde said, standing behind her. Jiangchen turned around. Captain Zhang, has the mystery of the Cold Wind Lake baby's abilities been solved? Zhang Fengde looked at Jiangchen and said, the detailed report has already been given to Professor Norman by the Valken Legion. Jiangchen looked at the person in front of her with some surprise. Zhang Fengde didn't directly address her question. Zhang Fengde wasn't a particularly stern or rigid captain. On the contrary, although he spoke little, he was generally open and honest with his team members, unlike today. The more you know, the more pain you experience, because with your power, you can't do anything. Zhang Fengde looked out at the misty distance. Actually, the mystery of the Cold Wind Lake baby's supernatural abilities wasn't important to Jiangchen, but for some reason, she recalled Aya's indifferent face, Zhaojin's melancholy yet cold expression, and the cruel innocence of the many gray-white figures in the canyon. Even though she was powerless to change anything, she didn't want to be a puppet wrapped in a lump of dough. Jiangchen walked up to Zhang Fengde and said, I want to know. Zhang Fengde glanced at Jiangchen and walked forward, Jiangchen following closely behind. They passed through a long corridor, and at the deepest part of the villa, a door appeared. Zhang Fengde opened the iron door. The narrow spiral staircase was not only damp, but also emitted an extremely unpleasant odor. The spiral staircase stretched endlessly downwards to the deepest part of the ground, passing monotonous stone walls built of dripping stones and crumbling mortar. The scene that followed almost made her gasp. Many infants were suspended in midair, their eyes open, seemingly hearing the noise, all looking at her with innocent expressions. Thick, brown tree roots pierced through the infants' fontanelles and entered their brains, pulsating slightly with their breathing and heartbeats. Their skin, deprived of sunlight for years, appeared bluish-gray. These infants don't have any special abilities, Zhang Fengde said, looking at the tangled tree roots that filled the entire laboratory. Jiangchen looked at Zhang Fengde in shock. Although they don't have superpowers, someone can graft superpowers onto these infants using this method. Grafting? We found the roots of the white willow in the brain of one of the infants. They already taken root in these infants' brains, so as long as they don't leave the white willow's influence range, they can share the white willow's superpowers to some extent. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's vague guess became clearer. Then how are the superpower values of these gray-white people increasing? Jiang Chen slowly calmed down from his initial shock. Grafting to acquire superpowers doesn't allow for a one-time acquisition. Starting in early childhood is the most suitable stage, so it prolongs the growth period. However, infants are too fragile. Some cannot withstand a one-time superpower implantation. So, it requires repeated craniotomies at different stages to implant superpowers? Jiang Chen recalled the many gray-skinned people in the canyon with shallow scars on their heads, while Zhao Zhen, Zhao He, and Zhao Fan seemed to always have their heads covered with scars. Zhang Feng's silent answer was the final answer. Now she finally understood why Zhao Zhen's superpower was so strong, yet he almost never left the canyon, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. The canyon was closest to the White Willow, so the white-skinned people's superpowers could be maximized there. This is their experiment. You already know the truth. Let's go! Zhang Feng said. Jiang Chen was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information and mechanically followed Zhang Feng away. No! Pei Du and Norman seem to be on the same page, but they're actually at odds. Why would Pei Du tell Norman this? A thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, and she stopped. They're not planning to stop this experiment. The woman still asleep in the nursing area, the infant in the lab. No rescue measures have been taken. All of this points to the fact that Pei Du invited Professor Norman to the canyon not just to tell him the mystery of the Cold Wind Lake infant's abilities, but also to have Norman continue the experiment, allowing these gray-white people's abilities to break free from the restrictions of Fog City and be used for their benefit. The two are in cahoots. The experiment will continue. Jiang Chen looked down at the endless spiral staircase, stretching into the endless darkness. She had initially thought her little trick would at least help those women escape this hellish place. But in the end, it was all just wishful thinking. She had only led them into the lion's den once again. Jiang Chen said self-deprecatingly, Captain Zhang, so this is what you meant by I can't do anything with my power. Her Shadowwalker abilities were no longer usable, and Norman had long suspected her. If she wanted to end this experiment, she would face the unfathomable XT-006, Professor Norman, and the hostile forces of the Valkan Legion. Even Zhang Fengge and Hai Tianai, the defenders of the city, might not necessarily stand by her side. Jiang Chen helplessly loosened her clenched fist. So this was the price of knowing the truth. Chapter 113. Jiang Chen returned to her room, her head buzzing. She immediately noticed a potted clivia on the windowsill. She looked around warily, but the window was closed, and the unobstructed room offered no hiding place. The soil in the pot was slightly dry. She guessed Zhao Zhen had placed it after she left, before Professor Norman arrived at the canyon. Jiang Chen lay on the bed, the light still on. She shielded her eyes with her hand, plunging into the hazy darkness. Zhang Fengge told her that the rescue message had been sent from Fog City. The mystery of the Cold Wind Lake baby's abilities had been solved, and both the Valkan Legion, the Suspended Tower, and even the United Political Council were rushing to reinforce them at all costs. Norman and Pei Du's mission was to unravel the mystery of the Cold Wind Lake baby's abilities. Now, if they could continue the experiment and allow the Grey Whites to use their abilities even after leaving Fog City, then the operation would seem to be a complete success. For those of Grey-White descent, leaving the invisible cage of Fog City and venturing into a wider world seemed like a good option. The women of the canyon, once their reproductive value was exhausted, Professor Norman might mercifully release them. They would gain freedom instead of being thrown into Cold Wind Lake. While none of this satisfied everyone, it seemed to be the best solution for the time being. Everyone got what they wanted. Jiang Chen thought drowsily, but she felt as if she had overlooked something. For example, would Zhao Jian and Zhao Zhen so easily relinquish the fruits of their years of hard work? And what about that mysterious white willow? And what exactly is hidden beneath the vast white fog of this foggy city? But all of this is now less important than the overwhelming drowsiness. Her eyelids drooped heavily, and her highly tense nerves finally found a moment of respite, ultimately plunging her into a hazy dream. All around her was pitch black, the damp earth mingling with the smell of decaying wood. Jiang Chen tried to struggle, but found her limbs completely immobile. She struggled desperately, hoping someone would come to her rescue, but something seemed to completely envelop her, all her strength futile. Finally, she cried out for help, but instantly all the mud and sand rushed into her mouth. In a horrified state, she saw her own stiff body, her face contorted in terror. Jiang Chen abruptly sat up in bed. The pounding of her heart told her it was all just a dream, but the violent heaving of her chest warned her that the dream had been far too real. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well last night? I handed Jiang-Chen a piece of bread. I had a bunch of nightmares. Oh dear, Jiang-Chen, are you sure this was a dream? What you said at the experimental base last time still bothers me. I'm afraid someone might be at my door at night, Du Hai said cryptically. Jiang-Chen mechanically took a bite of bread. It was a dream. A moment later, Pei Du and Norman came downstairs. They seemed to be discussing something, while Dorian suddenly rushed over to Norman and whispered a few words in his ear. Norman's expression changed, and he looked apologetically at Pei Du. Pei Du nodded, and Norman went back upstairs. What happened? Jiang-Chen glanced in that direction. That room is where the person you mentioned is locked up. Something must have happened, Chen Yimo said listlessly. Zhao Jian. Didn't they say they planned to dismember him? Norman's plan to dismember Zhao Jian wasn't a secret among the group. I don't know, but those tools were taken down last night, Chen Yimo said. How could Norman and the others have changed their minds after just one night's sleep? She lowered her head and ate her fourth piece of bread. Jiang-Chen, the professor wants to see you, Dorian said from behind her. Looking for me? Jiang-Chen reluctantly put down her bread. Did Norman want to test her again? Jiang-Chen followed Dorian to the room Norman had just entered. Dorian asked casually, Jiang-Chen, how did you avoid so many people in the canyon on the night you escaped? I hid in the shadows, of course, Jiang-Chen replied nonchalantly. You're really brave. It's all right. Jiang-Chen was about to open the door to the room when she heard Dorian whisper before leaving, be careful of Zhao Jian. Wasn't Zhao Jian already locked up? What was there to be careful about? But before Jiang-Chen could ask, Dorian turned and left. Professor, you wanted to see me? Jiang-Chen looked at Norman, but out of the corner of her eye, she saw that Zhao Jian wasn't lying in the life pod, but rather half sitting beside her, staring intently at her. And standing next to him was a gray-white figure. When did a gray-white figure appear here? None of the people downstairs knew. Jiang-Chen, Mr. Zhao, and I have reached an agreement. You will continue to escort Mr. Zhao to the stone nest in the dense forest. When you return, the suspended tower will directly grant you permanent residency. Even though Jiang-Chen was usually calm and collected in the face of problems, she was still taken aback by Norman's words. What exactly was Norman trying to do? Suppressing her growing unease, she coldly said, Do I have the right to refuse? The city guards must obey the orders of the suspended tower. I think you should have understood this principle from your first day as city guards. Norman's tone was somewhat forceful. Zhao Jian said kindly, Jiang-Chen, our deal isn't finished yet. This time, with Professor Norman as a witness, it will surely be completed smoothly. This time, I will arrange for Major Pei Du and XT006 to go with you, Norman said. Jiang-Chen clenched her fists involuntarily. Having these two watching her meant she wouldn't even have a chance to escape. She looked at Professor Norman. Norman and Zhao Jian were both over 50 years old, and now they were openly scheming against her. Yes. But she was helpless now. Jiang-Chen turned and left. Inside the room, Norman looked at Zhao Jian. Mr. Zhao, the person has been given to you. I hope you can keep your promise. Zhao Jian looked at the gray-haired man beside him, who respectfully handed Norman a small bottle containing some kind of brown liquid. Jiang-Chen walked towards her room. What a brilliant move. If she wanted to return safely, she would inevitably have to take some action. Under XT006 surveillance, all her secrets might be exposed. If she died in the forest stone nest, then she would legitimately eliminate this potential threat to her future. That old man is blatantly plotting against me, Jiang-Chen said angrily. Now she knew that the superhuman controlling Fog City was White Willow, and if nothing unexpected happened, White Willow should be in the forest stone nest. But why was Zhao Jian so insistent on having her escort him to the stone nest in the dark forest? If the first time it was because he felt no one could help him, what about now? Zhao Jian definitely possessed something Norman wanted. It would be incredibly easy for Norman to send someone there. So was he simply seeking revenge against her? Chapter 114. Jiang-Chen returned downstairs and ran into Hai Tianai. Hai Tianai was shocked to hear that Professor Norman was sending Jiang-Chen to the stone nest in the dense forest. He said indignantly, What? Pei Du is an A-level ability user, and that silver-haired boy's ability level looks pretty high. This stone nest in the dense forest is definitely an extremely dangerous place, but your ability level. Isn't Professor Norman sending you to your death? No, let's go find Captain Zhang. Hai Tianai said, pulling Jiang-Chen outside. Captain Zhang, isn't he here? Jiang Chen then remembered that he hadn't seen Zhang Fengge that morning. He was sent to the original experimental base by Professor Norman this morning. There's no signal from outside here in the canyon. Although the experimental base was destroyed, the signal tower there is still usable, so someone needs to be stationed there. Hai Tianai realized something as soon as he finished speaking. So Norman deliberately sent Captain Zhang away. No, we have to go find Norman now and demand an explanation. He has so many capable people under him. Why would he send us, the city guards, to our deaths? Hai Tianai pulled Jiang Chen towards Professor Norman's room. But Jiang Chen stood still. What's wrong? Professor Norman never changes his mind once he's made a decision, Jiang Chen said. Hai Tianai looked towards the end of the staircase. Jiang Chen hadn't been at the suspended tower for long, but he knew that Professor Norman's decision wouldn't be easily changed, especially since he had been at the suspended tower for 4 years. Even the council and the Red Mansion couldn't change Professor Norman's decision. Then how about I go with you? Hai Tianai said resolutely. With Captain Zhang not here, he had to take on the responsibility of protecting the team members. Brother Hai, although my superpower isn't high, I'm actually quite smart, and my reactions are pretty quick. My luck's been pretty good lately too. Maybe this trip to the stone nest in the dense forest will bring some unexpected surprises. Jiang Chen's joke broke the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Little Jiang, Hai Tianai looked at her disapprovingly. Besides, the stone nest in the dense forest isn't far from here. With Major Pei Du and that boy there, it won't be my turn to charge into battle, right? Furthermore, Professor Norman has already ordered you to patrol the area around the villa for the next few days. Abandoning your post will give that vindictive Cain another reason to retaliate, Jiang Chen said rationally. Seeing Hai Tianai's worried expression, she continued, and Brother Hai, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Hai Tianai looked at Jiang Chen's resolute expression. He knew that once Jiang Chen made up her mind, she wouldn't change it. Okay, but you must come back alive. No problem. The thing I fear most is death. Zhao Jian was injured, so Norman decided to set off the next day. Jiang Chen lay in bed. Logically, she should be resting now, preparing for what was to come. However, she opened and closed her eyes, unable to fall asleep. She removed her hand from her eyes. The orange light shone on her eyelids, and she still felt the light was strangely glaring. The dense forest stone nest should be the lair of the mutated plant, the white willow, but why was Norman willing to let Zhao Jian go back? Wasn't that like releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Although Pei Du and XT006 were guarding him, Norman's cautious nature was completely unlike her usual self. What exactly was wrong? Jiang Chen felt she had overlooked something, but couldn't quite place it. She wasn't asleep, so she got up to go for a walk. The entire city was shrouded in electrified fog, and Norman didn't seem worried that Jiang Chen would try to escape. Indeed, where could she go? And she had no intention of running away. Unconsciously, she arrived at the small pond where she and Aya had collected the special plant. The water was still icy cold. Jiang Chen sat by the pond, sorting through her chaotic thoughts. Completely unaware, a hand reached out from the cold water, grabbed the back of her clothes, and forcefully pulled her into the pond. Jiang Chen plunged into the water. She must have a grudge against water, otherwise, why would she always fall into it? A pair of slender hands dragged her through the water. Jiang Chen took out her broken knife, broke free of the hands, and struggled to turn around, preparing to stab the other person. Aya, underwater, stared intently at Jiang Chen, then turned and swam downstream. Jiang Chen held his breath and followed her. There's even a cave here. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings. Tiny streams of water gurgled through the cave. The canyon is adjacent to Cold Wind Lake, and there are dozens of caves of varying sizes at the bottom. This isn't strange. Aya wrung out her wet hair. Although I kidnapped you, and threatened you, Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, I indirectly set you free. You don't need to chase me all the way here. I didn't intend to kill you. It's late at night, and you know I'm exhausted. Why did you drag me into the water? If anyone truly understood Jiang Chen's physical condition, it was undoubtedly Aya. His use of his powers to hold Aya hostage had already exposed his true nature, and his exhaustion on the ice ship further revealed it. I gave you a piece of silver moon grass. I saved your life then. You should repay me. Aya's makeup had been partially washed away by the pool water, revealing her striking beauty. She would become even more beautiful as she grew older. Yes, you saved me, but I didn't ask you for anything. So I can choose to repay you, or not, it's entirely up to me. You? Aya glared at Jiang Chen, furious at his shamelessness. She was displaying the typical anger of a girl her age. Aya grasped her still dampened sleeve, her tone softening. Do me a favor, and I can let you leave Fog City safely. You want to kill Zhao Jian? Jiang Chen asked, looking into her eyes. You guessed it? Aya turned her face away, avoiding Jiang Chen's probing gaze. Guessing it isn't hard, but killing him. I can't do it. Jiang Chen refused outright. Aya suddenly became agitated. Didn't you even think about it? Aren't you supposed to be smart? Don't you have many ways? You even escaped the canyon. Why can't you kill Zhao Jian? He's just an ordinary person. Zhao Jian is an ordinary person, that's true, but now the people around him are all high-level ability users. I can't beat them. Jiang Chen continued bluntly. Besides, why should I kill him? I have no grudge against him. But Zhao Jian has already sent you to the stone nest in the dense forest. Once you get there, none of you can leave. You really have been following us. Jiang Chen stood up. Whether the stone nest in the dense forest is dangerous or not is another matter, but Zhao Jian's life is probably more valuable than he thinks. Only he can lure out the real White Willow. With the two sides fighting, the fog in Fog City will naturally dissipate. In the midst of the battle, who will care about me? Escaping then won't be difficult. Aya, since you know how to escape, I advise you to leave Fog City as soon as possible. Jiang Chen walked towards the pool she had just emerged from. She had just taken a step, when a figure suddenly pounced from behind. Jiang Chen turned sharply, raising her broken knife. She watched helplessly as Aya crashed into the tip of her knife, warm blood seeping from the wound. Chapter 115. Hey, are you trying to scam me? Jiang Chen immediately pulled out his broken knife and pressed it against Aya's abdominal wound. Aya's face turned deathly pale, and she collapsed into Jiang Chen's arms. Let me tell you, you think you can force me with this kind of trick? No way. Whether you live or die is none of my business. If you want to kill Zhao Jian, go do it yourself. Jiang Chen cursed, but in his mind, he was calculating how long it would take to get back to the villa to get the hemostatic medicine. But at this moment, Aya smiled and murmured, I just wanted you to see. Aya's voice was so low. What did you say? She had no choice but to lower her head to carefully decipher what she was saying. My ability is to see the memories of people on the verge of death, including myself. What? Aya's eyes suddenly rolled, and white eyeballs suddenly appeared in front of him. Jiang Chen was startled and instinctively released his hand from her shoulder. But then Aya grabbed Jiang Chen's hand with a strength far exceeding that of a normal person. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, her eyes losing their luster, a white veil settling over them as she looked at Aya. The room was dark and damp, the patter of rain outside hitting the banana leaves creating an oppressive and somber atmosphere. Where is this? Jiang Chen looked around. Wasn't she just? The door opened slightly, and a young woman walked in barefoot in the dim light. Her face was somewhat haggard, her belly slightly protruding, but she was still undeniably beautiful. Beneath her willow-leaf eyebrows were a pair of misty eyes, like water cut in June, not quite the same as the eyes Jiang Chen remembered, but equally beautiful. She called softly, Aya? A small, thin girl, about 5 or 6 years old, crawled out from under the bed. Her eyes were slightly swollen, and her nose was red, clearly indicating she had been crying. Jiang Chen hadn't heard a sound, suggesting that even a young child could silently suppress her emotions. The little girl saw her mother, and nestled into her warm arms, sobbing, Mommy, I was so scared. They kept staring at me. The woman sighed, hugged the child tightly, and comforted her, Aya, don't be afraid. Just wait a little longer, and we be out. Mommy, you said last time that waiting meant we could leave after recognizing all the plants you brought me. I recognize them all now. Silver moon grass, bamboo shavings, sapanwood fan palm. The girl looked up, her eyes still filled with large tears, but she recited them with utmost seriousness. Aya, it be soon. Mommy promises you, we definitely get out. Mommy, is my little brother or sister coming out of my belly? Aya looked at the baby in her mother's belly with fear. She had seen them cruelly cut open women's bellies and take out their babies. Would her mother do the same? No, it couldn't be. She saw that the man in the house doted on her mother the most, which was why she was still alive here. The woman frowned and didn't answer. The harsh living conditions had taught the young child to read people's expressions. Aya keenly sensed her mother's unease, but the little girl couldn't protect her mother. The only thing she could do was grow up quickly. The woman hugged the kitten-like child in her arms again, but she knew the time was coming. Aya, you mustn't go out without Mommy by your side. No matter what you hear inside, no matter who comes to call you to open the door, you mustn't go out, understand? But I'm so scared, they keep screaming. Aya trembled in the woman's arms, clutching the woman's clothes tightly. The woman's voice was stern, a sternness tinged with a chilling intensity. Aya, did you hear me? Answer me. Mommy, I'm scared. The girl shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Mommy, don't go, don't leave me. The woman gripped Aya's arm tightly. So tightly that purplish-red marks appeared on Aya's tender arm. Aya, did you hear me? Answer me. Aya knelt on the ground, wanting to cry out in grievance, but still trying her best to control her voice. Mommy, I be good, I won't go out. The woman saw her young daughter's swollen eyes, turned her head away. Aya seemed to be carrying 1,000 pounds on her back. Her young body was hunched over. She stood up and resolutely walked out. Aya watched as the huge red door slowly closed, and her world was plunged into darkness once more. She hid under the dark bed, crouching down, clenching her small, pink fists, and whispered to herself, Aya, don't be afraid, Mommy will come to see me again, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Jiangchen, having witnessed this, understood that he was now viewing Aya's memories. The rain had stopped, but the wind howled, pattering against the roof like a monster lurking in the darkness. A series of shrill female cries mingled with the wind in the darkness, and Aya hugged herself tightly. Screams, and the sounds of flesh colliding blended into waves of erotic excitement, whipping against the windows in the wind. A chill ran down her spine. So cold, so cold, so cold. It was summer, so why was it so cold? Aya hugged herself tightly. Ha! Ah! Gasps rose and fell, the sounds not like human speech, but like the howls of some beast. So cold, if she stayed any longer, she would surely die here. Mom, Mom, even with her ears covered, the distant howls still pierced her eardrums. Suddenly lightning flashed across the sky, and Aya heard a familiar voice amidst the sounds. It was weak, strong, and fragile. Ultimately, it was swallowed by the villains. Aya covered her ears with her hands, staring at the massive vermilion gate before her, desperately trying to move her stiff body, looking towards the exit that was so close. But she finally stopped, tears streaming down her face. Aya retreated to the floor beneath the bed, curled up in a ball, mechanically repeating, silver moon grass, bamboo shavings, sapamwood palm tree. Jiangchen looked down at everything, and behind her was Aya, her calm gaze fixed on her small, vulnerable self beneath the bed. The scene was like an inverted mirror, shifting and changing everything. Aya, your potion has taken effect. We haven't even found any white willow, Xiaozhen said, sitting by the small pond. Although Xiaozhen looked thinner, with several bloodstains on his face and arms, he hadn't yet donned his gentle, gloomy mask. He still possessed a vibrant hope. Zhen, haven't you found my mother yet? Aya asked anxiously. Xiaozhen hesitated for a moment, then patted Aya's head. Aya, your mother was the woman he loved most. Even if you weren't his child, he didn't kill you, let alone your mother. He's just hiding her now. He paused, seemingly filled with hope for the future. Once we gain control of the canyon and everyone submits to me, we can take your mother and leave this place. Okay. Aya nodded. Their plan had only just begun. Chapter 116. Suddenly, a gigantic white willow stood in the center of the canyon. Mysterious, tall, and lush, it seemed to possess boundless life. All the gray-haired people knelt before it, worshipping devoutly. Aya and Xiaozhen were among them. Then Xiao Jian, in a wheelchair, appeared. His face was ruddy, radiating a different kind of red glow, unlike the withered, yellowed appearance they had seen before. At his command, all the gray-haired people swarmed forward, crawling onto the white willow and devouring it greedily, like leeches. The white willow initially shook violently, the rustling of its branches sounding like a mournful cry, but after a while, it fell into a lonely silence. Until only the bare trunk of the white willow remained, its scarred body dug out and transported to the underground area of the villa. Every so often, a new white willow would grow in the canyon. But it's unclear when it started, perhaps when Zhao Zhen overthrew Zhao Jian's rule, or perhaps from the day Zhao Jian never left the canyon again, or perhaps even earlier, but not a single white willow tree ever appeared in the canyon again. Jiangchen glimpsed many figures in Aya's long river of memories. Zhao Zhen's increasingly gloomy face, the mentally unstable Zhao He, the gardening-obsessed Zhao Fan, and the unpredictable Zhao Jian. She turned to look at the calm Aya. Aya's unfocused gaze slowly settled on Jiangchen. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, Jiangchen's black hair dancing in the air, and her gaze gradually cleared. Inside the cave, Jiangchen clutched Aya's still bleeding abdomen. Even though she had been traversing through Aya's memories for a long time, it seemed that less than a quarter of an hour had passed. Why are you showing me all this? You don't think I'm so idle that I just like to avenge others for no reason? Haven't you always wanted to know who controls Fog City? Aya breathed heavily. It's White Willow. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't seem surprised, she smiled self-deprecatingly. How could she forget? Jiang Chen was so smart. How could he not have guessed by now? Aya, so you think you have no reason to live just because you can't kill Zhao Jian? Aya's lips tightened into a thin line. She didn't answer. So this is your revenge? Zhao Jian isn't dead yet, and you already sacrificed yourself. Jiang Chen ignored her reaction and began searching her body. Aya was like a soulless corpse. The entire Fog City is protecting Zhao Jian. I can't kill him at all. So you've forgotten what your mother told you to remember? She never asked you to seek revenge. Jiang Chen searched for a long time, but found nothing. She looked coldly at Aya and said, no one is responsible for your choices. I have no objection if you want to die. Your death is just a minor incident among Zhao Jian's countless women. But Silver Moon Grass, I think you should know what it means. Aya's unfocused gaze fell on the strangely shaped rocks above the cave, her lips devoid of color, and she murmured, Silver Moon Grass. Silver Moon Grass. Aya, you must remember this plant is called Silver Moon Grass. It's the main ingredient in the healing potion, and its meaning is to live. Her mother's words echoed in her ears. Tears of sorrow welled up in Aya's beautiful eyes, and her right hand trembled unconsciously. Jiang Chen immediately grabbed her right hand and noticed that the skin on her forearm was bulging. She acted decisively, carefully making a small incision with the broken knife in her hand. Sure enough, something was hidden beneath the skin. Jiang Chen applied the Silver Moon Grass extract to Aya's wound. She had used restraint. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too deep, and besides, the Silver Moon Grass from Fog City was far more effective at healing than any other herb. The wound, which had been bleeding, slowly stopped. Why do you say the entire Fog City is protecting Zhao Jian? Jiang Chen asked while cleaning Aya's wound. These gray-white people of Fog City must protect Zhao Jian. If he dies, then their abilities will disappear? Aren't these gray-white people's abilities grafted onto White Willow's abilities? Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little confused at this point. You already been to the underground lab. Aya leaned against the stone wall. Most of the gray-white people in the canyon are Zhao Jian's descendants, Zhao Zhen, Zhao Fan. They're all his children. Only his children, the White Willow, would choose to share their powers. You mean the prerequisite for sharing powers is Zhao Jian's bloodline? No wonder Zhao Zhen, despite his obvious hatred for Zhao Jian, still had to serve that old man. That's right. Zhao Jian can mentally control the people in the canyon. After all, this place was previously inhabited by the White Willow. Aya. After Zhao Zhen kidnapped Zhao Jian, she would drink his blood every day when changing his bandages. So as long as Zhao Zhen stays in the canyon, everyone will unconditionally dedicate themselves and sacrifice for him. Aya looked at Jiang Chen and continued. But you're different. You enter the canyon, and although you've been affected by this, you still maintain your independent thoughts. Jiang Chen chuckled wryly. No wonder Zhao Zhen and Zhao Jian hadn't let her go. But what exactly was this White Willow, and why was it doing this? Its behavior far exceeded Jiang Chen's understanding of mutated plants. It seemed that killing Zhao Jian would indeed be difficult. It was practically an act of antagonism against the entire Fog City. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. They were all in the canyon, and Zhao Jian was here too. Professor Norman had initially planned to dismember Zhao Jian, but upon arriving at the canyon, he had changed his mind. Could it be? Aya, noticing Jiang Chen's surprise, explained, Zhao Jian's life has been hanging by a thread by Zhao Zhen for years. His mental control over the people within the canyon area is much weaker than before, but I suspect that while he can't control your professor's thoughts and actions, influencing his behavior is still quite possible. While Jiang Chen would be overjoyed if he could make that old man Norman fail miserably, if that old fellow Zhao Jian succeeded, the consequences were self-evident. Aya, when did Zhao Zhen stop going to the stone nest in the dense forest? Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Aya frowned, recalling, her expression suddenly turning fearful and pale. Jiang Chen instantly knew the answer. You stay here for now. I think I need to confirm something first. Jiang Chen stood up. He suddenly asked, by the way, where's Zhao Zhen? Aya lowered her head, no question. So that day you used our people to come find me, but actually you just ran away? But the most dangerous place is the safest place. You're safe hiding in the canyon now. No, he won't come looking for me again. Aya turned her face away, no longer speaking. Jiang Chen glanced at Aya's still pale face, turned around, and jumped into the water. The sky was still slightly bright. A knock sounded at the door. Xiao Jiang, it's me, Hai Tianai. Jiang Chen opened the door. This is what you asked me to find. Hai Tianai handed Jiangchen the contents of a brown paper bag. Jiangchen opened the bag and looked inside. Hai Tianai said, "Why did you suddenly think of finding these things?" "Naturally, it's to kill, save someone. Seeing these things will remind me of the past. Maybe someone who's been suicidal will come to their senses," Jiangchen said ambiguously. Hai Tianai couldn't immediately guess what Jiangchen was planning to do. Before setting off, Jiangchen went to the small pool again and casually tossed down a pebble wrapped in brown paper. Then, resolutely, he turned his back and walked out of the canyon. Aya, inside the cave, opened the brown paper. It read, "Meet me at the stone nest in the dense forest. I will become the knife in your hand." Chapter 117. At the dining table on the first floor. "I can't believe you can still eat." "Well, you're going to die anyway, might as well die well," Kane said sarcastically, hands in his pockets. Jiangchen swallowed the food in her mouth and stood up. "Kane, brush your teeth more often." She pointed at Kane's mouth, "Otherwise your breath will stink." You? Kane hadn't expected Jiangchen to be so fearless. I. What? Just stating the facts. Besides, I'm going to die anyway, so I'm not afraid of trouble. I take someone down with me before I die, so I won't be lonely," Jiangchen said sinisterly. Kane took a few steps back. He had seen Jiangchen's knife before. Jiangchen didn't bother looking at Kane's angry, liver-colored face. Who told him to mess with her so early in the morning, ruining her meal? Jiangchen looked at the modified car in the distance. She should be thankful that this time, they went to the stone nest in the dense forest by car, instead of walking there step by step, like last time. Zhao Jian was wheeled out in a wheelchair. It seemed he had rested well these past 2 days, at least on the surface. Standing beside him was a gray-haired man. He hadn't looked closely inside, but now, seeing him from the outside, his features did resemble Zhao Xun's. Chen Yima walked over and whispered a few words to Pei Du, but Pei Du clearly rejected his suggestion. He walked up to Jiangchen with a sour face. "Tell me, why are you involved in everything? You make it sound like I enjoy being involved in all this," Jiangchen retorted angrily. Hai Tianai had been assigned by Norman to guard the underground base. Jiangchen glanced around regretfully and walked towards the modified vehicle ahead. "Jiangchen, come back alive," Chen Yima whispered in her ear. Jiangchen didn't stop walking, but with her back turned, she gave a cool okay sign. But then she suddenly seemed to remember the people of Eden. Did they understand this gesture? She chuckled, shook her head, and walked forward. Jiangchen sat in the back seat, looking at Pei Du in the driver's seat. She thought about how she almost died at Pei Du's hands when she first arrived in this world, but now, only a few months later, her situation seemed to have changed, yet it also seemed unchanged. Zhao Jian sat in the passenger seat. After all, none of them had been to the stone nest in the dense forest. They didn't even have a map. They needed her to lead the way. Leaving the canyon, the car was as quiet as ever. Jiangchen looked at XT006 sitting on her left. The breeze flowing in through the window brushed the hair from his forehead, revealing a smooth, full forehead. His eyes were closed, his silvery eyelashes fluttering slightly. If you ignore the scene where he easily tore apart the mutated animals, then XT006 is definitely the kind of kid adults adore. Jiangchen looked away and took out a huge bento box and a box of washed fruit from her small backpack. Hai Tianai had given it to her when he gave her the leather bag. She was in too much of a rush earlier, and with Kane around, she hadn't even had a chance to eat much before being urged to get in the car. Now it was just the right time to enjoy some food. Pei Du saw Jiangchen sitting in the middle of the car in the rearview mirror, enthusiastically stuffing piece after piece of food into her mouth. Did she think she was on a picnic? XT006 couldn't help but glance at her sideways. Jiangchen wasn't one to eat alone, so she immediately handed XT006 the cherry tomatoes she didn't like. XT006 looked down at the deep red cherry tomato on her pale fingertip and shook her head. Okay. Jiangchen regretfully popped the cherry tomato into her mouth. She glanced at Zhao Jian, who had been observing her since getting into the car, but ignored him, turning her gaze to the outside. They were getting closer and closer to the stone nest in the dense forest. Based on Aya's memories, the white willows that appeared in the canyon shouldn't be the original form. Jiangchen had learned in her general education course that mutated plants often reproduce very quickly, and to kill them, their original form must be destroyed, just like the sea vines before. Suddenly, a violent jolt occurred, accompanied by the sound of something piercing. Pei Du got out of the car, checked the area, and then looked towards the deepest part of the fog ahead. If we go any further, The car can't go any further. We have to walk, Pei-du said. Everyone followed suit and got out of the car. There were simply too many waist-high bushes. Even though the car had been modified, clearing the bushes and making a path was extremely difficult. However, there was a narrow mountain path less than a meter wide, likely opened up long ago, but in recent years, due to sparse footsteps, it had been largely overtaken by bushes eager to expand their territory. The gray-haired man took out a wheelchair and diligently pushed Zhao Jian, with Pei-du leading the way and XT006 bringing up the rear, perfectly sandwiching Jiang Chen in the middle. Jiang Chen walked obediently through the forest. Although the future held uncertainties, the beautiful scenery before her still filled her with awe. They had now fully entered the territory of the dense forest stone nest, as the surrounding plants were growing vigorously with an unusual vitality. Her feet trod on mottled lichen and moss, and she saw rows of old trees standing haphazardly, their trunks straight and thick, their dense canopies blocking out the sun, lush and verdant. Morning sunlight dappled through the veil of mist, falling on the knee-high clumps of grass, dark red flowers dotting the swaying blades, the damp air mingling with the fragrance of fresh grass. Suddenly Jiang Chen stopped, and XT006, standing behind her, stopped as well. She opened her palm, watching the slightly translucent, fluffy substance fall into it, and murmured to herself, I didn't expect spring to arrive so soon. She remembered the heavy snowfall when she first came to this world. Pei-du stopped and walked up to Jiang Chen. After the two crises, the surface temperature has become polarized, with scorching summers and frigid winters prolonged, making it difficult to accurately predict the seasons. So you? Jiang Chen gently tossed the fluffy substance in her hand. It was carried by the breeze to take root and sprout in a new place. The white willow is a dioecious plant, and there are certain differences between the two. The difference lies in the fact that spring is the flowering season for the female white willow. The fluffy substance you just saw is its seed. It releases a fluffy, downy substance in spring. Her gaze was fixed on Zhao Jian, the only one who hadn't turned around. She continued, so I think there must be a giant white willow in the stone nest of the dense forest. The longer a plant grows, the more sensitive it is to seasonal changes. After all, only in this way can they seize the initiative and better prolong their lives. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, brown vines suddenly appeared from among the grass blades, rushing towards Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Chen turned and swung her knife, severing the oncoming vines. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to arrive so late. Zhao Jian emerged from the forest, her entire being shrouded in a chilling aura even under the sunlight. Jiang Chen suddenly took a few steps back. They were now in the stone nest of the dense forest, where the white willow's true form was located. As a gray-white person, Zhao Jian could maximize her abilities here, enjoying the best home field advantage. No, not only Zhao Jian, but also Zhao Jian, not far from her, and the gray-white person lurking in the shadows. Zhao Jian looked at them gently, lightly raising her arm and waving it. Rusting sounds came from all directions. They were surrounded. Chapter 118. Inside the canyon. Erican, as we agreed beforehand, shouldn't you hand over the items today? Norman said. Erican readily placed the research results of the cell regeneration factor CRS-12 on the lab table, saying, you provide the equipment, I provide the technology, a pleasant transaction. However, there's one thing I'm curious about. You already possess XT006, something said to be even more powerful than the Divine Steel. Why are you sending XT006 out to search for the Divine Steel this time? Norman placed the research results of the cell regeneration factor CRS-12 into the experimental chamber. I always heard you're engrossed in the research of mutated plants. I didn't expect you to be interested in these things as well. We're fellow students, after all, so naturally I'm concerned about your movements. Norman smiled sarcastically. Erican, knowing too much might not be of any benefit to you. Erican shook his head indifferently. By spreading this information, you're trying to do the opposite of what you intend. Claiming XT006 is more powerful than the Divine Steel is just a ploy to lure someone into testing it, hoping to find the Divine Steel. Erican's words caused Norman to pause in his work of packing up the experimental reagents. Erican, creating XT006, and finding the Divine Steel aren't contradictory. Looking towards the stone nest in the dense forest, Erican suddenly turned back and continued, have you considered that perhaps someone else has the same idea as you, using the Divine Steel to test XT006? Erican, you and I should both know how difficult and precious the Divine Steel is to find. While XT006 can sense the location of the Divine Steel, it's not always accurate, Norman said. Erican understood Norman's implication, but who would use a Divine Steel as bait? This was almost above the Garden of Eden. It was simply unimaginable. But don't you think everything happened incredibly cleverly? The divine steel in the ruins seemed to have appeared on purpose, and unsurprisingly, another one appeared here. Norman was startled. He hadn't expected Erican, so far away in the fog city, to know so much about what was happening at the suspended tower. This made him worry that the suspended tower might not be as safe as he had thought. Who was behind Erican? However, as the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. He had also felt that the divine steel in the ruins near the suspended tower appeared too cleverly, as if it had been deliberately placed there beforehand. But at the time, all his attention was focused on whether XT006 could lure the divine steel out, so he overlooked this clue. Erican's words did indeed bring a startling guess to Norman's mind. Perhaps someone really was manipulating the divine steel to test XT006. Seeing Norman's slightly changed expression, Erican felt a surge of satisfaction. Even his self-proclaimed clever junior brother had miscalculated. Norman looked at Erican's smiling face, and said in a low voice, "So you deliberately made me stay here today?" "I was just going with the flow. I wanted to see the true strength of this XT006. Norman closed the experimental chamber tightly. If he didn't want him and XT006 to go to the forest stone nest, there was only one reason. This person knew him. The forest stone nest. Pei-Du transformed into his wolf form, but the dense, thick trees of the forest stone nest greatly reduced their fighting space, and these gray-white creatures were extremely skilled at concealment. For a time, in the ensuing struggle, Pei-Du couldn't gain the upper hand. Zhao Jin slowly walked toward Zhao Jian, who was sitting in a wheelchair. "Wow! Jin is so handsome!" Miss Jiang exclaimed excitedly. "It's a battle now, a battle. Is this a time to admire men?" Little Jiang grabbed Miss Jiang. Jiang Chen acted decisively, slicing his palm with a broken knife to control his mind. Sure enough, in the dense stone nest, Zhao Jin's mental control was further strengthened. Meanwhile, XT006 attacked Zhao Jin like a flying shadow. A slight surprise flashed in Zhao Jin's eyes. He was completely unaffected. Suddenly, thick fog appeared around XT006. With faint flashes of light blue lightning, and XT's figure was instantly submerged in the white fog. Jiang Chen involuntarily tightened his grip on the broken knife. But only a moment later, the white figure, like a ghost, passed through the fog, heading straight for Zhao Jin's face. Suddenly, greenish-brown vines appeared in front of Zhao Jin, quickly surrounding XT006 and binding it. XT006 yanked with both hands, easily tearing the thick vines to the ground. XT006 was much stronger than she had imagined. Jiang Chen turned around, and saw countless vines tightly surrounding Zhao Jian behind her. She walked forward. Zhao Jian's expression was one of smug satisfaction, watching the tigers fight from the sidelines. At this rate, Zhao Jian wouldn't suffer a crushing defeat, but he would be significantly weakened, allowing Jiang Chen to regain actual control of Fog City. "Zhao Jian, didn't you say you'd take me to see the controller of the dense forest stone nest?" Jiang Chen asked through the dense, menacing vines. Zhao Jian glared at her with a vicious look. A brown vine silently emerged from the dense grass, suspending Jiang Chen from above. She surrendered without resistance. Hanging, Jiang Chen swung through the trees, sharp leaves cutting her exposed skin. She looked back, seeing only blurry figures of Pei-Du and XT006. Looking down, she saw Zhao Jian strolling leisurely. They were probably heading towards the White Willow. "Zhao Jian, what did you promise Professor Norman?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. Norman's purpose for this trip was undoubtedly twofold. To find a method to create gifted children and the divine steel. While the method for creating gifted children had been found, Zhao Jian and his team had researched for years without finding a solution to the problem of gifted children losing their abilities upon leaving Fog City. Therefore, asking Zhao Jian to solve this problem was impossible. The second was to find the divine steel. Jiang Chen could indeed sense the presence of the divine steel on Zhao Jian's body, but the feeling was extremely weak, sometimes almost imperceptible. But assuming the divine steel is on White Willow, wouldn't Norman's idea of obtaining it through Zhao Jian is far too simplistic? Would White Willow so easily hand over the divine steel, a treasure cherished by Eden? "I didn't expect you to still have the mind to ask these questions at a time like this," Zhao Jian sneered. "As far as I ever been concerned, I'm good at asking questions," Jiang Chen said, looking at Zhao Jian with an inquisitive expression. "But I don't want to tell you," Zhao Jian said with a wicked smile. "Fine, if you won't tell me, I just have to guess." Jiang Chen strolled casually through the woods. "Your relationship with White Willow is definitely not ordinary." Zhao Jian ignored Jiang Chen's mutterings, and let the white-skinned man beside him continue pushing him forward. Jiang Chen continued, "Look at you, crippled in both legs, disfigured, and without any special abilities. White Willow has been incredibly devoted to you, even sharing her own abilities for you, which is why her true form is weak and she's been living in a stone nest in the dense forest." Zhao Jian's veins bulged as he unconsciously gripped the wheelchair handles, a movement that Jiang Chen noticed. Moreover, to maintain your rule in Fog City, they use the unbreakable barrier of blood ties to create a natural barrier for you, forcing everyone in Fog City to submit to you. "Tell me, who came up with this idea?" Jiang Chen said sarcastically. "And these women, I think they were probably abducted by Bipilia through controlling the trees outside of Fog City, right? After all, who would guard against a tree?" She paused, looking into the distance. "Of course, you must have played a part in it too. You must be an expert in hallucinogen development. After all, those green hallucinogens in the canyon are extremely effective. By the way, Aya's mother, did you personally teach her how to identify the herbs of Fog City? You dare mention her." Zhao Jian stopped his wheelchair and shouted sternly. "Ha, do you even deserve it? You rapist. You don't actually think Aya's mother loved you, do you? She was just pretending to protect her child. I bet she told you to treat Aya well during childbirth, then died in labor. Don't you think she did it on purpose? She just wanted to die rather than give birth to your child." Jiang Chen swung the rattan cane, saying casually, "That's true. After all, what normal woman would fall in love with a spineless coward hiding behind another woman? By the way, there's Xiaozhen, whom you admire and are most proud of. If he broke the blood curse on his body, wouldn't you be the first person he kills? What a pity, what a shame. Everyone you want to keep around despises you, even hates you. What's the point of living? You're not even human. Kill her! Kill her!" Zhao Jian roared hysterically, struggling to get up from his wheelchair, tear Jiang Chen apart, and drink every drop of her blood. Spiky vines surrounding him suddenly attacked Jiang Chen. With all her might, Jiang Chen broke free of the vines binding her, the thorns piercing her arms, back, and legs. Jiang Chen wore the white uniform of a city guard. Although the uniform was made of a special material that could withstand a certain degree of physical attack, the thorns were extremely sharp, and small drops of crimson blood scattered around. "Aya now!" Jiang Chen shouted. Aya, who had been hiding in the bushes, suddenly leaped out, a dagger flashing as she forcefully stabbed at Zhao Jian, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Zhao Jian, seeing Aya's unpainted face, was momentarily stunned, watching the sharp dagger come hurtling towards him. Chapter 119. The gray-haired man beside Zhao Jian lunged forward, shielding him from a fatal blow. His expression showed no fear, no hesitation. The action seemed to stem entirely from his deepest thoughts. The gray-haired man slowly closed his eyes, his expression utterly serene. Aya, having failed in her first attack, quickly pushed the gray-haired man aside, attempting a second strike. But Zhao Jian was on guard. The vines that had been attacking Jiang Chen swiftly returned to Zhao Jian's side, one of them knocking the dagger from Aya's hand. Now, they had lost their best chance to kill Zhao Jian. Jiang Chen swung her knife, severing the vines beside her. Zhao Jian, dragged by the brown vines, vanished instantly into the dense forest. Aya collapsed to the ground, clutching the weeds. Zhao Jian had escaped. She had missed her best opportunity to kill him. If she had been faster, would the outcome have been different? Jiang Chen helped Aya, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, to her feet. Her abdominal wound was still bleeding. The silver moon grass's effects hadn't taken hold yet, and she had rushed here to ambush them. "Aya, let's keep going in," Jiang Chen said. "There's no chance. That's White Willow's lair. We can't kill Zhao Jian here, let alone closer to White Willow," Aya mumbled incoherently. Jiang Chen looked at Aya's almost bloodless face, released her hand, and prepared to continue forward. "Jiang Chen, going any further is just suicide," Aya said. Jiang Chen turned around, looked down at Aya, and said, "Since we're already here, we should at least check in." Without looking back, she continued forward. Aya watched Jiang Chen's figure gradually blur, clutched her wound, silently got up, and followed. The further they went, the more humid the air became, and the plants on both sides grew upwards with vigorous vitality. Through the thin mist, Jiang Chen saw a towering mountain wall, with a narrow crevice in the middle, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. She approached the crevice. The edges of the stone wall were jagged, unlikely to be caused by cold weapons or machinery. It seemed more like the result of some plant roots breaking through the stone wall over time. Jiang Chen lifted her foot and walked forward. The deep darkness was like a curtain covering her eyes. Jiang Chen suddenly entered such a pitch-black space, instantly losing all sense of direction. She couldn't help but stop, but fortunately, she had spent a long time inside the black capsule and quickly adapted. In this darkness, her eyes were rendered useless. Jiang Chen closed them, using her ears to perceive everything. There was the faint sound of flowing water, the silhouette of some reptile slowly crawling across the stone wall, the faint breathing of some unknown animal, and footsteps not far behind her. Many paths seemed to lie before her, but the unknown path might lead to a completely different fate. Jiang Chen gripped the knife tightly, trying to feel the mysterious force drawing her forward. She continued to walk slowly forward. Suddenly, the valley opened up. Without any mist, the bright moonlight scattered across the valley. The banks of the lake were covered with orange-red maple leaves. Although it wasn't the season's vibrant color, the red leaves were a sight to behold, growing with all their might. But what truly caught the eye was the white willow on the opposite shore of the lake. Its crown was a vibrant green, and its silvery white branches swayed gently in the breeze, the leaves rustling softly against each other. The trunk was pure white, as if covered in blue-white frost. Mysterious and ethereal fireflies danced around it, tracing streaks of light in the air. Zhao Jian lay beneath the white willow, its thick, brown roots embracing him tightly, like two lovers nestled together. Jiang Chen slowly stepped into the water, the cold biting to the bone. She now understood the source of Cold Wind Lake. She broke off a maple branch floating on the surface. The stems and leaves were still vibrant green. This seemed to explain why the woman's body, thrown into Cold Wind Lake, hadn't decayed or died. However, Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. At least 10 minutes had passed since she entered, and the white willow had been observing her without showing any sign of attacking. Jiang Chen climbed ashore. Zhao Jian was only 10 steps away. At this distance, killing him technically wouldn't be difficult, but looking up at the willow branches swaying in the wind, she realized that killing Zhao Jian was more difficult than ever before. Zhao Jian's eyes were closed, his complexion much better, as if he had become several years younger. However, none of this was Jiang Chen's focus right now. She approached the white willow, raised her hand, touched its trunk, and closed her eyes. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of a heartbeat. She looked up, listening to the rustling of the willow leaves, a sound filled with tenderness, joy, and longing. This was the first time Jiang Chen had ever seen such a gentle, mutated plant. No, it should be a species combining humans and mutated plants. In her general education course, Professor Wan Xianyang had mentioned that humans had attempted to graft the supernatural abilities of mutated plants onto themselves, since most mutated plants were gentler and easier to control than mutated animals. However, all attempts ultimately failed. But now, in the Misty City, in this valley, exists an incredibly powerful new species, a fusion of mutated plants and humans. Slender, tender green willow branches slowly reached out, gently touching Jiang Chen's cheek, seemingly with the joy of finding a kindred spirit. Jiang Chen extended her palm, and the tender green, downy willow branches wrapped around her hand. Her wounds were slowly healing at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, footsteps came from the other side of the lake. Jiang Chen turned around and saw XT006, his body covered in wounds, but his expression seemed indifferent. The previously gentle white willow suddenly became alert, and the tender green vines in her hand tensed. XT006 waded across the lake towards them, countless vines attacking him. The vines, crackling with electricity, spread through the water, the crackling of electricity mingling with the sound of the vines striking each other, instantly enveloping XT006. But suddenly, the water surface exploded like a flower blooming, and XT006 abruptly broke free from the vines. Jiang Chen. XT006's voice came from the lake. Jiang Chen, standing on the shore, looked at XT006, but made no further move. XT006's cold eyes were devoid of warmth. The two were locked in combat again. Jiang Chen closed her eyes, focusing her attention on sensing the precise location of that mysterious power. Suddenly, the vine in her hand snapped back, causing the white willow branches to shake violently. The surrounding lake water and the maple trees nearby were battered by the thick willow branches, scattering red maple leaves into the lake, staining half the water crimson like blood. It all happened so suddenly. Jiang Chen whirled around and saw Zhao Jian using the brown vine to support himself, aiming a syringe filled with a black reagent at the roots of the white willow. Zhao Jian's ruddy face was filled with longing, hatred, anticipation, and resentment, a complex expression that made his already terrifying features even more distorted. Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward and kicked Zhao Jian to the ground. But Zhao Jian seemed completely unconcerned, shouting wildly, "Finally mine! Finally mine. Jiangchen, watching the frenzied white willow attacking everything around it in a suicidal frenzy, grabbed Xiao Jian by the collar. This is the deal you made with Norman, using him to get the divine steel? How could you be so stupid, doing all the work for someone else? Xiao Jian scoffed. What do you know? That arrogant Norman thinks he can take the divine steel from me? He's dreaming. Suddenly, a black vine shot out from behind Xiao Jian, sweeping Jiangchen away. Beneath Xiao Jian's already burned skin, something seemed to pulsate, like tree roots or vines. He triumphantly pressed his hand against his abdomen. A section of tree root had pierced through it. The blood flowing from Xiao Jian's body was a thick, greenish-brown. Chapter 120. Jiangchen drew her sword and charged at Xiao Jian, but Xiao Jian had already shared some of Bai Pai Lu's abilities and easily dodged her attack. Behind her, the suddenly berserk Bai Pai Lu began indiscriminately attacking any creature except Xiao Jian. XT-006 could practically be considered a biological weapon, fearless, single target, and seemingly tireless, capable of fighting endlessly. However, compared to Bai Pai Lu, who possessed the divine steel, this disparity in power became apparent after a prolonged attack. The Bai Pai Lu's lightning-streaked branches struck XT-006's shoulder, and his shoulder visibly snapped with a crack, only hanging from the skin. Jiangchen was also in a difficult position. She not only had to deal with Bai Pai Lu's attacks, but also guard against Xiao Jian's sneak attacks. Xiao Jian stared intently at Jiangchen. He and the White Willow had formed a complete symbiotic relationship. Whatever the Willow could sense, he could sense too. He could sense that this girl possessed something he desperately desired. The divine tablet. Consuming her would grant him even greater power. The black willow vines around him swiftly swooped down towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen leaped backward, quickly disappearing into the lake. The black vines churned and thrashed in the water, determined to seize her. Blood-red maple leaves drifted across the lake's surface, providing considerable cover, but simply hiding like this might not be enough to escape Xiao Jian's clutches. Jiangchen used the maple leaves as cover to slightly rise above the water. The crack in the mountainside was now sealed by the dense vines of the white willow. Escaping now was virtually impossible. Not far away, XT-006 continued its relentless battle like a perpetual motion machine, though it was already riddled with wounds. Jiangchen took a deep breath and swam towards the bottom of the lake. This place connected to Cold Wind Lake, so besides that crack, there must be another exit. The icy lake water silently tried to penetrate the intruder's body. Jiangchen laboriously used her broken sword to cut through the floating weeds in the lake. The lakebed was jagged with strange rocks, but a faint light finally appeared before her. Jiangchen swam towards it with all her might. What came into view was a waterway, half blocked by rocks. Two people could pass side by side, and the waterway wasn't completely submerged, so there was no risk of drowning. Jiangchen entered the passage and felt around for a while. She saw planktonic creatures rooted beside the underwater passage, with a few strands of green hair attached to them. They were undoubtedly the water corpses from Cold Wind Lake. Therefore, this waterway must lead to Cold Wind Lake, allowing her to escape this place. Jiangchen crawled towards the waterway, but suddenly stopped. No, she couldn't walk yet. Hunger gripped every cell of her body. She looked at the broken knife in her hand, its sharp blade reflecting her pale face, but a glint of light flashed in her dark eyes at the edge. Jiangchen stretched out her forearm and slashed it with the broken knife. Fragrant red blood flowed down the lake towards the other end of the waterway, forming a long red trail. The bone-chilling lake water felt like icy needles piercing her skin, and Jiangchen instinctively hugged herself tighter. She was both grateful that the icy water would slow her blood loss and grateful that other creatures would have little chance of survival beneath it, allowing her to lure what she desired. Jiangchen stared dazedly at the fluctuating water, her extreme blood loss blurring her focus. She wondered what was happening up there. Was XT-006 still fighting? Had Bai Pili recovered? Was Xiao Jian's plan about to succeed? And was Aya hiding? Her eyelids drooped unconsciously, her broken sword slipping from her hand, floating in the water, its tip pointing directly at Jiangchen's heart, yet somehow dispelling the chill of the lake. Jiangchen, come back alive. A familiar voice rang in her ears. Jiangchen jolted awake, opening her eyes. The water was slowly moving forward on the other side of the channel. She gripped the broken sword tightly and swam upwards. XT-006, tireless, attacked Bai Pili with all its might, only to see black vines suddenly appear behind him, piercing his heart. XT-006, who had remained expressionless, looked down at its heart. So this was pain. Jiangchen surfaced and witnessed this scene. A wave of shock washed over her, XT006 allure vanished. But this shouldn't be happening. Last time, outside the suspended tower, the giant carrying the divine tablet had practically fled in disarray from XT006. But now, however, now wasn't the time to ponder these questions. The churning sound of the water was drawing closer. You didn't run away. Zhao Jian looked at the soaking wet, bloodless Jiang Chen with interest. If I left, you lose a witness to your glorious achievement. Sharp-tongued. Jiang Chen watched as the black vines replaced Zhao Jian's crippled legs. He seemed to be thoroughly enjoying it, strolling along the lakeside. Behind her, the white willow visibly withered rapidly, but it offered no resistance, slowly drooping its branches, awaiting the passage of time. Zhao Jian, your facial burns could have been healed with current technology, and so could your legs. Why do you choose to live like this, neither human nor ghost, until today? Jiang Chen glanced calmly at the other side of the maple forest. Zhao Jian hadn't expected this little girl to still be stalling for time. Don't waste my breath. I won't answer any of your questions. His dark gaze fell on Jiang Chen, and before he finished speaking, the black vines attacked her. Fine, you're the one who doesn't want to talk, so don't blame me for being harsh. You coward, you just wanted to exploit her guilt towards you, so all these years you become this pathetic mess, trying to gain her sympathy. I'm telling you, if you're going to start over, just change your name to Zhao Jisheng, Zhao the Parasite. It's a perfect match for you. Jiang Chen ripped away the last shred of dignity Zhao Jian had left, and he attacked her hysterically. But the girl was incredibly fast, like an eel, dodging the attacks of the black vines. Soon, the black vines covered the water's surface, slowly enveloping her. Zhao Jian seized the opportunity, extending a black vine from behind Jiang Chen, aiming at her heart. He thrust it forcefully. Suddenly, the girl vanished. Zhao Jian swam to the lake's surface, wanting to investigate. Behind him, a broken knife appeared, aimed at his back. The surrounding vines quickly protected Zhao Jian. Jiang Chen's knife only grazed his shoulder. Zhao Jian turned around in astonishment and saw the girl slash her arm with a knife, splattering blood on his face. He was then kicked into the lake. So this is your superpower? That's all you got? Zhao Jian said mockingly, looking at the girl in her white uniform, half stained with blood, standing under the red maple tree. My abilities are far more than this, Jiang Chen said coldly, her smile fading. Although she had only used her superpower briefly, Jiang Chen could clearly feel her limbs gradually stiffening. Zhao Jian tried to stand up using the vines, but suddenly felt something surge towards him from all around, and the sound of gnawing filled the air. Several female water corpses surfaced, rushing towards Zhao Jian in the water. Zhao Jian waved some black vines, trying to drive them away. But there were simply too many water corpses, densely packed around Zhao Jian. Even as sharp vines pierced their bodies, they relentlessly gnawed at his flesh, their once vacant eyes now filled with venomous hatred. The red and green liquids in the lake mingled, a mixture of death and life. Zhao Jian's piercing cry echoed through the valley, "Save me! Save me!" Not far away, the white willow seemed to regain a glimmer of life, its tender green branches reaching towards the mangled figure of Zhao Jian in the lake. Jiang Chen stepped forward, picked up his broken knife, and chopped the willow branches. "Aya, this is your second chance." He then directly blocked the white willow that was trying to save Zhao Jian. Chapter 121. Aya, who had been hiding in the maple forest, emerged and walked towards Zhao Jian. A figure, its face completely disfigured, suddenly came into Aya's view, devouring Zhao Jian. Long submerged in the lake, half of its face was deathly pale and swollen, only a foot away from hers. Its irises, obscured by a murky white film, stared intently at her like fish eyes. Aya gripped her dagger tightly, staring stiffly at the familiar figure she once knew. The sounds of Jiang Chen's desperate struggle to stop the attack reached her ears. Aya took another step forward. The water corpses, smelling the scent of living people, turned their heads. A pale, swollen face met her gaze in an eerie silence, but Aya continued forward. This time, she would succeed. Upon seeing Aya's figure, Zhao Jian's desperate eyes blazed with a desperate will to survive. "Aya, Aya, all these years I treated you like my own daughter. I promise, if I leave this world alive, I will make it up to you, make it up to you." Zhao Jian's body had been gnawed beyond recognition, his face and flesh were torn into strips, his tongue desperately protruding from his throat, his eyes bulging out of their sockets, pleading for Aya's salvation. The nearest water corpse to Zhao Jian reached out a viscous, swollen hand and ripped off Zhao Jian's scarlet tongue, shoving it into its mouth and chewing it frantically. Zhao Jian struggled violently in the water in terror and despair. When Aya finally approached Zhao Jian, the water corpses miraculously parted to make way for her. Aya looked at the familiar figure, but the corpse turned its back to her and didn't turn around. Zhao Jian saw Aya, his cloudy old eyes welling with green liquid as he pleaded humbly. Aya coldly looked at him, and with a swift movement, her knife fell. Zhao Jian's head, still attached to his neck due to the water, stared in horror as his life ended in such a way. His last sight was of Aya's indifferent gaze beneath the blood-red maple forest, while behind her, the water corpses surged towards him, frantically tearing apart his body. Zhao Jian's breath vanished, and the white willow let out a faint howl, hysterically attacking Jiangchen. At the crucial moment, Jiangchen had exhausted all her strength using her supernatural abilities, completely drained. Now, clinging to life by her last breath, the willow branches, like iron chains, slammed her against the stone wall. She immediately felt at least 3 of her ribs break. Jiangchen propped herself up, and a willow vine shot towards her head. Suddenly, Aya stepped in front of Jiangchen. "Louis, Zhao Jian is dead. Haven't you woken up yet?" Her words, as cold as ice, struck by Pilia's heart. Louis, how long had it been since she heard anyone call that name? 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. Jiangchen wiped the blood from her mouth. Half her body felt numb. If Aya hadn't been supporting her, she wouldn't have been able to stand. This was a consequence of excessive use of her powers. But now she had to deliver the final blow. "I don't know why you're so devoted to Zhao Jian, but now you need to know his true feelings." Jiangchen looked at Aya beside her. Aya nodded, then grabbed the white willow's vine. The willow's irises turned white. It tried to pull away from Aya's grasp, but in a distant memory, it heard the most important person in its life mention its name again. "Who's in the photo?" a gentle woman's voice asked. Aya, supporting Jiangchen, trembled uncontrollably. Jiangchen gripped her arm tightly. "Louis, my ex-wife." Zhao Jian lay on the bed, seemingly reading a book. "Where is she now?" The woman put the photo back into the dusty box. Zhao Jian seemed impatient, but seeing the woman's slightly protruding belly, he sat up and asked, "Ah Yuan, come here." The woman named Ah Yuan sat obediently beside him, and Zhao Jian lovingly stroked her belly. "She's a thing of the past, Ah Yuan. Wait a little longer. Once I figure out a way to transfer all of White Willow's abilities, we can leave Fog City. But White Willow has helped us so much." Zhao Jian suddenly interrupted her. "That's what it should do, and all that energy is a complete waste on it. We're just making these powers work better." "Won't White Willow die?" the woman asked worriedly. She always felt that the White Willow in the canyon was sometimes very gentle. "Ah Yuan, don't worry about these unimportant things. Your most important thing now is to give birth to our child. Once the child is born, we can start our plans." The scene shifts to Jiangchen's familiar laboratory. Professor Norman sat in front of a pile of instruments, seemingly researching a plan to dismember Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "If you're looking for the divine steel, I can help you." Norman didn't stop what he was doing. "From what I understand, your promises carry no weight." Zhao Jian smirked. "Besides me, Pilia won't trust anyone. And if you want to leave here, you can't get out without my help." "What? You want to wait for outsiders to rescue you? But I'm afraid you perish in the Fog City before rescue even arrives." "State your demands." Norman's cold gaze swept over him. "I heard that your suspended tower has developed a conductive agent. I need it. In return, I take you out. If the White Willow can't be transplanted, we need to dissect it as a research sample." "No problem. I think you overlooked a very important topic. The ownership of the divine steel. I think the suspended tower is a very important place. If we can leave safely, I will go to the suspended tower." Norman pondered for a moment, then removed the equipment he intended to use to dismember Zhao Jian. All the memories flashed before his eyes, like a revolving lantern. Aya released the vines. The White Willow stood quietly on the shore, as if it had lost all emotion, truly becoming a plant. The silent valley was filled only with the faint breathing of Jiangchen and Aya, and the crunching sound of the water corpses chewing food in the lake. "Louis, whatever you owe Zhao Jian, you shouldn't use them to repay these favors. When you lost your name, did you forget your former identity?" The green willow vines, adrift and without support, floated on the lake surface. Zhao Jian's dismembered body still floated on the lake, the water corpse mechanically chewing its flesh, its eyes blankly fixed on the white willow on the shore. Jiangchen struggled to support herself with the broken knife, inching closer to the still white willow, until she was only a step away from the trunk. Without hesitation, she raised the broken knife and forcefully stabbed it into the heart of the trunk. Chapter 122. Pilia stood before Jiangchen without any resistance. The tip of the broken sword pointed directly at the divine monument. A crack appeared on the blood-red monument, radiating outwards with numerous smaller fissures, until it finally shattered. Blood, shimmering with golden light, flowed down the blade and into Jiangchen's body. The burning and pain within her body arrived as expected, but this time she was prepared. Every muscle in her body twitched, and through her congested eardrums, she could only hear the rapid pounding of her heart. Jiangchen clutched the broken sword tightly, the cool blade soothing her burning heart. Perhaps a quarter of an hour, or perhaps longer, Jiangchen opened her eyes, wiped the sweat from her brow, and stood up, supporting herself with the sword. She was finally full. The feeling of fullness within her body completely eradicated all previous hunger. An endless power seemed to surge within her, as if every vein was throbbing. Jiangchen looked up. The withered branches of the white willows intertwined haphazardly, reflecting the moonlight like water. The mist above the city had long since dissipated, and the soft moonlight poured down evenly onto every patch of soil. The white willows stood silently opposite Jiangchen, their gentle and peaceful aura showing no fear of death, as if they had been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. A withered willow branch gently wrapped around Jiangchen's arm, and the cut on her arm slowly healed under the branch's caress. "Aya, could you do me one last favor?" Jiangchen grasped the willow branch that was about to leave. She had promised Aya in the cave in the canyon that she was willing to be the knife in her hand, but Aya had to help her glimpse Zhao Jian's memories. But now, she wanted to know something else. Aya glanced at Jiangchen, then finally placed her hand on top of Jiangchen's, which was clasped in by Pilia's. Jiangchen's gaze shifted, and he saw a familiar house in a canyon. However, inside the house were a man and a woman. The man was busy in the kitchen, ladling steaming dishes from the pot. He turned, his gentle, kind eyes smiling warmly at his wife sitting in the dining chair. In the thin mist, Jiangchen almost didn't recognize the man before her, but her reason told her that she was now in by Pilia. Lu-Yi's memories. And the person before her was none other than the treacherous, cunning, and ruthless Zhao Jian. However, he was now young and handsome, without burns or disabilities, and his features did indeed bear some resemblance to Zhao Jian. Lu-Yi sat in the chair, frowning, reluctantly removing the meat she didn't like. "I don't like it. But it's nutritious, you're such a picky eater." Zhao Jian looked at her helplessly, but still silently took the meat that Lu-Yi didn't want. "Then Jian, you need to improve your cooking skills, and make what I don't like into what I like," Lu-Yi said sweetly. Okay, I study hard tonight, and try to raise our Lu-Yi to be plump and healthy." Lu-Yi is a personal gardener, and her home is full of all kinds of plants. A precious white willow is the one she has been carefully tending to recently. Zhao Jian works at a pharmaceutical company. Their lives are ordinary, but full of warmth. Until one day, misfortune struck suddenly, shattering this beautiful dream. A sudden earthquake caused violent tremors beneath Cold Wind Lake, followed by a lava eruption and a wildfire. Zhao Jian returned home to find his house engulfed in flames. "Ee!" he cried out. But no one answered amidst the raging fire. Zhao Jian's eyes reflected the burning flames. He soaked himself in water, and resolutely rushed into the inferno. Lu-Yi lay unconscious on the ground, a fallen white willow tree beside her. Zhao Jian helped Lu-Yi up and immediately rushed outside, but the flames, like demons, relentlessly pursued him. Zhao Jian held his wife tightly in his arms. The flames scorched his face, and his body, initially burning with pain, gradually became numb. He mechanically carried her outside. Suddenly, the scorching hot door beam crashed down on them, knocking Zhao Jian to the ground, his legs crushed beneath the molten metal. Enduring the excruciating pain of the burns, his sweat repeatedly drying, Zhao Jian anxiously looked at the person in his arms. Lu-Yi had several minor burn marks on her face. He looked back at his numb legs, then turned back to carefully cover Lu-Yi's mouth and nose with the wet cloth he had used earlier, using his own spine and shoulders to create a safe haven for his beloved. Zhao Jian's heart pressed against his wife's, and he whispered, "Promise me you live." He slowly closed his eyes. Beneath the flames, the white willow branches, now a vibrant green, slowly sprouted new life, their vines winding around the fire, and gently merging into Lu-Yi's arms. Jiangchen gripped the willow vine tightly, feeling her life slowly ebbing away. The thick fog dissipated and then returned. "Why did you save me? What's the point of living like this?" Zhao Jian stared painfully at his reflection in the mirror. Lu-Yi, who had long since merged with the mutated white willow, looked at her husband's disfigured face and amputated legs, unable to utter a single word. She could only try to soothe him with her soft branches. Zhao Jian looked at the willow vine in his hand, his agitated heart calming down. He didn't know why his beloved had become like this, but he needed to protect her no matter what, just as he had promised long ago. I'm a little scared. Zhao Jian lay in bed, worried about how his body and his wife, who had undergone miraculous changes, would survive in the future. But he still gripped the willow branch tightly and said, "But I will protect you." The tender green willow branch twined around Zhao Jian's palm, silently telling itself, "She will definitely become stronger." When did it begin? Perhaps it was the very first time, when Lu Yi first captured an ordinary woman and learned to control her, making her serve Zhao Jian. Or perhaps it was when Lu Yi, by chance, obtained the divine steel, finally possessing it and gradually gaining control of this land. Or perhaps it was when Zhao Jian first begged her, wanting to find a woman with supernatural abilities to bear a child with supernatural powers? Or perhaps it was after that woman appeared. Lu Yi didn't understand why, with each time she agreed, Zhao Jian visited her less and less. She was in immense pain, but still agreed to Zhao Jian's requests. Because she was now too weak, and with her growing power came an overwhelming need to sense everything. The entire fog city was within her grasp. She grew increasingly weary of her life. Zhao Jian had more and more children, and she didn't want to see it all. She longed to return to the carefree days she spent with Zhao Jian. Until Zhao Jian once again begged her, hoping his children could also possess supernatural abilities. White Willow silently agreed again. It was for the best. It would share its energy with his children. When it grew weary of life in Fog City, it had also shared its abilities with the city's flora and fauna, letting them protect Fog City for it, so it wouldn't be forced to watch over Zhao Jian's life anymore. It acquiesced to all of Zhao Jian's actions, and eventually came to the valley, separated from Zhao Jian by the cold wind lake. Whenever he called, it would come to his side. But slowly, it could no longer hear Lu Yi's name. It was all White Willow. White Willow. White Willow. Jiangchen looked at the withered willow leaves in his palm. The rough trunk of the white willow was covered with grayish-brown bumps, a testament to the passage of time. In a daze, Jiangchen seemed to see its former vibrancy superimposed on this withered tree. In the lake, Zhao Jian's corpse had long since been devoured. The empty lake surface was left only with blood-red maple leaves and fallen willow leaves. The water corpses had long since departed. A silver moon was reflected on the silent lake. Chapter 123. Jiangchen pulled XT006, which was floating on the lake, out of the water. Is he dead? I noticed a bloody hole in XT006's chest. Logically speaking, he should be dead. Jiangchen gently pried open his eyelids. However, his cause of death is probably different from ours. Let's get out of here first. Jiangchen dragged XT006 away. White Willow was dead, and the willow vines in the mountain crevice naturally fell away with it. When they left the valley, they discovered that the mist that had shrouded the city had completely vanished. Jiangchen, so it was all part of your plan all along, wasn't it? You used me to let White Willow glean Zhao Jian's thoughts. Winning hearts and minds is paramount. You knew from the start that this was the last straw. Aya suddenly stopped behind him, lowering her head as she spoke. How much ambition can someone have who even chooses to share their own abilities? Jiangchen put XT006 down and turned to look at Aya. Become my blade. Aya smiled bitterly. So that day you didn't agree directly, but went to confirm something. Confirmed by Pai Lu's identity. Jiangchen didn't hide anything either. She went to Hai Tianai hoping he could use his patrol duties to help her search the entire villa. Although the fire nearly destroyed half the villa, many things remained, and for reasons unknown, Zhao Jian had carefully preserved Lu Yi's previous photos and other items. That's why she was confident in starting her next plan, but that wasn't enough. The existence of XT06 and Pei Du would definitely not be conducive to the development of her later plans, so she chose to observe during the previous battle, thus trying to wear down both sides' firepower as much as possible. Jiangchen looked at Aya, whose expression was somewhat unpleasant. Aya, my methods aren't exactly honorable, but even if I have to operate in the shadows, I will definitely get out of this, no matter what it takes. She carried the tattered XT006 on her back and walked forward alone, her figure slowly disappearing. Jiangchen. A figure approached against the light, wearing golden glasses, his thin lips slightly upturned. Jiangchen stopped, carefully examining the person before him, searching his memory for a long time without finding anyone. Who are you? Your future friend, Gui Weichen said with a smile. However, you need to hand over XT006 to me now. I think it might be a problem for you. How absurd. Jiangchen turned his head, intending to ignore him. Gui Wechen sighed, rubbing his forehead. Teenagers are so rude. In an instant, Gui Wechen appeared before Jiang Chen. She hadn't even seen how he moved. Time seemed to stand still, the falling leaves frozen in midair. Little one, although I think this might be a trap, I still really wanted to tell you that your team seems to have been captured by that Zhaozhen. Never mind, I tell you the location too. Aren't I quite considerate? Gui Wechen bent down, looking at Jiang Chen's wide, black onyx eyes, which were completely still. He pointed to a mountain peak in the distance, right there. He said mischievously. He stood up and snapped his fingers. Jiang Chen's vision went black. When she opened her eyes again, XT006 beside her was gone. But now wasn't the time to look for XT006. Regardless of whether what that man said was true or false, she had to find Hai Tianai as soon as possible. Heaven knows what Zhaozhen might do. She changed direction and ran towards the mountain peak. Sure enough, she went without even thinking. Hai Tianai definitely holds a special place in her heart. Do you think the master will be unhappy if he finds out? Gui Wechen said, watching Jiang Chen's departing figure with some displeasure. I think you should worry about yourself. You played such a trick on her. If the master finds out, I see what happens to you. Wan Xianliang placed XT006 into the experimental chamber. She won't be in danger. That person won't live much longer. Besides, we lured Pei Du away. She'd be fine, Gui Wechen said slowly. But did you do this just to see how important Hai Tianai is to her? Gui Wechen, don't challenge the master's bottom line, Wan Xianliang said earnestly. Although he didn't know why the master treated this girl so differently, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to challenge the master's bottom line. Gui Wechen didn't speak, but her gaze remained fixed on the mountain peak. Jiang Chen weaved through layers of bushes. She was thankful the fog in the city had lifted, although it was still night, the moon was bright, and the stars were few, making traversing the mountains relatively easy. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted several clidia plants growing in the woods. Bathed in moonlight, the pure white clidia appeared exceptionally sacred and beautiful in the darkness. Jiang Chen didn't stop, continuing forward. Atop the mountain peak, the biting evening wind whipped her hair around her ears. She saw Zhaozhen sitting under a banyan tree, his gaze sweeping over the entire city. Hearing footsteps, he turned around. It seemed he hadn't gained the upper hand in his fight with Pei Du. He bore several wounds. His warm, melancholic gaze fell on Jiang Chen as he said, "You come." It was as if he had known all along that she would return, and so he had been waiting here. Jiang Chen looked at him, and for some reason, another face flashed through her mind. She gripped the broken knife in her hand, dispelling the inexplicable confusion. "Where's Hai Tianai? Come here." Jiang Chen didn't move. "Louis is dead, our supernatural abilities have all disappeared. What are you afraid of?" Zhaozhen gave a self-deprecating smile. "You know the name White Willow?" Jiang Chen cautiously moved closer. "I was born in Fog City, so investigating things isn't difficult for me." Zhaozhen looked at Jiang Chen, who was still some distance away, his gaze unfocused. Jiang Chen moved a little closer, but his eyes still seemed unfocused. What was wrong with his eyes? "Don't you like the clivia?" Zhaozhen suddenly asked. "What?" It was just his imagination. He knew she hadn't brought that clivia. "Is this the time to discuss this? Where is Hai Tianai?" Jiang Chen pressed. "Jiang Chen, what's it like outside of Fog City?" Zhaozhen's gaze drifted towards the hazy distance beyond the mountains. "Zhaozhen, I don't have time to talk about these things. Tell me where Hai Tianai is." "You like Hai Tianai?" Jiang Chen was taken aback by Zhaozhen's sudden question, but she quickly replied, "I like him. So he's very important to me." Zhaozhen's dark eyes instantly darkened. "But the like I'm talking about is different from what you're talking about here. Friendship is also a kind of like. There are many types of feelings, not just black and white." Zhaozhen suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's sleeve. "So even if he's useless to you, you still like him and will save him?" "Of course." Jiang Chen reached out to pry open his tightly clenched fingers, only to find his hand unusually cold. "Zhaozhen, where is Hai Tianai?" Jiang Chen asked in a harsh tone. Zhaozhen looked up. The moonlight seemed to fall on her, enveloping her in a hazy glow. He could no longer see her face, and next, he would probably never hear her voice again. Why are some people so resilient, able to thrive even in the darkest night, like a clivia in the night? He grasped Jiang Chen's hand, his voice hoarse, and said, "If I tell you where that person is, could you give me a clivia?" "A clivia?" Jiang Chen looked at him questioningly, but finding Hai Tianai was the most important thing now. She replied, "Okay." Zhao Jin whispered Hai Tianya's location, and Jiang Chen quickly stood up and walked forward. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen turned around, only to see an unreadable emotion churning in Zhao Jin's eyes. She uttered a few words silently, but she was too worried about Hai Tianya's safety to listen carefully. She turned back and quickly walked forward. His throat was already filled with venom, his body had long since lost all sensation, all 5 senses were gone, and his world had long since lost all darkness. It's so good to be the person you like. Zhao Jin's unfocused eyes remained fixed on the direction Jiang Chen had left in. The unfinished words disappeared into the first rays of sunlight in the misty city. Chapter 124. Aya, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen followed the direction Zhao Jin pointed and arrived here, only to see Hai Tianyi and Aya emerge from the bushes. Hai Tianyi was also very surprised to see Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, are you alright? I received news that you were captured. He rushed over as soon as he received the news that Jiang Chen had been captured by Pipilu. But before he had gone far, the fog suddenly trembled violently, and then all the fog disappeared. Who sent you the message? A young, gray-haired man, but he disappeared not long after I arrived. By the way, do you know her? We just met on the road, and she said she might be able to find you. Ah! We met in the canyon before. She was also a victim of this place. Jiang Chen chuckled and walked around to exchange a subtle glance with Aya. Aya didn't say anything. Fortunately, Hai Tianyi wasn't one to pry. Looking at Hai Tianyi, who was completely unharmed, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder what Zhao Jin was up to. Where are Major Pei and that silver-haired boy? Hai Tianyi asked. Jiang Chen exchanged a glance with Aya, and Jiang Chen said, we were attacked by the White Willow and got separated. Hai Tianyi didn't suspect anything. Alright, in that case, let's go back as soon as possible. Our mission this time is to protect Professor Norman, so we need to get back to our lodgings quickly. By the way, your name is Aya, right? I think we should be leaving this place soon. If you like, we can send you out. Aya looked up at Hai Tianya's gentle expression, then at the fog-free city, and finally nodded. Jiang Chen walked at the back. She glanced at Aya, who was walking ahead, pondered for a moment, and finally asked in a low voice, Aya, you know the most about the plants of Fog City. I want to ask if this Fog City Clivia is also a mutated plant. It's no wonder Jiang Chen was puzzled. Although the general education class introduced many mutated plants, it mainly focused on mutated plants. She hadn't seen any mention of Clivia. Aya suddenly stopped. You saw Zhao Jin. Aya's affirmative tone made Jiang Chen realize she might have overlooked something. I saw him. Did you give it to him? No, there are plenty near that mountain peak. Why would I give it to him? Jiang Chen pointed in a direction, answering with confusion. Aya's previously calm expression suddenly changed. She looked up at Jiang Chen, her slightly reddened eyes concealing an unreadable emotion. She suddenly turned and ran towards Zhao Jin's location. What's going on? Hai Tianyi was also bewildered by this sudden turn of events. I think I must have overlooked something, Jiang Chen said. Should we follow them and check? I'm worried. Jiang Chen, where is XT006? Hai Tianyi's words were interrupted by a suppressed voice. 3 people emerged from the tall bushes. It was Norman and his group. Aya ran quickly through the bushes, memories flashing through her mind. After her mother disappeared, Zhao Jin found her and secretly brought her food. Later, when Zhao Jin and she were bullied by other, stronger gray-white people, they conspired to get revenge. Zhao Jian subjected her to brutal training day after day. After the roots of White Willow pierced Zhao Jin's scalp, he secretly asked Aya for some herbs, while also helping her drive away the malicious gray-white people. Memories flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. But back then, they firmly believed that killing Zhao Jian would grant them freedom, allowing them to leave Fog City. So, she and Zhao Jin concocted a slow-acting poison using the leaves of the Clivia, a plant unique to Fog City. This poison was colorless and odorless. After ingestion, it would gradually erase their senses, thus killing Zhao Jian. However, Zhao Jian, who had ruled Fog City for nearly 30 years, was not someone they could easily kill. When Zhao Jin learned that killing Zhao Jian would cause all the gray-white people's supernatural abilities to disappear, Fog City became their lifelong prison. Zhao Jin became the new ruler of Fog City as he wished, but everything in Fog City seemed unchanged. Aya watched the surrounding vegetation thin out. The mountain peak was almost reached. Zhao Jin had promised to help her find her mother, but this was merely an excuse to keep her there to help him. She wasn't Zhao Jian's child, and the Fog City couldn't possibly hold her. Perhaps it was self-deception or something else, but Aya naively believed that as long as Zhao Jin became powerful, he would help her find her mother. But in the end, It all seemed so ridiculous. Her mother had long been thrown into the cold wind lake, so she hated Zhao Jian, and even more so Zhao Zhen. They had destroyed everything they had. She slipped poison from a clivia flower onto her handkerchief, watching Zhao Zhen accept it with his own hands. I have finally reached the mountain peak, the warm afterglow of the rising sun illuminating this previously inaccessible area for the first time. The entire Fog City mountain range was gradually illuminated by the sunlight, revealing layers upon layers of peaks. Golden sunlight fell upon the canopy of a giant banyan tree, its emerald leaves swaying gently in the spring breeze, softly humming an unknown song. Aya walked step by step towards the giant banyan tree, facing the sun. The ground beneath the tree was deserted, save for a single, blood-stained clivia, its pristine white petals shimmering with golden edges in the sunlight. Aya gazed into the distance towards the sunrise, where a wider world and sky awaited. A gentle breeze dried the tears that still clung to her cheeks. The leaves were poisonous, the flowers medicinal. "Professor, I'm so happy to see you alive," Jiangchen said, looking at Norman. "Where is XT006? Norman asked. "We got separated after being attacked by the White Willow," Jiangchen replied simply. "How is that possible? You're unharmed, but XT006 is missing." "It's clearly," Kane shouted. "Assistant Kane, you gone too far. We, the defenders of the city, would never betray the people of the suspended tower." Haiti and I interrupted Kane for the first time, shielding Jiangchen behind him. "Then how do you explain how she escaped unscathed in such a dangerous situation?" Kane pointed at Jiangchen, rambling on. "Assistant Kane, what are you saying? Are you hoping something bad will happen to me? My escape unscathed is just good luck, isn't it? Is that a crime? Besides, XT006 is just separated from us. If I really wanted to do something to him, would he come back? You're just trying to find fault with me." "What do you mean?" Kane said, his anger flaring. "Excuse me, you lack literary refinement. Let me translate. What kind of enormous black mark are you trying to pin on me for? Who knows what kind of unspeakable plans you have? You? Gather everyone together, and begin the search." Jiangchen breathed a sigh of relief. Norman was more composed and calm than she had expected. Unable to find a breakthrough with her, he immediately began the search, wasting no time. She didn't know if that mysterious person had transported XT006 out. Now that she thought about it, the man was right. She had instinctively brought XT006 with her. If she had brought it back to Norman, she really wouldn't know how to explain her being alive, and well, while the powerful XT006 fate remained unknown. But why did that person bring XT006? And he was definitely an A-level or higher ability user, and most importantly, he seemed to know everything about what was happening in Fog City. Jiangchen turned to look at a ray of sunlight shining into the deep forest. She had a premonition that returning to the suspended tower might bring a new storm. Chapter 125. On the aircraft, Jiangchen looked down from a specially designed window at the fully revealed Fog City. The once dark clouds were pierced by the morning light, forming golden cracks that revealed undulating, verdant mountain ranges, like the spine of the earth, with the sapphire blue cold wind lake embedded in this land of blood and tears. Without the fog's veil, Fog City revealed its true face. She lowered the partition, blocking out all light. "That girl still hasn't come?" Haiti and I approached. Jiangchen shook her head. Since leaving that day, I hadn't come to the villa to look for them. Jiangchen had searched the surrounding area several times without success. She seemed to have vanished. But Jiangchen knew that, given Aya's understanding of Fog City, if she didn't want to be found, they might not be able to find her even if they turned Fog City upside down. "Have you arranged things with everyone in the canyon?" Jiangchen returned to the canyon villa and entered a state of hibernation. These past few days, aside from going out for meals, she's been lying in her room sleeping. Of course, there's not much she can do right now, because Norman has placed her under semi-house arrest. 2 men in suits from the suspended tower are guarding her door. Whenever she goes out, they follow her, and everyone else is required to keep their distance. Norman has given a plausible reason. Pei Du and XT006 went to the stone nest in the dense forest with her, but only she has returned, so she's now being given special care as a priority. Pei Du's disappearance has truly surprised her. Fong Yu and Yuan have tried to talk to her several times, but Professor Norman has always brushed them off with various excuses. Chen Yimo secretly contacted Jiangchen while the man in the suit was away, but Jiangchen genuinely knew nothing about Pei Du's disappearance, so the case reached a dead end. A search of Fog City lasting several days yielded no trace of XT006 or pay dues body. Although Norman suffered a heavy loss this time, the dead white willow, however, had nurtured many plants in Fog City, providing ample raw materials for the development of the new suspended tower formulation, an unexpected material. Jiangchen had been under house arrest for the past few days, resulting in her almost no contact with Hai Tianai and Zhangfenga. Fortunately, the space in the aircraft was limited, making it impossible to build her a separate cage. Today, she finally managed to meet with Hai Tianai and the others, while two men in suits were silently watching them from a distance. Hai Tianai glanced at the two men in suits and answered Jiang Chen's question in a low voice. The women all stopped taking the hallucinogens and then woke up. After all, once the fog in Fog City dissipated, the willow roots in the canyon laboratory seemed to suddenly lose their energy and withered away. Professor Norman's experiment naturally couldn't continue. Although Professor Norman's trip had been a complete waste, this result still brought him a sigh of relief. What about the children? Hai Tianai sighed. These women are mostly from several areas not far from Fog City. They were living peacefully when they were suddenly kidnapped here by the mutated willow trees nearby. They became mothers here for no reason and suffered inhuman treatment. Do you think they would make this choice? Jiangchen remained silent. Professor Norman gave them two choices: take the children with them or leave on their own. They will choose to leave on their own. Hai Tianai guessed Jiangchen would give this answer, but he hadn't expected her to say it so calmly and without hesitation. Jiangchen noticed Hai Tianai's confusion and said, from the beginning, their relationship was simply one of biological production and being produced, so the outcome naturally doesn't need to be constrained by human values. Hai Tianai looked up at her steadily. Her gaze was extremely calm, as if this was only natural, as if it were the natural order of things. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he always felt that Jiangchen had been shrouded in a layer of mist since her return, making her unclear and unfathomable. What's wrong, Brother Hai? Jiangchen's sharp eyes caught the confusion on his face. Nothing, but fortunately, these infants and underage gray whites will be sent to Mysasia. There will be professional rescue organizations there to help them reintegrate into human society. The Adult Gray-White Coalition will assess their abilities and make appropriate arrangements. Jiangchen nodded, looking away indifferently. Looking at Jiangchen's icy expression, Hai Tianai felt a heavy weight pressing on his heart for some reason. After Hai Tianai left, Jiangchen sat quietly by the window. The divine steel from Bai Pai Lu had already merged into her body. If the divine steel in the ruins near the suspended tower had almost consumed her like a raging fire, then the divine steel in Misty City was as cold and piercing as the waters of Cold Wind Lake. During her days of rest, she once again fell into those fragmented dreams, but this time, she was certain that what happened in those dreams was definitely not just a dream. It might have truly existed at some point in time or in some space. But for some reason, when she tried to explore these strange dreams, a deep-seated fear overwhelmed her. With a loud crash, the aircraft landed on the ground. Jiangchen stepped off and saw the familiar suspended tower in the distance. Several mechanical octopus-shaped submersibles emerged from the sea. The hatches opened, revealing city guards in white uniforms. Finally back. This foggy city is so cold and damp. I feel like my bones are going to mold. Du Hai stretched. The city guards walked up to the group and suddenly raised their guns. What do you mean by this? Du Hai shouted in panic upon seeing this. Hai Tianai and Zhangfenga also gripped their weapons at their waists. Norman, who had been walking behind, silently approached, waved his hand, and the city guards lowered their guns. Given the natural environment of Fog City, I recommend to the Suspended Tower Council that all personnel on this mission undergo a cleansing process. Professor Norman, but we didn't even pass through the spore outbreak zone this time, and we already undergone rigorous cleansing, Du Hai said, puzzled. To protect the Suspended Tower's safety, we eliminate any potential dangers, Norman said firmly. Those who don't want to be cleansed can choose to leave the Suspended Tower now. Du Hai silently shut his mouth. As Norman's subordinates, Hai Tianai and Zhangfenga naturally couldn't object. Jiangchen, standing in the crowd, silently clenched his fists. Hai Tianai and Zhangfenga boarded the submersible heading to the cleansing station. Jiangchen was about to follow when he was stopped by an unfamiliar city guard. What does this mean? Hai Tianai pulled the guard away. The guard was about to draw his gun when Zhangfenga grabbed him. Considering she had the most contact with Fog City's creatures during this operation, she needs to travel to the cleansing station alone in the submersible, Norman said. Jiangchen turned around and looked at Norman behind him. Chapter 126. Norman's cold gaze swept over the surrounding city guards, who quickly surrounded Jiangchen. Hai Tianai and Zhangfenga, seeing this, immediately tried to rush forward, but were swiftly stopped by the guards. Jiang Chen's gaze darkened. She turned to Hai Tianai and Zhang Fengde and shook her head. In a direct confrontation, they were no match for Norman's men in terms of numbers or firepower. However, having brought out so many men now might not be a bad thing for Jiang Chen. At least Norman wouldn't secretly harm her. At her urging, Hai Tianai and the others finally left, worried. Jiang Chen walked back to Professor Norman. She shrugged. Professor, do you need me handcuffed? A stern face beneath his black robe ignored her and walked towards the submersible. Jiang Chen stepped onto a submersible, next to a row of uniformed city guards. They stood ramrod straight, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Professor Norman then followed. Jiang Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. She hadn't expected that even the incredibly busy Professor Norman would be worried about her traveling alone for this short distance. Rarely getting the chance to be a passenger, she skillfully found the best viewing spot on the submersible, sat down, and fastened her seatbelt. Norman watched her actions without saying anything, then sat down opposite her. With a boom, the submersible plunged into the water, plunging into darkness. In the darkness, Jiang Chen's dark eyes scanned the area, 6 city guards plus Norman. There were still 5 minutes before the sensor lights would illuminate. Zhang Fengde had already told her the submersible's autopilot code. It wasn't impossible for her to drive the submersible away herself and escape the suspended tower's pursuit. Now, drawing her broken sword and utilizing her shadow ability, her extreme weightlessness was her greatest advantage. She was 50% confident she could kill everyone on the submersible. But the sensor light flashed, and Jiang Chen squinted. Norman's stern gaze was fixed on her. Your physical abilities are stronger than I expected. Even the most skilled city guards experience a slight period of discomfort, but you have none. Thank you for your praise, Professor. Perhaps it's because I have a special talent, Jiang Chen said with a forced smile. Norman looked at the girl before him, recalling the first time he saw her on the spacecraft. This girl had matured faster than he had imagined, like a lamb that had once been naive, but had now become part of the wolf pack. He had reviewed all of Jiang Chen's information repeatedly, especially her initial data. Even he couldn't uncover her past before joining Professor Jiang Ruoxing's team. Ming Jiu, who had been caring for her, was still in a coma after being infected with the spores. All information seemed to have stopped, as if someone was deliberately concealing something. Jiang Chen, have you ever thought about this? Why have your reaction speed, acuity, and perception of danger all improved so significantly? Jiang Chen looked directly into Norman's eyes. His question was extremely clever, asking why, completely acknowledging the fact that her combat abilities had improved and directly asking the reason for this conclusion. She said earnestly and humbly, it's probably because I studied and practiced diligently. Norman wasn't angered by Jiang Chen's sharp tongue. Instead, he said, I've seen your daily schedule at the suspended tower. Indeed, you're very smart and also very hardworking. Besides sleeping, you do your work as a city guard and take general education courses. In addition, you purchased holographic training balls produced by Moses Company. Jiang Chen's face flushed with anger. She tried to stand up abruptly, only to realize she was wearing a seatbelt and was thrown back down. You violated my privacy. Who gave you this right? Norman shook his head. Jiang Chen, it seems your political awareness is still too low. Almost all your actions on the suspended tower were completed using the terminal. You surrendered your privacy the moment you used this product. Jiang Chen angrily slammed her fist on the handrail beside her, her dissatisfaction overflowing. In her heart, she thought, thankfully, she had observed Xiong Renpei's attitude towards the terminal, and the complex relationship between the Red Mansion and the Council. She had always been careful with the terminal's use, clearly categorizing what should and shouldn't be revealed. But Professor Norman's words still secretly alarmed her. Norman's suspicions about her might have started much earlier. But this training is far from enough to reach your current level. Norman waited for Jiang Chen's emotions to calm down. He continued, your ability value is only 1%. Although the conversion rate is high, your current ability has already exceeded that level. Also, that broken knife you're carrying doesn't seem like a weapon from this era. If possible, I hope you can provide it for us to study. Do I have the right to refuse? Jiang Chen said irritably. With a bump, the submersible surfaced. Jiang Chen stepped ashore. Several administrators in blue uniforms looked at her expectantly. They looked at Professor Norman, bowed respectfully, and one of them said, Professor, all the equipment is ready. We can begin? These people all seemed to be Norman's trusted confidants. Jiang Chen was pushed forward. This time, without the wax apple and the magical capsule, She was about to undergo her first true cleansing. After changing into special clothes, she returned to the cleansing room. However, this cleansing room was different from the last one. It contained only a glass chamber, behind which was a huge monitor, its screen filled with densely packed data graphs. Inside the glass, a light blue liquid floated gently, without any impurities, crystal clear, just as it had been the first time she'd seen it. She hadn't expected to receive VIP treatment during the cleansing process. Norman, wearing a white coat, stood beside her, silently urging her on. Jiangchen stepped into the liquid, eventually becoming completely submerged. Without the capsule's protection, she could clearly feel the liquid penetrating her skin. The mist from the breathing mask blurred her vision, and she slowly closed her eyes. She was anticipating her second superpower. Huff. Jiangchen forcefully removed her breathing mask. The glass chamber opened automatically, and a person in a white lab coat pressed down on her shoulders, trying to push her back into the chamber. Jiangchen instinctively pushed him away. Several people in white uniforms were about to surround and subdue her. Suddenly, Norman's voice rang out, "The cleaning is finished." One of the tall men in the white lab coat said, "Professor, this is impossible. She finished the cleaning in an hour. This is unprecedented." Norman stared at him with a somber expression, and the man quickly lowered his head. Norman walked towards Jiangchen and handed her a towel. "The cleaning is finished. You can leave. Is everything alright afterward?" Jiangchen asked uncertainly. Norman turned around, leaving only the words, "No, your cleaning is complete." Jiangchen glanced at the men in white lab coats, who were staring at her, and at Professor Norman, whose back was turned to her. She covered her head with a towel and nodded indifferently. Jiangchen turned her back, revealing a face clouded with worry. Her second superpower had not appeared. Chapter 127. Jiangchen stepped out the door, unexpectedly encountering Yi Ding. He glanced at her, then at his terminal. "You're Jiangchen?" Jiangchen gave a lum. Fortunately, she had deliberately kept her voice low during the assassination attempt on Yi Ding. He seemed to be better now, but to be on the safe side, she decided to speak as little as possible. Yi Ding sized Jiangchen up from head to toe. A white towel hung on her head, her hair was messy, thin, and unremarkable. He couldn't connect the girl before him with the brutal girl from the assassination attempt at all. "Come with me." Jiangchen didn't move. Yi Ding turned around, looking impatient. "I want to ask what you need me for," Jiangchen asked in a low voice. Yi Ding didn't put on airs, and said directly, "Our director Zhao wants to see you." "Director Zhao? Zhao Jiaming?" Jiangchen was secretly surprised. What did Zhao Jiaming want with her? She had never had any dealings with this director. "Stop dawdling, hurry up and follow." Jiangchen hesitated for a moment, but then chose to follow. Zhao Jiaming's office was located in the main tower. Jiangchen watched the people coming and going in blue and gray uniforms. She couldn't help but recall that after the council meeting, she had inquired about Zhao Jiaming. This ordinary person without superpowers had achieved his current position. His methods and abilities were naturally beyond question. As the leader of the Dove faction, he had always been dedicated to protecting the superpowered individuals, the most precious treasure of Eden. But what did this important figure want with her? "Let's go in," Yi Ding said from the side. "Aren't you coming in?" Jiangchen asked. "Director Zhao doesn't like others around when he's meeting with guests." Jiangchen nodded understandingly, knocked on the door, and opened it. Zhao Jiaming sat at his large desk, wearing glasses and engrossed in some documents. He saw her enter, glanced up at her, and said, "You can sit wherever you like. I finish my documents as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, there's some afternoon tea on the table. Help yourself if you're hungry." He then quickly lowered his head, focusing intently on the documents. Jiangchen nodded, and sat on the sofa near the door. Her gaze lingered on the exquisite desserts. In the past, she might have started devouring them without a second thought. But now, the feeling of fullness from consuming the divine steel hadn't subsided, and what worried her was that her second ability hadn't activated during the cleansing process. Based on the previous experience, after merging with the divine steel, a third assassination attempt occurred, precisely when she most desperately desired superpowers, and the Shadow's abilities manifested. Why didn't superpowers appear during the second purge? Where exactly did things go wrong? It seems you encountered some difficulties recently. Zhao Jiaming removed his glasses. Jiangchen pulled himself back from his escapist thoughts and said, "Director Zhao, is there something you need from me?" Zhao Jiaming wasn't one to beat around the bush, and stated directly, "I hope you can join the Dove faction and become one of our members. In return, I will promise you permanent residency, And you won't need to do the tedious work of a city guard anymore. Jiang Chen didn't show any surprise. When Zhao Jiaming saw her, she vaguely guessed there might be such a possibility, but she didn't expect him to be so direct. What do I need to do after becoming a member of the Dove faction? Jiang Chen asked. Zhao Jiaming stared at her intently. This girl was even smarter than she had imagined. I thought you would ask me why I wanted you to join the Dove faction. I think whatever the reason, you have your considerations, but these reasons don't affect me, so I don't need to prove myself because of them. I only care about what I need to give, and what I can gain. Zhao Jiaming stood up, and walked to the window. You're very smart, and know how to leverage situations. You should know that while the suspended tower seems calm on the surface, there are undercurrents. We need someone to take the lead now. A person to take the lead? That's right. Your ability value is low, but your conversion rate is high. You performed exceptionally well in the recent incidents, and can serve as a role model to inspire other ability users in the suspended tower to improve their conversion rates. Jiang Chen muttered to himself, so, after all this time, they're trying to make her a role model to encourage the ability users in the suspended tower to increase their conversion rate. Compared to the Lion faction's method of improving abilities through the survival of the fittest, the Dove faction's approach is indeed much more moderate. But this frontline figure really is just serving as a role model, as he said. If possible, I hope you can give me some time to consider it. With pleasure. As Jiang Chen left the main building of the suspended tower, Yi Ding came out. We have many options for the frontline figure. Although this girl has performed well in these few incidents, she may not be suitable for this position. Zhao Jiaming smiled. Yi Ding, do you know Norman? Yi Ding didn't understand why the council member suddenly brought up this professor. He honestly replied, Professor Norman is eccentric, and sometimes his opinions differ from ours, but our secret investigation suggests he's not a member of the Lion faction. The last incident was probably accidental. No, not only that. Norman's insight is unmatched by anyone in the suspended tower. In his eyes, the conflict between the two factions is nothing but child's play, but now he's too focused on this girl. Council member, you mean? We need to be the first to get the new weather vane. Jiang Chen. Before Jiang Chen even reached the Guardian building in District 11, he saw Hai Tianqing with her multicolored hair in the distance. Why are you here? Oh, my brother told me about this as soon as he got back. This Professor Norman is really going too far. Don't worry, I also secretly did some things this afternoon. Hai Tianqing said confidently. So all you've been collecting gossip about Professor Norman this afternoon? A mocking voice interrupted. Jiang Chen looked up and saw Zhou Yang dressed in a white suit and a white top hat. What do you know? I call this catching you off guard. And why are you wearing all white today? It's bad luck. Hai Tianqing said. Hey, don't you know? This is the latest fashion trend. The two stared at each other, ready to fight, while Hai Tianqing beside them looked helpless. Stop, what gossip? Jiang Chen asked curiously. This has to start from the beginning. First of all. Wait, let's go eat first. Jiang Chen, weren't you starving at this hour? Let me see, you lost so much weight. Oh well. It's not that dramatic. Jiang Chen scratched his head sheepishly. She hasn't lost weight at all. I think she's gained weight, and she seems to have grown taller too. Zhou Yang, as always, started to contradict him. What do you know? I'm telling you, all day long. Jiang Chen looked helplessly at the two bickering, and left the group chat. Watching the two joking around, her heart felt heavy. Chapter 128. What? A banquet? Jiang Chen put down her newly purchased encyclopedia of rare and exotic herbs, the only encyclopedia she found in the suspended tower, with the most complete records. Yes, we were notified to go to the main tower tonight to ensure security. After all, with such a grand occasion, there's always the possibility of uninvited guests, Lei Ming said. Hong Rui said discontentedly, why not let the engineers do it? They get much more pay than us every year. Red hair, those engineers are the council's private army. How can they be given such menial tasks? All the city guards from each district have to go? Jiang Chen asked curiously. No, not really. We basically send 2 people, but... Xiao Jiang Chen, you're new this year, you really need to experience this kind of big scene. Lei Ming leaned in and said, although the work is a bit tedious, taking up most of the night, each guard is assigned a section to watch over, without moving an inch. He paused, then grinned and said with great familiarity, but there will be lots of delicious food. Last year, the chef made a beef millefeuille, layers upon layers of beef, and it wasn't synthetic meat, it was fresh meat, a rare find. Do you know how hard it is to find non-artificial meat products these days? He was savoring the taste when he looked down and saw Jiang Chen engrossed in reading a thick book on the table. Hong Rui interjected, Lei Ming, do you think everyone's like you now, only thinking about food? Xiao Jiangchen, you changed. Huh? Jiangchen looked up in surprise. He used to be the most enthusiastic person when it came to food, but you only eaten so little these past few days. Are you abandoning me and going solo? Lei Ming complained irritably. I've been dieting lately, dieting. Jiangchen sighed, rubbing her forehead in embarrassment. Previously, she and Lei Ming's appetites were roughly equivalent to the combined appetites of all the other guards in District 11, earning them the nickname the Rice Bucket Alliance from Hong Rui. Then you absolutely have to go. This is the perfect opportunity for us to show off our skills, Lei Ming said confidently. Brother Lei, are you sure that's how that phrase is used? Dusk fell. Jiangchen put on her silver-white uniform and clipped Lei Qiu to her waist. Tonight, Tianai and Hong Rui were on duty, so the security for the banquet naturally fell to her and Lei Ming. She opened the changing room door and saw Zhang Fengge, already dressed in his guard uniform. Captain Zhang, where's Brother Lei? We were supposed to leave at this time. Jiangchen glanced uncertainly at the time on her terminal. Zhang Fengge said curtly, Lei Ming was assigned to another task, and walked away. Sent to do other work? Jiangchen was a little disappointed. It seemed Lei Ming wouldn't get to eat the beef burger. She wondered if she could bring some back with her. Lei Ming, who had been sent to repair the water pipes in District 11, was crying with his face covered. The hall was brightly lit, with exquisite crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, making it exceptionally dazzling. The long dining table was laden with delicate desserts, and scattered red roses and crystal sculptures added a touch of luxury to the banquet. Unfortunately, there was no beef burger as Lei Ming had mentioned. Jiangchen looked around. The banquet attendees were impeccably dressed, chatting and toasting. But when she saw a familiar figure, Jiangchen realized that this might not be a simple party. Jiang Ruoxing actually brought his team to this banquet. Captain Zhang, has Professor Jiang attended similar events before? The two stood in a corner on the second floor, overlooking the people coming and going in the hall. No, this is Professor Zhang's first appearance in such a setting. Zhang Fengge frowned, looking down at the crowd. His expression had been off ever since he entered the hall. A commotion arose in the crowd. A moment later, Jiao Wingguang emerged and walked towards Professor Jiang, standing next to Yi Jiaming, whom Jiangchen had met earlier. At the other end of the crowd stood Norman, his face somewhat grim. This banquet had actually gathered the most important people in the suspended tower. Captain Zhang, is there something to announce tonight? Jiangchen asked curiously. Zhang Fengge frowned, seemingly worried. This kind of banquet is held annually, mainly for the upper echelons of the suspended tower to network, but Jiang Ruoxing and Norman are indeed attending for the first time. Jiangchen looked at the crowd and saw Jiao Wingguang standing humbly next to Professor Jiang Ruoxing with a smile. The two seemed to be conversing. Are you from District 11? Two people in silver-white uniforms approached. There are 2 areas on the second floor that are short-staffed. Come with us. Jiangchen noticed the nameplates on their uniforms read District 1. Although the 11 district guards were nominally equal, the District 1 guards were responsible for the core area of the main tower, their power going without saying. Jiang Chun and Zhang Fengge exchanged a glance and followed them. You be on duty here, the District 1 guard said, pointing to Zhang Fengge. This area faced the main entrance of the hall, allowing a clear view of those entering. Come with me. The guard from District 1 said to her. No, she needs to come with me. Zhang Fengge grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, and Jiang Chen turned around in surprise. Only one person is needed here. She has other posts to guard. The guard from District 1 said firmly. Zhang Fengge didn't let go. The guard from District 1 was about to take out his communicator. Wait a minute. Jiang Chen pressed Zhang Fengge's hand down, shook her head, but her eyes were exceptionally firm. Zhang Fengge released Jiang Chen's sleeve, watching her turn and walk away. The further Jiang Chen walked, the fewer people there were. Was there still someone to guard here? Until they stood at a door, the guard from District 1 knocked and then stepped back. Jiang Chen now understood. Someone wanted to see her. She grasped the handle and pushed open the door. Zhou Jingming turned around, his back to her, and smiled gently at her. This was the first time Jiang Chen had seen Zhou Jingming dressed so formally. The dark gray military uniform on him was striking yet not harsh, his demeanor restrained and profound. Come here, he said gently. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Zhou Jingming, holding the cup in one hand and adjusting his sleeve with the other, handed her a cup of tea. Jiang Chen took it, the smooth, jade-like cup rubbing comfortably against her palm. I think you benefited greatly from your trip to the Fog City, Zhou Jingming said, looking at her. Don't worry too much. The second divine tablet hasn't fully integrated into your body yet. Jiang Chen looked at him in surprise. Even though she knew Zhou Jingming was unfathomable, but this time I teach you how to use it. Don't be as reckless as last time. Zhou Jingming gently reminded her. How do you know how to use the divine steel? She couldn't sense any aura of the divine steel from Zhou Jingming. That's a secret. He smiled, his gaze as gentle as mist. Here we go again! But let's stop here. Zhou Jingming looked into her eyes, and continued, now that you have 2 divine steels inside you, as long as you stay in the suspended tower, you won't be in any danger. Jiang Chen stubbornly turned her head away. Why should I stay in the suspended tower to be safe? Is someone still hunting me? I'm tired of being hunted. I need the divine steel, and I can feel it needs me too. This isn't enough yet. I will have more divine steels. She clenched her fists, excitedly saying these words, then froze, stunned. These were her truest thoughts, but she had spoken them so unreservedly in front of Zhou Jingming. Jiang Chen, look at me. Zhou Jingming gripped her chin. Whether it's the giant in the ruins, or the white willow of Fog City, are they truly what they desire by possessing the divine steel? Is this what you want? She stubbornly refused to meet his gaze, avoiding his stern stare. She wanted to become stronger, and obtaining these divine steels was the fastest way. Zhou Jingming leaned down slightly, his cool fingertips touching the warm pulse on her neck. Are you wondering why the divine steel exerts such immense power in the giant and the white willow, but is suppressed in your body? His dark eyes were close to hers, unfathomably deep. Fine, if this is what you want, then I help you achieve becoming a monster. Jiang Chen pursed her lips, trying to trigger her Shadow Walker abilities, but an invisible, intangible force seemed to surround her. She couldn't even summon her broken blade, let alone unleash her powers. For the first time, she tasted fear, her stiff body trembled involuntarily. Zhou Jingming looked at the person before him, finally letting out a helpless sigh. His deep eyes met hers, as he released his grip on her. Iken, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have scared you like that. A knock sounded at the door. Zhou Jingming looked at Jiang Chen, who was still in a daze, and got up to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, a gentle breeze ruffled his black hair. Wan Xianyang walked in, and saw the window open, the breeze fluttering the white curtains, and a figure flashed by. Zhou Jingming's eyes darkened. He said, sometimes I wonder if I should clip her wings. Would that make me feel more at ease? Chapter 129. My lord, I believe Gu Yuechen did not intend to offend us in this matter. Wan Xianyang hadn't finished speaking. Zhou Jingming's deep-set eyes met his. Wan Xianyang immediately shut his mouth. Although Gu Yuechen had brought XT006 back from the trip to Fog City, he had crossed the Lord's bottom line. Now, being ordered to go out on a mission was a warning in itself. Is everyone outside here? Zhou Jingming asked. Yes. What's wrong? Jiang Chen stumbled to Zhang Fengge. Zhang Fengge was genuinely surprised to see Jiang Chen so flustered for the first time. Who could be wearing a military uniform in this situation, and whose orders are obeyed by the guards of District 1? Jiang Chen asked anxiously. Military uniform? A commotion came from downstairs. Zhou Jingming descended the solemn, deep red staircase, his tall, slender figure silhouetted against the light, his dark, calm eyes carrying a subtle, almost imperceptible aloofness. The hall fell silent instantly, the expressions of the banquet guests becoming solemn. The supreme commander of the suspended tower, Zhang Fengge whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen murmured to herself, Commander? Supreme Commander? Her thoughts suddenly focused on the massive red building, on the central command room, where a black crystal command platform rose from the ground. Several high-ranking members of the suspended tower immediately surrounded Zhou Jingming in the hall. Jiao Wingguang and Jiang Ruoxing also stood beside the young commander, their attitudes extremely humble. Zhou Jingming spoke with those around him, his gaze gentle and detached, his calm, unwavering eyes observing their eager faces without the slightest ripple. It wasn't until his gaze slightly shifted to the second floor that his emotions inadvertently surfaced. Jiang Chen quickly hid behind a pillar next to Zhang Fengge. No, what's there to hide from her for? She adjusted her posture and stepped forward, but by then Zhou Jingming's gaze had already returned to the hall. She turned her head, intending to ask Zhang Fengge about the Supreme Commander, but saw him frowning, his expression grave. She suddenly remembered that Zhang Fengge had seen Zhou Jingming before. During the third assassination attempt, he had pointed his gun at her. No, perhaps his gun wasn't pointed at her then. After the lavish banquet, the daytime vibrancy of District 11 had vanished. Several drunkards, enthusiastic about Moses' new alcohol, stumbled through the streets, vomiting everywhere, drawing curses from the cleanup superpowered individuals. Zhangfeng remained unusually silent throughout. Although he was usually taciturn, he was clearly exceptionally quiet today. Suddenly he stopped, and Jiang Chen, walking behind him, stopped as well. Don't mention what happened last time to anyone, including the people in District 11. Jiang Chen immediately understood. He was referring to Zhou Jingming saving her and taking care of her during the third assassination attempt. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and nodded. Although she didn't understand what grudge existed between Zhang Fengge and Zhou Jingming, tonight's banquet revealed that whether she knew Zhou Jingming or he knew her, if this got out, her days in the suspended tower wouldn't be so easy. The two returned to the District 11 office building, and Zhang Fengge hurriedly left. A short while later, Hai Tianai, Hong Rui, and Lei Ming returned. Seeing Jiang Chen's empty hands, Lei Ming hung his head dejectedly. Jiang Chen immediately pulled a small box of delicate pastries from her pocket. I don't know if they changed chefs this year, but they don't have the milk-like beef burger anymore. But I tried this pastry, and it's really delicious. Lei Ming's eyes lit up instantly. He put his arm around her shoulder and picked up the pastry. Little Jiang Chen, your brother Lei really didn't spoil you for nothing. Jiang Chen laughed, casually asking, is the Supreme Commander very mysterious? Why wasn't it mentioned in the general education course? Lei Ming put down the dessert, and Hai Tianai and Hong Rui simply brought over chairs and sat around Jiang Chen. What are you doing? Did I ask a strange question? Little Jiang Chen, I'm saying, you're either reading those boring books in the general education course or fighting in your virtual simulation sphere every day. Have you never read the history of the suspended tower's creation? Lei Ming said. Jiang Chen scratched her head sheepishly. She was a typical test-taker, studying only what was on the exam. Therefore, her focus was entirely on improving her understanding of mutated creatures and increasing her combat abilities. The history of the suspended tower's founding was indeed outside her scope of consideration. Jiang Chen looked at the three of them with a thirst for knowledge. Lei Ming cleared his throat and said, when the suspended tower was first established, it was controlled by an army. A military unit? You can think of it this way. Many of the current military unit commanders graduated from the suspended tower. But later, due to various reasons, the suspended tower underwent restructuring, and this army became responsible for the suspended tower's security at the Red Mansion. The suspended tower is now a training ground for people with supernatural abilities. Lei Ming said. Jiang Chen nodded. It seemed the suspended tower used to be similar to a military academy. I see, but... Jiang Chen considered her words. But now, the Red Pavilion doesn't seem to have a high status within the suspended tower, but Commander Zhou seems to have a very high position. She recalled the expressions of the people in the hall: respect, admiration, and fear. Hong Rui interjected, the Supreme Commander, that's no ordinary commander, of course it's different. Although our Red Pavilion is a small fry, the reason these people from the Red Pavilion have gotten to where they are today is because of this commander. He single-handedly founded the suspended tower. But that doesn't make sense. She doesn't look very old, Jiang Chen countered. As far as she knew, the suspended tower had a history of over 100 years, but Zhou Jingming was only 30. Lei Ming and the other two exchanged a knowing glance. Lei Ming beckoned, and Jiang Chen leaned closer, whispering, that's why no one dares to talk about this commander. Rumor has it that he carries a divine tablet, possibly more than one, which explains why his appearance is almost unchanged. Impossible. The three looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, saying firmly. Jiang Chen realized his reaction was too abrupt. I meant to say, how could that divine tablet be so magical? Hey, little Jiang Chen, you're making it sound like you possess a divine tablet yourself, Hong Rui teased. I'm just a little confused. The suspended tower doesn't have a regular army now, but whether it's the Valkan Legion, the United Political Council, or other forces, they've always been wary of the suspended tower because of the possible presence of divine tablets. However, the commander hasn't shown himself much in recent years. You were lucky to see him at the banquet today. Lucky? Jiang Chen murmured. Chapter 130. Hey, where's my book? Jiang Chen searched the 11th District Duty Room thoroughly, but couldn't find the Encyclopedia of Rare and Exotic Herbs. What are you looking for? Hai Tianai asked as he walked in. The encyclopedia I bought yesterday. I help you look. The two searched the duty room several times, but the encyclopedia seemed to have vanished into thin air. Did you put it somewhere else, Or maybe in your apartment? Haiti and I asked. Jiangchen shook her head firmly. The book only arrived yesterday, and she had gone to work on security for the banquet that evening, so she hadn't had a chance to look through it carefully. She had planned to check it in the duty room today. You're not talking about that tattered, antique-looking book, are you? Yes. She looked at Haiti and I with renewed hope. The book wasn't expensive, but it was currently the only encyclopedia in the suspended tower that introduced the period before the plant mutation. However, since most people weren't interested in such books, even the suspended tower's electronic library didn't have one. I just glanced at it because it was so old and worn, and then I didn't pay any more attention to it. Why are you looking at this book? Just flipping through it casually. Jiangchen lowered her head. Although what happened in Fog City was long gone, she always felt like she had overlooked something, so she had finally found this book to verify something, but now the clues were gone. Last night, some supernatural cleaners came to clean. I wonder if they did some cleaning. Haiti and I speculated, resting his chin on his hand. Fortunately, most areas in Area 11 had surveillance cameras. The two pulled up last night's footage, which showed that the cleaners did indeed come to the duty room around midnight, but coincidentally, Jiangchen's book was in a blind spot of the surveillance. They only saw the cleaning ability user in a black robe enter the duty room, and then leave. You know, these cleaning ability users can compress 10 kilograms of garbage into the size of a coin. And to prevent bacterial and viral infections, they almost always work wearing masks. Besides, this work is tedious and boring, so turnover is very high. Even finding this person now is like looking for a needle in a haystack, Haiti and I explained. Jiangchen could only nod, but her book wasn't valuable, nor was it anything of great worth. Who would take it? Inside the laboratory. Kane reported to Norman, Professor, we investigated suspicious individuals who were in Fog City during those days. Besides our group, 2 other groups entered Fog City. One group should have left Fog City shortly after XT-006's disappearance, but the other group vanished after entering Fog City. Norman placed the liquid Jiangchen had soaked in during the cleaning process into a test tube and added another agent. He asked, did the group that went out find their direction? The tracker on XT-006 shows they were originally heading towards the suspended tower, but for some reason, they suddenly reversed direction, and then the tracker lost signal. I guess that group must have discovered the tracker, Kane said. Doreen stood up beside him. Professor, could it be someone from the suspended tower? Zhao Jiaming? After all, they had a past conflict. No. Norman injected the medicine from the test tube into a syringe and skillfully inserted the needle into a hamster's body. Zhao Jiaming, although I had a few disagreements with him, he's not very interested in XT-006 and won't interfere. Professor, could it be someone from the Lion faction? They tried to recruit us last time, but we refused. Kane guessed. The Lion faction's interests align with ours regarding the development of XT-006, Norman said. Doreen and Kane fell silent. What were those people up to? Suddenly, the hamster injected with the drug convulsed, its limbs twitching violently, its pupils dilating, and then it went still. Professor, what? But Professor Norman didn't say a word, his serious, rigid eyes fixed on the hamster inside the experimental glass box. After a while, the hamster slowly began to breathe again, suddenly coming back to life, quickly running around inside the glass box. Doreen and Kane exchanged bewildered glances. Professor Norman looked up and pressed the black button next to the glass box. Instantly, blue and red flames erupted inside. Finally, only ashes remained. Doreen, usually a composed person, was now somewhat anxious. She asked, Professor, why did Jiangchen complete the cleansing in such a short time? And how could this happen after using the cleaning agent? Norman produced the first draft of the report recording Jiangchen's cleansing results. The report is accurate. Jiangchen's body is very clean. The people in Eden, under the 2 crises, were contaminated to some extent regardless of their protective measures, but she wasn't. Therefore, her cleansing time was exceptionally short. But this cleansing was even shorter than the last one. Kane asked, puzzled. That's right. The cleaning agent collected all the samples from her body, and her purification speed is still increasing, Norman said. Purification? Everyone's body has a purification function, but Jiangchen's purification attribute is far superior to that of normal people. So even if some infectious bacteria were implanted in her body, after a short period of repair, it would be purified by her own body. Could this be her superpower? Kane asked, knowing that Jiangchen possessed a 1% superpower. But Norman's next words shocked him greatly. It's not certain yet. Based on the current data, her purification might only be one aspect. She's more of a comprehensive evolution. There's no such superpower in Eden. Chapter 131. Chen Yimo? Jiangchen returned to the 11th District building after finishing his general education course, and saw Chen Yimo, who had just changed into his white uniform. After Pei Du's disappearance, Chen Yimo stayed in Fog City with Fan Yu and the others to continue the search. Zhang Fengge didn't say anything about it, seemingly aware of Chen Yimo's bottom line. Now that he's back, has he found Pei Du? Chen Yimo's expression was somewhat grave. He naturally noticed Jiang Chen's question and said, "We haven't found Major Pei yet." Jiang Chen was also puzzled. First, the group that abducted XT006 shouldn't have taken Pei Du, although this person had powerful abilities. Pei Du's ancestral abilities shouldn't be underestimated, but there were no signs of a fight on him, so the two shouldn't have had a direct confrontation. Then who took Pei Du? Have the Legion all withdrawn from Fog City now? Jiang Chen asked. Most people have evacuated, but Yuan and Fan Yu are still there. Jiang Chen, did you find anything else in Fog City? Chen Yimo crouched down, his emerald eyes looking at her. Jiang Chen looked into his swirling eyes and said frankly, "No." Chen Yimo's tense shoulders relaxed immediately, and he sighed almost imperceptibly. "Alright, I talk to you now. It's my patrol day." Watching Chen Yimo's departing figure, she became increasingly certain that as the divine tablet continued to integrate into her body, her resistance to this mental control was growing stronger. Back in the underground palace of Xuria, she had to exert all her strength to resist Chen Yimo's mental control, but now Chen Yimo's power was weakening. Was this an added ability granted by the divine tablets? Or did it reinforce her existing ability to resist mind control? It remained unknown. Jiang Chen looked at the dim sky. Even with 2 divine tablets, she was practically powerless against Zhou Jingming. She wasn't strong enough. She'd boarded the hover bus. The blue-green neon lights shone on the windows. In the distance, on a building, a screen displayed the words Bloody Fog City. Below the screen was a holographic projection. Amidst towering, lush green trees, the waters of Cold Wind Lake rippled in the wind, and white mist floated like silk in the air. A young boy and girl ran and played in the woods, and mermaid-like creatures occasionally darted across the lake. Jiang Chen turned her gaze away. Du Hai returned to the suspended tower, and began his creation. She wrote down everything she could tell him, emphasizing at the end that survival in Eden required not only guarding against mutated animals, but also that the ubiquitous mutated plants could be deadly. However, judging from Du Hai's later explosive works, his account differed greatly. Du Hai's depiction of the blood-stained Fog City was beautiful, magical, and adventurous, quickly gaining immense popularity. The suspended tower authorities even announced their intention to further develop the Fog City, making it a tourist attraction within the suspended tower area. Jiang Chen returned to her apartment, placed the terminal by the door, and went to her bedroom to lie on the bed. The broken knife was pointed at her heart. She carefully examined the knife. Indeed, it was different. If the original blade was black, the current blade faintly shimmered with a deep red, like the color of the shattered stones of the divine monument. Jiang Chen closed her eyes. Little Jiang tied her headband up, looking at the 2 small goals she had set for herself on the blackboard. Strengthen my abilities, find a job. As things stand, she seems to have achieved both goals. Although the second divine monument hasn't yet manifested any corresponding abilities, the Shadow's abilities are already sufficient to help her escape danger. Furthermore, her body has been continuously strengthened. If she encounters a typical martial arts user, a simple attack shouldn't be fatal. Her second goal was finding a job. The job of a city guard was rather monotonous and complex, with varying degrees of danger, but the pay was good, and the colleagues were friendly. While Zhao Jiaming's offer was tempting, she knew he might have set a trap for her. She had to be cautious. Little Jiang waved her hand, and 2 more lines appeared on the blackboard. The mystery of the Black Cabin. The Moses Corporation's pursuit. What is the connection between these two? Why is the Moses Corporation hunting down a girl from Kishria? What does the event inside the Black Cabin foreshadow? Jiang Chen had looked at her back in the mirror before. There were no runes. It seemed like it was all an illusion. But could the pain from an illusion be so real? She watched the events around her flash by like a slideshow. A spark suddenly flashed in her mind. Could the 7 girls from Kishria have been just a smokescreen? They shared similar experiences, were close in age, and perhaps even had similar abilities. Now they were scattered throughout Eden, like searching for a needle in a haystack, making it even harder for anyone looking for her. The pursuit she was facing might be happening to other girls as well. Of the 2 mutants at the temporary base, one likely represented the Moses Corporation. Whose side did the other, who suddenly switched sides? Furthermore, during the third assassination attempt, it was clear that these two groups had previously collaborated, but a rift suddenly formed for some reason. This resulted in a stark difference in their treatment of Exculian girls. One group wanted to kill them, while the other wanted to capture them alive. She always felt that every time she grasped a clue, the door she opened was shrouded in layers of darkness. Within this dark game of chess, it seemed as if an invisible hand was manipulating the board. Chapter 132. Is that all the progress on Club Inn? Zhang Fengge flipped through the progress reports on Club Inn since she left the suspended tower. Originally, it was supposed to be handled by him, Lei Ming, and Jiang Chen, but he and Jiang Chen were later sent to Fog City, so the work fell to Lei Ming. But seeing the blank report, both pairs of eyes turned to Lei Ming. Captain Zhang, I'm innocent. I didn't neglect my duties or slack off. I really arrive at the club before dawn every day and don't return until after dark. I dare say even the club's waiters aren't as punctual as me every day. Lei Ming, slinging his arm over his shoulder, continued, but there really isn't anything unusual. All activities within the club haven't violated the basic principles of the suspended tower. I even had Hongray check out the arcade. That kid was having a blast, but he didn't find anything amiss. It's just like any other arcade. Jiang Chen flipped through the report, which recorded the approximate daily foot traffic, the most popular games in the arcade, and the best-selling drinks. But as Lei Ming said, it was all unremarkable, nothing suspicious. However, I did find out something, and I'm afraid I shouldn't have written it down on the report, Lei Ming said. Lei Ming looked at Zhang Fengge and Jiang Chen's curious expressions, and suddenly realized that what he was about to say might be a major clue. That's right. Clubs and arcades regularly purchase a lot of equipment. The purchasing time is not fixed. Some may need to be purchased every year or two, while others may need to be purchased every few months. However, the most frequently purchased items are medical dressings. You're not talking about the medical dressing developed by Professor Jiang Ruoxing's team, are you? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, Xiao Jiang. You actually know that Professor Jiang and his team developed this dressing? Lei Ming said. After all, Professor Jiang has made so many research achievements, and the suspended tower produces many scientific and technological results every year. This dressing isn't a biological weapon, so it wouldn't be publicized all the time. Plus, it's expensive, and most people rarely use it, so naturally, you know who developed it. I learned about it in a general education course before, Jiang Chen said with a laugh. Lei Ming didn't seem to care and continued, although Club Inn claims that sparring only results in minor injuries. How is that possible? Some ability users are combative, and bloodshed naturally happens from time to time. But have you noticed that you almost never hear of any violent bloodshed incidents at Club Inn? Jiang Chen nodded. He had to admit that Club Inn did an excellent job with its public relations. He saw almost no negative reviews about it on the terminals, let alone any bloodshed or injuries. So, I secretly investigated those seriously injured in duels. They all used third-generation dressings, and the dosage was astonishing, plus it was free. That's why the club buys them in large quantities every now and then. But isn't it said that third-generation dressings are extremely expensive, only available to Professor Zhang's team and regional high-ranking officials? Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. Yes. Professor Jiang hasn't been involved in the internal affairs of the suspended tower for many years, focusing solely on research. So, Lei Ming glanced at Zhang Fengge and Jiang Chen, his face serious, and continued in a low voice, I suspect that Club Inn's dressings are purchased from the suspended tower council, and the person behind Club Inn is very likely a high-ranking official of the council. As soon as Lei Ming finished speaking, silence fell. Unexpectedly, the investigation had led them to their highest superior. No wonder Lei Ming hadn't included his findings in the investigation report. Wasn't this blatantly defying authority? Zhang Fengge frowned deeply. The situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. While Club Inn was suspicious, they hadn't found any substantial evidence, and now they were connected to the higher-ups of the suspended tower, putting them in a dilemma. He picked up his report and uniform, and hurriedly left alone. Sigh. Lei Ming watched Zhang Fengge's departing figure, and sighed deeply. Why the sudden sigh? Jiang Chen asked curiously. She didn't think Lei Ming was sighing because he couldn't find any clues about Club Inn. You don't know? Lei Ming asked, somewhat surprised. Know what? Jiang Chen was completely baffled. Aren't you an undifferentiated individual? Yes. But so what? Hey, there haven't been many undifferentiated individuals since the Tower of Undifferentiated Individuals was established. Don't you know about the previous undifferentiated individuals? Lei Ming said. I think I paid attention to their abilities before. One died when he differentiated, another seemed to have a plant-related ability, but went missing, and another was just mediocre, something like that. Jiang Chen searched her memory. Lei Ming looked surprised. Little Jiang, so your focus is definitely on abilities. Didn't you look into the missing one? She shook her head. She had only glanced at him casually on the terminal. She didn't care about his name. Lei Ming slapped his forehead. I thought you already knew. After all, you were personally brought by Captain Zhang. In all these years, in District 11, you're practically the only one personally brought by Captain Zhang. It was just a coincidence. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that based on her current understanding of Zhang Fengge, their encounter that day was indeed a coincidence. However, Zhang Fengge's decision not to leave after she entered the testing chamber was completely out of character. That meant Zhang Fengge had planned to bring her to District 11 from the beginning. That missing undifferentiated individual? Jiang Chen asked. Captain Zhang's younger brother, Zhang Qi. He was also an undifferentiated individual. The last place he visited before he disappeared was Club Inn. Chapter 133. So Captain Zhang has been looking for his brother all these years? Jiang Chen asked. Lei Ming glanced furtively at the doorway to make sure no one was there before continuing. Hey, I heard all this from the 10th district. Didn't Captain Zhang work as a city guard there before? He paused, then continued. It was quite a coincidence. I heard that Captain Zhang was on a mission outside the suspended tower back then. You know, Captain Zhang is an A-level ability user. The suspended tower assigns missions to these ability users every year, and the benefits are naturally substantial. But unfortunately, Captain Zhang's brother is an undifferentiated ability user. But, Jiang Chen searched his memory. But didn't Captain Zhang's brother later differentiate his abilities? I remember it was a plant-based ability. Something like a green finger. That's all. That happened later. At first, Zhang Qi received a lot of cold shoulders, especially since his older brother was an A-level ability user. Kids are kids. They have strong pride, and he didn't seem to have much contact with his brother. Lei Ming shook his head painfully. I don't know where he heard that undifferentiated individuals could pass the city guard test, so he volunteered to take it in the 10th district. Sure enough, he passed. But the 10th district didn't accept him? How do you know? A friend of mine in the 10th district told me this, and I had to get him drunk several bottles of liquor before I found out. Do you know how much those liquors cost? Lei Ming suddenly veered off topic. No, I only found out about Zhang Qi today. I just thought if Zhang Qi had been accepted by the 10th district, Captain Zhang wouldn't have come to the 11th district. He would have stayed in the 10th district to investigate. Jiang Chen shared his thoughts. Lei Ming slammed his hand on the table, angrily saying, So, if you ask me, since Zhang Qi passed the city guard test, the 10th district should have accepted him according to the rules. Otherwise, none of this would have happened later. Jiang Chen looked at Lei Ming. His tone lowered. Zhang Qi was probably around your age then, 13 or 14. The people in the suspended tower discriminated against him, both openly and covertly. Plus, he had passed the test and thought he could finally demonstrate his abilities, but he wasn't accepted by the guards of the 10th district, so what happened? He later came to Club Inn in the 11th district. I guess it's because it's the furthest from the main campus of the suspended tower, so he wouldn't usually run into anyone he knew. Later, he dropped out of school and just stayed in the club, even renting a small apartment nearby. But as you know, if an undifferentiated individual hasn't developed a special ability by age 16, they have to leave the suspended tower. Jiang Chen nodded. For the suspended tower, keeping an undifferentiated individual with no output value was a waste of resources. Therefore, if an undifferentiated individual hadn't developed a special ability by age 16, they would be asked to leave the suspended tower. But the coincidence is that Zhang Qi did indeed develop a special ability before he turned 16, the plant-based ability you mentioned earlier. My buddy said it's a mid-level B-rank ability. This news caused a sensation in the 10th and 11th districts. After all, who would have thought that an undifferentiated individual could not only develop an ability, but also be a mid to high level ability user? Lei Ming said. But for some reason, Zhang Qi suddenly disappeared not long after. Didn't Captain Zhang investigate thoroughly back then? Jiang Chen asked. How could that be? Captain Zhang received the news and rushed back immediately. He retrieved the surveillance footage from Club Inn, and while the footage did show Zhang Qi staying at the club for half a day before leaving, nobody knew where he went. Lei Ming sighed. He continued, at the time, The captain of the 11th District's garrison was a newly appointed, good-for-nothing incompetent. He was afraid of trouble, and besides, people did disappear from the suspended tower every year. Some were depressed, some had relationship problems, or there were many other reasons for their disappearances. So, he just dealt with the matter perfunctorily and ended it hastily. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Then why did Captain Zhang become the garrison commander of the 10th District? Why didn't he become the captain of the 11th District's garrison? Do you think becoming the captain of the garrison commander is so easy? Lei Ming sighed and said, besides, the 11th District already had a captain at the time, and he wouldn't be appointed anytime soon. To become the captain of the garrison commander, you had to serve as a garrison commander in different districts for at least 5 years. So, Captain Zhang chose to serve in the 10th District for 5 years. This year is his 2nd year in the 11th District. He glanced at Jiang Chen before his gaze drifted into the unknown distance. Before you arrived, Captain Zhang announced your identity over the communicator and reiterated the rules for the 11th District's guardians. Regardless of your abilities, you must not discriminate against your comrades. It's just that Hong Rui was busy talking to you guys, and didn't check his communicator. Do you think if Zhang Qi had gone to the 10th District back then, things wouldn't have turned out this way? Jiang Chen listened to Lei Ming's words, speechless for a long time. Zhang Fengge became the administrator of the unidentified ones. During his time in Fog City, he was clearly very attentive to the mutated plants there. Any disturbance in room and could stir his heart. Even though life-extending agents have been developed, the lifespan of most ability users is still only 100 years. But Zhang Fengge's 7 years were spent day after day in the monotonous work of a guardian. This was the first 7 years. But perhaps it wouldn't be the last 7 years. Chapter 134. Jiang Chen, someone's looking for you. Hong Rui called out. Okay. She nodded. Little Jiang, we just need to know about this, but don't mention it to Captain Zhang. He may not say it, but over the years, he must have felt remorse for his brother's disappearance. Lei Ming reminded her. Okay, I understand. Jiang Chen walked out of the City Guardian building and saw a tall figure standing in front of her. Doreen? Doreen turned around and saw her, saying, come with me. She followed Doreen onto the aircraft. Professor Norman, as expected of someone valued by the suspended tower, even his subordinates were equipped with the latest aircraft. The aircraft used by District 11 were still outdated products from a few years ago. You came without even asking? Doreen entered the commands into the aircraft, and the tall buildings flashing past the window rushed by. This is the suspended tower. Even the council has to give Professor Norman a preferential treatment, let alone a lowly worker like me, Jiang Chen said self-deprecatingly. Doreen's beautiful gaze swept over her expression clearly saying, don't give me that. You plan to be a city guard for the next 5 years? Doreen glanced at her. What else can an ordinary, undifferentiated individual like me do besides this? Jiang Chen returned Doreen's glance without changing her expression. After returning from Fog City, she used Duhai's connections to find a private testing center to check her ability values. These underground testing centers were not uncommon in the suspended tower. After all, public testing centers were expensive, and the data was recorded. But these underground clinics were much cheaper, and since ability conversion rates could change at any time, getting results immediately at an underground clinic was much more convenient. Her ability value hadn't increased, but the conversion rate was approaching the high level, and her ability direction remained undifferentiated. Jiang Chen was both happy and worried about this result. He was happy because, based on the existing data, no one would doubt that she possessed 2 divine tablets. He was worried because these 2 divine tablets hadn't changed her undifferentiated identity, or even 1% of her ability. How could he explain her Shadow Walker ability? Could it be because her innate constitution was too poor, even the divine tablets couldn't save her? So, after she absorbed the divine tablets, their power was even hampered by her, causing her to be unable to unleash even a tenth of the power of the giant and White Willow? Doreen, hearing Jiang Chen's self-deprecating remark, didn't seem to care. Our research on abilities isn't very in-depth right now. Even if you're an undifferentiated person, there's no need to belittle yourself. Jiang Chen nodded and looked out the window. He thought to himself, sure enough, they must have tested her while she was unconscious during the cleansing process, otherwise, Doreen wouldn't be so certain of her identity. Jiang Chen arrived at Professor Norman's lab. Doreen glanced at her and then left. She surveyed the lab. Its style, like Norman himself, was serious, rigid, and meticulously organized. The lab contained specimens of various mutated creatures, including human ones. She stood before these specimens. Most were completely preserved in transparent glass containers filled with malformin. Some had half their abdomens removed, exposing their intact internal organs. A translucent, reddish infant slept soundly in the liquid, seemingly unaware that its life was continuing in another form. The line between life and death isn't always so clear. Perhaps for some, birth actually means death, and death is the beginning of new life. Professor Norman. Jiang Chen turned to look at him. Norman nodded and said, Jiang Chen, I'm not one to beat around the bush, and I don't think you are either. You're a smart kid, and I think you guessed why I invited you here today. To join your experimental team? Jiang Chen replied. That's right. Norman's purpose in coming to see her wasn't hard to guess. He had conveyed this message, both openly and subtly, since the killing of Hai Tung. But she was curious whether she was the person participating in the experiment or the person being experimented on. Norman, noticing Jiang Chen's confusion, led him on a tour of the lab, saying, You certainly have a lot of experimental value. Your ability value is low, but the conversion rate is extremely high. Moreover, during the cleansing process, your genetic data showed you were still evolving. Although the reason for this phenomenon hasn't been found yet, you are an excellent experimental subject, without a doubt. Jiang Chen stopped. Evolution? However, none of this is enough to make me pay attention to you. Eden is constantly evolving. The mutated creatures outside the suspended tower are evolving at an unimaginable speed. This is a natural law and a practical necessity. He stood before a giant map, his sharp gaze sweeping across it. All physical and mental endowments will tend towards perfection through evolution. Norman's gaze fell on Jiang Chen. Ability is just one direction of this evolution. The two crises that occurred in Eden were precisely the opportunity to trigger human evolution. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of shock. He hadn't expected that what Norman considered a disaster, he saw as a golden opportunity for human evolution. Norman seemed unfazed by Jiang Chen's surprise and continued, If we remain at this stage, we always be in a passive position. Jiang Chen, I think you understand what I mean. You always been someone who reacts to potential changes in the surrounding environment. Professor Norman, I know this might be offensive, but as far as I know, you're not a member of the Lion faction, Jiang Chen said. Norman smiled. This time, Jiang Chen suppressed his surprise. It was the first time he had truly acknowledged Professor Norman's smile. I did consider joining the Lion faction years ago. After all, they did train quite a few high-quality superhumans. However, these superhumans were quickly eliminated. They were targeting the mutated creatures in the surrounding area, while what I wanted was a creature that had successfully evolved before the possible third crisis. Sitting on the hoverbus, Jiang Chen recalled Professor Norman's words. Looking at the colorful neon lights flashing past the window, she murmured to herself, Can the speed of human evolution really outpace the speed of natural evolution? However, Professor Norman didn't press her for an immediate answer, willing to give him ample time to consider. A vibration came from her terminal. Jiang Chen opened it, and a message from Zhao Jiaming, the leader of the Dove faction, appeared before her eyes. Chapter 135. The message indicated that Zhao Jiaming would send someone to pick her up at her apartment entrance and take her to his office for a meeting. She returned to her apartment, seeing Yiding waiting for her, but this time, his expression was noticeably better, at least outwardly. Jiang Chen boarded the flying vehicle again, looking down at the entire suspended tower. Night had fallen, and the lights of the skyscrapers reflected each other, transforming into countless curved, leaping, gently swaying ribbons of color. I didn't expect that someone so young would have two important figures wanting you, Yiding said. Perhaps it's because I'm outstanding. Jiang Chen continued, looking out at the night view. You? Yiding hadn't expected this girl to be so sharp-tongued. I advise you to be careful, and don't sway left and right. One wrong step, and you fall into an abyss, Yiding said coolly. Jiang Chen didn't reply to Yiding. Instead, she stared silently out the window. Indeed, as Yiding had said, she was walking a tightrope. Although Zhao Jiaming's attitude was mild last time, it didn't mean his methods weren't ruthless. As the leader of the Dove faction, his continuous increase in the number of engineers over the years suggested his true intentions might not be what they appeared to be. She had originally planned to stall Zhao Jiaming for a while, hoping that once the storm had passed, his desire to recruit her would fade. After all, the suspended tower was full of talented individuals. But coincidentally, Professor Norman came to see her at this time, and this time his intentions were clear. This undoubtedly added fuel to the fire, putting her in the spotlight once more. Now, even if she refused both sides, they would still be suspicious, wondering if she had secretly agreed to one of their proposals. She was in a situation she couldn't clear her name of. She offended two people at once. Her distressed face was reflected in the aircraft window. Suddenly, The aircraft jolted violently. Jiang Chen grabbed the handle and looked at Yi Ding. Yi Ding frowned. This was Suspended Tower Airspace, who dared intercept the aircraft of a council member, the leader of the Dove faction? He stood up and walked to the front cockpit, where he saw more than 10 combat aircraft surrounding them. Red Tower. All the aircraft landed nearby, and an officer in a silver uniform disembarked from the Red Tower aircraft. Jiang Chen noticed his clothes were somewhat similar to those of their city guards, but he seemed to be of a higher rank. He walked up to Yi Ding and said, "Yi Ding, Jiang Chen is a city guard from District 11. She is currently accused of developing and selling non-medical agents. We need to take her back for investigation." Jiang Chen looked at the person before her in shock. Yi Ding looked at Hua Sun, the captain of the 1st District City Guards, and asked suspiciously, "I don't recall your 1st District being responsible for investigating these kinds of things." As far as he knew, the 1st District was the highest-ranking officer of the 11 City Guards. Why would the highest-ranking officer be responsible for investigating something as trivial as developing and selling dangerous non-medical agents? Hua Sun didn't respond to Yi Ding's question. Instead, he said, "Secretary Yi, I think you've forgotten the organizational structure of the Suspended Tower. Let me reiterate, while the Red Pavilion is responsible to the Suspended Tower, it's only responsible to the Suspended Tower, not the Council. This girl is from the Red Pavilion, and her actions pose a potential danger to the Suspended Tower. We have the right to investigate her." Yi Ding stared intently at the man before him. The Red Pavilion had become increasingly low-key in recent years, rarely participating in major decisions of the Suspended Tower, except for routine administrative affairs. This had given him the illusion that the Suspended Tower only had a council, not a Red Pavilion. But the 10 squadron aircraft before him, equipped with well-trained city guards, vaguely reminded him of the true origins of the Suspended Tower. Yi Ding stepped aside. Jiang Chen looked at the city guard, dressed in the same color uniform as her, and led her away. She turned back and saw Yi Ding's intriguing expression. Jiang Chen was thankful she hadn't been handcuffed. She had indeed been involved in developing and selling non-medical preparations. Being caught was truly deserved. She had discovered in Fog City that, perhaps nourished by the White Willow, the plants there developed much better than those outside Eden, and their effects were naturally much superior. Most importantly, she had followed Aya, and knew where these precious plants grew in Fog City. So before leaving Fog City, she secretly took quite a few with her. She also used equipment provided by Wan Xianliang in her general education classes for research and preparation training. Sometimes, during her night patrols, she secretly used this equipment to process some preparations. Then she handed it over to Du Hai to trade on the black market, splitting the profits 70/30. The best-selling item was a treatment for hair loss. Jiang Chen didn't dare deal in anything complicated, like medical dressings or life-extending agents, but non-medical cosmetic and hair care preparations weren't too complex. Du Hai had said that these things weren't strictly monitored on the black market. Many plant-based ability users were secretly making them, and the higher-ups turned a blind eye. After all, legitimate research institutes were currently focusing on enhancing abilities and extending lifespans, so these harmless things went unchecked. She thought this would be done secretly, unnoticed, but she hadn't expected it to be discovered so quickly. She was now genuinely regretting her decision. Losing her job as a city guard would be a huge loss, but she was desperately short of money. Moses had just released a new generation of virtual combat simulation balls, costing half a year's salary, so she had no choice but to take the plunge. Miscalculation, Jiang Chen muttered to herself in frustration. Jiang Chen followed Hua Sun back to the Red Mansion. Hua Sun was extremely serious, and hadn't spoken a word the entire way. He was very tall and extremely strong, possessing the physique of a mercenary from a movie. Running was out of the question. Jiang Chen hunched over, facing the accusations. Was she taken away by Hua Sun? Zhao Jiaming looked at Yi Ding. Yes, the reason is that Jiang Chen committed the crime of developing and reselling non-medical agents, but as far as I know, this crime isn't serious. As long as the accuser provides a letter of forgiveness, the charges can be dropped, Yi Ding said. Ha, you think they really accuse her? It's just empty talk. Han Lu is just trying to warn Norman and me. They noticed our behavior. This person is theirs. They don't need to bother with her anymore. But, while this girl has some potential, it doesn't mean Han Lu has to get involved. Yi Ding still voiced his doubts. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a little clever, with decent skills, and at most, extremely adaptable. He remembered how she looked when he first met her at the council meeting, but she was definitely different now, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Yi Ding, Many things seem to change in an instant, but in reality, clues have been there for a long time. If we want to secure a seat on the council and gain more influence, we need to find that plank before the storm hits, Zhao Jiaming said, looking out into the deep night. Chapter 136. Jiangchen. Jiangchen turned around and saw Du Hai, Zhang Fengge, and the Hai siblings. Du Hai stepped past Wasen, grabbed Jiangchen's arm, and said tearfully, "Little Jiang, I didn't mean to betray you. Don't worry, I definitely get you all the letters of understanding." Wasen, standing to the side, said coolly, "Developing and reselling non-medical preparations. In principle, your friend should also be convicted. However, he's been very cooperative and confessed everything." Du Hai lowered his head awkwardly. Jiangchen's preparations were very popular on the black market, but considering Jiangchen's identity, he had always been very careful. How could he have been discovered? Moreover, according to his information, such a minor offense could be easily dealt with by bribing the officials, so why would it alarm the 1st District's garrison? They really lost big this time. He thought that if they were both arrested, who would find those letters of leniency? After all, he knew best who had sold these things. So he cooperated readily, confessing the whole story without hesitation. "So it was you. You betrayed Jiangchen." Hai Tianqing, sporting the trendiest 7-colored hair, rushed over, ready to punch Du Hai. Du Hai quickly hid behind Jiangchen. Jiangchen quickly understood Du Hai's meaning. He was outside and could help her find a solution. This was in their best interest. "Tianqing, don't worry. I've been looking for a place where no one can find me these past few days, and this opportunity has presented itself. While I'm gone, could you lend me Zhou Yang's general education course notes?" "Jiangchen, even though you're going to jail, you still remember to study." Hai Tianqing looked at Jiangchen with admiration. "Wait, why is it Zhou Yang's notes?" Jiangchen. Hai Tianqing's attention instantly wandered. Wasen glanced at Zhang Fengge without leaving a trace. Jiangchen caught their gazes, and realized that Zhang Fengge must have pulled some strings to give her a chance to speak with him, ensuring she wouldn't be completely unaware of what was happening inside. Hai Tianqing stepped forward and comforted her. "Little Jiang, don't worry, we come pick you up as soon as we get the letter of leniency." Jiangchen nodded, and was led away by Huasen. Hai Tianqing watched Jiangchen's departing figure, his previously gentle expression suddenly turning serious. "We should have discovered it sooner. The aircraft in District 11 have been upgraded." "I thought it was funded by higher-ups," Hai Tianqing said. "I thought you applied for it at the Red Mansion," Zhang Fengge said helplessly. "Lately, the 11th District City Guard building has been constantly changing, with things being replaced or upgraded. These roughnecks all assumed someone had gone to the Red Mansion to apply for upgrades." Lei Ming even wondered one day, when the Red Mansion had started paying attention to their 11th District. Could it be that the people from their 11th District had performed exceptionally well during their recent trips? No one expected that Jiangchen had quietly accomplished so much right under their noses, replacing so many things. It must have cost a fortune. They never imagined their 11th District had produced such a remarkable money-making expert. Du Hai, trembling, looked at the 2 tall city guards and said, "Brothers?" He then glanced at Hai Tianqing, hands on hips and looking menacing. "Sister, don't worry, I'm an expert at this kind of thing. I've done it several times before. Don't worry, I get all the letters of understanding today." After speaking, Du Hai quickly slipped away, lamenting his bad luck as he left. He reasoned that he had already secured all the connections and resources before selling the product, and Jiang Chen's research had never encountered any problems. How could she have been reported and arrested? No, he had to get Jiang Chen out of there quickly. She still had several large orders to fulfill. The Red Mansion had a special prison guard facility. Jiang Chen's offense could be serious or minor. If someone was determined to get her, she would likely spend some time there. "You don't seem very nervous," Huasen said beside him. "Although the suspended tower has laws against developing and selling non-medical products, from what I understand, the black market has been doing this for quite some time. Why do you think that is?" Huasen smiled, indicating he was willing to hear more. Developing formulations requires specialized equipment, which is generally only provided by the suspended tower organization. Therefore, most of the people selling these formulations on the black market are professors from academia. Moreover, the black market can be a kind of pilot project. Affordable formulations are a win-win situation for both buyers and sellers. For the suspended tower, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Huasen looked at the girl in front of him, thinking that she had done a lot of research beforehand, and it wasn't a decision made on a whim. "However, you don't seem nervous at all, you even seem a little happy." Hua-sun was unusually curious. Captain Hua, to be honest, you're my savior sent from the heavens. Jiang Chen uttered this ambiguous remark and closed her eyes to rest. Hua-sun glanced at her. He had suddenly received this news today and had initially planned to send his men to handle it. After all, such incidents weren't considered major in the suspended tower. Even his own teacher had secretly sold non-medical preparations on the black market. Although officially prohibited, because these things still carried certain risks, privately, everyone was dismissive, even believing that once these things were officially released, the price might not be as low as the black market price. Therefore, he had no intention of going personally. However, Hong Lu sent a coded message, requiring him to bring combat aircraft and go in person. Hua-sun went out and saw 10 aircraft. This was the treatment reserved for level 3 war criminals. Was it really necessary to go such a big deal for a small matter of developing and selling non-biological preparations? But when he met Jiang Chen and Yi Ding, he felt that things might not be as simple as he thought. The letter of understanding arrived quickly. According to Du Hai, someone on the black market was even offering a high price for Jiang Chen's formula, which would then be sold through official channels. However, to Jiang Chen's surprise, she may be spared the death penalty, but she cannot escape punishment. The Red Mansion was extremely displeased with her actions. She was pardoned, but not exempted from punishment. For the next 6 months, she was forbidden from leaving the 11th district, and she would be under constant surveillance. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the message on her communicator regarding the punishment decision for the city guard, Jiang Chen. It was obvious someone was trying to frame her. Chapter 137. Little Jiang, are those two outside going to be following you for the next 6 months? Lei Ming glanced at the 2 men in black suits standing outside the 11th District Guardian building. Jiang Chen turned to look at the 2 men in suits, who were on high alert, and said helplessly, probably. It had been over 3 months since she left the detention center, and these 2 guards had been following her almost constantly, but there was no precedent for this. Hua-sun explained that this was a decision made by the Red Mansion. After all, Jiang Chen's research and sale of non-biological agents had a wide-ranging impact, and given her underage status, they were assigning people to monitor her to prevent anyone from approaching her to purchase these non-biological agents. During this time, her activities were limited to the 11th District Guardian building and her apartment. Even the academy and the Guardian escort duties were suspended. Her salary was also halved, but fortunately, she had earned a small sum beforehand, which was enough to cover her living expenses for this period. Moreover, she also received assistance from Zhang Fengge and the others, so life wasn't too difficult. Jiang Chen stood up and looked at the vast, calm sea stretching into the distance. The research and sale of non-biological agents had caught her completely off guard, but as the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. The strict supervision of the Red Mansion indirectly prevented Norman and Zhao Mingjie from getting close to her. Her life returned to its usual tranquility. But was the surface of this calm sea truly as it appeared? Jiang Chen. A girl with deep green, seaweed-like hair waved vigorously at her from not far away. Jiang Chen snapped out of her reverie and looked at the distant blue sea and sky. Hai Tianqing strode past the 2 men in suits like a gust of wind, her clattering footsteps seeming to bring the otherwise lifeless building to life, appearing before her in no time. Always so clumsy. What color did you dye your hair this time? Hai Tianqing scolded his sister. Brother, you don't understand? This is the most popular color right now. It's fashionable, don't you understand? Jiang Chen, does it look good? Jiang Chen looked at Hai Tianqing's varying shades of green hair, paired with her brown clothes, and Hai Tianqing's fair face, and racked his brains for a single sentence, makes her look fairer. Hai Tianqing immediately raised her chin proudly, and Hai Tianqing could only helplessly look at his sister's smug expression. By the way, these are my class notes, Jiang Chen. Do you know how diligently I've been in class lately because of you? I usually only sleep for 30 minutes, but now I only slept for less than half. Hai Tianqing pounded her chest, saying with a pained expression. Before Jiang Chen could reply, she raised an eyebrow. While you were away, Zhou Yan was so smug. He got first place on every lab assignment. You didn't see his face? He was like a peacock spreading its tail. He even said these things aren't difficult. What? You don't even understand this. Hai Tianqing's eyes blazed with anger as she angrily crumpled the notebook in her hands, quickly turning it into a mangled mess. Lei Ming and Hong Rui, standing nearby, subtly moved to the side to avoid getting splashed. Hong Rui said, Brother Lei, tell me, how come Hai's sister's temper is so different from Hai's? I almost never seen Hai argue with her in all these years. Managing a sister who's like a powder keg is an art. Look at Xiao Jiang outside. She's definitely learned a thing or two from Captain Hai. Your bag's bulging with stuff. Are you going out? Jiang Chen tactfully changed the subject to one she was more comfortable with. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten, brother. Mom asked me to bring this to you. Hai Tianqing handed the package to Hai Tianai beside him. At least you still have some conscience. You didn't forget about this. Hai Tianai explained, seeing Jiang Chen's puzzled expression. By the way, the council is sending some of the city guards to my Soja. Xiao Jiang, you might need to share some of the internal affairs work in District 11 these next few days. My Soja? Jiang Chen asked in surprise. You been there before? Jiang Chen's reaction didn't escape Hai Tianai's notice. My Soja was quite far from the suspended tower. No, I just heard of it before. Jiang Chen hadn't expected to hear the city's name again after so long, and a sudden unease gripped her. Furthermore, as far as she knew, tasks assigned by the council generally fell into two categories: mandatory tasks, which were tasks that had to be completed unless there were special circumstances, such as their trip to Fog City last time. The other type was voluntary tasks, which were mostly volunteered by the city's defenders. However, she hadn't received any assignments yet, and Lei Ming and the others didn't seem to have any plans to travel, so this mission to Mysacia must have been volunteered by Hai Tianai. Alright. I don't want to waste my prime years on such tedious work. Jiang Chen, I'm leaving now. I bring you my newly copied notes next time. She was about to run away when Hai Tianai grabbed her by the back of the collar. While I'm gone, you have to stay in the suspended tower obediently. Don't idle around all day, understand? Yes, brother. Tell me, why are you so nagging at such a young age? You know it's not attractive, don't you understand? These days, the Trini guys are all about cool, arrogant men, or aloof, mountain-like men. Brother, you need to keep up with the trends and find your niche. Hai Tianai smiled and bent down, pointing to the terminal on her wrist. Then let's reduce the suspended tower coins on the terminal to 1/3 this month. Brother, I was wrong. I was just rambling. I must have eaten too much at lunch, and I'm a little out of it now. I promise I turn over a new leaf, work diligently, be honest and obedient. Hai Tianqing rattled off a bunch of things, like she was reciting a memorized text. Hai Tianai shook his head helplessly, and let go of Hai Tianqing's hand. Hai Tianqing immediately ran off, like a wild horse. Captain Hai, when you come back from your trip to Mysoja, you must tell us all about it. I heard it's known as the safest city in Eden, and most importantly, ordinary people without superpowers have a very high social status. Sigh, if it weren't for the requirement of A-level superpower users for this selection, I really would like to go and see for myself, Hong Rui sighed. Hai Tianai glanced at the door, then at Jiang Chen, and said in a low voice, although the research and sale of non-biological agents are prohibited inside the suspended tower, but... He paused and continued, I suspect that's what we're going to Mysoja for. The three people inside the room widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 138. No wonder they need A-level or higher ability users. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. What do you mean? Hong Rui pressed. It's simple. The suspended tower must be transporting a lot of supplies to Mysacia. The two places are so far apart, it's hard to guarantee that no one will try to rob them along the way. Lei Ming answered quickly. Jiang Chen asked, did the Red Mansion condone it too? Hai Tianai nodded. Lei Ming slammed his fist on the table angrily. Isn't this blatant double standards? Selling these things to Mysacia is fine, but when it comes to our little Jiang, it's all banned and monitored. No way, we're going to the Red Mansion to demand an explanation. This is too much. He tried to pull Jiang Chen to his feet. Hai Tianai knew Lei Ming's fiery temper, and grabbed him. Lei Ming, you lived in the suspended tower for several years now. Whether it's the council or the Red Mansion, the ultimate goal and starting point of all their work is to protect the interests of the suspended tower. He looked at the three people in front of him and continued, selling these things to Mysoja at low prices allows us to obtain supplies there. You know the suspended tower has a small area and a small population, but there's a huge shortage of supplies. Cooperation with Mysoja can fill that gap. From what you're saying, it sounds like the council is doing this out of necessity, as if it's perfectly natural, Lei Ming retorted, unconvinced. Of course, I'm not defending the council or the suspended tower. It's just that we're not the rulemakers. If we want to stay here, we naturally have to abide by the rules. Hai Tianai's words silenced the three. The reason they chose the job of city guards was that they hoped to stay here long term. However, I'm afraid Jiang Chen's case isn't as simple as it seems. I reviewed cases from recent years regarding the research and resale of non-biological agents, and none have resulted in a punishment like Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen, did you offend some big shot? Lei Ming asked. She searched her mind, thinking, offended big shots? That's probably a lot. Norman and Zhao Jiaming are both figures of considerable influence within the suspended tower, and now it's like two people have been implicated, plus another person. When Jiang Chen returned to her apartment, it was already dark. She had been relatively free lately, spending a lot of time training in the virtual combat simulation ball, and she could clearly feel her physical abilities improving significantly. However, the power of the second divine monument hadn't manifested yet, leaving her feeling completely lost. Knock knock knock. Who is it? No one answered. Jiang Chen stood up and walked to the door. These two men in suits had been guarding this place day and night. Who could be looking for her at this hour? She opened the peephole and looked outside. The doorway was empty. Even the two men in suits were gone. Jiang Chen drew her broken knife and stood behind the door. She heard a click as the safety lock melted. The door slowly opened, letting in a crack, allowing dim light to filter in. A black figure draped in a cloak entered. Her knife moved with lightning speed towards his throat. It's me. The knife stopped an inch from his neck. Lianwu? Although Jiang Chen didn't remember her face, she had memorized her voice. She didn't lower the knife. Lianwu pulled down her hat brim, revealing another face Jiang Chen had never seen before. The Lord wishes to see you. Please come with me. Zhou Jingming. Lianwu seemed extremely displeased with Jiang Chen's address, her tone somewhat stiff as she said, yes. I won't go. Saying this, she sheathed her broken knife and walked inside. The Lord said he would teach you how to use what you obtained, as promised. Striking at her vital point, Zhou Jingming truly knew how to exploit her weaknesses. Two men in suits outside? Jiang Chen walked to the door. The two men in suits were already gone. There were some who were secretly observing your movements during this time. They went to distract those people. It was self-evident that her 6-month imprisonment was likely Zhou Jingming's doing. Jiang Chen donned a black cloak, her figure blending into the night. This was her first time in Zhou Jingming's true residence, the orderly patrols. This was the residence of the Supreme Commander. Under the bright lights, she knew someone was waiting for her. Her entire life, every move, was under Zhou Jingming's surveillance. He must have known all along that Norman and Zhao Jiaming had come looking for her, which explained the whole situation. Jiang Chen walked forward, past memories flooding her mind. Every word and action of hers was being watched and monitored. Zhou Jingming was methodical, seemingly always able to predict her next move, making her wonder if some of her previous decisions had been made under his guidance. Lianwu led her to a doorway, glanced at Jiang Chen, hesitated, but ultimately said nothing and retreated. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked inside. Zhou Jingming, standing by the window, turned to look at her. The night outside, and the soft light inside illuminated him, making him seem much gentler. He's in a good mood, Jiang Chen thought to herself. I thought you wouldn't come. How could I dare? After all, my life is in Commander Zhou's hands. I'm in prison now, and who knows when I'd be beheaded. Jiang Chen retorted sarcastically. However, Zhou Jingming seemed completely unconcerned. Would you like some dessert? I remember you took quite a few of these kinds of desserts at the banquet last time. Jiang Chen saw the pastries on the table. She had packed them up earlier. What do you need me for? Jiang Chen looked up, met his gaze, and asked directly. Zhou Jingming smiled helplessly and said, Ah Chen, I know that 6 months of imprisonment restricts your freedom, but your return from Fog City has attracted too much attention. I think you have no intention of joining Norman and Zhao Jiaming's camp. Zhou Jingming's words struck a chord with Jiang Chen. Although she was imprisoned this time, she wasn't as resentful as Lei Ming and the others. Most importantly, this period of imprisonment kept her away from the center of the various factions in the suspended tower. But what was Zhou Jingming's purpose in doing this? Excuse my bluntness, Commander Zhou, why have you helped me time and time again? Probably because your thoughts align with Norman and Zhao Jiaming's. What? Jiang Chen hadn't expected her perplexing question to be answered so easily. You now possess 2 divine tablets within your body. Aren't you a much-needed partner to cooperate with? Zhou Jingming poured a glass of warm water and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen subconsciously took the glass. The warmth dispelled the chill she had felt while traveling through the night. She looked at Zhou Jingming, increasingly confused. Chapter 139. Mr. Zhou, since this is a cooperation, what do you want, and what will I get in return? Jiang Chen asked bluntly. Zhou Jingming lifted his eyelids and said to her, I want you to stay in District 11 for the next 6 months, and not leave no matter what happens. She looked at him with clear eyes. And what will I get in return? The method for using the second divine steel. Jiang Chen withdrew her gaze, not answering immediately. Why did Zhou Jingming want to confine her to District 11 for 6 months? Could something happen during this time, and could it be related to her? Though Jingming gazed at her profile, not urging her to hurry. It had been more than half a year since she woke up. She had grown taller, and her previously messy hair had grown longer, now framing her face, just past her shoulders. Fine strands of black hair covered her forehead, and her clear, dark eyes held a composure and coldness beyond her years. Deal. Jiang Chen raised her eyes, looking directly at him. A brief restriction of freedom in exchange for the method of using the divine steel. It was a worthwhile trade. Okay. Chen, aren't you happy in District 11? Zhou Jingming took the cup from her hand, refilled it, and handed it to her. Jiang Chen looked at Zhou Jingming with some surprise. She hadn't expected him to ask such a trivial question after the cooperation was finalized. Happy? Jiang Chen murmured to herself. For the past 6 months, she had either been on the run from being hunted or dealing with crises launched by various forces, but District 11 had indeed brought her a lot of warmth. Although Zhang Fengde was mostly taciturn, he was extremely protective of his own, and Brother Hai was especially kind to her. He often joked around with Lei Ming and Hong Rui, and Hai Tianqing would occasionally bring interesting news. She could feel that they genuinely accepted her without any ulterior motives, making life seem less difficult. But a lingering unease remained in her heart. She felt as if a colossal beast lurked beneath the seemingly calm seabed of the suspended tower, ready to devour her the moment she let her guard down, shattered all her current warmth and tranquility. Even worse, she felt as if a pair of eyes were watching her from afar in the darkness, waiting for something. Jiang Chen didn't know why she had this feeling, but as the second divine tablet merged into her body, she could feel that power drawing closer. She had to become stronger. Meeting Zhou Jingming's probing gaze, Jiang Chen said, Mr. Zhou, although I don't know your purpose in confining me to District 11, since this is a cooperation, it's simply a matter of mutual benefit. I don't think we need to discuss these issues yet. Zhou Jingming lowered his eyes to look at Jiang Chen, his eyes seemingly filled with unspoken emotions. But these emotions quickly dissipated, and he said gently, It's too late today. I sent Lian Wu to bring you here tomorrow to learn about the second divine tablet. Okay. Jiang Chen stood up and walked towards the door. Behind her came Zhou Jingming's voice. Aiken, I hope you can keep our promise this time. Jiang Chen opened the door, the cold wind outside blowing through her black hair. Of course, but Mr. Zhou, we're just business partners. Such a form of address is inappropriate. She walked away without looking back. Zhou Jingming watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure. She had grown up, become more independent, extremely guarded, and cautious in everything she did. He believed she would survive better in this era, but was this truly the outcome he hoped for? For the first time in his life, Zhou Jingming hesitated about his past decisions. Jiang Chen returned to her apartment. She lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Zhou Jingming was far too mysterious. In their few interactions, she had been completely suppressed. Both her broken blade and her special abilities seemed to have failed her. Just how terrifying was this power? Moreover, she still couldn't figure out what Zhou Jingming was trying to do. Although he was gentle and even open with her, he would fall silent when it came to core issues. It seemed that trying to find a breakthrough with him was a waste of time. Jiang Chen turned over, facing the wall. In Zhou Jingming's vast chessboard, where was she? Moses Company. Chairman, this is some news about recent events at the suspended tower. Brenwen handed Chen Jintong the information he had gathered at the suspended tower over the past few months. Chen Jintong casually flipped through a few pages. The earlier events were largely the same, but when he saw a certain entry, his narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and his long, powerful fingertips touched a name. Jiang Chen. This girl is indeed special. I already sent people to investigate her background. She should be out in the next couple of days, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, it's quite unexpected that Professor Norman and the leader of the Dove faction both extended olive branches to her at the same time. Moreover, a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. She's just an undifferentiated individual with extremely low ability values. Although her conversion rate is indeed high, it shouldn't warrant these two personally taking action. Interesting, another undifferentiated individual. Chen Jintong's face suddenly filled with displeasure, but he subtly curled the corners of his mouth. Brenwen was startled, realizing he misspoke. He thought for a moment, then quickly added, but I heard this girl has gotten herself into quite a bit of trouble lately. Chen Jintong looked up at him. According to our reports, this girl was involved in the research and sale of non-biological agents, and she was the mastermind. She's already been imprisoned. Imprisoned? Just for researching and selling non-biological agents? Yes, but in recent years, the Suspended Tower has indeed tightened its investigations in this area. After all, Mysacia is their largest source of customers. If private individuals were to intercept them, I don't think the Suspended Tower would want to see that happen. Branwen raised an eyebrow and continued, in that case, it's not unusual to lock someone up for such a charge. Norman and Zhao Jiaming haven't made any moves, so this girl might just be a pretext for their conflict. Chen Jintong casually flipped through a few more pages, then suddenly changed the subject, asking, has she been sent over? His sinister eyes swept over Branwen standing opposite him. Yes. Branwen hesitated, but I'm afraid if Director Chen finds out about this, he might. It's just a lesson, not a death sentence. Besides, the director's already gone over there, he won't be paying attention to things here lately. Chen Jintong interrupted him. Branwen lowered his head, remaining silent. Chen Jintong's gaze then fell on Jiang Chen's name. Keep an eye on this girl. You may leave. Branwen respectfully withdrew, his brow furrowed with worry as he closed the door. He had a bad feeling, and quickly walked away in another direction. Chapter 140. Jiang Chen opened her eyes. It was still dark outside, but there were rustling sounds coming from outside the door. The two men in suits must have returned to their posts. Normally, she would quickly wash up, take the maglev bus to the academy, attend class, hurriedly change into her guard uniform, board the submersible, escort those leaving and entering the tower, and then join Lei Ming and his team on night patrol. But now, she could close her eyes and go back to sleep. Beep beep beep. A beep came from the terminal outside the door. Jiang Chen sat up, opened the bedroom door, and glanced at the terminal. The item has arrived. She put the terminal back on her wrist, opened the curtains, and saw that it was clearly not a good day. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, and the towering black tower stood far below them. Fortune favors the bold. Du Hai had secretly passed messages to Jiang Chen several times. Although the two men in suits were keeping a close watch, they didn't restrict Jiang Chen's activities in District 11. Jiang Chen had patrolled District 11 at least 100 times, so he naturally knew best which areas were safest and easiest to pass messages through. According to Du Hai's information, the remaining non-medical preparations had been confiscated by the council, and were about to be sent to Mysacia. During her interrogation, Han Lu hadn't mentioned the formula, but the next day, council members came demanding she hand it over. Fortunately, she and Du Hai had the foresight to create two formulas, and the one they handed over was a lower-cost version. Since Suspended Tower wanted to do business in Mysacia, why not go with the flow and use Suspended Tower to open up the market for them? Beep beep beep. A message came through the communicator. Xiao Jiang, Team Hai is departing for Mysacia today. It was a message from Lei Ming. What? Didn't they say yesterday they were leaving in a couple of days? Why has the itinerary changed? Jiang Chen quickly changed her clothes, and as soon as she stepped outside, she noticed it was drizzling. Logically, the Suspended Tower has a protective shield, so the weather inside shouldn't change. However, to create a fully simulated environment, the council specifically adjusts the internal environment of the Suspended Tower according to changes in the external environment, ensuring that those leaving the tower won't be unable to adapt to the outside environment immediately. Jiang Chen braved the light rain and hurried towards the Guardian Building. Upon arriving at the City Guardian Building, Jiang Chen saw Lei Ming preparing to leave. Brother Lei, where's Captain Hai? Oh dear, Jiang Chen, Captain Hai was going to wait for you, but the council suddenly sent a notice, they're in a rush, so he left a while ago. Hey. Slow down. Their departure port is in District 1. They probably haven't left yet. As soon as Lei Ming finished speaking, Jiang Chen immediately turned around, intending to run towards the port of District 1, but suddenly saw a man in a black suit in the shimmering rain, and she stopped abruptly. She couldn't leave District 11. Brother, why hasn't Jiang Chen come yet? Hai Tianqing stamped his foot, anxiously looking into the distance. Hai Tianai looked helplessly at his sister, then glanced at Zhang Fengde standing beside him. It's not like she's not coming back, Jiang Chen. Being imprisoned in District 11 by the Red Mansion, those two won't let her leave. Captain Zhang, and I didn't notify her, so as not to make things difficult for her. That's true. Hai Tianqing grumbled, this Red Mansion is meddling way too much. His words drew the attention of several guards from other areas. Hai Tianai turned aside, shielding himself from their hostile gazes. Captain Zhang, I finished handing over the key tasks recently. I think this trip will take at least 3 months, but the North District Management Bureau. Don't worry, I talked to them. Zhang Fengge patted his shoulder. Hai Tianai nodded, then looked at his younger sister, who was looking around with curious eyes, and helplessly instructed, little sister, while I'm away from the suspended tower, you must be careful with your words and actions. Don't. Hai Tianqing frowned, looking impatient. Hai Tianai knew she was just letting it go in one ear and out the other. He sighed, then changed his approach, saying, You're closest to Xiao Jiang, so you can discuss anything with her. Don't act alone. Yes, my dear brother, when you come back, you definitely see an independent, positive, smart, kind, lively, and adorable. Hai Tianai smiled helplessly, ruffling Hai Tianqing's hair haphazardly, instantly throwing his newly styled hair to shambles. Hey, my hair. Hai Tianai laughed and strode onto the submersible. Hai Tianqing watched the submersible gradually sink to the bottom, until even the slightest ripple disappeared, and a light rain suddenly began to fall. The 11th District Guardian Building. Lei Ming glanced out the window. 2 men in suits were still standing at the door. He then looked at Jiang Chen, who seemed somewhat dejected, at the other end of the office. I told you not to say it, but you insisted. Look what happened now. Hong Rui said in a low voice to Lei Ming. Oh dear, I just suddenly forgot about Xiao Jiang being imprisoned, and that's how I accidentally let it slip. He then lightly slapped himself twice. Hong Rui looked at him with a look of utter disappointment. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man in a black raincoat walked in. The 3 people inside looked towards the doorway at the sound of his voice. Chen Yimo pulled down the brim of his raincoat, revealing a sharp profile. Why is this guy back? He's been disappearing and reappearing all day long. I don't know what he's busy with. He doesn't even bother with his work in District 11. What kind of person is he? Doesn't Captain Zhang do anything about it? Lei Ming complained, his voice echoing in the room. Hong Rui tugged at Lei Ming's sleeve, signaling him to lower his voice. Lei Ming's voice suddenly rose. Why are you pulling my clothes? I'm just stating the facts. If you don't like it, pack your bags and get out. With that, he abruptly stood up and walked out of the house. Hong Rui rubbed his forehead, missing Captain Hai. If Captain Hai were here, he could definitely mediate between the two. But now, he could only awkwardly say, Captain Hai just left today, so Lei Ming might not be used to it yet, hence his harsh words. Don't take it to heart. Chen Yimo nodded unquestionably. Hong Rui glanced at Jiang Chen inside the house, his eyes indicating, this is your responsibility. He then chased after Lei Ming. Jiang Chen glanced at Chen Yimo, then her gaze returned to the misty rain outside the window. Chen Yimo walked to her side, standing behind her. Moses' company has also sent people to my Soja. The girl you knew before, Ella, is still alive. Jiang Chen suddenly turned around. Chapter 141. How do you know this information? Before Jiang Chen could even feel happy about Ella's survival, alarm bells rang in her mind, and she looked at Chen Yimo hesitantly. Although she had known Chen Yimo the longest, she had suffered quite a few losses at his hands, making her even more cautious. Chen Yimo, seeing her probing gaze, blinked before finally telling the truth. Fang Yu sent news of Major Pei. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. 3 months had passed since Pei Du's disappearance, yet Fang Yu and his group hadn't given up. We suspect Moses' company took Major Pei, but their purpose is still unknown. He paused, glancing at Jiang Chen's porcelain white face, and continued, Our men in my Socia spotted the Major. You told me this because you want to. Jiang Chen interrupted him. Based on the data we gathered, besides Major Pei, the only other person Moses is so desperately trying to get is. Chen Yimo lowered his head. It's me. Jiang Chen suddenly pulled out a chair and stood up, the chair scraping against the floor with a sharp hiss, shattering the silence in the room. Jiang Chen, I didn't intend to reveal your identity to Moses. Chen Yimo stood up abruptly, then said in a low voice, Nor did I tell Fan Yu and the others. So what do you mean now? Do you want me to use myself as bait to lure out the person behind Moses, thereby rescuing Pei Du, or will you expose my identity if I don't agree? The shadow cast by Moses' company still haunts her, a relentless pursuit that continues time and again. Even now, with 2 divine tablets, she can't forget the brutality of Bai Jian in the Kshuria underground palace, or the bloody corpses from the 3rd assassination attempt. Jiang Chen, you know I'm imprisoned by the Red Mansion. You saw the 2 men in suits outside. I can't, and won't leave the suspended tower during this time. Whatever your thoughts, I won't go to my Soja. If you want to expose my identity. Chen Yimo, I'm no longer the little girl who just escaped from the underground palace. After saying this, Jiang Chen didn't look at Chen Yimo again and walked straight out. Chen Yimo lowered her head, her expression unreadable. Large raindrops pattered against the windowpane. Jiang Chen returned to the apartment, forcefully ripped off her rain-soaked clothes, threw them on the bathroom floor, turned on the hot water, and soon the bathroom was filled with steam. The steam blurred the mirror, but she could vaguely see a crimson glint in his eyes, anger, unease, and even a hint of madness. With her current abilities, killing Chen Yimo wasn't as difficult as she imagined. If she was quick enough, she could turn back and strike first while he hesitated. The patter of rain, the incessant honking of cars in the traffic jam, the curses of pedestrians, and the drunken ramblings of the man next door flooded her mind and heart. Chen Yimo, this ticking time bomb lurking beside her. He was the first human she had ever met in this world. He knew she came from the Xurian underground palace. He had always been inquisitive about her identity. He had seen her use her powers. Such a person she should. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and plunged into the hot water in the wash basin, shutting out all sound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The warm water soothed her agitated heart. Jiang Chen lifted her head from the water, her eyes regaining a sliver of clarity. She grabbed a towel and wrung out the water from her hair. Back at the bedside, the broken knife appeared silently before her. The sharp blade reflected her obsidian-like eyes, water droplets from her hair falling on her brow, carrying a misty coolness. Jiang Chen closed her eyes, and the broken knife vanished. Knock, 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 a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Lianwu outside the door suddenly felt a chill creep up her spine. She looked into the room, a fear spreading through her for some unknown reason. She shook her head. It must be the heavy rain and the noise. It's me, Lianwu. The door opened, and Lianwu saw Jiang Chen's calm expression, as if everything before had been an illusion. Suppressing her doubts, she said to Jiang Chen, "Please come with me." Jiang Chen nodded and walked forward. She pushed open the door, and saw Zhou Jingming already sitting at the table. Jiang Chen silently walked to the opposite side of him, and sat down. Neither of them spoke, and for a moment, the room was unusually quiet. Zhou Jingming didn't seem to mind the strange atmosphere, his head down as he flipped through an ancient book. Although it was a collaboration, she was already under his control, and now she needed the person in front of her to tell her how to activate the second divine tablet, so naturally she couldn't urge him. So she could only sit there, looking around. Zhou Jingming's study was extremely clean, with very few of his personal belongings. One wall of bookshelves was filled with various books of different categories, revealing nothing of his taste, just like the man himself. This made her recall when she was hiding in Pei Du's study. Why had Moses' company captured Pei Du and taken him to Mysoja? What was the mastermind behind Moses' company, which controlled half of Eden's supply chain planning? Her previously agitated and murderous heart calmed down during the long wait. Feeling better? Zhou Jingming asked, putting down his book. Jiang Chen was taken aback, suddenly realizing that she couldn't hide anything from him. "Since you already know, why ask me?" she retorted. "Jiang Chen, how did you feel after obtaining the divine steel?" Zhou Jingming seemed unconcerned by her rudeness. "Feelings?" Jiang Chen calmed herself, carefully recalling her feelings after obtaining the divine steel twice. "At first, it felt like my blood was burning, like boiling water churning in my veins, and then my body." She glanced at the person in front of her. Zhou Jingming looked at her gently, like the most patient healer in the world. But it felt like another force was firmly binding it, suppressing it. Jiang Chen had never spoken these words to anyone before, although she had a good relationship with the city guards of the 11th district, and was even closer to Hai Tianai and Zhang Fengde than strangers. But she always felt that no one could help her in this matter. Zhou Jingming didn't seem surprised after hearing Jiang Chen's words, as if he had known about this for a long time. He looked into her dark, uneasy eyes, and continued to ask, "Jiang Chen, I'm talking about how you felt after obtaining the divine steel?" Jiang Chen suddenly raised her head, Zhou Jingming's gentle yet unyielding gaze fixed on her. The turbulent, uneasy killing intent within her had nowhere to hide. Chapter 142. "I don't know what you want to ask." Jiang Chen stood up abruptly. "The terms of our cooperation are very clear. I think these questions are beyond the scope of our cooperation, Mr. Zhou. If you don't want to cooperate, just say so." She looked at him with eyes blazing with anger. Zhou Jingming seemed used to Jiang Chen's rage. His gentle eyes held the most peaceful power. He looked at her and continued, "Jiang Chen, answer me." Jiang Chen pursed her lips, turned her head towards the door, avoiding his deep black eyes. "Then there's nothing more to say. I think I should go back." She walked towards the door somewhat flustered, suppressing her inner turmoil, telling herself, yes, this is just a difficulty in her past life. She will overcome it alone, just like before. But before her hand touched the door, Zhou Jingming pulled her back, his gentle, large hands supporting her trembling shoulders, holding her captive. Jiang Chen clenched her fists, unease, confusion, and resentment filling her heart. Zhou Jingming leaned down, his shadow blocking the bright lights from the ceiling. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned by the darkness. It always brought her a sense of familiarity. He looked down at her, and in the silent air, he whispered reassuringly, Chen, I won't be your enemy. I wasn't before, and I never will be. I promise you. She lowered her head, her body stiffening for a moment, before finally slumping in the silent confrontation. She calmly analyzed herself. I want to kill him. Not just him, but everyone here. The man spouting nonsense next to the apartment, the woman chattering incessantly downstairs, and the baby that keeps crying. She took a deep breath, but her last words betrayed her fear. Kill them all, and all of this will make everything that I find disgusting disappear. But you didn't, did you? Zhou Jingming reached out and gently brushed aside a slightly damp strand of hair from her forehead, revealing her reddened eyes. Jiang Chen looked up blankly, seeing her own struggle reflected in Zhou Jingming's eyes. The bloody scenes that had filled her mind slowly faded with his words. Chen, after the divine steel merged into your body, while amplifying every potential within you, it also amplified the restless and violent factors within you. You mean I'm like this because of the divine steel? Jiang Chen grabbed his sleeve, pressing for an answer. Zhou Jingming didn't answer her, but instead had her sit back down and poured her a glass of water. Jiang Chen took it and brought it to her pale lips, but smelled a strange taste. She frowned and looked at Zhou Jingming. Zhou Jingming smiled helplessly. Don't worry, it's just some sedative added. Trust me, drinking it will calm you down. Jiang Chen lowered her head, looking at the slightly swaying light brown liquid. She thought that if Zhou Jingming wanted to harm her, he would have done it already. Finally, she drank it with some skepticism. The warm water entered her mouth and spread throughout her body, soothing her tense nerves as if she were soaking in warm water. Seeing that Jiang Chen had calmed down, Zhou Jingming slowly said, Ah Chen, when you activated the first divine tablet, you were determined to kill those people without any hesitation. Although she had expected Zhou Jingming to guess her thoughts at the time, she was still secretly shocked that he had actually guessed correctly. When the third assassination attempt occurred, she happened to learn that Moses was the mastermind behind it all. The fear and anxiety of those days of being hunted, and the horrific deaths of those innocent Chilean girls, filled her bloodshot eyes. She was determined to kill them. Her murderous intent reached its peak at that moment. Killing and bloodshed are the fastest ways to activate the divine steel. The reason your second divine steel hasn't been activated yet is because of your unease. You can't bring yourself to do it. Zhou Jingming looked directly into her eyes and asked, Aiken, do you really crave power so much? Believe me, as long as you stay in District 11, you won't be in any danger anymore. I can find a way to help you retrieve the divine steel. It's not too late. Jiang Chen's previously uneasy and hesitant face suddenly turned cold, her brows and eyelashes like long knives. No one can be responsible for my safety except myself. Her words were resolute and brooked no argument. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Jingming's eyes, which ultimately turned into a helpless sigh. If you don't want to activate the second divine monument through slaughter, you may have to pay a much higher price. I'm willing, Jiang Chen answered decisively. Zhou Jingming stood up, walked to the window, half his figure hidden in the darkness. You need to begin daily training, constantly restraining your desires, even suppressing your bloodlust. Perhaps one day you regret this choice. I won't regret it. Jiang Chen stood up, walked behind him, and said firmly, Good. Zhou Jingming watched her slender figure disappear into the rainy night, and said to Wan Xianliang beside him, Go and find out who is guiding her killing intent. Yes. The heavy night pressed down on the sea, the biting wind whipped up a wave, and the sky seemed to weep as if it had been ripped open. Madam, we already informed Fang Yu and his men that Pei Du has been captured by the Moses Corporation and taken to Mysacia. The former Valkan soldier has already delivered the message to the girl, but the soldier is still alive. A man respectfully spoke to the woman in black robes beside him. But won't this affect Chen Jin's situation? Don't worry about them. The woman gazed at the solitary tower in the middle of the sea, a breathtaking face hidden beneath a massive black brim. She murmured softly, a mixture of joy and sorrow in her voice, She's grown up, much more restrained than before. Chapter 143. Jiang Chen pushed open the door, and heard Lei Ming and Hong Rui whispering to each other. What did you say? He's from the United Political Council? Lei Ming said, somewhat surprised. Yeah, as soon as I arrived this morning, I saw him and Captain Zhang go into the meeting room. You know, that guy's always elusive. I just happened to be passing by, so I had to overhear. I heard him say that some mission of the United Political Council had been completed. I didn't expect this young guy to be from the United Political Council. But what mission did he join the city guards for? Lei Ming pondered, resting his round chin on his hand. I don't know. I only heard that he left after the mission was completed, Hong Rui said softly. Leaving? Yes. Hong Rui clicked his tongue twice. But I feel this matter isn't that simple. I think I saw Chen Yimo and Xiao Jiang arguing about something before I left yesterday, but I didn't hear the specifics. Don't guess. I never seen them talking before. How could they be arguing? You're right, but have you noticed Xiao Jiang acting strangely lately? Strange? I can't quite put my finger on it, I just feel. Jiangchen pushed open the door and went inside. Hey, Xiao Jiang's here. Lei Ming scratched his head awkwardly, looking around, and said, What a sunny day today. Brother Lei, it's cloudy today. Jiangchen looked up at the gray sky outside the window. Hong Rui stepped on Lei Ming's foot. Hey you. Lei Ming painfully shut his mouth, giving the puzzled Jiangchen a big smile. Jiangchen looked at Chen Yimo's empty workstation, lost in thought. The murderous aura that had surged within her yesterday had subsided, but she understood that Chen Yimo, as a former soldier of the Valkan Legion, possessed an exceptionally keen sense of danger. Even if she hadn't noticed it at the time, she should have been able to sense it later. She didn't know if Chen Yimo's departure was simply due to the completion of a mission or something else, but regardless, perhaps this situation wasn't a bad thing for either side. As for whether Chen Yimo would reveal her identity to the Moses Corporation, Jiang Chen, after a sleepless night of contemplation, realized that regardless of whether Chen Yimo disclosed her identity, it was only a matter of time before the Moses Corporation sought her out. It might not be Chen Yimo, but someone else. Yesterday's rain washed over the entire city, the newly renovated suspension tower reflected in her eyes. She looked at her hands. Blood. 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 Jiang Chen closed her eyes, then opened them again. Her blood-stained hands had returned to their original whiteness. After acquiring the first divine steel, a third assassination attempt followed. The man sent by the Moses Corporation died by her blade. It was likely at that moment that she truly activated the first divine steel. Now, 3 months have passed since she obtained the second divine steel, and her body has clearly changed. With the increase in power comes a bloodthirsty craving. During this time, she has considered this possibility, but her desire for the divine steel far outweighs her unease. She believes that perhaps these are just very normal side effects of the divine steel integrating into her body. Just wait a few more days, and she will surely be recovered. But Chen Yimo's words, like a fuse, instantly ignited her, and she almost lost control. But could she really abandon the divine steel? Jiangchen stood alone by the window for a long time, motionless. What's going on? Hong Rui looked at Jiangchen, who had been standing by the window for so long. What's wrong with everyone? When that kid left today, he stood there for ages without making a sound. Lei Ming shook his head. I go ask. Lei Ming said, preparing to stand up. Lei Ming. Team Leader Zhang? We can't help with everything. Let her be alone for a while. Zhang Feng's deep gaze fell on the person by the window. Lei Ming and the other nodded, seemingly understanding. What is this? Jiang Chen looked at the experimental instrument floating in midair in the laboratory. It resembled a hollowed-out wheelchair, with silver-white metal mechanical arms floating around, covered in dense, intricate electronic patterns. The spirit realm. Zhou Jingming, standing beside her, replied. The spirit realm? This device will completely immerse your brain in a certain scene, blurring the boundaries between virtual and reality. In the spirit realm, you will be unable to distinguish between reality and any situation. Achen. Everything that happens in the spirit realm, whether it's physical pain or your 5 senses, will be transmitted to your brain just like in reality. Zhou Jingming looked into her eyes and said, You mean, if I get injured in the spirit realm, I will feel the same pain in real life? Zhou Jingming's deep eyes met hers, tacitly acknowledging her guess. If I die in there, does that mean I die in real life too? Jiang Chen, if you... Let's begin the training. Jiang Chen resolutely stepped forward. Zhou Jingming behind her remained motionless, his thick black eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes, obscuring his expression. Jiang Chen turned to look at him. All the scenes in the spirit realm will be automatically set based on the trainee's brain, so, Chen, You need to distinguish between reality and dreams. Okay. Jiangchen sat on the cold instrument, tentacles with a metallic feel slowly extending from her back. A sharp needle pierced her neck, injecting a pale green liquid into her body. Jiangchen stared at the glaring incandescent light on the ceiling, her thoughts growing increasingly hazy. She squinted at Zhou Jingming beside her. His gentle, melancholic eyes were lowered as he looked at her, his eyes holding emotions she couldn't decipher. As Jiangchen closed her eyes, she only heard his voice beside her. Don't worry, I'll always be by your side. Jiangchen plunged into darkness. In the pitch-black world, she could only hear her own heartbeat. Wasn't there supposed to be a virtual environment? Why was there nothing there? Jiangchen couldn't help but wonder. She groped around, but there was nothing there. This reminded her of the bottomless darkness inside the black capsule when she first arrived in this world. Jiangchen. She suddenly opened her eyes. The blinding light from the incandescent bulb made her eyes, so familiar with the darkness, sting. Jiangchen looked at Zhou Jingming beside her. What's wrong? The equipment is malfunctioning. Zhou Jingming removed the metal patches from her head and limbs, pressing a red button on the control panel. Soon, several men in gray clothes entered with toolboxes. The men were troubleshooting the spirit realm. One of them approached Zhou Jingming and whispered something. Zhou Jingming nodded and walked up to Jiangchen. Training is temporarily suspended, Jiangchen. Go back first. I have Lianwu pick you up after the troubleshooting is finished. Okay. Jiangchen walked towards the door, glancing back at the spirit realm being repaired in the distance, and sighed. Chapter 144. Although she no longer needs to patrol or escort personnel in and out of the suspended tower, Jiangchen still goes to District 11 every day without fail. She always feels that if she's left alone, she might think about doing other things. Brother Hai, why are you back? As soon as Jiangchen entered, she saw Hai Tianai sitting at his workstation, taking notes. Hai Tianai didn't turn around, but his voice still carried a smile. We transported the goods over there, and since nothing much happened, we came back. But, by the way, don't you have a friend in Mysacia named Ella? Jiangchen's eyes widened slightly. How did Hai Tianai know Ella? Although Hai Tianai didn't turn around, he was extremely familiar with Jiangchen's reaction. He explained, she probably knows you're in the suspended tower, and we're here on behalf of the suspended tower, so naturally she inquire about you. I see. Hai Tianai lowered his head to continue writing something, then suddenly said, by the way, Jiangchen, are you from Kishria? Jiangchen paused in her work. Hai Tianai seemed oblivious to her movement and continued, I heard that all of you girls are from Kishria, Jiangchen. Why haven't you mentioned these things before? Jiangchen slowly walked forward, calmly replying, it's nothing important, so I didn't say anything. Not important? Hai Tianai lowered his head, continuing to fiddle with something. Weren't the targets of the third assassination all girls from Kishria? Jiangchen, are you hiding something from us? No. You always keep everything to yourself. Do you know that doing so might put us in danger? Danger? Isn't it? The Moses Corporation has been trying to catch you, but they can't find you. So the killing spree won't stop. Think about how many people will die because of you. But it's not my fault. Yes, of course it's not your fault, but all of this is because of you. His voice suddenly became heartbroken. Jiangchen, haven't we treated you well? Haven't the people in District 11 treated you well? But because of your cowardice and selfishness, are you going to drag us into this dangerous abyss? And Hai Tianqing, she admires you so much, and now you keep hiding like this, you know that the next assassination target might be any one of us. Jiangchen clenched her fist, and a broken knife appeared beside her, clanging loudly. You're not the real Hai Tianai. Hai Tianai, who had been facing away from Jiangchen, turned around. His face was the one Jiangchen knew best, a warm smile on his lips, as if the words he had just spoken weren't coming from the person before her. Jiangchen, don't run away from reality. You know I'm just saying what you've been worried about these past few days. Hai Tianai coaxed her. Besides, whether in the past or now, we're on your side. Even if we knew your identity, we wouldn't harm you, would we? Jiangchen? A familiar voice came from behind her. She saw Hai Tianqing, with his brightly colored hair, skipping and hopping towards her. Brother, when did you get back? Not long ago. Jiangchen watched the brother and sister chatting and laughing as usual, and subconsciously put down the knife in her hand. Jiangchen, what's this? Hai Tianqing pointed to the knife still in her hand. This is... She didn't know how to explain. You're always like this. I consider you my best friend, but you hide everything from us. Hai Tianqing pretended to be annoyed and turned his head away. Little sparrow, let me explain. It's not her fault. She keeps her distance from us because she doesn't want to bring danger to us. Hai Tianai patted his sister's shoulder. Danger? What danger? Hai Tianqing's eyes widened. Don't say anything. This is all in the spirit realm, yes, it's all fake. Jiangchen looked at the bewildered brother and sister and muttered to herself. Jiangchen, you have to believe that we're always on your side. Look, I compiled all your information. Come on, let's show this to Captain Zhang and the others. We can definitely overcome all difficulties. Hai Tianai turned around, picked up all the notebooks containing the records, and extended his hand to Jiangchen. Standing opposite them, Jiangchen remained motionless. The sunlight was slanted, making it difficult to even see her expression. Hai Tianai sighed helplessly and walked towards her, saying as he went, Jiangchen, we can overcome all difficulties together. The girl in front of him looked up, her pale face devoid of color, her dark eyebrows revealing a pair of A cold blade pierced her body, warm blood seeping into her hand, dripping down like large drops of ink. Hai Tianai stared in shock at the person before him, then knelt abruptly on the ground. Hai Tianqing, behind him, let out a terrified scream. She rushed over and helped her injured brother. Jiangchen, what are you doing, brother? Hai Tianqing's cries echoed through the cold, impersonal city guard building. This is all a fabricated scene created by the spirit realm. You are all fake. This was all just a test of my abilities. Jiangchen gripped the bloodstained, broken knife tightly in his hands, his body involuntarily shrinking back. Hai Tianqing, her face streaked with tears, stared at Jiangchen in disbelief. With a bang, the door was flung open. Lei Ming burst in, seeing everything before him. What happened? Zhang Fengde immediately went to Hai Tianya's side, pressing on Hai Tianya's still bleeding wound. It was her. She wanted us dead. Hai Tianqing's hateful gaze made Jiangchen involuntarily take a step back. Jiangchen, what are you doing? Captain Hai came back saying he had something to talk to you about, and told us all to stay outside. How did it turn out like this? Lei Ming stamped his foot anxiously. Aren't you all fake? Jiangchen stared blankly at his companions, with whom he had spent every day. Fake? Jiangchen, what are you talking about? Hongrui looked uneasily at the numb-faced Jiangchen. Brother. Jiangchen turned around abruptly. Hai Tianqing's clenched hand fell limply, devoid of any life. How could this happen? How could this happen? Everyone was perfectly fine just now. Hongrui's suppressed sobs echoed in her ears. A barrage of piercing gazes fell upon her. Jiangchen looked down and saw her hands were covered in blood. It was Hai Tianya's blood. She hadn't been able to control herself, reaping the consequences. A torrent of violent, uneasy, self-destructive emotions surged within her, and she suddenly felt utterly disgusted with herself. Chapter 145. Jiangchen looked at the hateful, confused, and uneasy gaze before her. Her desolate gaze fell upon the lifeless Hai Tianai. His words still echoed in her ears. Whether it was Moses' company, other hidden dangers, or even herself, any of them could become the deathly chains that led to their demise. She should stay in that darkness, only there was the safest place. Jiangchen slowly closed her eyes. Darkness enveloped her once more. She curled up, motionless. From the distant abyss of darkness, a gaze from behind stared at her, scrutinizing her. A whispered murmur came from afar, a non-human language, yet possessing the most ancient essence, it murmured enchanted. A pair of eyes, peering down from the dark dome, blinked repulsively, drawing closer. Found you. Jiangchen suddenly opened her eyes. Everything collapsed and crumbled. She felt as if she were plummeting from a height of 10,000 meters. Jiangchen's chest heaved violently, sweat soaking her hair, making her look as if she had been pulled from water. Zhou Jingming's well-defined knuckles wiped the sweat from her forehead. Beneath her thin eyelids, her eyes rose and fell with her heavy breathing, like her anxious heart. Jiangchen, Jiangchen. A familiar voice called in her ear. She opened her eyes, shielding them from the glaring light of the fluorescent lamp. Don't worry, you're awake. Zhou Jingming bent down and removed the patch from her neck. Before he could even stand up, a broken knife appeared between her neck and skin, the sharp blade pressed against her warm, delicate skin. The distance between them closed in an instant. Jiangchen's weary, guarded eyes reflected the gentle-eyed figure. Zhuangzi dreamt he was a butterfly. I'm genuinely curious about your world. Zhou Jingming seemed oblivious to the knife at his neck. Jiangchen's eyes cleared. Such a statement was impossible in this spiritual realm. She lowered the knife. The overwhelming realism of the spiritual realm rendered her speechless. Confusion and fear gripped her, leaving her no time to question Zhou Jingming about his knowledge of her words. She instinctively looked at her hands and vigorously wiped them. She could still feel the warmth of Hai Tianya's blood on them, and the silent accusations and hateful gazes upon her. Zhou Jingming didn't speak, nor did he inquire about what had happened in the spiritual realm. Instead, he considerately gave her a moment to catch her breath after her ordeal before leaving. Jiangchen staggered down from the spiritual realm. She sat in the nearby lounge, her mind seemingly drained, leaving only the ancient gaze, slumbering in the abyss of darkness, in her now calm state. A steaming glass was placed before her, the calming drink Zhou Jingming had given her earlier. This time, she drank it down in one gulp. The warm water temporarily soothed her tense nerves. I saw it. No, I felt it. Jiangchen clutched the hem of her clothes. This was the first time she had experienced such a profound, bone-deep fear that she couldn't even accurately describe her feelings. Zhou Jingming's deep gaze was fixed on her. Jiangchen noticed her gaze. His eyes showed no surprise, only a barely perceptible worry. I didn't expect you to sense it the first time you were in the spirit realm. You already knew the divine steel possessed self-awareness? Jiangchen was somewhat surprised. She thought she had researched the divine steel extensively in Eden, both official and unofficial sources, but there was no record of it anywhere. Zhou Jingming didn't directly answer her question, but instead brought up something else. Chun, the divine steel would have a fatal attraction for anyone, but a normal person would need to use their eyes to perceive it. However, you should know that your sensitivity to the divine steel far surpasses that of ordinary people. Before your five senses could even detect it, your intuition had already sensed its location. Jiangchen didn't deny it. Back in the Xuria underground palace, even Chen Yimo's compass couldn't find the divine steel's exact location, yet she could find it effortlessly. And everything that happened afterward confirmed this conjecture, making her clearly aware that as the scope narrowed to a certain distance, this feeling would become increasingly intense, and it became even stronger after she obtained the first divine steel. Is it because I crave the power of the divine steel more than others? So, in the ruined city and the foggy capital, you should know who killed the host of the divine steel. No matter how powerful the divine steel is, like spores, it needs to parasitize a living organism to survive further. So rather than you actively choosing it, it's more accurate to say that they are looking for the most suitable host to obtain more power. Zhou Jingming's words left Jiangchen speechless for a long time. She had always thought the divine steel was merely a source of power, something she could use to her advantage, but she hadn't realized she was just a vessel for it to further absorb energy. But after activating the first divine steel, I didn't experience anything. Before she could finish, memories flashed through her mind like a revolving lantern. She suddenly remembered that after the first divine steel triggered her powers, she felt unusually hungry. So my injury that time wasn't just because my powers were exhausted. Jiangchen murmured to herself. You activated the divine steel for the first time, gained powers, and killed a power user with your knife, but that only gained the power of one person. That's far from enough. Zhou Jingming's eyes deepened as he looked at the ancient and mysterious knife in Jiangchen's hand. Jiangchen gripped the broken knife tightly. She realized that even then, she had been subconsciously absorbing energy, and the subsequent hunger was simply a manifestation of energy depletion. But this time I didn't feel hungry, Jiangchen subconsciously tried to justify herself, searching for a way to coexist harmoniously with the divine tablet. Hunger is simply because the divine tablet within you hasn't fully integrated into your body yet. Your body is expressing this lack of energy craving in a tangible way, but as the second divine tablet integrates, its consciousness will continuously increase. So you mean, every time I kill an ability user, I gain a share of power? Jiangchen's gaze fell upon the cold spiritual realm not far away. Chun, this is the price you will pay. Zhou Jingming's words shattered Jiangchen's last shred of illusion. Chapter 146. Jiangchen fell into a long silence. Besides the assassination attempts by the Moses Company, she had a premonition that another force might be lurking behind her, watching with predatory intent. Therefore, she had to become stronger to protect herself, and the divine steel was the only option. But obtaining the divine steel with such difficulty seemed to be pushing her towards utter ruin. Now she was walking on a precarious narrow bridge, surrounded by wolves and tigers. Zhou Jingming looked at Jiangchen, frowning, and interrupted her thoughts. Chun, what did it feel like when you first obtained the divine steel? Jiangchen pulled herself out of her chaotic thoughts and looked into his calm and collected eyes. The first time? On the ruins, no, it was the first time in the underground palace of Xuria. That should count as the first time I obtained the divine steel. Jiangchen recalled. So what did you do then? Zhou Jingming, like the best teacher, guided her through the labyrinth of her memories. Back then, she recalled the chaotic scene in the underground palace, the blood-soaked black pythons, and the nauseating writhing white worms, all fighting to the death for the divine tablet. To escape as quickly as possible, she had abandoned the divine tablet, hoping to buy herself a chance to flee. She could still feel the strange sensation she had when she looked at the divine tablet as it left her hand. The scene was too chaotic. Chen and I, carrying the divine tablet, couldn't escape at all, so we had to throw it back among them to buy time to run away, Jiang Chen replied. Chun, you need to understand, very few people can actually obtain the divine tablet, and then choose to give it up. Zhou Jingming paused, then continued, you have strong self-control, and are very good at controlling your extreme emotions, which is related to. He suddenly seemed lost in thought, a momentary look of confusion on his face, but this expression vanished like melting snow. His handsome gaze returned to her face, and he said, but as the divine tablet within you further merges with your body, your self-control will be influenced by the consciousness of the divine tablet, even further controlled. I think you must have glimpsed something in the spirit realm just now. Jiang Chen lowered her eyes. The eyes from the abyss in her mind had always been behind her, powerful, empty, and indescribable. She stood beneath the colossal object, before her an endless abyss of darkness. The scenarios created in the spirit realm all originated from your deepest subconscious, and Chen, you should understand that your subconscious is not entirely your own. Zhou Jingming's words made everything that happened in the spirit realm traceable. For a fleeting moment, she could barely distinguish between virtual and reality. Everything that happened felt both like the past and like a prophecy, only differing in the timing. When she felt self-loathing, all her emotions were devoured in the endless darkness, and a chilling current of indifference swept over her once more. She knew that if she didn't awaken, her body and soul would no longer belong to her. The thirst for blood and slaughter would become the lifelong goal of this body. If you are unwilling to choose another path, Aiken, you must be prepared that everything that happens in the spirit realm may be more than just a dream. In the days to come, you may need to repeatedly face these scenes within the spirit realm, and this is only the beginning. He took the empty glass from Jiang Chen's hand, touching her cold fingers. Zhou Jingming's voice hardened. You were able to successfully awaken from the spirit realm this time, because the divine tablet within your body hadn't fully adapted. But now that you discovered it, the next test in the spirit realm might be more difficult than you imagine. Do you really want to choose this path? Zhou Jingming's words struck her heart. She lowered her gaze to the intricate dark patterns on the broken knife in her hand. She understood the other path Zhou Jingming was referring to. Staying peacefully in District 11. Perhaps yesterday she still harbored a glimmer of hope, confidently declaring her willingness. She thought her chosen path wouldn't be as difficult as she imagined, but everything that had happened in the spirit realm was undoubtedly a harsh lesson. But this was only the beginning. She needed to complete round after round of brutal and unavoidable tests within the spirit realm. This was a long and arduous personal war, one that seemed endless. Within the spirit realm, no one could help her. In fact, everyone would be her enemy. But is District 11 really as safe as Zhou Jingming claims? She came into this world alone, and everything about it filled her with unease. Nowhere in the world is an impregnable fortress. Only by wielding strong power can she truly survive. Zhou Jingming watched Jiang Chen's expression shift from slight confusion to determination. Beneath his calm expression lay a hint of helplessness. His long, slender fingers caressed the glass in his hand. The fine cracks on the glass betrayed that his inner turmoil was not as serene as it appeared, because he knew that the person before him would still choose her path without hesitation. Jiang Chen turned to look at him. Without a word, Zhou Jingming had already seen her decision in her eyes. If I'm not controlled by the consciousness of the divine tablet in the scenario created by the spirit realm, does that mean I can successfully activate the second divine tablet? He half closed his eyes, raising his hand to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. You will. Zhou Jingming's resolute answer deepened her doubts. Why did he understand the divine tablet so well? This understanding couldn't have come from external information. It was as if he was born with it. But now, she felt like a toddler learning to walk, finding a sense of peace in his strong, comforting palm. After Jiang Chen left, a familiar figure entered through the laboratory entrance. Professor Jiang Ruoxing checked all the instruments in the spirit realm. He looked at the young man before him. Although he still looked like a young man, a sense of hardship and experience had already set in. Zhou Jingming watched Jiang Chen's departing figure, as if in a long wait, reliving the unforgettable memory again and again. My lord, she is lucky. This was the best method we could think of. You back then. Uncle Jiang, you know I don't like recalling unpleasant memories. Zhou Jingming gently interrupted the venerable man. Jiang Ruoxing humbly lowered his head. A knock sounded at the door, and Gui Weichun, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, entered. This time, however, he had abandoned his usual carefree attitude, his expression somewhat dejected. He walked to Zhou Jingming, knelt on one knee, lowered his head, exposing his most vulnerable neck. His life was ready to be sacrificed at any time. Zhou Jingming looked at this scene, his face expressionless. Wan Xianliang and Jiang Ruoxing, who had entered with him, stood to the side, holding their breath. Did it arrive? A deep voice, unhurried. Gui Weichun, who was kneeling on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, "It's delivered." The person who had been following me was easily fooled. Jiang Ruoxing and Wan Xianmin, who were standing next to her, watched as the person, who had been sighing and looking depressed all the way suddenly came back to life, and they shook their heads helplessly. Chapter 147. Jiang Chen opened her eyes. Bright sunlight streamed through the light apricot-colored gauze curtains, falling on half of her face. For a moment, she felt disoriented. Which world was she in? Had she truly awakened in the spirit realm? Or was she now in a new scenario created by the spirit realm? 3 months had passed since the spirit realm test, and today was her first day out of confinement. Jiang Chen got out of bed and walked to the mirror. Her reflection was complete. She raised her right arm. Near the ulna of her forearm, there was a slightly reddish line, which at first glance looked like a brand. But she knew that this was from the time she was in the spirit realm, when a mutant hybrid of a pig and a dog bit off half of her arm. Although she eventually broke through the spirit realm, a red mark remained on her arm. When Jiang Chen touched the mark, she could still feel the bone breaking and the flesh and skin being torn. During this time, however, she never touched the consciousness of the divine monument again. The indescribable fear seemed like a fabricated nightmare, vanished without a trace. And her bloodthirsty desires, like the eyes deepest within her consciousness, were temporarily suppressed. Beep beep beep. Jiang Chen opened her terminal, and a string of messages appeared. Congratulations on your release. Let's meet up tonight. Du Hai's message was indeed fast. Jiang, to celebrate your release I will definitely go to class today. Hai Tianqing even added a photo of himself struggling to get out of bed. New classroom location, side tower, building 13. Zhou Yang. Jiang Chen smiled and shook her head, pushing open the door. The morning sunlight streamed in. The 2 men in suits, who had been guarding her door for half a year, were nowhere to be seen, leaving only a bunch of budding red roses. Jiang, you're finally back. You have no idea how miserable I've been without you. No one to copy my homework, no one to cover for me when I slept in class. Jiang, I protect our teammate status for you. I haven't teamed up with anyone else for the experiments these past few days. Hai Tianqing tugged at Jiang Chen's sleeve, his face saying, "Praise me, I'm so loyal." During her confinement, Jiang Chen's only pleasure was listening to Hai Tianqing, this little sparrow, come to her and tell her strange gossip, which allowed her a brief respite outside the spiritual realm. Are you sure it wasn't you who didn't want to do the experiments, so you dragged it out for so long? Zhou Yang coldly interjected. Are you scared? If our Jiang hadn't been imprisoned, would you have held on to first place for so long? You? Jiang Chen returned to her seat, while the two were bickering. She had missed almost half of her general education courses. Fortunately, Professor Wan Xianliang and Hai Tianqing had sent her the learning packages via their terminals. Although she hadn't fallen behind much in the theoretical classes, she had fallen considerably behind others in the practical training courses due to a lack of necessary equipment. Hai Tianqing returned to her seat with high spirits, while Zhou Yang sat dejectedly in the farthest spot from them. Hai Tianqing furtively glanced around, paying particular attention to Zhou Yang's direction, making sure no one was watching them, before secretly handing a package to Jiang Chen. Suddenly, a heavy thing appeared in Jiang Chen's arms. She raised an eyebrow, turned her head, and whispered, "What is it?" Hai Tianqing pretended to be busy, afraid that others would discover the content of their conversation. "My brother brought it for you from my Sasia. Take it back and read it, but don't open it outside. And just to be safe, don't open it even in the city guardian building." Jiang Chen, half believing, stuffed the thing into her bag, wondering what could be so cautious that the usually boisterous Hai Tianqing was being so careful. "Brother Hai, will this trip to my Sasia take this long?" Judging by the distance, it should take half a month to go back and forth, Jiang Chen asked softly. Hai Tianqing skillfully braided various intricate little animals from the ends of her multicolored hair. "I should have been back by now, but my brother said there's still a mission to complete, so I'd be delayed for a while. It's kind of boring without anyone nagging me every day." Isn't Zhou Yang's nagging enough? I saw several annotations he made on the study materials you sent me, Jiangchen said with a smile in her eyes. Huh? He actually made annotations on my homework. What? Trying to show he's smarter than me, that his brain is better than mine. Hai Tianqing immediately bristled like a rooster, shooting several glares at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, with her back to them, suddenly felt a chill down her spine and pulled her clothes tighter. Wan Shuaoliang's course was as insightful and easy to understand as ever. This lesson was about how to lure and capture a small feline mutant. She had thought she would be overwhelmed in the practical training, but in the past 6 months, she had killed countless mutated plants and animals in the spirit realm, so she didn't fall behind in class. After class, Hai Tianqing left in a hurry because of other matters. Jiangchen returned to the 11th District Guardian building carrying a heavy package. Logically, now that she was released from confinement, her work as a guard should begin. Just as she pushed open the door, a loud bang echoed in the darkness. Light reappeared before her. Zhang Fengge, Lei Ming, and Hong Rui stood smiling in the room, while Du Hai, Hai Tianqing, and Zhou Yang walked over from the side. Hai Tianqing ran over and took Jiang Chen's arm, excitedly saying, "Surprised? Unexpected?" Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The table was filled with natural food, colorful fruits, various green vegetables, and crispy roasted meat sizzling with oil. In this post-apocalyptic Eden, large areas of soil had turned to desert, and many areas with vegetation had been overrun by mutant plants, resulting in an extreme scarcity of natural resources available to humanity, with natural food being the most lacking resource. Jiang Chen's salary level is considered middle class for a family in the suspended tower, but even with that, she can only afford fresh fruits and vegetables about once every 3 months. The vast majority of her diet consists of pre-processed foods. These foods have a long shelf life and are affordable. To ensure their nutritional value, researchers have added various supplementary nutrients, resulting in most of them tasting the same. Specifically, they are very similar to some kind of compressed biscuit. While they are very filling, they require a lot of chewing, and the texture is very similar to chopped tree scraps. Saliva cannot break them down well, making them difficult to swallow. For a period of time, because she spent a lot of suspended tower coins on virtual fighting balls, she had to eat various types of compressed food for every meal, resulting in several blisters in her mouth. But now, seeing a table full of fresh food is like someone who loves hot pot and barbecue eating boiled tree bark for half a year. She could almost picture herself biting into a sizzling, crispy roasted pork, the tender meat and rich, savory oil filling her mouth, paired with fresh, crisp vegetables. It was impossible not to be excited. Chapter 148. Lei Ming strode over, patted Jiangchen, who was still standing there dumbfounded, and said, "What are you still standing here for? Little Jiang, we can eat our fill today thanks to you." The group were all easygoing people, and they sat down together to eat. Jiangchen looked at the table full of food. It must have cost them at least 2 months' salary. After the meal, everyone leaned back in their chairs, savoring the delicious food. Even the usually stern Zhang Fengge had a very relaxed expression. Du Hai, his mouth glistening with oil, suddenly looked miserable. "What am I going to do? I ate so well today, I'm afraid I won't be able to eat or drink for the next 2 weeks. Just thinking about going back to eating those compressed foods makes me." Lei Ming, deeply sympathetic, patted Du Hai's shoulder with his greasy palm. "I almost cut my throat eating dried vegetables the other day. Can't they make those things smaller? Those things are sold to us working class people. They don't make much money. Why would a big company like Moses bother with them?" Hong Rui said. Lei Ming glanced longingly at Hai Tianqing, who was eating very little, and muttered, "Little sparrow, I still envy you. At least one person in your family has permanent residency, and the suspended tower provides you with some fresh food every month." Hai Tianqing rested his chin on his hand, looking somewhat troubled, and said, "That food is only enough for one person. If it weren't for my brother worrying that I wouldn't eat well, he would give most of his money to the family every month." "That's true. Speaking of which, Captain Hai should be back by now. I asked around in District 1 a few days ago. They didn't take this long to transport supplies to my Sasia." Lei Ming asked, puzzled. All eyes turned to Zhang Fengge at the other end of the table. As the captain of the 11th District City Guards, Zhang Fengge had previously served in other districts, and was naturally most familiar with certain special information. Transportation missions are adjusted according to the condition of the supplies. This time, the supplies are likely some special items, not just simple transportation, Zhang Fengge said concisely, but his explanation reassured everyone. After dinner, everyone returned to their posts. Jiang Chen was originally assigned to escort those leaving the suspended tower at night, but seeing Hai Tianqing looking somewhat downcast, he switched shifts with Lei Ming, taking advantage of the patrol opportunity to escort her home. Captain Zhang's information is always reliable. Since he already said it was only because the transported goods were special that there was a delay, and besides, didn't you just receive Brother Hai's things a few days ago? Jiang Chen bent down, looking into Hai Tianqing's downcast eyes, and gently comforted her. During this period, she had likely undergone extensive training within the spirit realm, causing her body to rapidly stunt, now standing at approximately 1.65 meters tall, a head taller than Hai Tianqing. That evening, she noticed Hai Tianqing's unusual mood at the dinner table. Hai Tianqing had barely uttered 5 words at the table that day. Jiang Chen, having chatted with her daily via terminal during her imprisonment, naturally noticed her unease. Hai Tianqing slowed her pace, turning her head away and haphazardly touching her eyes. Jiang Chen followed suit, slowing his pace. It's a bit windy over there. Shall I walk ahead? I ate too much tonight. It helped me cool off. The two walked slowly along the road, neither too close nor too far. The suspended tower had recently installed many holographic projections, ostensibly to enhance the warmth of its residents, making the once somewhat deserted District 11 more lively at night. A woman in magnificent attire slowly stepped into the pumpkin carriage, a white horse brushing past her, the evening breeze carrying the tinkling of bells. Behind her ear came Hai Tianqing's somewhat muffled voice. Jiang, am I really useless? Today I took back the things my brother sent, and Mom suddenly got angry with me. Jiang Chen knew that Hai's mother had been in a bad mood lately. Hai Tianqing had complained several times in the terminal before. The reason was that Hai's mother originally disagreed with Hai Tianai becoming a city guard. The job wasn't respectable, it was physically damaging, and there were always unexpected dangers. But Hai Tianai knew his sister was only a D-level ability user. If she didn't make any outstanding contributions to the suspended tower, she would have to leave after her 2-year term. Furthermore, Hai Tianai's father had made considerable contributions to the suspended tower, and since Hai's mother remained as his spouse, the council turned a blind eye. Later, Hai Tianqing was born in the suspended tower, too young to determine her ability level, so the council couldn't easily expel her. But as Hai Tianqing grew older after his father's death, Hai Tianai suddenly decided to join the city's guardians. After 5 years, he would obtain permanent residency. Permanent residency can be transferred between relatives. Brother, you never asked my opinion, never asked if I wanted to stay in the suspended tower. Why do you insist that I accept whatever you think is best? No one has ever listened to my opinion, not even Mom. Her voice choked with emotion. It's the same this time. I only found out today after arguing with Mom that you joined this mission to shorten the 5-year period so I can stay in the suspended tower next year. But if they can survive outside the suspended tower, why can't I? Jiang Chen walked ahead, shielding Hai Tianqing from most of the cold wind. She understood that Hai Tianai was worried about him needing 2 more years to obtain permanent residency, but Hai Tianqing was graduating and leaving the suspended tower next year, and for safety, he wanted to shorten the gap by 1 year. But she didn't want to persuade Hai Tianqing from a position of everything is for your own good. Jiang Chen stopped and turned to look at Hai Tianqing's slightly reddened eyes. Little Sparrow, if this is your true feeling, why don't you tell Brother Hai your honest thoughts when he gets back? My feelings? But they always think I'm a child who hasn't grown up yet. Will they listen to my opinions? Or will they think I'm ungrateful? Hai Tianqing frowned in distress. Jiang Chen put his arm around her shoulder. But if you don't speak up, others will lose the opportunity to hear your thoughts. You have to express your thoughts, so that others can hear your voice. She paused, looking at the brightly lit, dazzling tower. Besides, the tower might not be the safest place. Chapter 149. Jiang Chen stepped into the Spirit Realm laboratory, and was immediately greeted by Professor Jiang Ruoxing, who had been waiting for her. Zhou Jingming was too busy to stay indefinitely, so Professor Jiang Ruoxing spent most of the time monitoring her vital data within the Spirit Realm. She had only met Jiang Ruoxing once before. Jiang Chen had expected the highly respected Professor Jiang to be a bit aloof, but she hadn't expected him to be more like a playful old man with a childlike heart. Previously, Jiang Chen had been unable to wake up in the spirit realm for a long time, and her vital data had plummeted to their limits. In her semi-conscious state, all her consciousness seemed to be firmly attached to the enormous entity within the spirit realm by a giant suction cup. She vaguely saw Jiang Ruoxing standing beside her in a white lab coat, and Zhou Jingming rushing over. Zhou Jingming grasped her cold hand, his gloomy expression deepening. Aiken, don't close your eyes. Think about what you haven't finished in the real world. Unfinished things? Nothing. Jiangchen squinted at the glaring incandescent light above. Little Jiang, congratulations on successfully waking up in the spirit realm again. The time you spend asleep in the spirit realm is getting shorter, which means your control over your consciousness is constantly increasing. However, I'm a little curious. What exactly happened last time that allowed you to struggle out of the perilous spirit realm? Professor Jiang looked at Jiangchen with great curiosity. He had never seen anyone escape from the spirit realm so quickly. Ah? Jiangchen scratched her head awkwardly. Of course, if this involves your privacy, you can choose not to answer, but I'm really curious what powerful force allowed you to wake up so quickly. Jiang Ruoxing stroked his stubble, somewhat embarrassed but utterly perplexed. Jiangchen had every reason to believe that if she hadn't explained, this mad scientist would have been unable to eat or sleep for days. A mortgage? A mortgage? What's that? Jiangchen understood that most people here were born after the apocalypse, and naturally wouldn't know much about such things. Simply put, in my world, my hometown, if you don't have enough money, in suspended tower coins, to buy a house outright, you have to get an advance from the bank. Oh no, the exchange center. But if you can't repay it on time, the house will be auctioned off. Jiangchen explained simply. Jiang Ruoxing's eyes widened, as if he heard something outlandish. He said noncommittally, why buy it? Aren't there plenty of houses? This can awaken you from the spirit realm? What a powerful force. I need to study this carefully. Jiangchen could only smile awkwardly. In the suspended tower or the outside world, high-rise buildings and houses were the most abundant resources. They didn't easily decay, had low circulation, and were almost ubiquitous. But in the completely bizarre world of the spirit realm, what hadn't she accomplished? Suddenly remembering the house in a certain first-tier city, she was 3 months away from completing her mortgage. A surge of courage welled up within her. Jiangchen pulled herself out of her reverie. You arrived earlier today than usual, Professor Jiang said, smoothing her increasingly thick hair. By the way, Xiao Jiang, your hair growth serum is really good. We must sit down and discuss it sometime. Also, those plants from the fog city you mentioned last time, we can exchange ideas sometime. Jiangchen skillfully placed the various metal patches from the spirit realm onto her limb joints. Professor Jiang, I think our exchange program we arranged recently has filled the entire second half of the year. Professor Jiang stroked his beard. It's alright, I already arranged my free time for next year, so we can discuss cell regeneration and recombination. A green liquid was injected into her neck through a syringe, and she entered the spirit realm again. In the spacious hall, many children around 13 or 14 years old ran around. Jiangchen looked at the different entrances. Some children entered in neat lines, while others quietly slipped away when the administrator wasn't looking. She looked at the familiar scene. Wasn't this the exhibition hall they had arrived at when they first entered the suspended tower? She suddenly turned around. Inside a glass container, a mutated disc shrouded in a thin green veil peacefully closed its eyes, its long, narrow wings fluttering with starlight. Beautiful, mysterious. Jiangchen looked around. What was going on? There were no mutants, and no one approached her. She stood in the hall like an observer, the passing crowd seemingly oblivious to her presence. Hey, don't run around. Grab him. A clumsy boy ran out from the throng. I just saw him put something suspicious on the glass base of the mutated butterfly. Go look for him. A manager in a blue uniform shouted. The already crowded place suddenly became chaotic because of the boys running around. Jiangchen was pushed and shoved by the crowd, getting closer and closer to the glass pillar in the center of the hall. Found you. A pair of icy hands gripped Jiangchen's wrist. With a loud bang, an explosion erupted near the glass pillar, instantly scattering the surrounding freshmen. Severed limbs and fragments rained down in front of Jiangchen. One freshman, stunned, picked up an arm, only then realizing it was his own severed arm, and screamed as he collapsed to the ground. The cracks in the glass pillar spread, like an iceberg shattering, before it collapsed with a deafening roar. The mutated butterfly fluttered its wings, dripping with green liquid, its vertical pupils staring directly at Jiangchen amidst the panicked crowd. Mycelium began to spread from her wrist. Jiangchen's eyes snapped open, her black pupils dilating sharply under the incandescent light. An unbearable pain tore through her body like a raging beast, her blood burning like boiling flames within her veins, the pain like lightning striking her nerve endings, her flesh and blood about to turn to ash. Jiang Ruoxing quickly pressed down on her convulsing body. Jiangchen clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Xiao Jiang, hang in there a little longer, I notify the commander immediately. Professor Jiang held Jiang Chen down with one hand, and was about to dial the communicator with the other. Jiang Chen suddenly broke free from Jiang Ruoxing, who was knocked to the ground by the powerful shockwave. Then, the girl with black hair and dark eyes sat up, sweat dripping from her dark brows. A flat voice came from her pale lips. It's alright, this is just a symptom of the second ability appearing. Chapter 150. I am a prophet, an ability user who can glimpse parts of the future in dreams. Prophecy accuracy, random. Skill activation time, random. Skill activation consequences, random. Jiang Chen wiped away sweat, repeatedly reading the information about her ability in her mind. That's it? The accuracy of the prophecy is random, which means that dreams and prophecies are almost indistinguishable. She wouldn't be able to tell whether her dream was a prophecy or just a dream. The activation time is random. If she wakes up from a dream and the prophetic event happens the next moment, there won't be time to prepare or react. The skill activation consequences are random? There's a consequence too. What is it? Jiang Chen dragged her weak body back to her apartment. After much hardship, she finally activated the second divine tablet. But this ability, you could say it's useless. Perhaps it could actually be useful in some situations, but you could also say it's useful. This kind of mental ability is almost useless on a real battlefield. It was truly tasteless to eat, yet a pity to throw away. Jiang Chen drew the broken knife. The knife hovered in the air, its intricate pattern seeming to glow. She rubbed her eyes, then looked again. It seemed to be her imagination. She was utterly exhausted that day. Jiang Chen's eyelids were stuck to her lower eyelids, and she couldn't open them any longer. The motion sensor lights in the room went out. In the darkness, the broken knife, gleaming with a faint, dark red light, moved slowly in an indescribable trajectory, its tip moving away from Jiang Chen's heart and pointing towards an unknown direction in the darkness. Jiang, are you going out today? Hai Tianqing asked. Jiang Chen had taken half a day off. There was too much going on in District 11 today. Lei Ming and Hong Rui had been sent to repair the main tower's electrical equipment. She heard that due to a recent surge in electricity consumption, over a dozen generators had overloaded and exceeded their limits. She and Zhang Fengge were tasked with escorting the new students into the suspended tower. Hey, I'm a little envious of you. I never even left the suspended tower yet, Hai Tianqing said listlessly, her head bowed. Jiang Chen was also somewhat surprised. Hai Ti and I had been a city guard for 3 years. Taking someone out shouldn't be difficult for him. Strange, isn't it? My brother always says the outside world is too dangerous, mutated animals and plants, and terrifying mutants. Jiang Chen patted her shoulder. There will definitely be a chance to get out. Captain Zhang, is this the last batch? Jiang Chen looked at the group of new students behind her, who were looking around anxiously. It should be. Zhang Fengge's expression was also undeniably weary. She now understood why Zhang Fengge had been so impatient and mechanical when escorting them into the suspended tower. Today, at least half of the new students in the submersible were vomiting uncontrollably. Even the cleaning system nearly broke down. The wailing and howling were deafening, and Jiang Chen had several moments that day where all she could hear was a buzzing sound. An administrator in blue emerged from one end of the gate, and the handover of the new students was completed. Jiang Chen checked all the new student information and handed it over to the administrator. Xiao Jiang, wait here for me for a moment. I come find you later. Zhang Fengge glanced at the communicator in his hand and said with a frown. She nodded, watching Zhang Fengge's departing figure. What could have caused his usually calm demeanor to change so drastically? Jiang Chen stood listlessly at the grand entrance. She looked back at the sculptures again. The animals had ornate bodies, but why were they all headless? Are you Jiang Chen? A woman in a blue uniform approached. It was the one who had just been with her. Yes, what's up? Jiang Chen straightened up and asked. The woman glanced at Jiang Chen, then looked again at the report in her hand. We checked the new students you just transferred, and one is missing. What? She had clearly counted the number of people. There were 10 in total. How could one be missing? Do you remember what they look like? Yes. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. The other 9 are in the hall. See which one it is. We search using the search engine. You know, some kids like to do extremely inappropriate things in crowded places. We need to prevent things from going beyond our expectations as soon as possible. Let's go. The woman walked towards the hall as she spoke, but noticed the person behind her hadn't followed. She turned back and said impatiently, What's wrong? Jiang Chen glanced at the exquisite yet eerie carvings and walked towards the hall. In the bustling hall, a beautiful mutated butterfly slept peacefully inside a huge glass pillar, Everything was orderly. See which one is missing? The administrator asked. Jiang Chen glanced at the remaining 9 people, and the image of a fair-skinned, well-behaved boy flashed into her mind. About chest height, fair skin, brown curly hair, wearing black clothes, she described, recounting her memory. The female administrator quickly noted down the description of Jiang Chen's appearance. He's over there. The administrator beside her shouted. A boy, carrying something in his arms, swiftly plunged into the crowd watching the mutated butterfly. Hey, don't run around, grab him. A voice came from beside her. I just saw him go towards the glass. Before the crowd could become chaotic, Jiang Chen ran towards the mutated butterfly with superhuman speed, pushing through the crowd and grabbing the boy. Got you. Jiang Chen's warm palm firmly held the boy in front of her. The boy looked up, bewildered. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened, heterochromatic. A pair of black and red eyes were reflected in her own. The boy calmly pulled a small glass ball from his chest. Sister, is this what you're looking for? He lowered his head, his voice suddenly becoming that of a mature man. This is a gift for our first meeting. He threw the glass ball forcefully towards the glass pillar of the mutated butterfly, but Jiang Chen reacted quickly, reaching out to stop him. He laughed heartily, shaking off Jiang Chen's other hand. Hope we meet again, he exclaimed, disappearing into the crowd in an instant. Everything happened too fast. The moment Jiang Chen caught the glass ball, it seemed to melt, and a butterfly with fluttering wings grew in her palm. Sharp proboscis pierced her palm, and a small mutated butterfly, identical to the original, rapidly grew in her hand. Jiang Chen swiftly ripped it off with her other hand, tossing it to the ground. The mutated butterfly with its broken wings fluttered twice, and then fell silent. Jiang Chen looked at her bloody palm, drops of blood falling onto the smooth floor. The people around her scattered like birds, leaving her alone beneath the glass pillar. The sweet scent of blood permeated every corner of the hall. Suddenly, a tremor shook the floor, and panic gripped the crowd. Oh no! The glass pillar is shattering, someone exclaimed. Jiang Chen looked up, and saw the glass pillar standing in the center of the hall shattering rapidly with unstoppable force. The mutated butterfly inside opened its red eyes, staring intently at her on the ground. Chapter 151. All personnel alert. The officer in charge of the exhibition hall shouted. The mutated butterfly's long, narrow wings flapped incessantly, instantly transforming the beautiful creature inside the glass pillar into a deadly monster. It charged into the crowd. Chaos erupted, screams filled the air. All freshmen, line up and proceed in this direction. The administrator in blue uniform methodically and urgently evacuated the freshmen. Ah! A scream rang out as a boy was grabbed by the mutated butterfly's forelegs. It spat out dense mycelium, which enveloped the boy's head. His struggling limbs weakened, and he fell silent. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A charred bullet hole appeared on the mutated butterfly's right wing. Its mournful buzzing echoed throughout the hall, and it attacked the humans on the ground even more frantically. Sir, what are you doing? This is one of the rarest living ancient creatures. Do you know how precious it is? I beg you, put down your gun. A researcher in white uniform shouted sternly. Sir, aye. The soldier who fired the gun looked at the officer in blue uniform. Professor, our duty is to quell the unrest and protect humanity. Do you know how much manpower and resources we expended, even how many lives we lost, to capture this mutated butterfly? Sir, I beg you, do not use firearms. The professor looked nervously at the stern officer before him. Seeing the officer's slightly softening expression, the professor persisted. This is a vital treasure of the suspended tower, and our research on it has now made significant progress. It can help those with supernatural abilities enhance their powers. Sir, you need to make a reasonable decision. The officer in the blue uniform glanced at the earnest researcher, raised his hand, and signaled for a temporary halt to the attack. Set up the electrical barriers to prevent the mutated butterflies from breaking through the defenses. Investigate what caused their frenzy. Also, find that injured girl as soon as possible. Jiang Chen, hiding behind a massive stone pillar, forcefully tore off a piece of fabric from his clothes and hastily bandaged his still bleeding right hand. Not far away, the mutated butterflies were indiscriminately attacking humans on the ground, but due to their long confinement within the glass pillar, their movements and speed were greatly slowed. However, Jiang Chen glanced at his wound, the blood already slowly congealing. The mutated butterflies shouldn't be able to find her anytime soon. Jiang Chen glanced at the nearest exit, 100 meters away, and there were no obstructions in sight. Reaching that exit under the mutated butterflies' noses was an impossible task. A direct confrontation. No! Jiangchen scanned the entire hall. Cameras were everywhere. Her every move, under the tight surveillance of the Sky Eye, would be impossible to hide. Even if she used her Shadow Walker abilities now, her previous movements had already been exposed by these cameras, making it impossible to explain how she managed to leave unnoticed. In another corner of the hall. "Boss, what's going on? We haven't installed the explosive device yet." A boy, barely out of school, looked at the explosive device in his hand, puzzled. The bearded man, hunched over, stared intently at the chaotic scene outside. Today was the annual influx of new students into the suspended tower. With so many new students, security was at its weakest, which was why Moses had sent him to infiltrate the tower amidst the chaos. Their objective was to detonate the glass pillar and obtain a blood sample from the mutated butterfly's heart. Before they could even begin their plan, someone else had beaten them to it. Was someone else after the mutated butterfly? Regardless, they had to proceed as planned. Wait a moment, you approached the mutated butterfly amidst the chaos, pretending to be grabbed. I ambush you from behind. Remember, you must be quick and precise. Yes, sir. A gunshot rang out again. The officer in the blue uniform glared coldly at his subordinate. Sir, it wasn't us. We strictly forbidden firing. Have you checked all the surveillance cameras? Reporting, sir, the girl is currently hiding behind the stone pillar in the southwest corner. She hasn't made any moves yet, and she's... Speak. She's wearing the uniform of a city guard. A city guard? Has she made no moves? The officer squinted at the southwest stone pillar. Could it just be a coincidence? Report, sir, we spotted 2 unidentified individuals on our cameras approaching the mutated butterfly in the lobby. An administrator rushed in to report. Shooters, prepare. Shoot any unidentified individuals attempting to approach the mutated butterfly on sight. Yes, sir. What about the girl? Keep a close watch. The mutated butterfly became even more agitated after hearing the gunfire. The flesh on the boy's body, linked by mycelium, slowly dried up, as if drained of moisture. The mutated butterfly, which had initially slowed its movements, circled in a corner, becoming even more ferocious, and had already approached the defensive line set up by the administrator's electric fence. Sir, there are simply too many new students today. The evacuation is still congested. If this continues, I'm afraid we still have some personnel unable to evacuate after the defensive line is breached. A researcher beside him hurriedly said, Sir, if the research on the mutated butterfly succeeds, it will be a beacon of hope for all humanity. Besides, we already studied it. Its attack power isn't particularly strong among the mutants. As long as we waste some time, it won't attack proactively. A deafening crash shook the person on the command platform. Sir, the electric barrier has been breached. The mutated butterfly is flying towards the evacuation route. The researcher, his glasses shattered, clutched his head, which he had bumped from the fall, and said anxiously, How could this happen? The data shows it's very docile. Professor, whether it's hopeful or not is still unknown, but the children in the evacuation route are the real hope. All gunners, prepare. Gunfire erupted throughout the hall. The mutated butterfly's wings were riddled with bullet holes, and its abdomen was hit several times, but it seemed unconcerned and continued forward. The atmosphere on the command platform was tense. Things had exceeded their expectations. The mutated butterfly's regenerative abilities far surpassed their imagination. The mutated butterfly was closing in on the evacuation route. Jiangchen tore off a strip of cloth. The blood was already congealing. She looked around. The entire hall was now a ruin, many of the surveillance cameras destroyed in the fierce fight. Many corpses lay on the ground, but those who had just entered were still full of hope for the future. She leaned against the stone wall, confirming there were no cameras in this corner, drew her broken knife, and glanced at her wound. She made a cut, and blood gushed out again. The frenzied mutated butterflies suddenly stopped, and everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. The mutated butterfly flapped its wings, and swooped down towards the stone pillar. Jiangchen quickly sheathed her broken knife, ran out from behind the pillar, and headed towards another entrance. Chapter 152. What is she doing? The researcher on the command platform asked anxiously. That entrance is a warehouse. She wants to lure it into the narrow warehouse. This place is too spacious, perfect for the large mutated butterfly. But in a cramped warehouse, it can't utilize its size advantage, and might be able to save its life. Everyone follow. The officer quickly ordered. Jiangchen was now extremely grateful that she had already encountered a large number of mutants within the spirit realm and had gained some understanding of their habits. Most mutants live in dark, damp places. In the dark, their vision, hearing, and sense of smell are exceptionally acute, so they often attack at night and lie dormant during the day. But the mutated butterfly in front of her was the opposite. The exhibition hall was well lit, day and night, and always bright. The hall was even noisy during the day. Under such conditions, the mutated butterfly's living habits had already changed. Jiangchen rushed to the warehouse, glanced around, and saw that there weren't many camera devices, and they weren't the night vision models. She quickly found the power switch. A sharp, hissing sound came from beside her ears as hard wings scraped against the wall. She forcefully pulled down the gate. What's going on? Someone inside turned off the power. Should we turn on the backup power? The officer in the blue uniform looked into the pitch-black passage. Not yet. Block the entrance with some people, and have some come in with me. You, go to the council immediately and report this to them. Yes, sir. In the darkness, Jiangchen closed her eyes, her sensitive ears twitching. The breathing of two humans. Their breathing was steady. They had clearly come prepared. Who's there? She whispered. There was no response. Jiangchen drew her broken sword and slashed directly in the direction of the breathing. The two people in the darkness quickly dodged to the side. The boy said anxiously, "Boss, how did she know we were there?" The bearded man's eyebrows twitched, and he glared fiercely at the blurry figure in the darkness. To find their location so quickly and accurately in the dark, and to act so decisively and without hesitation, showed considerable strength. Even though this place is small, it's incredibly difficult for you to escape the mutated butterfly alone. How about we make a deal? We can cooperate. Okay. The bearded man stared in surprise at the hazy figure in the distance. He hadn't expected the deal to be struck so quickly. Before he could think further, he heard the approaching mutated butterfly. The mutated butterfly, following the scent of blood, approached Jiangchen directly. Even though her blood was congealed, the confined space meant the air didn't circulate easily. "Boss, this thing seems to be after her, otherwise we..." the boy whispered. "No wonder, she made the deal so quickly, we..." Before he could finish, a clear, melodious female voice rang out beside him, a knife tip pressed against the bearded man's back. "A man can't go back on his word. We already agreed. How can we back out like that? Help me hold it off." "You..." The bearded man broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't even noticed when she approached them. The three quickly dodged the mutated butterfly's chaotic attacks. In the darkness, the butterfly's attacks were noticeably slower and more erratic. However, Jiangchen knew this situation was only temporary. Once the mutated butterfly adapted to the darkness, the confined space, which had been an advantage for it, would become a disadvantage. "Sir, there's fighting inside. It sounds like there's more than one person. There seem to be others." "Others? Hold your positions, and see what's going on inside." The bearded man and his team worked diligently, coordinating their attacks from both sides, using feints and diversions. The mutated butterfly lost its bearings, only able to hear its wings flapping wildly against the warehouse contents. The bearded man pulled out a specially made tranquilizer gun and fired several shots in the mutated butterfly's direction, but it didn't stop it at all. How could there be no tranquilizers? These are company-made. "Boss, watch out." The mutated butterfly, slowly getting used to its surroundings, suddenly lunged towards the bearded man. The bearded man knew something was wrong. This speed was impossible. He activated his special ability, taking the heavy blow, but blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Jiangchen climbed to the highest shelf, using the time the bearded man had bought her to secretly observe the situation. The mutated butterflies had already endured several rounds of attacks, yet they seemed completely unaffected. In the darkness, she saw the bullet holes on their wings slowly healing. No, at this rate, they might not be able to escape. A pair of eyes glowing green in the darkness suddenly fixed on her. "Damn it!" Jiangchen lunged towards another shelf, but a flash of claws caught her in the mutated butterfly's forelegs. The sharp claws gripped her waist, tightening relentlessly. She felt as if her ribs were about to be crushed. The glowing green eyes were filled with excitement and desire, and a huge tongue covered in dense mycelium extended from its mouthparts. The bearded man's tranquilizer gun suddenly struck the mutated butterfly's tongue. Now, the three of them were in a bind. They couldn't possibly get a blood sample by themselves. The mutated butterfly froze, its movements stiff. Jiangchen stared at its mycelium-covered head, a scene flashing through her mind. She mustered all her strength, seizing this fleeting opportunity. She swung her knife down. The butterfly's green eyes, now possessing a human-like expression, were filled with resentment. It crashed to the ground. The bearded man was shocked as the colossal creature collapsed in the darkness, and a girl leaped down with the agility of a swallow. "Boss, it's dead. Dead, the boy stammered. The bearded man quickly pulled something from his pocket and handed it to the boy. He glanced discreetly at the figure in the darkness and whispered, "I hold off the people outside. Quickly get the blood sample. Someone will meet you outside. Bring the sample back no matter what, understand? Boss you. Go." With that, the bearded man strode towards the exit. Jiangchen, hidden in the darkness, watched everything unfold before her without moving. The boy glanced at the faint light from the exit, turned back, opened the box, and took out the blood collection equipment. However, the exposed skin of the mutated butterfly was extremely tough, and the specially made needle couldn't penetrate. The intermittent gunfire outside foreshadowed a fierce gunfight. The boy wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing himself to concentrate. "What do you want?" The boy's hand trembled, almost pricking his arm with the needle. He moved the gun beside him, lowering his head, unable to meet her sharp gaze. That person couldn't hold out for long. It's a real shame he failed at the last minute. "Tell me, what do you want?" The boy frowned, but the bearded man's instructions ultimately overcame his inner turmoil. "We need a blood sample from the mutated butterfly's heart." "No problem." Chapter 153. Jiangchen climbed onto the mutated butterfly's body, its form still warm, the mycelium on its head still wriggling. She raised the broken knife and slashed downwards, directly towards the heart. Thump, thump, thump! The faint beating of the heart came from the tip of the knife. Without hesitation, blood soaked the tip of the knife, the broken blade faintly warm in her palm. The boy beside her watched the girl with unease. He suddenly felt he was in unprecedented danger, pressing the gun in his chest tightly against his heart. In the darkness, Jiangchen's eyes were thinly veiled by an opaque membrane, the light of her consciousness silent in the deepest abyss. "Do you like it?" A clear, youthful voice sounded in her ear. She looked into the transparent glass sphere of her eyes, where an exceptionally beautiful butterfly danced gracefully, sunlight refracting through its slightly translucent wings. "I don't like it." A helpless sigh sounded in her ear. She turned around, but saw no one. Thick, red blood filled the unfamiliar room. "Achin." A warm female voice came from behind her, but she stubbornly refused to turn. The woman bent down and embraced her. She felt a warm liquid run down her neck and drip in front of her. Blood. She struggled violently, her flesh and blood twisting and turning, her body covered in blood. The glass marble in her hand fell to the ground, the silver butterfly stained with deep red blood fluttering away. She was about to suffocate in the thick, sticky blood rushing towards her. "Hey!" The boy pressed the gun against Jiangchen's back. She fell directly off the mutated butterfly's body and collapsed to the ground. "You?" Blood gushed from the mutated butterfly's heart. The boy's expression brightened, and he quickly took out his equipment to collect a blood sample. Jiangchen, collapsed on the ground, felt her heart pounding faster than ever before. For a moment, she felt it was about to rip open her chest and break free of the body that held it captive. Sweat soaked through her clothes. What were those scenes? Were they the original owner's memories? The gunshot jolted her back to her fading consciousness. No, this wasn't the time to think about such things. Jiangchen used a knife to prop herself up. The boy collected the blood sample into a box and quickly ran to the entrance. The bearded man had been shot several times in the leg, but he seemed unconcerned. "Did you get it?" "Got it." The bearded man pulled a gray box from his pocket, the explosives used to detonate the glass pillar. "For safety's sake, let's split up and meet at the usual spot." "Okay. Let's go!" "Sir, someone escaped." The manager in the blue uniform had barely finished speaking when a gray box flew towards them. With a bang, thick smoke billowed. Jiangchen covered her ears and, taking advantage of the chaos, ran out with the boy. Although Jiangchen had only briefly seen the bearded man during the third assassination attempt, she remembered his appearance vividly. His ability to escape unscathed last time showed his exceptional skill. The boy before her was quick-witted but lacked sufficient experience. Jiangchen followed him. She wanted to see who was collaborating with Moses Corporation. Security at the suspended tower was always strict, but whether it was the third assassination attempt or today, entering the suspended tower was as easy as taking candy from a baby. Moreover, despite the major incident that occurred in the exhibition hall today, reinforcements have yet to arrive. The boy was extremely cautious. He quickly slipped into a public restroom to change his blood-stained clothes, put on a wig, and smeared something on his face, making him look completely different from when he first entered. Fortunately, he carried a blood sample from a mutated butterfly, and Jiangchen was extremely familiar with the smell of blood. The boy navigated through many winding streets and alleys before suddenly stopping. He put on a mask and entered a shop. Jiang Chen looked up at the large characters on the sign, Nth Club. Even though it was working hours, the club was still bustling with people. He pretended to be an ordinary person relaxing at the club and started drinking at the bar. But his uneasy eyes betrayed that he was waiting for someone. A person wearing an extremely exquisite white clown mask approached him. Although the mask was clown-like, it didn't seem ugly at all. Instead, it was exceptionally beautiful. Minors shouldn't drink alcohol. Give him a beverage instead. The bartender immediately removed the glass. Did you get the stuff? Yes. You did a good job. I arranged everything else. Where's my stuff? The boy slightly turned his head to make sure there were no suspicious people on either side. The waiter placed 2 non-alcoholic drinks in front of the boy. The boy picked up one and handed it to the clown. The clown downed his drink, his gaze suddenly fixed on the bar. Jiang Chen held her breath. Even deliberately slowing her heartbeat, she was in shadow mode. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The clown looked away, casually tossing a few tower coins onto the bar, and brushed past Jiang Chen. A scent? She felt she smelled the scent somewhere before. The boy didn't linger long before leaving Club Inn. Jiang Chen didn't follow. They deliberately chosen Club Inn. The clown's appearance and voice had changed, presumably from taking a transformation drug and wearing a mask. She couldn't even tell if the other person was male or female. Their actions were clearly premeditated, and this clown probably wasn't the mastermind. Following them further would put her at constant risk of exposure. But what exactly was the thing the boy had handed the clown through the cup? Jiang Chen hurriedly left the club. She needed to get back to the exhibition hall quickly and present herself as a victim. Although the bearded man and the boy had attracted most of the blue-clad administrator's attention, and the scene had been too chaotic, they wouldn't notice her for a while. But that didn't mean she was innocent. Now she was somewhat hoping the bearded man hadn't been caught. It would save her a lot of trouble. Jiang Chen checked the time. She had 7 minutes left before her Shadow Walker ability would expire. Sir, we haven't found those 2 people. The disheveled, blue-clad administrator stammered. The blue-clad officer looked at the ruined hall, his brow furrowed. They had managed to escape so easily right under their noses. Where are the people who went to report to the council? They haven't returned yet. What about the girl? We're searching, but the damage is too severe. Many freshmen are injured, so it may take some time to investigate. The blue-clad officer looked at the shards of glass and broken stone walls. He suddenly felt a sense of relief. If it had been this bomb that shattered the glass pillar and enraged the mutated butterflies, the freshmen gathered near the pillar would have suffered heavy casualties. Jiang Chen looked at the exquisite reliefs on the gate, now blackened by smoke and fire, the headless ancient creatures on them resembling menacing monsters. The people inside were searching for survivors. Now was the perfect time to go in. Jiang Chen, whose Shadow Walker abilities had vanished, planned to slip in silently. A hand grabbed her arm and dragged her into the darkness. Chapter 154. Jiang Chen was about to draw his broken sword when he unexpectedly found himself facing Zhang Fengge. Captain Zhang? Come with me. But Jiang Chen, if you want to survive, follow me immediately. His expression darkened, and he spoke seriously. The two quickly returned to the 11th District Guardian building. Little Jiang, time is of the essence. It's too late to go back to your apartment now. Hong Rui and Lei Ming have already prepared everything. We need to board the aircraft as soon as possible and head to Mysasia. To Mysasia? Why are you suddenly talking about going to Mysasia? Jiang Chen was completely puzzled. Besides, leaving the suspended tower requires approval. What reason do I have to go to Mysasia? The council has a batch of supplies to transport there. I already registered your trip to Mysasia with the council. Zhang Fengge seemed completely unaware that what he said was strange. Captain Zhang, I don't understand why we suddenly have to go to Mysasia, and besides... Jiang Chen pursed her lips, finding Zhang Fengge's behavior completely incomprehensible. Little Jiang, I know I can't explain everything to you right now, but we have to leave. Zhang Fengge's resolute tone caught Jiang Chen off guard. Captain Zhang, these are the approval documents. Hong Rui ran over, sweating profusely, and handed over a stack of documents. Jiang Chen looked at the stack of materials. Leaving the suspended tower, especially for the city guards, required strict approval. Unless specially granted, it would take at least a day to receive the approval documents. But in less than half a day, the approval documents arrived. Lei Ming rushed back, pulling a package from his pocket. Captain Zhang, these are some medical supplies I just bought from the underground market. They're all here. Okay. Zhang Fengge turned and headed towards the weapons and equipment room. Jiang Chen knew what he was going to get. This wasn't just a simple supply escort. Little Jiang, don't worry, Captain Zhang must have his reasons for doing this, Lei Ming reassured her as he packed his things. Lei Ming and Hong Rui methodically used the available time to organize their belongings. She looked at everything before her, her eyes lowered. Only when Jiang Chen stepped out of the submersible and saw the aircraft in front of her did she truly feel the reality of leaving the suspended tower. Jiang Chen followed the three ahead and boarded the aircraft. Brother Lei, now that we're all gone, what about the work of the 11th District's garrison? Jiang Chen asked indirectly. Naturally, the 1st District will take over. Logically speaking, if a district is unmanaged, the 1st District will take over, Lei Ming said confidently. What if the people from District 1 are here too, Captain Huasan? Jiang Chen saw the person approaching. Lei Ming's eyes widened. Jiang Chen, long time no see, Huasan said. He was followed by 7 people, 4 men and 3 women, all well-trained city guards. If District 11 was just a half-baked security force, then the city guards of District 1 were all trained to military standards. Jiang Chen exchanged glances with Huasan, said nothing more, and then walked in the opposite direction with Lei Ming. But what exactly were they transporting that required the escort of the 1st City Guard? Professor, this is something from the council. Kane handed Professor Norman a specially made encrypted crystal. Norman took the crystal and glanced at Kane. Kane understood that this was something from there, beyond his comprehension. He looked at the crystal, which gleamed silver in the sunlight, and reluctantly retreated to the door. Norman inserted the crystal into the reader. After a while, Kane! Kane pushed open the door, and saw Professor Norman rushing towards him. He had never seen the professor so distraught. Where is Jiang Chen? Professor Norman asked urgently. Kane hesitated for a moment before replying. Since Jiang Chen was imprisoned, her activities have been confined to District 11, and she's always been watched by people from the Red Mansion, so we... Kane stammered. Jiang Chen had been extremely well-behaved for the past 6 months, living a very quiet life, so the messenger had become complacent, and he hadn't pursued the matter. Who would have thought the professor would suddenly ask about this person? I need to know where Jiang Chen is right now. Professor Norman's sharp gaze fell on Kane. Kane froze, but Professor Norman's expression made it clear he might have made a grave mistake. He didn't even have time to reply yes before rushing towards the door. But he had a premonition that they were missing something. Norman stood frozen in place, his heart pounding with an indescribable excitement. The stark contrast left his mind blank for a moment. He returned to the table, where the reader clearly displayed, cleanse and collect the main body carrying 2 divine tablets. Quickly bring the person back to Noah Research Institute. On the other side of the ocean, Jiang Chen sat at the dining table, finishing her dinner. Little Jiang Yu, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Hong Rui suddenly looked around uneasily. Jiang Chen walked over and asked in a low voice, what's wrong? Hong Rui's expression was somewhat grim. Come with me, and you know. I think we might be in trouble. The 2 of them sneaked into the storage room, avoiding the crowd. Hi Tianqing? Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed at the person in front of her. Me too. Zhou Yang stepped out from behind her. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. She knew that Hai Tianqing alone couldn't have avoided so many people and successfully reached this spaceship. What are you doing? Don't you know the consequences of leaving the suspended tower without permission? Jiang, we really didn't risk coming out just to play. The last thing my brother sent was dated 2 months ago. I was really worried. Hai Tianqing ran over and grabbed Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen said with a stern face, Little Sparrow, the outside world is different from the suspended tower. We don't know if we encounter any danger on our trip to Mysasia. Your brother won't let you leave the suspended tower. We find someone to send you back at the next supply point. I won't go back, absolutely not. No matter what, I won't go back. You're all like this, you all think I can only live in the suspended tower. Ultimately, it's because you think my abilities are inadequate, and I don't deserve the right to choose freely. Hai Tianqing said in a slightly hoarse voice. Hai Tianqing was always an optimist, but Jiang Chen knew she hadn't been in good shape lately. Little Sparrow, you know that's not what I meant. We won't stop at the supply depot. This aircraft won't stop for anything until it reaches Mysasia. A resolute voice came from behind. Everyone turned around and saw Zhang Fengde walk in. Chapter 155. I'm glad you could keep the appointment. Zhou Jingming sat on the sofa, put down his book, and looked at the person who entered. Zhang Fengde, standing in front of the door, looked at the person in front of him, raised his pistol, and pointed it directly at the casually standing person in front of him. Suddenly, Several bolts of lightning shot directly into Zhang Fengde's face. "Ju Yu." A voice, half lazy and half oppressive, rang out. Sparkling lightning fell beneath Zhang Fengde's eyelashes. "Go down," Zhou Jingming said. "Commander." Ju Yu, standing beside him, hadn't finished speaking when he was warned by a stern look from Wan Xianliang. The two left the room. Zhu Yu stared intently into the room. He wasn't old, only 18 or 19, an age when secrets couldn't be kept. Besides, Zhou Jingming was usually quite gentle with him, so this harsh tone made him resentful. Who does he think he is, daring to be so rude, even pointing a gun at an adult? Zhu Yu paced back and forth at the door. Wan Xianliang shook his head, looking at his exasperated state. This kid hadn't learned much from Gui Weichun, except for his volatile temper. Inside the house. "After all these years, you still haven't given up?" Zhou Jingming put down the book he was holding. "Where?" Zhang Fengde's cold gaze fixed on the person before him. A strange scent suddenly wafted from the distance. Zhou Jingming's brows furrowed slightly. "I inform you of Zhang Qi's whereabouts, when you delivered Jiang Chen to my Sasia." Zhang Fengde's face darkened further. "I won't use my teammates for any trade." Zhou Jingming looked up at him, his dark eyes seemingly able to see through people's hearts. Zhang Fengde immediately felt a silent pressure wash over him. He tried to turn and leave without changing his expression, but all his strength seemed to be restrained by some immense force, and his breath was being slowly drained from his lungs. Zhou Jingming's expression remained calm, but his usually gentle eyes darkened. "I hope you remember your words." With the return of fresh air, Zhang Fengde gripped his gun tightly. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Wan Xianliang entered and walked to Zhang Fengde, saying, "This is a letter from the council. A batch of supplies needs to be transported to my Sasia. The council will assign you, from District 11, as escorts. You need to leave the suspended tower immediately." Zhang Fengde wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at the letter, confirmed it was from the council, and looked at Zhou Jingming standing by the window with a probing gaze. Zhou Jingming had his back to them, but his gaze was fixed on a certain spot outside the window. "All the materials are being prepared. This is the council's decision, and as the defenders of the city, you must obey." Wan Xianliang paused and continued, "Leaving now is the best option for your entire team. Your brother Zhang Qi, we received the latest news that someone saw him in my Sasia." Zhang Fengde looked up in shock. Wan Xianliang handed Zhang Fengde the prepared materials. Although the photo only showed a profile, he was certain it was Zhang Qi. "We hope you will leave the suspended tower as soon as possible," Wan Xianliang emphasized. Zhang Fengde took the council's letter. Lei Ming and Hong Rui were rather careless, and naturally questioned such a hasty and suspicious trip, but Jiang Chen was different. She was meticulous, and wouldn't easily obey even the council's decision. "Jiang Chen, she won't easily. She will. She trusts you." Zhou Jingming turned around, and said in a very calm voice. After Zhang Fengde left, "Perhaps we should tell him what happened. Maybe that will reduce his hostility towards us," Wan Xianliang cautiously suggested, sensing the slight unease in the commander before him. "Sir, this is my mistake." Wan Xianliang knelt down, bowing his head reverently. "For years ago, on a rainy night. Teacher, please save me. I really didn't mean it. I swear. I didn't know things would turn out this way." Wu Tao knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. "Where is Wafeng?" Wan Xianliang grabbed Wu Tao's collar and asked. He's dead. They just told us they wanted to communicate with the people inside the suspended tower. I never expected Guofeng to die. Those people are terrifying, so terrifying. I didn't know this would happen." Wu Tao shouted incoherently, his brain clearly having suffered a severe blow, his entire being gripped by extreme fear. Bang, bang, bang. A violent knocking sounded at the door. They're here. Wu Tao covered his head in fear. "Wu Tao, this is the suspended tower. Those people won't get in. They're everywhere. They find me. Wu Tao screamed. Wan Xianyang walked to the door and opened it. Through the peephole, a young city guard in a white uniform stood outside, a nameplate on his chest reading Zhang Fengde. "What can I do for you?" Wan Xianyang asked, opening the door. "Hello, I'm a city guard from the 10th district. I heard the owner of this house is named Wu Tao. Is he home? I'd like to ask him some questions." As soon as Zhang Fengde finished speaking, a loud bang echoed from inside the room. The two rushed in and saw Wu Tao slamming his head against the wall and collapsing to the ground. "What are you doing?" Wan Xianliang quickly helped Wu Tao up. Fortunately, Wu Tao was disoriented and weak, and his head wound wasn't deep. "You seen Zhang Qi, haven't you?" Zhang Fengge asked anxiously. He had been investigating Zhang Qi's disappearance for years, and this man was the only one who had sparred with Zhang Qi at Club Inn on the day Zhang Qi disappeared. But he had been ill and recuperating since, and Zhang Fengge hadn't had a chance to approach him. Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi, Zhang Qi. Upon hearing the name, Wu Tao's eyes widened, and he burst into maniacal laughter, his limbs convulsing violently. "Do you know where he is?" "Where is he?" Zhang Fengge pressed, holding him down. Suddenly, Wu Tao's pupils turned white, his limbs engorged with blood, and he became incredibly strong. He lunged at the two men before him, his strength and speed increasing dramatically, attacking like a wild beast driven mad by rage. Zhang Fengge and Wan Xianliang were at a disadvantage, unable to restrain this ferocious beast. Just as Wu Tao was about to pounce, a flash of lightning struck him, and he was electrocuted and fell to the ground. "Commander!" Wan Xianliang shouted. Zhou Jingming, dressed in a black military uniform, walked in and looked at the man still convulsing and spitting out white foam. A late-stage mutant. Everyone present was shocked. Once someone becomes a late-stage mutant, they are like a biological weapon, losing their own will and control, becoming a tool for their manipulator. And this mutant was in the suspended tower, posing a constant threat. Zhou Jingming's expression darkened. Zhang Fengge sensed something was wrong and immediately stepped in front of him. "I need to get the news of my brother's disappearance from him. He's my last source of information." Zhou Jingming's eyes remained expressionless. Zhang Fengge felt completely paralyzed. The person behind him was instantly taken from breathing and collapsed heavily to the ground. Chapter 156. Professor. Kane rushed in, sweating profusely, and said, "Jiang Chen, they left the suspended tower 2 hours ago, heading to Mysacia." Professor Norman deleted the data from his reader, staring grimly at the person reporting. Doreen, standing beside him, looked at the professor's icy expression and asked suspiciously, "No one is allowed to leave the suspended tower without a valid reason. Did they leave without permission?" No, they received approval from the council. That's why they left." Kane thought uneasily. How could they obtain the council's approval so quickly? Who was behind Jiang Chen? "We must find Jiang Chen as soon as possible." Norman strode out. Professor, we also need approval to leave the suspended tower," Kane reminded him. "It seems we also need to go to the council." Norman strode forward. Doreen watched the direction Norman had gone, the image of the girl's calm, collected black eyes flashing through her mind. She looked out at the towering black tower standing tall, a flash of lightning streaking across the sky, a storm brewing. On the aircraft, Jiang Chen carefully pushed aside the window shutter. Visibility was extremely low, yellow sand filled the air. It seemed they had encountered extreme weather. The relatively stable life in the suspended tower had made her feel, for a time, that she was still in modern civilization. But everything before her constantly reminded her that the apocalypse had already arrived. Deserts, poisonous forests, swamps, and mutants lurking in the darkness were the norm in this post-apocalyptic world. This was the true Garden of Eden. She turned around. Hai Tianqing was asleep beside her. According to Zhang Fengge, it was impossible to send her back anytime soon. But Zhang Fengge's resolute attitude just now still surprised her somewhat. Why the rush to Mysacia? She glanced at Zhang Fengge sitting at the front. He was looking down at something, oblivious to her. Was it because the goods they were transporting were extremely special that they were rushing to Mysacia? Or was it because something had happened at the suspended tower, so they needed to leave in a hurry? What did Zhang Fengge mean by saying that she could only survive if she left the suspended tower? She glanced at her cleaned and treated wounds. The events in the exhibition hall flashed before her eyes, like a slideshow. The warm blood of the mutated butterfly seemed to still linger on her fingertips, suddenly igniting a bloodlust within her. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, recalling everything she had encountered in the spirit realm. She needed to control her emotions, calming her rapid breathing. She had to use a calm mind to consider her second ability. Judging from what had happened, even if she had foreseen certain parts in her dream, the final outcome might still occur as predicted, or even be accelerated. She couldn't help but feel worried. This supernatural ability seemed to have placed her in a dangerous situation. What she saw in her dream, whether or not it was a premonition of the future, might subtly influence her subsequent actions. These small changes in her actions in reality could potentially trigger a chain reaction in the future. Whether the prophecy deviated from its true course or confirmed it became a chicken and egg problem. Jiang Chen, we still have some time before we reach the suspended tower. You should take this time to rest. Lei Ming, sitting in front of her, turned around and said, you look a little pale. I have some energy bars here, do you want some? Jiangchen smiled, and shook her head. A maturity beyond her years appeared on her pale face. Alright, then I have to keep them all to myself, Lei Ming said with a laugh. Jiangchen smiled helplessly. The spacecraft lurched slightly. With all her companions beside her, her thoughts drifted to an endless ocean. Hai Tianqing's steady breathing deepened her drowsiness. Jiangchen drifted back into sleep amidst the dappled light and shadow. Aiken. A warm palm stroked her long hair. A faint light shone on her thin eyelids. We will meet again. A clear, sorrowful voice sounded in her ear. A metallic clang rang out, and she was plunged into endless darkness. Jiangchen, wake up, wake up! Hai Tianqing's voice rang out. Jiangchen abruptly opened her dark eyes, and saw her anxious expression. What's wrong? Hong Rui just said that the wind direction outside is wrong, and the wind force is increasing. We may have encountered a super strong sandstorm. Before Hai Tianqing could finish speaking, a loud boom was heard, and the aircraft shook violently, the sound of something hitting the wing. A metallic voice blared from the loudspeaker, "Attention all personnel, the aircraft has encountered a super strong sandstorm, and needs to make an emergency landing. Landing location: Xuria." Jiangchen was stunned when she heard this name. She spread out the map. The shortest route from the suspended tower to my Soja passed through Xuria. We won't die, will we? Zhou Yang said anxiously. Am I going to die here on my first long trip? What, this Xuria? Is it going to be my final resting place? Zhou Yang, shut your mouth. If you say another word, I make your words come true immediately. Hai Tianqing gave Zhou Yang a look. Don't worry, we arrived safely. Zhang Fengge, supporting himself against the swaying body, checked everyone's seatbelts and said softly to the group before returning to his seat. Jiangchen checked that her seatbelt was fastened. The emergency landing was accompanied by a continuous ringing in her ears, and a feeling of weightlessness. Under the massive sandstorm, she could hear the hissing sound of sand and gravel hitting the metal hull of the aircraft. The things inside the aircraft were toppled and collapsed under the violent turbulence. Jiangchen watched as everything before her shook and crumbled. With a deafening roar, a violent sound came from beside her, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 157. Chairman Jia is not here. A man in a suit replied from Jia Wenguang's office. That's impossible. Someone just got the approval documents for the council's trip. How could he be gone now? Kane said, staring intently at the door. The man in the suit stood stiffly, mechanically replying, Chairman Jia is not here. You? Kane, his face flushed, strode out. Seeing Kane's expression, Doreen knew she probably wouldn't get the approval documents. Norman, standing nearby, glanced at Jia Wenguang's closed door and turned to leave. You said Professor Norman went to see Chairman Jia? Zhao Jiaming flipped through the recent reports. Yes, I suspect it's related to that girl Jiangchen, but she's already been arranged by the council to leave the suspended tower and go to Mysasia, Yiding said. Interesting. It's rare to see the proud and arrogant Norman actually seeking out Chairman Jia. Was this trip specifically arranged? Yiding replied, No, this trip was planned beforehand. The suspension tower has taken in too many people over the years. We do need to arrange for some to leave. How many duds? This batch is 23. Zhao Jiaming looked at the wisps of smoke in the distance. The people who attacked the exhibition hall haven't been found yet? Yiding lowered his head in shame. His engineers hadn't received any news. Zhao Jiaming smirked indifferently, a mocking smile on his face. Looks like it's time to cleanse our homeland. Let's go, we need to comfort our uneasy people. Xuria. A wave of dizziness washed over her, followed by a dull throbbing in the back of her head. Jiangchen opened her eyes to hear a chorus of groans. There was another group of people on their ship whose abilities hadn't yet manifested. These people had reached the end of their 2-year training period at the suspended tower, but their abilities hadn't yet appeared. The suspended tower would offer them 2 choices: expel them or send them to Mysoja by aircraft. Most would choose Mysoja. After all, in this apocalyptic world, seeking refuge was a viable option compared to fighting alone. Jiangchen unbuckled her seatbelt. Sparrow, wake up, wake up. Hai Tianqing rubbed her head and opened her eyes. Thank God, we're still alive. The aircraft had crash-landed in a depression surrounded by trees, which relieved Jiangchen. She had studied the map of Xuria on the aircraft. Northern Xuria was a long, narrow desert region. They were lucky they hadn't crash-landed there. The desertification in the post-apocalyptic world is far more severe than humanity anticipated. Even the most drought-resistant plants cannot survive in these desolate deserts. Humanity's remaining technological reserves have yet to develop a road vehicle capable of rapidly traversing the desert, making aircraft the most effective means of crossing it. However, if they want to reach Mysacia, they must cross this desert. Jiang Chen looked at the severely damaged aircraft before him. Captain, the aircraft's engine is badly damaged, and some fuel has started leaking. I need some time to repair it, said the pilot Dahlia. She was a defender of District 1. What Jiang Chen hadn't expected was that while there were only 13 defenders in total, 6 of them were on this aircraft bound for Mysacia. How long exactly? Wasson glanced at the others still on the aircraft. There were 10 city guards and 23 civilians on board. Prolonged exposure to the perilous wilderness wouldn't be advantageous for them. 2 hours, but I need their cooperation. Dahlia looked at Lei Ming and Hong Rui. Dahlia had heard from the suspended tower that the two were skilled in mechanical repair. Wasson looked at Zhang Fengge. Zhang Fengge nodded. Okay, wait where you are, Wasson commanded. Jiang Chen saw Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yan learning from the city guards medics, bandaging those injured in the crash landing. They were more adaptable than she had imagined. Lei Ming and the others were helping Dahlia check for potential problems elsewhere on the aircraft. Jiang Chen walked around the aircraft, her brow furrowed. What's wrong? Zhang Fengge asked, approaching. It's too quiet. We're still quite a distance from the desert wilderness. Jiang Chen looked at the nearby trees. The environment and vegetation here shouldn't be devoid of even insects, yet she hadn't heard a single sound. The creatures that inhabit this place are far more sensitive to danger than we are. No, we must leave immediately. Jiang Chen glanced into the distance and said, What did you say? Leave now? Wei Shu, the deputy captain of the city's first district, asked. Yes, the second sandstorm is approaching. If we don't leave now, given the strength of this sandstorm, our aircraft will be torn to shreds. Jiang Chen pleaded. Dean, go and observe. Is Wasson glancing at Jiang Chen? He said. With an incredibly nimble flip, the man named Dean lightly leaped onto the 2-meter-high aircraft. He took out special observation instruments and peered into the distance. After a moment, he looked down at the crowd and shook his head. Wasson looked at Zhang Fengge beside Jiang Chen and said, Captain Zhang, our time is precious. We hope we can use our limited time on the most important things, not on meaningless speculation. Then he turned and left. Jiang Chen knew that such evidence alone wasn't convincing, but based on the area of the narrow desert region she had just seen on the map and their current location, this desert region was constantly expanding. Jiang Chen returned to the aircraft. Are you sure? Zhang Fengge looked at her. Most of the city guards possessed high-level abilities, but that didn't mean they were highly sensitive to dangers in a post-apocalyptic environment. They had been in the suspended tower for too long. I'm sure, Jiang Chen said, her eyes firm as she looked at Zhang Fengge. Okay. Captain Zhang, I think I made myself clear. We should focus our limited time on the most important things. We need to repair the aircraft as soon as possible and head to Mysacia. Watson emphasized. At the current speed, the sandstorm will arrive within 2 hours. If we don't take off. You already said you were emphasizing that even if a sandstorm does come, we have the ability to handle it, Wei Shu said from the side. When you say able, you're probably referring to those with superpowers. What about the ordinary people? Jiang Chen countered. Superpowered individuals generally have stronger physical abilities. Furthermore, after their abilities manifest, the suspended tower arranges various simulation training programs to improve their overall qualities. There have been instances of superpowered individuals surviving in the wild for 3 days without water. However, the remaining 23 people on the aircraft are all deemed by the suspended tower to have no superpowers, essentially discarded pawns. They have no value to the suspended tower, and no resources will be invested in their development. I forgot you're an undifferentiated individual. You really need to worry about this, Wei Shu said, looking at her. Chapter 158. What do you mean by this? Hai Tianqing rushed over, blocking Jiang Chen's path. Nothing, just stating the facts, Wei Shu said indifferently. You? Jiang Chen patted Hai Tianqing's shoulder and shook his head. In the ensuing stalemate, Zhang Fengge glanced at Hua Sen and said, Lei Ming, Hong Rui, stop all repair work. The two, who were still repairing the engine, immediately stopped. Zhang Fengge, we need to finish the repairs in 2 hours, otherwise we won't be able to reach Mysacia on time. I think you understand that. Hua Sen looked at Zhang Fengge, puzzled. He and Zhang Fengge had both received a letter from the council requiring them to arrive in Mysacia by tomorrow afternoon. The twilight light fell on Zhang Fengge's eyes. We will reach Mysacia, but only if we are all alive. Look! Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. Dean! Dean quickly climbed onto the aircraft and grabbed his binoculars. What? Captain, a sandstorm is approaching us 10 kilometers away. All eyes turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked around. There was no cover. Everyone, get back to the aircraft immediately. Watson ordered. Those who had been resting outside suddenly panicked, as if confirming some information. Even if we get back to the aircraft, we'd be torn to shreds. A young man complained. Right, we need to hide now. Hide where? With these 2 legs, we won't even get a kilometer before the sandstorm sweeps us away. Panic and anxiety filled the crowd. Hong Rui, can the engine support us for 30 minutes of low-altitude flight? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice, looking at the anxious crowd. We already repaired some parts. Based on the current damage, it can support us for a while, but if we continue like this, our fuel will run out. We must find new fuel to take off again, Hong Rui analyzed. A grain of sand drifted onto her eyelashes. Jiang Chen looked at Wasteland and said, there's an abandoned building nearby. At our current speed, we should be able to reach it in less than 30 minutes. But this place isn't marked on the map. Captain, we're transporting other things this time. Now that we run out of fuel, what do we do next? I can't let her words disrupt our plans. Wei Shu looked at Jiang Chen, her hand resting on the gun at her waist. Captain Wei, without our men, you won't be able to take off in 2 hours. Zhang Fengde walked up to Jiang Chen. Watson looked at Zhang Fengde's face, only half a tooth visible behind him. Dahlia, activate the aircraft. Take off according to the coordinates she gave you. Yes, sir. Jiang Chen looked at the building in front of her, momentarily disoriented. She had somehow ended up back at Valken's temporary outpost. The outpost was reinforced with metal, so she wasn't worried about the sandstorm approaching. Watson glanced at the calm-faced Jiang Chen. Everyone, wait outside. Several guards, guns drawn, rammed open the gate. The windowless building was shrouded in darkness. I checked the building's electrical system first, Hong Rui said. With a ZZZT, light reappeared. Everyone, it seems the previous owner of this building took excellent care of it. Hong Rui proudly displayed his toolbox. Captain, the search is complete. Nobody's here. Wei Shu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Valken had been away from this temporary outpost for some time. Jiang Chen brushed a thick layer of dust off her face with her finger. Good. Bring the people outside in. We need to readjust our plans. How did you know this place existed? Wei Shu approached, looking at her with a probing gaze. No comment. Jiang Chen didn't explain further, turning to leave, but the inquisitive gaze lingered behind her. The wind lashed against the walls, making a muffled sound. The sandstorm was approaching, but the wind had noticeably weakened. It seemed they could safely remain here for a while. Hey, look what I found. Lei Ming rummaged through the crowd, finding some canned goods and some dried, crushed insect remains. What's this? Lei Ming disgustedly used Hong Rui's metal pliers to pick up a section of the insect's body that hadn't been completely crushed. Hong Rui pointed at his hand. You, why are you using my pliers on this stuff? It's disgusting. This stuff is extremely rich in protein. Jiang Chen glanced around at the surrounding crowd. Most of them were still reeling from the harrowing forced landing and the fear of the sandstorm, but the aircraft only had 1 day's worth of food stored on board. Let's put it away for now. It might come in handy later, she whispered. Oh, Jiang, you're not telling us we might have to eat this stuff, are you? Yeah, but hopefully we won't need it. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. Several city guards distributed canned food to everyone. They all needed to replenish their energy. Jiang Chen and the others sat together, some distance from the city guards of Huasen's district. Little Jiang, how did you know about this place? Zhou Yang casually tore open a can. These cans are at least 6 months past their expiration date, which means no one has lived here for at least 6 months. Hey, why are you pinching me? Zhou Yang shouted, looking at Hai Tianqing beside him with displeasure. Can't you shut up with food? Hai Tianqing glared at him. I came from here before entering the suspended tower, Jiang Chen said, looking at the people sitting around him. Huh? Hong Rui's mouth gaped open, unable to close for a long time. What's so surprising? We were just wandering around before we entered the suspended tower, weren't we? Lei Ming said nonchalantly. Hong Rui looked speechlessly at Lei Ming's blank expression. This is Kashulia. I don't care if it's Kashulia or whatever, it's just a place. What, are the people here special? Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang also looked at Hong Rui with confusion. The third time we were in the dark before. Hong Rui. Zhang Fengde, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Captain, I go check if there's any fuel for the aircraft here. Hong Rui changed the subject. You guys come and help me look too. He pointed to the other three. For a moment, only Zhang Fengde and Jiang Chen remained. Captain Zhang, did you already know? Jiang Chen asked. She had mentioned she came from here, and Zhang Fengde hadn't seemed particularly surprised. Zhang Fengde no longer concealed anything. I was one of the first guards to contact you. All the original data passed through my hands. Your information was replaced during the cleanup process. The information on the terminal has been altered. Even the council wouldn't know your original information. Jiang Chen lowered his eyes. During the third assassination attempt, they were looking for me. If you handed me over, perhaps you could avoid what happened later, or even gain more. After a brief silence, Jiang Chen heard Zhang Fengde's voice. Jiang Chen, ensuring the safety of your teammates is, I believe, the most basic responsibility of a captain. Chapter 159. Although they had found temporary shelter, it didn't mean everyone was safe. The guards of District 1 were assigned to guard several exits. Lei Ming and Hong Rui helped Dahlia remove the engine, which was still under repair. Fortunately, this temporary base had been modified. Their aircraft wasn't large enough to be parked in the underground docking station. Zhang Fengde and Huasun went to discuss their next steps on how to reach Mysasia. The sound of gravel hitting the walls was gradually decreasing. Jiang Chen looked around. The windows were all sealed, but it was crucial for them to assess the situation outside. It seemed she had to go somewhere first. Jiang Chen looked at the room before her. Pei Du's study. She remembered that the windows in this room weren't completely sealed. With a creak, the door opened. The heavy curtains blocked out all light. She turned on the light. Pei Du's room was exactly the same as before she left. It seemed that he hadn't stayed here for long. Jiang Chen walked to the window and slightly lifted the curtains. The sandstorm had leveled the spot where they had been resting. All the sturdy trees had been uprooted and buried in the yellow sand. The gale-force winds, carrying sand and dust, pounded the ground, steadily advancing towards them. However, the wind speed clearly decreased as they got closer, so she figured they were safe for now. A faint clang sounded, like some kind of metallic scraping against the wall. It was so quiet that it would have been almost unnoticed if one hadn't been listening carefully. Jiang Chen turned around, cautiously surveying her surroundings. She drew her broken knife, closed her eyes, and sensed her surroundings. A faint breathing sound. The exhaust duct. Jiang Chen silently approached the exhaust duct, and with lightning speed, slashed open the exhaust valve with the tip of her knife. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke billowed towards her face. Jiang Chen quickly covered her mouth and nose, leaping backward. A blurry figure rushed towards the door, only to see a broken knife flash through the air, embedding itself in the doorway, blocking the escape route. Aya? The mist slightly dissipated, and Jiang Chen looked at the familiar back, calling out uncertainly. Aya turned around, her eyes also filled with surprise. She was heading this way? A woman's voice came from not far away. Jiang Chen frowned. It seemed someone had come looking for her. You go back inside. Jiang Chen pushed the still somewhat frightened Aya back to the exhaust duct. Don't answer anyone who comes looking for you unless I call you out, understand? Jiang Chen whispered. Aya looked haggard and noticeably thinner than the last time Jiang Chen saw her. Jiang Chen didn't know what had happened to her during this time, but right now, she had to deal with the two people outside the door first. Just as Wei Shu was about to force her way in, the door opened automatically. A gust of biting cold wind, carrying sand and grit, rushed in. A person stood in the doorway, the cold wind ruffling her hair. In the darkness, only the faint light from the window made her figure clearly visible. Her dark eyes were fixed on the two of them. Her tone wasn't loud, but it contained a certain power. Did you want something from me? Wei Shu instinctively took a step back, then suddenly remembered that the person in front of her was just an undifferentiated individual. She adjusted her tone, concealing her earlier lapse in composure. What are you doing up here? I didn't expect Captain Wei to be so interested in managing the city guards of District 11? Jiang Chen grinned, revealing his white teeth. You, an undifferentiated individual, dare to speak to us like that? A water blade suddenly appeared in front of Li Sheng, the city guard next to Wei Shu, shooting directly at Jiang Chen's shoulder. Water-type ability user. Jiang Chen glanced calmly at the water blade, flicked his wrist, and easily dodged the attack to the side. A flash of light, and Li Sheng stared blankly at his right shoulder. The city guard's epaulette had fallen to the ground. Jiang Chen sheathed his broken sword. You can see the outside world through the window. Remember to close the window after you're done. With that, he strode forward. Watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure, Wei Shu asked Li Sheng beside her, does she have superpowers? She used a knife. I haven't heard of any knife-wielding superpowers before, And her speed is extremely fast. Even the attack attribute superpower users in our district might not be able to match her agility. Li Sheng picked up the epaulet from the ground. The blade was clean. Let's go in and take a look. Li Sheng took off his binoculars, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. The area where we stopped is now a pile of yellow sand. If she hadn't arrived in time. He glanced at Wei Shu's unfriendly gaze. He changed the subject, saying, she was probably lucky. She guessed right. I guess she came here to check the situation over there. Fortunately, this area wasn't too affected by the sandstorm. Wei Shu turned around dismissively. Child's play. Still can't turn on the lights? This place has been uninhabited for over half a year, so some short circuits are quite normal. I already searched the area, but there's nothing suspicious. Li Sheng looked around. However, when he opened the door earlier, he seemed to smell a strange odor, and his head spun for a moment, but a gust of cold wind quickly cleared his head. He looked at Wei Shu beside him, who seemed perfectly normal, and concluded that it was probably just his overthinking. The way that girl had looked at them earlier made Li Sheng decide to avoid contact with her. I still think there's something wrong. I have Dahlia come and check the wiring again later. We should search again. Wei Shu frowned, examining everything in the shadows. And that girl Jiangchen, we should keep a close eye on her too. After the two left the study, Aya, in the exhaust duct, breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang, where did you go? I couldn't find you for ages. Hai Tianqing linked arms with Jiangchen. There's a room with a window on the top floor. I checked the situation outside, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, this sandstorm should pass quickly. That's great. Then we can reach Mysasia soon. Our fuel is exhausted, it might not be so easy to leave. Zhang Fengge and Huasa approached. Captain, we searched the area, but haven't found any usable fuel. A city guard reported to Huasan. Although the sandstorm is currently affecting radio signal reception, we saw from upstairs that it should pass quickly. We can contact the suspension tower and ask them to send another aircraft. Li Sheng suggested. Huasan pondered for a moment. Although time had been wasted, the supplies were still there, and waiting for rescue was indeed the most effective method. Ah! Suddenly, a scream rang out. In the crowd, a man stared blankly at his chest. An arrow had pierced his heart. Chapter 160. An arrow pierced the silence, plunging the once brightly lit hall into darkness. Huasan, true to his position as the captain of the district's garrison, immediately arranged for his men to cover the fleeing crowd as they searched for shelter. Lei Ming glanced at the blurred figure lying in the hall, a man who had stopped breathing. Captain Zhang, the arrow's trajectory is approximately 10 o'clock from his position. The second floor of the hall was now completely dark. It seemed someone had cut off the electricity to the temporary outpost. Didn't you just search the area? What's the situation now? Wei Shu asked the garrison member beside her. We did search the area, but we didn't encounter anyone suspicious. Captain Hua, now the enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. We need to evacuate as soon as possible. It seemed their enemy was more cunning than they had imagined. Wei Shu leaned against a pillar and spoke to Huasan at the other end. Dahlia, who hadn't said much until now, suddenly spoke up. It's already dark outside, and the aircraft isn't repaired yet. If we rush out, the situation might not be in our favor. Wei Shu's face tightened. She knew nothing bad would happen here. Captain Watson, move everyone to the meeting room we were discussing earlier. We checked, and it only has one exit, Zhang Fengge suggested. If it weren't for that girl from District 11 bringing us here, we wouldn't have encountered this situation, Wei Shu said, dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming immediately exploded. Hey, what do you mean by that? If it weren't for our Xiao Jiang, you'd be buried under the sand by now. Now is not the time for blame. Wei Shu, Li Sheng, you two split into two teams and bring the people into the conference room one by one. Dahlia, you and the others go and look for usable fuel. Yes. Uneasy breathing filled the silent corridor in the darkness. Hong Rui turned on the backup power, and the conference room instantly brightened. Take a head count. Huasan looked around at the anxious crowd. Yes. Li Sheng reassured the others while taking a head count. Captain, everyone except those who were shot is here. Wei Shu looked intently at the three defenders of District 11. No, we're still 3 short. Zhang Fengge's calm gaze flashed with a hint of seriousness. Jiang, where are we going? Hai Tianqing tightly gripped Jiang Chen's trouser leg. Zhou Yang suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. What are you doing? Hai Tianqing was startled and hugged half of Jiang Chen's leg tightly. Zhou Yang rolled her eyes speechlessly. You stepped on my hand. Ah. Sorry. Jiangchen, using the dim light, turned to look at the noisy two. They were currently in the exhaust duct of the temporary camp. She should have realized from the beginning that Aya wasn't hiding from them, but from someone else. Just now, when she pushed Aya up the exhaust duct, she smelled a damp, musty odor on her. Only someone who had been in an exhaust duct for a long time would have that smell, but they had only been at the temporary camp for less than 2 hours. Jiang, how long is it going to take us to get there? Looking at the endless darkness before him, Hai Tianqing felt a surge of frustration, a sense that he could never reach the end. Sparrow, hang in there a little longer. Jiangchen didn't turn around, hunching forward. But why did we choose this pipe? It's filthy and smelly, and... Hai Tianqing, can you be quiet? Didn't you see someone died outside? We're not in the suspended tower now. There might be someone waiting to kill us outside this pipe. The power to our temporary base is out. Going through the exhaust pipe is the safest way. If you're going to do this, you should just go back to the suspended tower. Zhou Yang's tone changed from his usual joking manner, becoming serious. That's not what I meant, I just... Jiangchen stopped. In the dim light, she saw Hai Tianqing's somewhat stiff expression. Zhou Yan also realized that what he had said was a bit harsh. The atmosphere between the two became awkward. Sparrow, our current situation. Jiangchen knew this was the first time Hai Tianqing had encountered such a situation, and she wasn't prepared. Jiangchen? Aya? Jiangchen raised her flashlight and saw Aya's face. In the dim light, Jiangchen tore open the energy bar and handed it to Aya. Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yan curiously examined the girl before them. She was petite, and her face was painted with special paint, which at first glance looked somewhat frightening, but upon closer inspection, the pattern seemed to possess a mysterious quality. Aya took the energy bar, glanced at Jiangchen, and the two met again, as if half a lifetime had passed, both feeling as if they had been separated by an eternity. Aya wolfed down her energy bar. She hadn't eaten in a long time. Time was of the essence. Jiangchen looked at Aya's tired face, and knew she should rest a little longer, but she knew the people in the darkness probably didn't have the patience. Did Fang Yu and the others bring you out? The question was tinged with certainty. Aya was momentarily surprised, but having witnessed Jiangchen's cunning in Fog City, she wasn't too astonished. After you left, Fang Yu and Yuan stayed in Fog City searching for their superior. You saw Pei Du being taken away? This time, Jiangchen was somewhat surprised. Aya looked up at Jiangchen. They didn't take him away. Those people said something to him. He left voluntarily, but I was too far away to hear clearly. Those people? Hai Tianqing asked curiously. Aya looked at the girl with brightly colored hair and a slightly chubby face, and another well-dressed boy who seemed to come from a wealthy family. Jiangchen turned his back to them trustingly, indicating a high level of trust. They were wearing protective suits and masks, so we couldn't see their faces clearly. We only heard them mention my Soja. Jiangchen recalled Chen Yimo's words. It seemed those people in protective suits were from the Moses Corporation. But according to Chen Yimo, shouldn't they be going to my Soja? And Pei Du actually left with them voluntarily. But now that he thought about it, it wasn't impossible. After all, as the youngest major in the Valjean Legion, how could Pei Du be so easily kidnapped by the Moses Corporation? Aya, then why did you come to Xuria? Jiangchen noticed Aya's expression tense instantly. The fastest route to Mysacia goes through Xuria. Fang Yu and the others said there's a temporary encampment for a legion there. Jiangchen nodded. The Valkan Legion had ostensibly abandoned Pei Du, so naturally they wouldn't send troops to search for him anymore. The journey from Mist City to Mysacia was long, and they did need to stop at a resupply point. What about Fang Yu and Chen Yimo's men? Jiangchen asked. Chen Yimo and the others were most familiar with the temporary encampment, so finding the murderer shouldn't be difficult. Besides, since they shared the same destination, they could naturally travel to Mysacia together, so they wouldn't refuse this request. Aya lowered her eyes, concealing the reddening corners of her eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, the natives found me, and were preparing for a sacrifice. They hid me, and then they captured me. What? There really was a sacrifice. Chapter 161. Jiangchen first heard the word sacrifice when she was lying in the Xuria dungeon, feigning unconsciousness. Later, when she emerged and heard Ella's account, she thought it might be a lie fabricated by some force. After the third assassination attempt, she even more strongly believed that the Moses Corporation was behind spreading this rumor. But when she heard Aya actually use the word, she suddenly realized that the noun concept of the word could be transformed into a verb concept. You mean those people outside want to capture you for a sacrifice? Jiangchen asked in a low voice. What is a sacrifice, Jiang? I don't understand what you're saying at all, Hai Tianqing asked. Sparrow, you never heard of sacrifices in the suspended tower either? Jiangchen asked uncertainly. Judging from today's assassination attempt, this group was clearly skilled at concealment and well-trained, not like an undisciplined team. She had never heard of such a team in the suspended tower. No, I grew up in the suspended tower and have never heard of sacrifices, such an ancient term. Hai Tianqing affirmed. Jiang Chen's gaze shifted to Zhou Yang, who had suddenly become very quiet. His expression, in the dim light, was clearly disturbed. Zhou Yang, you know about the ritual, don't you? Zhou Yang didn't answer. Clearly, this question had triggered some unpleasant memory. Big brother, we're being chased by that group outside. If we don't know anything, there's only one word for us when we get out. Death, Hai Tianqing said urgently, grabbing Zhou Yang's arm. Zhou Yang looked up at the three of them, a profound unease washing over him. The agonizing weight in the narrow tunnel was excruciating. Sacrifice is a practice where people without supernatural abilities sacrifice humans to gain the forgiveness of their gods, Zhou Yang finally said. This is utterly absurd. Sacrificing humans? Hai Tianqing exclaimed in disbelief. This is the work of ignorant barbarians. Zhou Yang continued sarcastically. No, they have their own name. They call themselves the ancestral people. He glanced at the puzzled looks of the other three, finally making up his mind, and said, I overheard my father interrogating one of their people. Of course, I didn't eavesdrop intentionally, it was purely accidental. He still remembered as a child, peering through a crack in the window, seeing that person, covered in blood and bound by chains, his face contorted with hysterical fanaticism and savagery. These people believe that humanity caused the apocalypse. After all, animals and plants quickly found ways to survive, and continued to evolve, while only humans didn't evolve. In other words, the vast majority of humans didn't acquire superpowers. All these people believe this is punishment from their gods, so sacrifices are a price to pay for a place of rest. Zhou Yang's voice trailed off. Before that person died, he was cursing us, saying that we would ultimately push humanity to its doom, and the gates of the place of rest would never open for us. Then, he was executed. Zhou Yang would never forget those young man's eyes. Looking into their eyes felt like they were in hell. A land of rest? What is a land of rest? But why have I never heard of it in any documents or books in the suspended tower? Jiangchen was puzzled. According to Zhou Yang, such a fanatical or religious group couldn't possibly operate silently, yet there was never any record of it in any of the media she could find. Hai Tianqing nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had never heard of it either. Zhou Yang couldn't explain it for the time being. He had only learned about it by chance because his father worked in the United Political Council. At the time, he saw his father and brother's stern expressions, warning him to erase everything he knew from his mind. But since coming to the suspended tower, he had almost never heard anyone mention it. If it weren't for today's events, he would have thought those fanatical and resentful eyes were just a nightmare. Because they did it, Aya, who had been silent until now, suddenly said, the mutated plants and animals here don't attack the ancestors. A thunderbolt struck from a clear sky. Shock flashed across the eyes of the three people in the pipe. Leaving aside how these ancestors use sacrificial rituals to avoid attacks from mutated plants and animals, this alone provides a clear explanation for the information blockade surrounding them. If the rituals truly achieve such an effect, then the suspended tower, the Valkan Legion, and these superhumans would all lose their voice. In the apocalypse, mutated plants and animals are humanity's deadliest threat, and the awakening of superhumans, to some extent, achieved a balance between the two. But now, the appearance of the so-called ancestors, or rather, their continued existence, merely concealed by the suspended tower, the Valkan Legion, and the United Council, reveals another path for humanity, undoubtedly disrupting this balance. Aya, so the people outside are the so-called ancestors? Jiangchen asked. Aya looked at the other three and finally nodded. Jiangchen's gaze pierced through the unfathomable darkness ahead. Things were more complicated than she had imagined. Chen Yimo and her group were considered the elite of the Valkan Legion, but their fate was now unknown. Although they outnumbered each other, most were ordinary people, putting them at a disadvantage. What worried her even more was the timing of the enemy's first arrow shot, just as the sandstorm was about to dissipate. This arrow was meant as a deterrent. The defenders, especially those of the 1st District, were experienced fighters, yet under these circumstances, one of their men had been silently killed without them even noticing, not even herself. These early inhabitants were more dangerous than they had imagined. Chapter 162. Jiang, what do we do now? Hai Tianqing felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of these ancient people lurking in the darkness, searching for them. They were practically besieged. Jiangchen remained silent, making the already quiet section eerily still. Aya, how long ago did you arrive here? How were Chen Yimo and the others captured? Jiangchen asked after a moment's thought. Aya's gaze darkened. After Jiangchen left, she had originally planned to go down the mountain alone and live elsewhere, but reality was crueler than she had imagined. She didn't even know where to go after leaving Fog City, let alone how to survive there. Later, she met Chen Yimo and the others. They reached an agreement. She would tell them about Pei Du, and they would help her obtain a batch of weapons and equipment, which wouldn't be difficult for the Valkan Legion. Fang Yu once said they had a stockpile of weapons at their temporary outpost in Churia. But 2 months ago, on the second night after we arrived, we were attacked. After Chen Yimo put me in the tunnel, I never saw the three of them again, Aya said somberly. Weapons. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised, but then, upon reflection, it didn't seem strange. The Valkan Legion had been stationed here, and Pei Du was the temporary commander at the time. It wasn't surprising that Fang Yu knew about the weapons. That makes sense then. Zhou Yang wanted to stand up and give a long explanation, but his outstretched arm touched the hard stone wall. He withdrew his hand in frustration and continued. I guess they came for these weapons, otherwise, they wouldn't have lingered here for 2 months. Then why not say it's for the sacrifice? Hai Tianqing asked, puzzled. If it were just for the sacrifice, they wouldn't have chosen this time to attack us. Jiang Chen's gaze met Zhou Yang's. Both saw danger in each other's eyes. Hai Tianqing scratched her head, somewhat annoyed, and said, What kind of riddles are you two playing? I really don't understand a word. Zhou Yang sighed helplessly and patiently explained, If they just wanted to capture her, they could have waited until we left and then waited for her. But they chose to attack us that very day, preventing us from leaving. We must have something they want. Hai Tianqing's round eyes slowly widened like glass marbles. So you mean that our aircraft was transporting weapons? That's right. Jiang Chen reviewed the existing clues in his mind once more. If this deduction was correct, then Chen Yimo and the others might still be alive, and that group of ancestors was still lurking here, presumably because they hadn't found the location of the weapons. Suddenly, an image flashed through her mind. A rainy night at the suspended tower, Chen Yimo's bewildered and complex expression beneath his disheveled hair. Fang Yu, how many days has it been? Do you think they're trying to torture us to death? Yuan lifted a huge rock, weighing it up and down as if it were a heavy object. Fang Yu sat on the ground, looking around. They were currently imprisoned in a dungeon. Apart from the iron door, there weren't even any windows or cracks in the walls. In the past few days, only one man who seemed to be their leader, but whose face was painted with red and black totems, had come to inquire about the location of their weapons and equipment. In the dim light, it was impossible to make out his features. That's right, it's an inquiry, not an interrogation. Tell me, what do you think this group of ignorant aborigines wants? Yuan put down the stone, pacing back and forth, his eyes bloodshot, his tone impatient. Wait! Fang Yu's dry lips uttered 2 words. Yuan grabbed the iron gate's bars, but clearly there was no one outside. They'd been leaving them hanging there for days. What are we waiting for? What is that Chen Yimo doing? He should have grabbed the weapons and blown this place up right now. Fang Yu, like an emotionless robot, continued, Yuan, we need to be more patient. They're much smarter than we thought. They're not interrogating us because they know we never reveal the weapon's location. His gaze fell on a skeleton with severed limbs in the corner. The Valjan soldiers swear they never betray the Legion, which also means they already used violence to interrogate our men before, so this time they intend to use a different method. So we're just going to waste time here. We only just received the Major's information, and we already wasted so much time. Yuan's nerves were on the verge of collapse from the days that seemed to offer hope, yet that hope was so faint. Even Fang Yu, who still maintained his rationality, was on edge, as they were all waiting for the interrogation that was long overdue. If Chen Yimo went now, the location would have been exposed long ago, which would be detrimental to us in every way. That kid is more patient than us. Yuan paced back and forth anxiously. So we just wait here. Fang Yu closed his eyes, recalling everything that had just happened, and suddenly asked, Yuan, do you remember what that man had painted on his face? We only saw him once. Heaven knows what they paint on their faces. Maybe some random belief or totem? But what does it have to do with us? Yuan plopped down, muttering listlessly. Fang Yu felt that this man's totem was different from others, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. I wonder how that Chinyimo kid is doing now. Do you think he ran away? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Yuan didn't care and continued rambling on. No, he's more worried about the major's safety than us. But ever since he came back from the suspended tower, he's been acting strangely. Haven't you noticed? Yuan glanced at Fan Yu, who was deep in thought, and continued, and what do you think the major is thinking? Why did he voluntarily leave that Moses company? What's he keeping from us? He suddenly left after 4 years, yet he's already arranged places for us all. Don't you think this time will be like last time? I remember. Fan Yu suddenly stood up, but due to sitting for so long, he felt dizzy and almost collapsed. Yuan quickly stood up, wanting to help him. Fan Yu waved his hand, his eyes bright. It's not that the totem is different, it's that the materials used for the totem are different. That man used black water on his face. Chapter 163. Black water? Yuan helped Fan Yu up, asking blankly, what is this stuff? When Chinyimo brought the girl back, he mentioned finding a special substance at the bottom of the underground palace. Wu. Ziyuan. After his death, also turned into black water. Fan Yu lowered his voice, seeing Yuan's somber expression. Yuan knew this wasn't the time to dwell on the past, so he rallied and continued. So what that man smeared on his face was black water? I guess so. Black water is a special substance. I tested the sample Chinyimo brought back, but I haven't been able to analyze its specific components yet. Isn't it Ziyuan's remains? Yuan asked with difficulty. Not entirely. It contains residual human tissue, but it's mixed with something else, so it's different from ordinary liquids. How can I describe it? Its fluidity is more like a liquid with a metallic texture. Fan Yu tried to describe it, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't accurately express the feeling he had when he actually saw the black water sample. Yuan was a straightforward person. He wasn't actually interested in any of this right now, and just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. So, feigning indifference, he bluntly said, Fan Yu, I really don't mean to discourage your research, but our priority right now is getting out of here, not just imagining some black water. Fan Yu, however, completely ignored Yuan's complaints, absorbed in the fervor of finding a new continent. He spoke rapidly, as if afraid of losing track of his thoughts. The black water is only found at the deepest part of the underground palace, so these natives must have gone to the bottom of the palace to get it. We lost so many people, and only Chinyimo and Jiangchen escaped. But these natives, without any special abilities, were able to come out safely. Isn't that very similar? Very similar? Yuan pressed Fan Yu's shoulder uncertainly. He noticed that Fan Yu was speaking in a barely perceptible, but undeniably trembling manner. The reason we were captured was because of the sudden attack by those mutated bushes and animals, but they didn't harm these natives at all. Isn't that similar to how they were able to escape from the underground palace smoothly? You mean the black water prevented these mutated plants and animals from attacking them? Yuan's eyes widened, and he asked uncertainly. Fan Yu finished explaining his conjecture in one breath, feeling a long sigh of relief. His thoughts slowly calmed down, and he regained his composure. These are all just our guesses, unverified, but I remember Chinyimo saying something that might be our turning point. The sound of chains rang out again, and several burly men dressed in very primitive tribal clothing entered. The man whose face had been smeared with black liquid last time stood at the door. The man beside her whispered a few words to her, and nodded. 2 burly men rushed straight towards Yuan. Yuan immediately understood their intentions and began to fight them. However, for the past 2 months, he had only eaten 1 meal a day, consisting of liquid food meant to keep them alive. Even as a strength enhancer, he couldn't defeat them under such circumstances. Fan Yu wasn't a physical enhancer to begin with, and was easily subdued by a burly man. Even if you kill us, we won't tell you the location of the weapons. Yuan struggled to speak. You Valken Legion members are tough, I admire that, but seeing your brothers die before your eyes must be hard to bear. A deep male voice sounded from the doorway, his gaze fixed on Fan Yu beside him. Despicable, Yuan shouted. The totem man didn't care at all, merely nodding. One of the men holding Yuan drew a dagger, about to slash Yuan's neck. I think the black liquid on your face is more interesting to you than that batch of weapons. Fan Yu clenched his fist and shouted. Sure enough, the totem man raised his right fist, and the dagger in the man's hand was immediately lowered. Fan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had made the right gamble. But I can only tell your superior about this. A slight surprise flashed in the totem man's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant with a cold gaze. They didn't reply and turned to leave. Yuan, whose limbs had nearly been broken, gasped for breath and asked Fan Yu, when did you find out they had someone above them? When we were investigating the 7 girls from Kshuria, the major gave me top-level authorization. I researched the early inhabitants. The more complex the markings on their faces, the higher their rank. The markings on that man's face weren't particularly complex. Fong Yu hadn't expected his research to come in handy here. Fong Yu, even if we knew about the Blackwater, it's not enough to make them release us. If you ask me, when we see that officer, I take him hostage and run away. Fong Yu shook his head. He was very wary of us, and wouldn't let us get close easily. Yuan, I wasn't sure about their attitude towards Blackwater before, but their actions just now, I think we have enough leverage. Fong Yu said confidently, looking towards the door. Inside the exhaust duct. We meet up with Captain Zhang and the others first. The warehouse door on the aircraft requires a fingerprint to enter. I don't think they take any action for a while, Jiangchen said. Thinking of Huasun, he truly lived up to his reputation as the captain of the city's first ward. When the enemy fired an arrow, he didn't choose to counterattack, but quickly evacuated the crowd, preserving his strength. This way, the enemy would be more cautious. Now, their most important task was to quickly relay the information they had obtained to Captain Zhang and the others. Jiangchen led the way, the other 3 crawling forward. She suddenly recalled how, when she was killing time hiding in Peidu's study, she had been constantly drawing the route she and Chen Yimo had taken in the tunnel on the wall. She never expected it would come in handy today. Based on the fleeting glance she caught when the enemy shot him, Zhang Fengge and his group would likely choose the place where he and Huasun were meeting as their refuge. That room had no exits, and was therefore safer, so they would have to detour to another room closest to him. Stop! Jiangchen suddenly stopped and said in a low voice. Jiang, what's wrong? Hai Tianqing anxiously tried to grab Jiangchen's arm, but before she could see clearly, she saw Jiangchen's raised hand holding a broken black and gold knife. Her hand suddenly lost its support. A pair of warm hands grasped her arm, and a soft voice said, "Don't worry, we get out safely." Hai Tianqing turned to look at Zhou Yang's calm expression, and a strange sense of peace settled in her heart. "Aya?" A distant voice came from the side of the pipe. "Chen Yimo?" Jiangchen called out uncertainly. Jiangchen. Chapter 164. The exhaust pipes were still too narrow. But Chen Yimo knew the pipe network inside and out, and with his guidance, the 4 quickly arrived at a safe room. This is the room closest to your main force. It's almost dawn, so the people outside won't make any rash moves for now. You can meet up then, Chen Yimo said. The young man before them was ragged, his fair face now covered in various paints. If it weren't for the bright light, Jiangchen might not have recognized him. "Where are Fong Yu and the others?" I asked. Although her relationship with Valkian and the others was merely a transaction, they ultimately didn't hand her over to these early settlers. Chen Yimo's expression darkened. "They're locked in the dungeon." I breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were still alive. But the dungeon is surrounded by landmines. "If we're not from their ranks, we can't get close," Chen Yimo said, frowning. Hai Tianqing had seen Chen Yimo a few times at the 11th District Guardian building. Although he didn't seem very sociable, she could sense that Jiangchen and he had a special relationship. But today, Jiangchen was clearly acting strangely. She hadn't said a word. She casually shifted her gaze to Jiangchen. Jiangchen immediately caught the little sparrow's gaze, turned his head, and asked with his eyes, "What's wrong?" Hai Tianqing immediately shook her head vigorously. Jiangchen looked away. This was the first time she had seen Chen Yimo in such a disheveled state. But Fong Yu and Yuan weren't her allies, not to mention they had interrogated her before. Regardless of their motives or allegiances, the result was that she almost lost her life. The sensation of electric shocks hitting her scalp still sent shivers down her spine when she recalled it. She wasn't one to repay evil with kindness, and besides, they were struggling to survive themselves, so naturally they wouldn't interfere. Right, how could I forget about that? The sandstorm's over, so our communicators should work now, right? I send our location to the suspended tower and request reinforcements. Zhou Yang slapped her forehead and quickly turned on the communicator. It's no use. There's no signal in this area. Chen Yimo sat down in a corner, taking out his magic wand and fiddling with it. Zhou Yang stared at the blank screen on the communicator, her fingers tapping incessantly. There's no signal here, not because of the sandstorm, but because their people are blocking the signal. Chen Yimo put away his magic wand and continued, "It's dawn, let's go out." Jiangchen watched Chen Yimo's retreating figure. Aside from a brief exchange of glances through the exhaust pipe, they had instinctively avoided each other's eyes. The sound of a door opening came from outside. They opened their door as well. Several guns were immediately pointed at them. Zhou Yan quickly raised his hands, shouting, "We're on the same side. We're on the same side." Wasen waved for them to lower their pistols. Wei Shu glanced at Jiang Chen among the group, and the strangely dressed man beside them, but didn't lower her gun. "He's Chen Yimo, the defender of District 11. Zhang Fengge stepped forward and grasped the muzzle of Wei Shu's gun. Wasen looked thoughtfully at Lei Ming and Hong Rui, who had already run to the other side. Wei Shu. Seeing her captain's stern gaze, Wei Shu reluctantly lowered her gun and casually whispered to Zhang Fengge, who was walking past her, "Your District 11 seems to be a real mixed bag." Zhang Fengge paused, but didn't linger, continuing forward. "Xiao Jiang, are you alright? Little sparrow, your clothes are covered in dirt. You scared me to death. If something had happened to you, how could I explain to your brother?" Lei Ming wanted to pat his heart, but suddenly felt it didn't fit his tough image. "Is your communicator working?" Hong Rui asked. Zhou Yang shook his head. He said the signal in this area is blocked. Jiang Chen and Lei Ming buried the man killed by arrows last night in an open area next to their temporary camp. They asked around, but no one knew his name. Jiang Chen stood before the dry earthen slope. There were no flowers or tombstones. She seemed not to remember the man's face, only the sharp, piercing sound in the darkness before she collapsed. "Jiang Chen, Captain Hua is looking for you." Hong Rui patted her shoulder. "Okay. That's roughly what happened." Jiang Chen briefly recounted the information they obtained from the pipes. "Ancestors? Priests?" Wasen said slowly. He looked at the guards behind him. Their eyes were somewhat confused, clearly unaware of this situation. "What do we do now? The communicator is still down. Are we just going to wait here?" Li Sheng asked anxiously. Wei Shu whispered something to Dahlia beside her, and Dahlia hurriedly left. She looked at the others and continued, "I have a method. If their target is our weapons, and that priestess girl, we might as well hand her over first to lure them out, and then capture them all at once. You make it sound so easy. Ai isn't from the suspended tower. She doesn't need to follow your orders." Hai Tianqing stepped forward. She saw Aya standing alone in the corner, seemingly younger than her. "This is just bait. We send people to protect her," Wei Shu explained impatiently. And you too." She pointed at Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang. "You're not part of this group, which violates the rules for coming to the suspended tower. You need to leave immediately once the suspended tower personnel arrive." Hai Tianqing clenched her fists, her eyes red as she looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't look back at her, but instead looked at Wei Shu and said, "I protect her." Then he turned and left. Yuan and Fang Yu were blindfolded and kneeling on the ground. After a while, Fang Yu heard the sound of stone beads colliding. Someone entered. The blindfold was roughly removed, and the sudden light caused his eyes a sharp pain. A tall, athletic woman with a wheat-colored complexion sat on a specially made iron chair. Her face was adorned with more intricate and complex patterns, extending from her cheeks to her neck. "Valkan soldiers, you are clever, but also cunning. I hope your answer today will satisfy me, otherwise I won't mind giving my beloved dogs a good meal," Melina said, looking down at the man before her. Beside them, 3 mutated dogs, their heads joined together and drooling, were being soothed by their owner, but their glowing green eyes were fixed on them. Fang Yu swallowed hard and said, "Blackwater exists in the Xurian dungeon." Melina, sitting on the iron chair, lowered her eyelids, her gaze utterly cold and indifferent. Fang Yu looked up, only to be met with her intimidating gaze. "But at the very bottom, there is another place with even thicker blackwater, guarded by a giant serpent. I think that blackwater is what you desire most." Chapter 165. Melina sat high at the head of the table, her cat-eye eyes scanning her prey with the intensity of an animal's gaze. The tent was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Fang Yu dared not stray too far. Although Melina's face was covered in totems, she appeared to be in her early 20s. He hadn't expected these leaders of the ancient people to be so young. From the moment he entered, he had seen the totem-wielding man standing respectfully beside her. Before their capture, Yuan had fought the totem-wielding man. He was tall, agile, and possessed extensive combat experience. Fang Yu dared to say that even a seasoned Valkan soldier, without the aid of firearms, might not be his match. Beside her were several other people with different totems painted on their faces. They were all muscular, their exposed skin covered in knife wounds. These are the true, most primal warriors, those who lick blood from the edge of a knife. "Quang Shu, bring that person here." Fang Yu was lifted up by the totem-wielding man, Quang Shu, and shoved in front of Melina. Melina casually lowered her gaze, asking in a deliberate tone, "Valkan soldier, I hope you understand your current situation. I expect your most sincere answer to what you're about to say. Chieftain, he killed 3 of our soldiers. These outsiders are cunning, untrustworthy, and full of lies. We shouldn't believe anything they say. I beg you, let me kill her for you. Huichuan drew his broadsword from his waist, pointing it at the kneeling Yuan. She was the captain in charge of Melina's guard. You attacked us first. Why can't we fight back? Yuan straightened her chest, shouting angrily. Huichuan strode forward and kicked Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, to the ground. His face was ashen as he said, How many of our people did you kill while you were setting up this temporary outpost? As payment, we should hang you up, and every relative of our fallen ancestors should be slashed on your body before being burned alive. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. He was about to plunge the knife into Yuan's heart. If Yuan dies, even if you kill me, I won't tell you how to enter the underground cave. Fan Yu said anxiously. We have a way to make you tell us. Huichuan said without turning his head. Huichuan! Melina's voice, unexpectedly penetrating in the tense atmosphere, rang out. Huichuan glared fiercely at Yuan kneeling on the ground, reluctantly sheathing his knife. All right, tell me, how do we enter the cave? Melina asked. Fan Yu's back was already soaked with sweat. He held his breath. I need to go into the cave with you to tell you the specific method, but only if you let him leave alive first. Fan Yu, what are you saying? Take your words back. I can kill him or do whatever I want. It's none of your business. You think you're so tough? Let's have a one-on-one fight. I can kill 3 of you. I can kill 5 today. If it weren't for those mutated creatures, you would have already. Yuan shouted. Gag him. Huang Shou gestured with his eyes. A capable early settler immediately grabbed Yuan by the neck and gagged him. Fan Yu didn't turn around, his gaze fixed firmly on Melina on the iron seat. All right, I promise you. Chieftain, the 3 of us. Huichuan gripped his knife tightly. Huichuan, are you questioning my decision? Melina's gaze was menacing. Yes. Fan Yu turned around and saw Yuan struggling violently. No matter what, one of them had to survive. Huichuan drew his knife. What are you doing? 3 stabs. Yuan was stabbed 3 times in the abdomen and leg, blood flowing freely. Yu. Fan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Melina showed no surprise, simply saying calmly, Throw him out, Valkan soldier. I have already kept my promise, he can leave alive, but he must pay the price. Fan Yu watched as Yuan, covered in blood, was dragged away. All right, now let's discuss when we enter the underground palace. Jiang, why did you agree to this? They're practically using other people's lives as bargaining chips. Hai Tianqing asked, utterly bewildered. Jiangchen checked the Thunderbolt pistol's mechanism again, his voice somewhat calm as he said, Do you have any better methods? We can negotiate with them. We can communicate. If they were willing to communicate, they wouldn't have killed one of us in the night. Sparrow, we're already in a passive position. If we don't take the initiative, we lose everything. Jiangchen replied. But you didn't even ask Aya if she was willing. It's as if she's just a tool you're using at will. Jiang, you wouldn't do this in a suspended tower. Hai Tianqing, this isn't the suspended tower, and our opponents aren't moral paragons. Your sense of justice won't help us win this battle. Jiangchen tucked his Thunderbolt pistol into his waistband. So sacrificing Aya is righteous. Victory is always built on sacrifice. Hai Tianqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiangchen's calm expression felt so foreign to her. She didn't understand why, in just one day, after they had only left the suspended tower, Jiangchen had become so cold-blooded and cruel. Someone who was once so close had suddenly become distant and unfamiliar. Hai Tianqing lowered her head, moved her lips, and said, So one day, I become someone you have to sacrifice. Sparrow Zhou Yang is still looking for food. I'm going to help him. Hai Tianqing quickly turned around and strode forward. Jiangchen glanced at the fleeting redness in her eyes, but didn't follow. You could tell her in a gentler way. Zhang Fengge stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiangchen. The vast majority of the defenders in the 1st District value these supplies more. If we don't capture those early settlers in this battle, I think they choose to abandon them first. Zhang Fengge looked at the busy figures not far away. We will. Jiangchen fastened the buttons on her white uniform. Taking other people's lives on your own isn't a simple thing. I think Hai Tianqing will understand that in the future. Zhang Fengge looked at the slender figure before her. The wind in Churia was extremely dry, forcing the surrounding branches to curl up to retain moisture. Jiangchen lowered her eyes, concealing all her emotions. Chapter 166. The Suspended Tower. I didn't expect you to take such a big risk to come to me, That's rather unusual. In the holographic image, Chen Jintong looked at the renowned Professor Norman with great interest. Professor Norman stood in the laboratory, looking at Chen Jintong's image, his expression as stern as ever. The person you want has already left the suspended tower. Norman completely ignored Chen Jintong's sarcasm. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he would never have contacted the chairman of Moses Corporation directly. Chen Jintong raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression hardening. Although the movement was minimal, Norman instantly caught his subtle expression. Beneath his stern face was a harsh tone. It seems Professor Chen Jin isn't entirely at ease with his son either. Chen Jintong's face darkened, his expression turning slightly cold. Norman didn't want to waste any more words at this critical juncture. I think I already know who the Xquilian girl you're looking for is. I need you to get me the permit to leave the suspended tower, and a flying vehicle as soon as possible. What's the girl's name? Unable to tell you until we find her. Chen Jintong's aura surged, suppressing the anger rising within him. His icy gaze seemed to pierce through the data image, penetrating the person opposite him. The holographic image abruptly disappeared. Professor, Chairman Chen looks rather grim. Will we offend him? Doreen asked worriedly. Professor Norman remained calm. Moses Corporation is merely a front for the NOAA Research Institute. Chen Jintong won't go against her mother's wishes and prepare those instruments. Yes. The temporary outpost in Xuria. Night quietly fell. Is everyone settled? Watson asked Wei Shu beside him. The rest of the personnel have been deployed to the tunnels, with a few left to guard them. We selected some who know how to use guns, along with the remaining guards from Districts 1 and 11, who are already in position in the shadows, Wei Shu reported. In just half a day, they had prepared the most detailed plan, waiting only for these early settlers to step into the pre-prepared trap. Aya stood in Pei Du's study. Outside the large window, a hazy crescent moon peeked through thin, transparent clouds, its silvery light streaming through the window and scattering across the floor. Jiang Chen emerged from the darkness and stood beside her. Jiang Chen, what do you want? Everyone here wants something. What about you? I turned to look at Jiang Chen, half bathed in moonlight. Me? That's a bit much. Jiang Chen looked at Aya's somewhat puzzled gaze, his dark eyes looking up at the silvery moon. To live safely, it's best to have a place where there are no mutants and no assassins watching you in the dark. To live freely, there's no constant surveillance from the suspended tower. To live happily, I want everyone I care about to live well. Aya frowned, seemingly confused. Isn't that a bit greedy? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Aya hesitated. She had lived in Fog City since childhood. Simply surviving was extremely difficult, let alone freedom and happiness. Of course, it's difficult, whether in this world or in my world. Your world? You could say it's my distant hometown. Aya looked at Jiang Chen, seemingly understanding but not quite. The people there move between concrete jungles, linger in the bright lights of nightlife, stand beneath towering skyscrapers. Even without mutations, there are blood-sucking bosses, a monotonous daily grind, war-torn regions, and ever-deteriorating living conditions. Don't you think it might not be any better than here? Jiang Chen joked. Aya nodded, but felt a certain tension swirling between Jiang Chen's brows, something she couldn't quite decipher. But even so, I still want to live well, because the eternal sun will still rise. As long as there's tomorrow, I still have hope for change, for getting what I want. However, now we need to deal with the enemies outside. Jiang Chen vanished from her sight in an instant. The people inside the tunnel huddled together, anxiously waiting for the only exit. Hai Tianqing, Zhou Yang, and 2 guards from the first district stood at the tunnel entrance, the dull thuds of arrows piercing the iron windowpanes echoing in their ears. Don't worry, Jiang Chen will come back alive, Zhou Yang said awkwardly, unusually not arguing with Hai Tianqing. I'm not worried about her. Hai Tianqing pursed her lips, stubbornly turning her head away. Inside the hall, Wei Shu, hiding in a shadowy corner, said, "They're here?" Suddenly, several ghostly figures flashed past the temporary outpost. They were incredibly fast, clearly very familiar with the place. Hua Sun and Zhang Fengge exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. It seemed these people were already lying in ambush when they arrived at this temporary outpost. Gunshots and the whistling of arrows rang out incessantly. Wei Shu had assumed that, with the aid of firearms, the enemy had virtually no chance of winning. Watch out! Lei Ming yanked Wei Shu away from where she was firing. Suddenly, a fleshy, lumpy ball was tossed through the air, crashing to the ground and exploding. Before Wei Shu could even catch her breath, she saw the spot where she had just been standing. The fleshy ball shattered, its contents splattering across the floor like a pulpy mess, instantly filling the air with the stench of something corroding. "Cover your mouths and noses, everyone," Li Sheng shouted from the other side. The words had barely left his lips when a buzzing sound filled the hall. "Oh no, there are parasites inside that fleshy ball," Hong Rui exclaimed. Swarms of tiny moths crawled out of the exploded fleshy mess on the ground, rapidly attacking in all directions. Several people bitten by the mutated moths experienced their exposed skin quickly rotting and burning. Instantly, the hall was filled with agonizing screams. "Dahlia, bring it out," Wei Shu shouted. "Captain, we need to evacuate immediately," Wei Shu urgently told Huasen. "What did you tell Dahlia to bring?" "Wei Shu, you didn't report this to me." Huasen raised his gun and opened fire on a group of mutated moths. Wei Shu said anxiously, "Captain, it's too late. We need to evacuate as soon as possible, Captain." A series of hurried footsteps came from outside the room. "Is that girl in this room?" "Yes, Chief Soren. We searched for several days, but she actually came out on her own today. We taken down the people protecting her nearby. Should we inform the chieftain? Capture her first, then we talk about the situation down there." "Don't worry, Chief. These outsiders are arrogant and conceited, thinking they can win just by having firearms. They're so self-important. Today they all become our fertilizer." The hard door was kicked open. In the vast study, only a frail girl stood before the silver-white window, the heavy gauze curtains fluttering slightly in the breeze. A chilling wind rushed in, carrying a murderous intent. Soren approached the girl step by step. A gunshot rang out in the darkness, and the person behind him fell to the ground. In the indistinct light, a broken knife was held against his neck. "Greetings, Chief Soren." Chapter 167. Soren lowered his gaze to the blade against his neck. The blade was smooth, with some kind of totem faintly visible on it. Besides the priestess, there was no one else in front of him. But he knew that someone nearby could kill him with a single blow. The person's movements were swift and decisive. Truly remarkable ability. But aren't you outsiders always so self-proclaimed noble? Why choose such a sneak attack? Soren mocked. "We're merely giving them a taste of their own medicine." "That wasn't what you were thinking when you attacked last night, was it?" "Aya, handcuff him," Jiangchen said. Soren watched as Aya brought over specially made handcuffs. It seemed they were very well prepared. A gust of wind blew, and the deep red curtains billowed. In the moonlight, a woman with black eyes and black hair, dressed in a white uniform, appeared before him, holding a broken black knife. Jiangchen looked at him. His face was painted with intricate red and black patterns, possessing both exoticism and an air of mystery. She felt she had seen those black patterns somewhere before. Soren was tall and imposing, with strong muscles beneath his bronze skin. Sharp blades were concealed at his wrists and waist. If it weren't for the sneak attack, even with her extensive combat training, she might not have been a match for him unarmed. She looted all the weapons he concealed. Her gaze inadvertently met Soren's slightly furrowed brow, a meaningful expression on his face. "It seems Chief Soren doesn't think I kill you," Jiangchen said, tossing the stolen weapons aside. Soren remained calm, his eyes glancing at the fallen servant. "Your skills are not bad, but your heart is still too soft." Then, with a hint of regret, he said, "You outsiders are still too indecisive." Jiangchen glanced at the ancestor, who had been knocked unconscious by the lightning ball and lay on the ground, about to say something. Just then, a loud bang was heard outside. Soren revealed a smug expression. Inside the hall. "Captain, we must leave immediately," Wei Shu said anxiously. Weizen leaned against the wall, his voice stern as he reprimanded, "Wei Shu, I always trusted you the most. Tell me, what did you ask Dahlia to get?" Wei Shu looked at the increasingly chaotic situation in the hall. She knew their time was running out. "Captain, according to Chen Yimo, the city guard from District 11, any outsider who escapes to report will be in mortal danger. I opened the transport weapons depot and got the mass destruction smoke grenades. After we retreat, Dahlia will release these smoke grenades," Wei Shu said with difficulty. "What did you say?" "Wei Shu, do you know there are still our men lying inside?" "Captain, for the sake of the majority's interests, we have no other choice. If we don't do this, we won't be able to leave alive." "I absolutely disagree." "Captain!" Wei Shu looked at Hua Sin's determined expression and raised her pistol. "Your leader, Soren, has been captured. Everyone, put down your weapons." A clear female voice rang out amidst the smoke. 3 figures appeared on the second floor. In the conference room, Soren was bound with special ropes by Chen Yimo. "Tell us, where is the signal jammer?" Wei Shu pressed a gun against his head. Soren's limbs were tightly bound. He lowered his head and said, "There's a box on the top floor with a signal jammer on it." Wei Shu gave Li Sheng a look, and Li Sheng hurriedly walked outside. "Xiao Jiang, Hong Rui, how is he?" Jiang Chen pushed open the door and walked in. Lei Ming asked anxiously. "He just brushed past Chen Yimo." His eyes flashed, concealing all his emotions, and he quickly left. Jiang Chen stood blankly in the doorway, watching his retreating figure. "Xiao Jiang," Lei Ming called out. Jiang Chen turned around. "Hong Rui's burns from the venom are quite severe. Medical supplies here are limited. Aya is cleaning his wounds." Lei Ming was a little uneasy. "Can you trust Aya?" Jiang Chen nodded. Meanwhile, Soren was very cooperative in answering Wei Shu's questions. "Didn't you say you ancient people had a lot of backbone? You just surrendered like this?" Lei Ming kicked him angrily. The groans of those burned by the mutated butterflies continued to echo in the hall. Hong Rui was one of them. Soren was kicked to the ground, chair and all. He simply closed his eyes, remaining silent, as if to say, "What can you do to me?" "Take him away first," Wasen said after a glance. "Yes." Jiang Chen watched Soren being carried away, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Li Sheng hurriedly ran back. "There is indeed a signal jammer up there, but I don't think it's a simple signal jammer. Let me take a look." Dahlia took the jammer, fiddled with it, and her brows slowly furrowed. "How is it? Can't you open it?" Lei Ming asked anxiously. All the injured people here needed immediate medical attention. Dahlia put down the jammer. "It's not that it can't be opened, it's just..." "Just what?" "This kind of radio jamming device must have been designed by specialized personnel. I'm not very familiar with this area. If Hong Rui were here, he should be able to solve it quickly, but right now I need to study it. I do my best." Lei Ming punched the wall. Hong Rui was still unconscious now, let alone repairing this broken thing. Even speaking was a problem. "No way. I won't be able to vent my anger until I go and beat up those bastards." Lei Ming stormed out of the door. "Captain Zhang, where did Chen Yimo go?" Jiang Chen suddenly asked. Jiang Chen's question drew everyone's attention. "I saw him leave from the doorway just now, as if I hadn't seen him at all," Li Sheng said. Zhang Fengde replied, "He told me he was guarding the others in the tunnel." "Impossible. For safety reasons, I only told the 2 city guards and your 2 students the location of the tunnel. There's no Chen Yimo as you mentioned." Huasan looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. A city guard from District 1 hurriedly reported, "Captain, 2 people are missing from the tunnel? I think their names are Hai Dongqing and Zhou Yang." Chapter 168. Inside the suspended tower. "Commander, these are the supplies recently procured by Moses Corporation. We also suspect that someone inside the suspended tower is engaged in underground transactions with Moses Corporation." Gui Weichen handed over the latest information he had gathered. Zhou Jingming calmly examined the information before him. In the past 5 years, Moses Corporation has begun purchasing large quantities of mutated creatures. Live mutated creatures are extremely difficult to capture, and breeding them is even more difficult. However, the suspended tower possesses the most complete mechanisms and institutions for cultivating mutated creatures. Duyu sat casually on the steps, sparks flashing between his fingers. "Commander, leave this to me. I can definitely blow up this person involved in the secret transactions into dried fish." Gui Weichen said, "You think you can just blow up this one, and then there won't be another?" Moses Corporation is now deeply intertwined with the suspended tower in many areas. Even if you blow up this one, someone else will be cooperating with them within the next day. Besides, Gui Weichen looked at Zhou Jingming sitting in front of him, and stopped speaking. "So we can't even blow this up, and we're just going to wait here?" Zhu Yu asked, puzzled. "Weichen, take this data to Zhao Jiaming." Zhou Jingming moved his well-defined hand, which had been resting on the arm of his chair, to his slightly furrowed brow, obscuring his deep black eyes, his entire being enveloped in a thin layer of frost. "Yes. But..." Although Zhou Jingming was usually gentle, the expression on his face after his gaze fell revealed the authority of a superior. Zhu Yu was about to say something when Gui Weichen dragged her away. Outside the door. "What's going on? I still have questions to ask," Zhu Yu said, hands on her hips, clearly annoyed. "Are you brainless or just plain stupid?" Gui Weichen said, exasperated. Now he understood why Wan Xianliang looked at him. "What's wrong? I just want to ask why such important data was given to Zhao Jiaming. His group is always arguing and fighting over this and that." Zhu Yu was puzzled. He usually asked the commander directly, and the commander clearly enjoyed hearing his questions. Gui Weichen pondered for a moment, then said, although Zhao Jiaming likes to form cliques and is good at self-dealing, there's one bottom line he has. Zhu Yu's eyes widened. That's the interests of the suspended tower. Moses has underground dealings with people inside the suspended tower, and Zhao Jiaming certainly won't stand idly by. He prioritized the suspended tower's interests, making him the most appropriate person to handle this. Zhu Yu nodded, seemingly understanding, then angrily flicked his electric scooter. Then that solves the problem. So why isn't the commander happy? He rarely saw the commander with such an expression. Gui Weichen recalled a report from earlier that day about a spacecraft bound for Mysocia suddenly losing contact. However, having learned his lesson the hard way, he wouldn't presume to speculate again. He simply asked, "Did you deliver everything?" Zhu Yu's forehead twitched, then he suddenly remembered and confidently replied, "I thought something serious had happened. All the security cameras in that apartment were short-circuited by my sparks. Nobody saw me go in. Everything was already given to that woman." Then, his eyes darted around, sensing something. Is this related to the commander? Gui Weichen's expression tightened. If you don't want to displease the commander, don't ask about this anymore. Although Zhu Yu was audacious, he knew that while the commander was gentle, his authority was not to be challenged, and he nodded reluctantly. However, that apartment was clearly occupied by a woman. What were the book and the contents of that package for? Shuria. Captain, I thought it was your order, so I handed the person over to him. I don't know what happened, the person just disappeared. A tall guard said uneasily. Wei Shu sat down abruptly, her tone sharp. Do you know how much effort we put into capturing this Soren, and you let him escape? How could you believe him? Qin Yimo said he knew this temporary outpost well, and knew where the safest cells were. I don't know what happened at the time, I was just confused and handed the person over uncontrollably. He argued. Qin Yimo is likely a psychic. You two, follow the direction they left in and track them down. Huasan stood up and gave orders. Li Sheng, check on Dahlia's repair progress. Make sure she turns off the signal jammer by tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. The large room was suddenly left with only Huasan and Wei Shu. Captain, I think we need to detain these people from District 11. This Qin Yimo is from District 11, and now that he's been kidnapped, what if they have other intentions regarding this batch of supplies? And Wei Shu paused, then continued, this Jiangchen is just an undifferentiated individual, yet he managed to take down their leader all by himself. It's unbelievable. We don't know if he's friend or foe, we must prepare in advance. Huasan looked towards the door, not answering Wei Shu's question, but instead said, Wei Shu, don't mention this matter again, go down. Captain? Wei Shu looked at Huasan in disbelief. She couldn't understand why her usually decisive and resolute captain was so conservative about this matter. Wei Shu reluctantly walked out the door. Huasan looked at the tightly closed door. Their main mission this time was to transport supplies to Mysocia, but the Red Building had also given him a secret order. Escort Jiang Chen, the garrison commander of District 11, safely to Mysocia. Little Jiang, have you found anything? Lei Ming shone a flashlight. Jiang Chen observed the surroundings of the tunnel. No signs of a struggle. Sparrow and the others shouldn't have been kidnapped here. What's wrong with Qin Yimo? He betrayed us at this crucial moment and took little Sparrow and the others away. Lei Ming slapped his thigh, saying anxiously. Zhang Fengge frowned. Clearly the situation was more serious than they had anticipated. He wants to exchange Soren for Fan Yu and Yuan. Jiang Chen's deep voice echoed through the tunnel. Fan Yu Yuan? Lei Ming remembered seeing these two in Fog City, but weren't they from the Valkan Legion? Jiang Chen naturally saw Lei Ming's question. Qin Yimo was a Valkan soldier before. What? Lei Ming turned his head in shock to look at Zhang Fengge, but Zhang Fengge remained calm, suggesting he already knew about this. He already reported his past experiences to me, but Soren and Qin Yimo have no reason to hold two more people hostage. I suspect they didn't leave in the same group, Zhang Fengge said. Jiang Chen felt slightly relieved after hearing Zhang Fengge's words. Okay, let's go look for them now. She quickly walked forward. Jiang Chen, you stay here, we're going. Zhang Fengge stopped her. Captain Zhang. Soren learned his lesson from you. Now they let him go. If you're caught, they won't let you off easily, Zhang Ge analyzed rationally. But it's an order. We bring them back. Chapter 169. Inside the suspended tower. Have you searched it? Norman asked. We searched Jiang Chen's residence thoroughly, but found nothing suspicious. However, the apartment's power suddenly went out for a while. Although it was quickly repaired, some of the internal camera footage is missing. Kane paused, then continued, "We investigated the cause. District 11 is located in a remote area, and the equipment is severely outdated. Moreover, the residents are mostly from the lower levels of the suspended tower, so the camera coverage is incomplete, and data loss does happen frequently." Kane reported on the investigation of Jiang Chen in great detail. Although he didn't know why the professor was suddenly so focused on this person, the deeper the investigation went, the more chilling it became. Professor Norman looked at the last image of Jiang Chen on the screen. In the image, her expression was somewhat blank. She glanced around, then resolutely boarded the aircraft. This was footage captured on camera as Jiang Chen left the suspended tower. An undifferentiated individual, yet she excelled exceptionally in her general education courses, both in learning about and combating mutated creatures, and in her 2 trips. But such a person had consistently failed to attract the attention of the suspended tower's higher-ups. Her insignificant undifferentiated individual status, her mundane job as a city guard in the remote 11th district, and her long period of confinement provided her with a natural shield, isolating her from outside prying eyes and curiosity. The giant screen rapidly switched between the camera footage of Jiang Chen's activities within the suspended tower. From initial bewilderment to a composed gaze, she was growing at an astonishing pace. "Professor." Doreen rushed in, knocking urgently, and immediately reported, "The spacecraft bound for Mysoja has lost contact." The last known location of loss of contact was Xuria. Norman's mottled hair framed a sharp, unfathomable glint in his bright eyes. "It seems we must make a trip to Xuria." Inside the cave, a painful groan echoed. Yuan struggled to open his eyes. His entire body felt like it was being roasted on fire, a tearing pain shooting from his skull to his eye sockets. He had been stabbed 3 times in the ribs and thigh, and then dumped in the desolate mountains. Footsteps approached. "You're lucky, managing to level up your abilities despite such severe injuries." Not exactly lucky. These 3 stab wounds, combined with the aftereffects of the ability purification, are probably making matters worse. Quang Shao dragged him from the wasteland and dumped him in this cave. Yuan had fainted from the pain, and when he opened his eyes again, this was the scene before him. Quang Shao roughly slashed at the wound with his sharp knife. Yuan gritted his teeth and groaned a few times. "The rotten flesh on your wound needs to be removed as soon as possible. Resources are limited. We don't have any anesthetic. Will you remove it or not?" Quang Shao asked, holding a sharp blade. "Remove it," Yuan said hoarsely without hesitation. Quang Shao raised an eyebrow and began slicing at the wound. The smell of burning dry wood mixed with the aroma of roasted meat filled the cave. Yuan lay to one side, sticky with sweat. His previously hazy consciousness slowly returned. Opening his sore eyes, he saw Quang Shao roasting fish by the fire. "Awake?" Quang Shao handed the roasted fish to Yuan. Yuan glanced at him, but knowing his body desperately needed nourishment, he stiffly accepted the food. "Why did you save me?" After finishing the food, Yuan finally had some strength, but still couldn't help asking. Quang Shao's eyes reflected the burning torches. He didn't answer directly, but instead asked, 7 girls came out of the underground palace, and without exception, you took them all away. I'm curious where you took them." Yuan moved his nearly numb injured leg in surprise. He hadn't expected them to have been silently observing their actions at the temporary encampment the whole time. "What? Still trying to retrieve your sacrifices?" Yuan scoffed disdainfully. He despised these ancestors, who used the guise of sacrifice to sacrifice innocent people. "Our sacrifices? Isn't it? How many people have you sent into the underground palace over the years?" The Valjin were stationed at the temporary encampment, where some of the ancestors resided, but even the brave Valjin soldiers didn't want to get involved with these fanatical heretics. If it weren't for the sacrificial offering incident, perhaps both sides could have maintained restraint. But the incident involving the 7 girls caused frequent clashes. Quang Shao stood up, brushing the dust off his thighs. "Only the chosen ones are qualified to enter the underground palace. Your girls are not part of our tribe, and have no right to enter. I didn't expect you to actually lie through your teeth." Yuan was extremely angry, so much so that she accidentally aggravated her wound, letting out a muffled groan. "If it were really as you say, why would you go to such lengths to capture Aya?" "Aya?" Quang Shao chewed on the name. "She is a person who has been tortured. Naturally, she needs to be judged." A temporary encampment. Aya was bandaging the wounded. Back in Fog City, she was very familiar with the uses of various herbs, so she was responsible for the injured grays and whites there. She threw blood-stained and poison-soaked clothing into the fire, effectively preventing the spread of the venom. The hot firelight illuminated her face, making the totems on her face even more prominent. Your mother was one of these ancestors, Aya, wasn't she? Standing behind her, Jiangchen tossed a branch, instantly enlarging the fire. Aya, with her back to her, didn't reply. Jiangchen, unfazed, continued, Soren had 2 targets, you and the weapons and equipment. But when he attacked this place, his first choice was to find you. There must be something on you that they want. Furthermore, when I first saw you, you had a totem painted on your face, but no one else in the entire Fog City had one. It seems your mother deliberately instilled this habit in you. Although Soren's pattern doesn't match yours, the elements of these patterns should come from the same place. Jiangchen stepped forward, all the clues connecting like beads, allowing her to clearly recognize a reality. The girls who emerged from the suspended tower weren't sacrifices arranged by the ancestors. The mystery of the 7 girls was a pair of manipulative hands, playing a chessboard on a black curtain that blotted out the sky, laying out a plan in one corner. A colossal mystery was emerging before her in an unprecedented way. Chapter 170. Outside the tent. Huichuan swung the long sword on his right arm, slashing fiercely at Melina in front of him. His attack was swift and ruthless, the blade whistling sharply. Melina took a step back, her feet barely touching the ground, deftly dodging the attack. Holding her spear, she launched a powerful vertical slash towards Huichuan's shoulder blade. Huichuan tried to dodge the blow, but unexpectedly, the spear's direction suddenly shifted, aiming directly for his heart. Teacher, you were careless. Melina sheathed her spear. Huichuan, Melina's former combat instructor, replied calmly, over the years, your combat experience has improved considerably. Melina wiped her spear, unperturbed. But I don't understand. Why did you send Kuang Shu to rescue that foreigner? Huichuan asked, puzzled. Teacher, the Valken Legion is the sword of these superhumans. Over the years, the area where our people live has been constantly shrinking. It's time for us to make a change, and I think now is an opportunity. Fan Yu, that soldier's name. He's much smarter than we thought. We need to separate them and defeat them one by one. Huichuan looked at Melina's resolute face. She was his smartest and most diligent student, and also the most prestigious chieftain in all these years. Has Soren not returned yet? Melina asked. Huichuan gripped his knife tightly in dissatisfaction. No, Soren is arrogant and unruly. The 12 tribes under his jurisdiction have already caused us a lot of trouble. Xuria is their territory, but he actually allowed outsiders to enter the sacred ground. The underground palace of Xuria was the sacred ground of their ancestors, and had always been guarded by the 12 tribes. The ancestors of Eden consisted of 12 tribes, each with a chief. The chieftain was required to personally select the next chieftain during his term, and bring the candidate to the sacred site for baptism. If it weren't for Kuang Shu's raven informing us, we would have had no idea he'd been hiding this for so long. Chieftain, I suspect Soren. Huichuan, Soren is the chieftain I personally appointed. There should be no suspicion between tribes. This is our established rule. Melina slightly lifted her eyelids, speaking calmly. Huichuan lowered his head. The person before him had once been her student, but now she was the chieftain. He shouldn't question her decision. Soren didn't come away empty-handed this time. Our sensors received signals of fluctuations in the underground palace's protective shield. If we can successfully open the secret chamber of the underground palace, it will change the current situation. Melina looked into the distance, her sharp eyes filled with unstoppable determination. Temporary encampment. Jiangchen stood in Pei Du's study. Having been stationed here for so long, the temporary outpost couldn't have come up empty-handed. She searched diligently in the study. Pei Du's bookshelves still held the same books as before, and Jiangchen's fingertips traced them one by one. Wait! She went back to the first book she found. These books had never been moved, yet there wasn't a speck of dust on them. Kexuria was near the desert, so there was a lot of dust, but the spines of these books were spotless, and the edges were frayed, suggesting someone had been handling them frequently. Could Pei Du have returned to Kexuria? She pulled out one of the books. It was brand new, with no signs of having been read. Jiangchen glanced at the books laid out before her, then, without hesitation, pulled them all out. She tiptoed, peering closer into the darkness. Sure enough, it was the second layer of books. Jiangchen took out these documents, which meticulously recorded events near the Xurian underground palace, arranged by month. The night stretched the shadows long, and in the dim light, she gripped the documents. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed her. For a moment, her mind went blank. These 7 girls, including herself, had all possessed the divine steel. It was utterly unbelievable. According to Pei Du's records, the vegetation and creatures near the Xurian underground palace showed no abnormalities. he deduced that something inside the palace, besides the divine steel, must have influenced the surrounding environment. The documents also contained an interrogation record of a heretic, the very people Zhou Yang had mentioned as the ancestral inhabitants. During the interrogation, Yuan repeatedly asked what they were searching for in the underground palace, but this heretic remained silent even under torture. What surprised Jiang Chen most was that Chen Yimo was one of the interrogators. Based on her understanding of Chen Yimo, she knew he would inevitably use his special abilities in this situation, but he hadn't managed to extract any information. The light slowly dimmed, flickering. The power supply at the temporary outpost was unstable, and the demand for electricity increased even more at night. Jiang Chen had to take the interrogation record and hold it close to the light source to examine it. Black water? On the far right edge of the interrogation record, there was a smudge, likely from repeated writing with the end of a pen that had run out of ink. It was practically invisible unless she picked it up and looked closely at it. Jiang Chen guessed that Pei Du must have unconsciously scribbled on the paper repeatedly while reviewing the interrogation materials, leaving these marks. But the person being interrogated hadn't mentioned Blackwater at all. Why would Pei Du write those two words? On the other side of the temporary outpost. Wei Shu, the captain will definitely be unhappy if you do this. Li Sheng stopped Wei Shu. Wei Shu's expression was firm. She pushed away Li Sheng's hands and said, Jiang Chen is far too suspicious. I must keep this ticking time bomb under my control for safety. Don't worry, I won't kill her, I just put her unconscious for a while. Wei Shu injected the sleeping pill liquid into a syringe, allowing her to hit the target remotely. But we don't have so many buts. If the captain investigates, I take full responsibility, Wei Shu said firmly. She had a premonition that Jiang Chen might bring them big trouble. Who's there? Suddenly, the sound of something falling to the ground came from outside the door. Wei Shu raised her pistol, opened the door, and a bat swooped in, struck by a lightning ball, and fell charred to the ground. She glanced at Li Sheng, whose face was contorted with worry, and strode forward. Inside the study, Jiang Chen was still diligently reviewing Pei Du's notes, when a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? No one answered. Jiang Chen closed the documents. All of Soren's men had been detained and guarded by the city guards of the 1st District. All entrances were now guarded, and the entire temporary encampment had been searched several times. Logically, there shouldn't be any outsiders. She drew her broken knife and walked forward. She opened the door. A round-faced girl looked up, her innocent big eyes meeting hers, a dimple appearing when she smiled. Were they the people sent to my Sasia? Jiang Chen quickly scanned the faces in her mind, saying, You want to see me? Jiang Chen, we need to leave now. The girl's steady voice came. Chapter 171. The person before her was none other than Lianwu, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. She had changed her face again, but this time her voice remained the same. Jiang Chen looked at her in surprise. Lianwu spoke briefly. Wei Shu sees you as a danger and wants to imprison you. We need to leave immediately. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. If she were imprisoned now, she would have no chance to investigate the secrets hidden behind the 7 girls, secrets that concerned her identity. I need to take someone with me, Jiang Chen said, quickly catching up with Lianwu. Jiang Chen, we can't go very far with him now. Lianwu looked at the still unconscious Hong Rui. Wei Shu is shrewd and ruthless. It's not safe for Hong Rui to stay here. I must take him away. Jiang Chen crouched down. Hong Rui was about her height. Although carrying someone while escaping would be inconvenient, Zhang Fengde and Lei Ming weren't here. She couldn't leave the injured and unconscious Hong Rui alone. Jiang Chen, listen to me, the terrain outside Xuria is more complex than you think. If we add another wounded person, we won't get far. Lianwu completely disagreed with Jiang Chen's approach. Besides, her only mission was to protect Jiang Chen's safety. The lives of others were none of her concern. Jiang Chen's gaze was resolute. She knew that if Captain Zhang were here, he would make the same choice. Jiang Chen, Lianwu called softly. I can take him to a safe place. A familiar voice rang in her ears. Jiang Chen turned around and saw Aya. Aya stepped forward. They're checking the temporary outpost this time, but there's one place they haven't searched. I take him to hide there. Jiang Chen immediately thought of the ventilation duct. It was indeed a well-hidden place. The 3 quickly moved Hong Rui into a more spacious ventilation duct. Jiang Chen looked at Hong Rui. His face was still pale, and his wounds were bandaged, but under Aya's care, the pain between his brows had lessened somewhat. She untied the lightning ball from her waist and handed it to Aya, saying with unprecedented seriousness, Aya, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Dahlia should be able to deactivate the shield soon. They leave immediately then, and we come back for you as soon as possible. Han Rui. I'm entrusting him to you. Jiang Chen paused, looked solemnly into Aya's eyes, and bowed her head, saying, thank you. Aya was slightly startled. The two had already disappeared into the duct. Where are you going? A guard at the temporary outpost asked warily. Lianwu looked up, a bewildered expression on her face, and handed over a blade of grass. There are still some wounded people bleeding inside. A woman inside just told me to go outside and gather some herbs to stop the bleeding. The guard carefully examined her. She wasn't the woman the deputy captain had described, and besides, the outpost definitely needed these things. So he said, go quickly and come back quickly. Yes. Where is Jiang Chen, the guard from District 11? Wei Shu asked the person beside her. Someone saw her in the study upstairs earlier. Wei Shu kicked open the study door. It was already empty. Li Sheng also rushed in anxiously, saying, the other guard from District 11 is also missing, as is Aya. Wei Shu's face was extremely grim. They took the wounded men. They can't have gone far. Send a group of people to chase after them. Jiang Chen, who had disappeared beside Lianwu, reappeared in the silvery moonlight. Her face was pale, clearly a side effect of frequently using her powers. You used your powers for 2 consecutive days. Even an iron body couldn't withstand that, Lianwu said, her tone devoid of emotion. Jiang Chen lowered her eyes, understanding that Lianwu's help this time was mostly due to Zhou Jingming's orders. Oh right, these are the things in your room. Lianwu took things out of her backpack. It was the book of answers, and the package Hai Ti and I had sent her. Jiang Chen looked at Lianwu with some surprise, not expecting her to bring these things out. Don't look at me. It was the commander's order. People in the suspended tower already know you're from Xuria. You won't be able to return to the suspended tower anytime soon. Lianwu crossed her arms and looked around. They were already some distance from their temporary encampment, and had chosen a secluded and difficult path, so the group shouldn't be able to catch them. Jiang Chen hadn't reacted when Zhang Fengge suddenly took her away, but everything now made her realize that her identity had been exposed in the suspended tower, hence the need to leave quickly. The two walked for a while, and finally reached a relatively safe cave to resupply. Jiang Chen tore open a piece of dried meat. Before leaving, Zhang Fengge had told her, just in case, that they would leave special markings along the way, so that if anything happened here, she and Han Rui could find them by following the markings. Now it had only been 6 hours since they left. If they were fast enough, they should be able to catch up with them. A gaze lingered on her package. What's wrong? Jiang Chen turned her head and asked Lianwu. Lianwu quickly turned her head away and said curtly, nothing. Jiang Chen looked back at the package Hai Ti and I had given her. The package was heavy. Lianwu must have struggled to carry it all the way. She placed the package on the ground, opened it, and inside was a specially made box. The box wasn't locked, and Jiang Chen didn't think much of it. She opened the box, but for some reason, her heart skipped a beat. Fresh fruit? A wax apple, which had appeared out of nowhere, squatted in front of her and exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Chen looked at the heavy box of fruit, equally bewildered. Inside the suspended tower. Professor, we received a signal from that spacecraft, Kane reported hurriedly. Norman looked at the vast sea in the distance, passed the message to them. One item in the transport supplies needs to be returned to the suspended tower. Tell them to wait where they are. Yes. Chapter 172. Lianwu took a large bite of the fruit, its flesh delicate and juicy, the juice overflowing her mouth. It seems your C team still cares about you. As far as I know, sending things from my Soja to the suspended tower isn't easy, Lianwu said, puffing out her cheeks. Jiang Chen took out a dark, oval-shaped fruit, about the size of her palm, from the box. It resembled an avocado from her original world. However, its shell was darker and harder. This is a snakefire fruit. As for the taste, I don't like it. It's a bit bitter. But it's one of the most common fruits in my Soja, since the survival rate there is very high, Lianwu said knowledgeably. It seems you know a lot about my Soja? Lianwu paused in her eating, lowered her eyes, and said calmly, not really. Jiang Chen didn't ask any more questions, her gaze returning to the snakefire fruit in front of her. She held the snakefire fruit flat in front of her, staring at it for a full minute. Confused, Lianwu asked directly, what's so special about this fruit that you've been looking at it for so long? Jiang Chen placed the snakefire fruit on the ground, pulled out her broken knife, and carefully sliced open the hard shell. Once the shell was removed, the dark purple flesh inside was revealed. She frowned slightly. Finding nothing, Lianwu leaned back and continued eating the fruit. Jiangchen peeled away the entire hard shell. The flesh was quite dry, meaning it contained almost no moisture. She then removed all the flesh, revealing the black seed inside. With a heavy heartbeat, Jiangchen pried open the seed. Inside was an opaque bottle, about the length of a little finger, and a memory card lying to the side. There really was something inside. How did you know there was something inside? Lianwu had somehow gotten close to her, and seeing the specially made bottle in front of her, she couldn't help but be surprised. Jiangchen didn't answer, but the wrinkles between her brows deepened. What's inside? I never seen anything like this material before. Lianwu reached out to touch it. Jiangchen grabbed her hand and shook her head. She inserted the memory card into the communicator, one issued to every city guard, used to record daily work. The communicator quickly read the contents. Jiangchen's eyes widened. Most of the contents had been deleted, leaving only an encrypted file. Without hesitation, Jiangchen entered a number, and a work log appeared on the communicator. It's open already? Lianwu asked, somewhat surprised. As Jiangchen opened the first work log, he said, Captain Hai's work logs are the most standardized and professional among us. Lei Ming always leaves his logs until the very last minute, and of course, there's me and Hong Rui too. So, while Captain Hai wasn't around, we secretly tried the password a few times and guessed it correctly. Jiangchen remembered that when Captain Hai found out, he could only shake his head helplessly, saying his password was too simple and emphasizing that it shouldn't happen again. Today marks 37 days since we arrived in Mysasia. A familiar voice came from the other end of the communicator. In the communicator, Hai Tianai wasn't wearing the city guard's uniform, but rather a dark blue outfit. Behind him was an iron bed frame with a towel hanging on it, presumably his living quarters. He looked somewhat dejected, his face gaunt, but then, as if remembering he was recording a video, he perked up again. He continued, We're delivering the supplies to the underground fortress in Mysasia. This fortress is larger than we expected, and different areas are guarded by specialized personnel. Every day, those entering the fortress undergo cleaning to prevent bringing in any protective clothing or viruses. The large machinery used for transporting supplies isn't familiar to the locals, so I need to stay here to provide guidance. Hai Tianya's slightly slumped shoulders revealed his exhaustion, and long strands of hair obscured his eyes and brows. The video ended, and the two people in the cave remained silent for a moment. Jiangchen noticed large red spots on Hai Tianya's exposed arms in the video, clearly a symptom of an allergic reaction. She looked at Lianwu and asked, Does Mysasia also have a cleaning process? Lianwu shook her head in confusion, indicating she didn't know. Lianwu, could you tell me now what's wrong with the cleaning process at the suspended tower? I wasn't clean the first time I entered, but Professor Norman still made me undergo cleaning later. Jiangchen looked at Lianwu, but his gaze passed through her to another person, his eyes filled with a deep, sometimes melancholic look. Lianwu hesitated, pursing her lips. Before leaving the suspended tower, Wan Xianliang had spoken to her, conveying the commander's orders, protect Jiangchen at all costs. The cleaning process at the suspended tower isn't just about removing any spores the body might carry, it's about collecting all of the body's genetic samples, Lianwu continued. Every year, the suspended tower retains its best ability users, but human hearts are unpredictable. If we could create an ability user army that completely obeys our commands, it would be much easier to control them. A blurry figure suddenly flashed through Jiangchen's mind for some reason. But you haven't answered my question yet, she pressed. Lianwu said, I was just following orders. I was told to find you and avoid this purge, but I didn't receive any information about why you were taken for the purge a second time. Jiangchen lowered her head. Why would Zhou Jingming go to such lengths to help her avoid the purge? Was there something wrong with her genes? But she was still taken for the purge by Norman and his men the second time. Could Zhou Jingming, who was always so meticulous in his planning, have miscalculated? Jiangchen shook her head. These weren't questions to be explored now. She clicked on the second video. The person in it made her breath catch in her throat. Hai Tianya's cheeks were sunken, his once handsome face was now listless, his complexion pale and bluish, and his deep-set eyes stared blankly at the screen. Today is the 64th day since we arrived in Mysasia. Besides me, there are 3 other people responsible for guiding the operation of equipment in different areas. Here, the living conditions for those with superpowers aren't very good, but... Hai Tianya's hoarse voice seemed to recall some unhappy memories, but I'm powerless to change it. His eyes were numb and monotonous. Suddenly, his expression turned strange again. He abruptly raised his head and looked to his right, his expression like that of a hysterical beast, or a pitiful, helpless lamb. But there was no one to his right. Captain Hai. A voiceover came from behind the screen, and the video abruptly cut off. Chapter 173. Jiang Chen's expression turned solemn. Hai Tianya's behavior was clearly suspicious. What exactly happened in my Soja? She quickly opened the last video file. Only rustling sounds could be heard in the video. There were no figures. Suddenly, Hai Tianyi walked into the center of the video, but his gaze didn't linger on the screen. He merely glanced back at the location of the communicator. His eyes lost focus, staring ahead but seeing nothing, as if a deep darkness had swallowed everything. Then he left, disappearing from the center of the video. The video didn't stop, footsteps could be heard. Beneath silver-white hair were a pair of light purple, luminous eyes. His expression was calm as he glanced in the direction of the video. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat, as if Pei Du could see her. Even Lian Wu beside her held her breath. He walked up, and with a bang, something fell over, and everything in the video turned into static. Jiang Chen raised her stiff hand and closed the video. How could a person change so drastically in just a few months? The Hai Tianyi in the video was completely different from the person she remembered. Silence lingered in the cave for a long time. Even the slightest breeze outside made their hearts tighten. Jiang Chen's gaze drifted to the specially made metal bottle on the ground. She drew her broken knife and brought the tip close to the bottle. A wave of energy rushed towards them. Lian Wu's eyes widened in shock. What is this? XT006. The thing on his body. Jiang Chen removed the knife tip, reached for the bottle, and saw that it was unopenable, as if it were a single piece. Jiang Chen initially intended to use the broken knife to break it open, but then put it down. She wasn't sure what was inside, and opening it rashly would be unwise. It seems that to get what's inside, a trip to Mysacia is necessary. What is XT006? Lian Wu was somewhat stunned by the series of events. Jiang Chen said, XT006 was brought by Professor Norman of the Suspended Tower, but he was taken away by a man in Fog City. This thing should be on XT006. How do you know this thing is on XT006? She looked up at Lian Wu. At this moment, her pupils were extremely black, as if filled with ink, unfathomable. Lian Wu felt for no reason that Jiang Chen seemed somewhat unfamiliar. A feeling. Jiang Chen couldn't explain why she was so sure that the thing in the bottle was on XT006, but she was certain that this thing matched the feeling that had attracted her before. However, now that she possessed 2 divine tablets and had undergone long-term training in the spirit realm, her self-control had significantly improved. In the video, Hai Tianya's condition was clearly abnormal. She had to find Hai Tianqing as soon as possible and rush to Mysacia. And why is Pei Du in Hai Tianya's room? Looking at the pile of fruit scattered on the floor. Why is this video footage and this specially made bottle hidden here? Did Hai Tianyi really send them? And why were these things sent to her, and not to any of the other guards in Area 11? Perhaps the answers to all these questions can only be found by going to Mysacia. Norman stepped out of the submersible. Before him stood a massive aircraft. The aircraft's hatch opened, and a woman with a full head of silver hair stepped out. She was over 50 years old, but her movements were elegant and composed, her eyes calm and rational. Her gaze fell on Norman approaching, a faint smile appearing on her face. Norman concealed the slight surprise in his eyes, nodding respectfully in greeting, Professor Chen Jin. Norman, long time no see. Norman hadn't expected that Chen Jin, the founder of the reclusive Noah Research Institute, would come in person. Inside the aircraft, a man leaned back, his unfriendly gaze sweeping over. Norman looked up and met Chen Jintung's eyes directly. Chen Jintung's chiseled face, half hidden in shadow, obscured his expression, like a venomous snake lurking beneath dark rocks, ready to strike at any moment. He pursed his lips, his voice utterly nonchalant. Time is of the essence. If you don't want people to escape, stop with the pleasantries. He then casually walked into the cabin. Inside the aircraft, Norman followed Chen Jin into her research lab. The lab was filled with sophisticated instruments, an operating table, and the latest experimental equipment. It didn't look like a makeshift setup. Norman withdrew his gaze and said apologetically, Professor Chen, I'm very sorry about XT006. We haven't found any clues about him yet. Chen Jin remained calm, seemingly unsurprised by XT006's disappearance. She put down the data report she had just completed and said gently, XT006 was just one of our first-generation superhuman androids. They only took a sample. But we have now obtained more genetic data from other superhumans, and there will be more superhuman androids in the near future. Norman looked at the large amount of experimental data laid out on Chen Jin's desk, data collected during each tower cleaning. The number of superhumans is decreasing, and the number of superhumans attracted to the suspended tower each year is also declining. Norman, your conviction is wavering, Chen Jin said calmly, like an emotionless scanner, able to observe subtle differences in people's expressions and words. People and experimental data are the same to her, observable and detectable. This is a scientist's talent. The cleaning agent damages human organs. The longer the immersion, the more pronounced the damage becomes in old age. Even though we have minimized the damage, it is still unavoidable. Norman's deep voice rang out. Norman, the extinction of life and attacks by mutated creatures always strike suddenly when humanity is unprepared. If we cannot help humanity achieve full evolution, even if some superhumans live long lives, we cannot resist the full evolution of other creatures, and humanity will ultimately perish. But we have already wasted too much time. The earliest people in the suspended tower to undergo the cleaning have already withered away. The disappearance of XT006, in a sense, still signifies the failure of our experiment. Norman, whose tone had been flat, showed a rare emotional fluctuation. Chen Jin put down the experimental samples and reagents in her hand and looked at Norman. Scientific research takes time, Norman. Experiments always have dead ends and blind spots. We are not great men, and perhaps we will all eventually face judgment, but Norman, we have no choice. We need to ensure the survival of our race. Chapter 174. In the darkness, withered trees, like menacing ghosts, creaked and groaned in the dry evening wind. Chen Yimou walked numbly ahead. Soren, his hands tightly bound by heavy iron chains, followed behind. He walked with a nonchalant gait, not at all like a prisoner, but more like someone leisurely strolling along a path after a meal. What was that girl's name again? I think it was Jiangchen. Interesting. They went to so much trouble, only to have it all go to someone else. You outsiders are really something. Soren sneered, chewing on a blade of grass. Chen Yimou walked silently ahead, not turning back, his face tense, as he tugged hard on the chains. Soren stumbled, almost falling, but seemed unfazed by Chen Yimou's actions, humming a low, unidentified tune, its eeriness amplified in the dark forest. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached. The person was clearly trying to keep their voice down, but Chen Yimou, as a Valjean soldier, had hearing far more acute than the average person, and Soren was a warrior. Both stopped. Let's rest here for a bit, Chen Yimou said, tying one end of a chain to a tree stump. Soren didn't respond, simply leaning against the tree and crossing his legs. However, his large size, and the chains binding his limbs prevented him from fully extending them, making him appear somewhat cramped. Chen Yimou pulled a packet of compressed biscuits from his bag, mechanically chewing them. Then, seemingly finding the food too dry, he stood up, intending to find water. For a moment, only Soren remained beside the tree stump, gazing at the sky and softly continuing to hum an unnamed tune. The only sound was the soft rustling of footsteps mixed in with the melody. We need to be quick. Before he returns, we need to take this person back. Let's follow them secretly for now, and then decide what to do when Jiangchen arrives. Although Hai Tianqing's speed-based ability level wasn't high, she was still quite confident in her escape speed. Just as Zhou Yang finished speaking, a blur of motion shot out, heading straight for the tree stump. Soren watched as Hai Tianqing quickly untied the iron chains binding him to the tree, and said leisurely, "Looks like your little friend is here to demand an explanation." From the meter-high grass, a person stood up, pointing a gun at her. Hai Tianqing was about to activate her ability when she heard a scream. Countless arrows formed from light waves quickly surrounded Zhou Yang, who was not far away. Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang were both bound to the large tree. Hai Tianqing watched as Chen Yimou sat back down, continuing to chew the compressed biscuits he hadn't finished. She now understood that he had merely lured them out to use as an excuse to leave. At the temporary encampment, she had just finished evacuating the crowd through the tunnel when she saw Chen Yimou, avoiding the crowd, pull a masked person out. So she secretly followed. Zhou Yang, worried about her, came along too. The two kept a distance, afraid of being discovered. Chen Yimou removed the mask, revealing it to be Soren, who had just been arrested. Traitor. Hai Tianqing's eyes blazed as she stared in Chen Yimou's direction. Brother Zhang went to all that trouble to protect you, and you treat everyone like this. Although Hai Tianqing wasn't very familiar with Chen Yimou, she had often seen him while serving as a garrison officer in District 11. Although Lei Ming and Hong Rui complained daily about this man's elusive nature, they knew he might have some connection to the Valjean soldiers. So, back in Fog City, they covered for him, preventing the Red House from finding out he was absent. But now, This man had actually taken away the person they had finally managed to capture. Chen Yimo paused, put down the food in his hand, his emerald eyes staring into the void, offering no response. You know perfectly well the danger we face by taking this man away. Are you willing to sacrifice others to save Fang Yu and Yuan? Hai Tianqing raised his chin and shouted. Sparrow! This isn't the time to argue, Zhou Yan said worriedly. Since Chen Yimo had already betrayed the 11th district's defenders, killing them both to cover his tracks was the safest course of action. Why wouldn't you say it? I say it anyway. If Jiang Chen were here, she stabbed him first. Chen Yimo lowered his eyes, concealing his expression. A stray hair fell across his forehead as he muttered self-deprecatingly, yes, if she were here, she would definitely stab me first. He stood up and walked towards the two. Hai Ti and I watched Chen Yimo approach and knew he was probably close to death this time. The sweat on his palms turned cold. Chen Yimo crouched down and unlocked the chains. Dragged Soren along, disappearing into the endless darkness. Hai Tianqing stared blankly at their departing figures. They had survived. The camp. Fang Yu stepped out of his tent and was bumped into by a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old. He helped the girl up. Her face was painted with totems, and she looked at the bald man with a bewildered expression, tilting her head curiously. Why didn't you? She pointed to her face, then seemed to suddenly remember something, her face turning terrified. Invaders, outsiders. The little girl pushed away Fang Yu's hand that was supporting her, turned her head, and threw herself into a woman's arms. Melina held the little girl close, grasping her shoulders, her calm and peaceful gaze instantly calming the girl's agitated emotions. Shan, what should you do if you encounter outsiders? The little girl's initially timid gaze slowly calmed under the chieftain's reassuring gaze. Close your eyes, devoutly call upon the power of the Holy Land, and beg you to drive away these outsiders, invaders. The girl's childish voice rang out. Good child. Melina handed the girl to a nearby attendant. She walked to Fang Yu. Fang Yu had witnessed everything that had just happened and knew that Melina had been teaching the girl how to control mutated creatures, but he still didn't understand how these people had accomplished all of this. He now has a limited range of movement. Unlike Yuan, he's not a strength enhancer, only a brain-based ability enhancer. Leaving this place on his limbs would be harder than climbing to heaven. Melina has been sending people to constantly question him about the suspended tower, the Valkan Legion, and other things outside. He's told them things that don't involve secrets, and in return, they granted him a certain degree of freedom. He could sense that Melina, this ancestor, the chieftain of the alien race, wasn't as barbaric and ignorant as they imagined. I don't understand why you call us that. As far as I know, Xculia has always been a no-man's land. Fang Yu asked, puzzled. Melina's amber eyes gently swept over his face, devoid of any totems. You don't understand our civilization, just as you only have a superficial understanding of your own. Chapter 175. The conference room was deathly silent. Only Huasan, Wei Shu, Li Sheng, and Dahlia remained. Wei Shu stubbornly raised her chin, refusing to believe she had done anything wrong. Huasan, who had been sitting at the head of the table, clasped his hands together, revealing his extreme displeasure. You all go out first, Wei Shu stays. Li Sheng hurriedly said, Captain, I also bear responsibility for Jiang Chen's escape. Li Sheng. Jiang Chen didn't escape, your actions led her to choose this path. Huasan said harshly. Li Sheng was speechless for a moment, and Dahlia pulled him out. Wei Shu, you've been in this position for 3 years. Do you think I, the captain, am just a figurehead? Huasan didn't directly mention Jiang Chen's situation. Wei Shu hurriedly shook her head. In her heart, the captain had always been the person she respected most. She explained, Captain, that's not what I meant, it's just, I think this matter. You think this matter is something I won't agree to, but you still did it. Captain, my special ability is danger perception. The moment I saw Jiang Chen, I knew she would bring us danger. She brought us to this temporary outpost, and we were immediately attacked. Wei Shu stood up excitedly. Was this danger directly caused by her? Was Jiang Chen the murderer who killed that man? Huasan asked mercilessly. Wei Shu froze. Jiang Chen was the person the Red Mansion required to safely deliver to Mysacia. Now our mission has failed. Wei Shu stared in shock, her eyes wide. A loud rumble came from outside. Watson had just stood up when the door was forced open. Captain, they. Li Sheng walked in, followed by several tall men in camouflage, guns pointed at his head. A figure entered, dressed in a grayish-white robe, a stern, rigid face above the collar. Professor Norman, what are you doing? Watson looked at Norman, All the city guards were being held hostage. Norman looked around and, finding no one he was looking for, his usually calm eyes flickered slightly. Captain Watson, please hand over Jiang Chen, the 11th District Guard. Watson, observing the situation, understood that Norman's actions were definitely not in accordance with the suspended tower's orders. He had every reason to believe that if he didn't hand over Jiang Chen, Norman would resort to force. A moment of silence. Jiang Chen has left. A woman's voice rang out. Norman's stern gaze fell upon Wei Shu at one end of the long table. Take them all away. Chen Jitong glanced around the conference room with disdain. It was far inferior to his own. Professor, we checked everyone here, and Jiang Chen is definitely not here, Kane reported. He could escape right under your noses. The suspended tower's efficiency is questionable, so, Chen Jitong said dismissively. Jitong. Chen Jin walked in. Chen Jitong's eyes darkened. He stopped speaking and stepped aside. The heretic's holy site has always been extremely secretive. I never expected it to be in such a remote town as Xuria, Chen Jin said. Norman was slightly surprised. Chen Jin was devoted to scientific research, and she rarely inquired about matters unrelated to it. But she hadn't expected her to know about the heretic's holy site. Chen Jin wore wide-rimmed glasses, a typical scholar's appearance. Although time had left its mark on her face, it also gave her a mature air. She wasn't one to beat around the bush, and stated directly, we've been searching for the 7 girls who left Xuria, so naturally we investigate this place. Professor, this is classified. Chen Jitong wanted to interrupt Chen Jin. But Chen Jin shook her head and continued, we don't have much time left. We need to find them as soon as possible. A divine steel appeared here in Xuria. Norman's gaze turned serious. But you should know that our research on the divine steel has reached a bottleneck. We haven't made any progress in 10 years. Chen Jin stared at a blank spot, as if recalling something. However, she quickly pulled herself out of her past memories, and continued, but the girl from Kishria can truly integrate the divine steel into her body. Norman's breath hitched. True to his rigorous scientific approach, he asked uncertainly again, truly integrated? You should know that, based on our current experimental results, whether it's humans, mutated animals, or mutated plants, their relationship with the divine steel is more like a parasitic one. The two haven't truly merged. Norman didn't interrupt. He knew that Chen Jin's next words could very well completely reverse the fate of all humanity. Parasitism means seizure, and war ensues. Norman, if we obtain that girl, our race will embark on a new future. Norman remained silent for a long time. He understood the exceptional research capabilities of the woman before him. Well past 50, most of the research products of the vast Moses Corporation originated from her team. But faced with such shocking news, he needed to remain rational and restrained. Professor Chen, my next question isn't a challenge to your research abilities, but rather, how can you be certain that this girl truly achieved perfect fusion with the divine steel, or do you have any relevant evidence? Chen Jin wasn't surprised by Norman's question, as if she had anticipated it. XT006 is the best proof. XT006? The jade implanted in XT006's bionic body is a biological gene sample integrated with the divine steel, and its gene sample is most similar to the gene sample you submitted to us based on the cleaning results. Norman took a deep breath. He naturally knew that although XT006 had disappeared, he had witnessed its power. If ordinary humans possessed XT006 abilities, what fear would they have of these mutated creatures? We lost the raw materials for developing the jade artifact, and this girl, Jiang Chen, is the key to the final step of our experiment. Norman looked at Chen Jin, his eyes gleaming with hope and determination. I will bring her here. Norman left. Chen Jitong stood up and walked behind Chen Jin. I only realized today that Professor Chen, who is always so serious, can actually be so eloquent. But can your subtle and diplomatic writing really fool Professor Norman? Jitong, everything I've done is to ensure that our past efforts haven't been in vain. Chen Jin looked calmly at the person in front of her. I hope so. Chapter 176. Zhou Yang, can you sharpen your claws a little faster? Hai Tianqing urged. Zhou Yang was covered in sweat. I'd like to be quick, but these ropes aren't something you can just wear down in a minute. After his ancestral transformation, his claws were sharp, but Chen Yimo had bound their hands and feet, rendering even his sharp claws useless. Do you think Jiang Chen and the others can find the marks you left? These are special marks used by the city guards of District 11. Logically, even though we've been very discreet, Jiang Chen is so clever, he should be able to find us. What? Not angry anymore? Zhou Yang turned his head to look at his round cheeks. Hey, do you think I'm the kind of person who gets angry so easily? Hai Tianqing pouted, then lowered his eyes. Besides, I think Jiang must have her reasons for doing this. A sharp snip was heard as the rope snapped. The two looked at each other in surprise. Watch out. Zhang Fengge crouched down and picked up the broken rope from the ground. Lei Ming paced anxiously back and forth. The marker broke here. Has something happened to Little Sparrow and the others? Zhang Fengge rubbed the dust off the ground. Someone should have fallen here. Was it Hai Tianqing and the others? Captain Zhang, what do we do now? There are no signs of a struggle nearby, and no blood. It shouldn't have been Chen Yimo who took Hai Tianqing and the others, Zhang Fengge said. Captain Zhang, why are you still defending that brat Chen Yimo at a time like this? If it weren't for him, we would have been safely out of this hellhole by now. Lei Ming was somewhat dissatisfied. Zhang Fengge handed Lei Ming the broken rope in his hand. Lei Ming looked at the rope, puzzled. Chen Yimo is a rare psychic ability user, and also a physical ability user. Moreover, he was a Valkan soldier who had been on the battlefield. If he really wanted to get rid of Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang, he wouldn't have tied them up with ropes, Zhang Fengge explained. Where did Sparrow and the others go now? Lei Ming asked anxiously. Zhang Fengge's gaze swept across the increasingly dense vegetation ahead, his brows furrowing with worry. Inside the cave, Yuan's wounds had stopped bleeding and festering, but these 3 wounds had almost killed him, so he was still unable to move. The totem man, Kuang Shu, wasn't guarding him. However, in his current state, let alone escaping, even standing up was a problem. Although Yuan wasn't as clever as Fan Yu, he knew the current situation was unpredictable. Now that he and Fan Yu were forced to separate, he couldn't abandon Fan Yu and leave alone. But what exactly did this totem man want? Footsteps approached. Kuang Shu tossed some dried meat to Yuan and sat down. Kuang Shu, what do you want to know? Yuan asked first, annoyed by this probing gaze. Don't worry, I won't ask about any secrets involving your Valchen Legion. We're not like you outsiders who say one thing and do another, I mean what I say. Yuan remained silent. Although he hated the man named Huichuan, Kuang Shu had indeed pulled him back from the brink of death. You mentioned last time that 7 girls came out of the Xurian Palace. What happened to those 7 girls? Yuan unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't asked about the divine steel. The whereabouts of the girls from Xuria weren't classified information. For girls were ambushed on their way to Mysoja, but according to our information, some should still be alive, 3 girls. A cunning face flashed through Yuan's mind. Those 3 are in the suspended tower. The suspended tower? Kuang Shu murmured to himself. Why are you asking this? Yuan asked warily. Kuang Shu picked up a dry branch and threw it into the fire, instantly enlarging the flames. Except for the chieftain and the chosen priestess girl, no one has ever left the Holy Land alive, which is what you call the Xuria Underground Palace. The totem on Kuang Shu's face seemed to burn in the firelight. That's impossible. We all seen the girls' testimonies, and the people who found them belonged to different departments. There's no way they could have colluded. Yuan said excitedly. Kuang Shu's expression suddenly darkened. I heard about your Valken interrogation methods, but you possess supernatural abilities and have always been so arrogant. Have you never considered why you've been stationed here for so long? Stationed here for so long? This is an order from headquarters, and we obtained. Yuan suddenly stopped speaking, looking at Kuang Shu warily. Kuang Shu's face suddenly showed understanding. The divine steel, using one eye-catching event to cover up another, is indeed a good method. Yuan looked at Kuang Shu in shock. He had actually guessed it. I don't understand what you're saying, Yuan said somewhat irritably, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a terrifying truth. You've been stationed here for so long, you inevitably discover the Holy Land sooner or later. Driven by greed, you naturally want to explore it. But what if someone deliberately led you there? Deliberately led us there? What would he do that for? To bring out what's inside without being discovered. Kuang Shu spoke rapidly. Tampering with memories wouldn't be difficult for this psychic. 7 girls. I think he started his plan the moment the first girl appeared. This person must have come here with you, and holds a certain position within your unit. Yuan immediately retorted, we suspected someone inside. To make contact with these girls immediately, one must have certain authorization. Not many people possess this authorization, but Major Lin Qingjin didn't contact all of them, so... He suddenly stopped, his expression shifting from bewilderment to disbelief. There was one person they had forgotten. Because he was only a psychic, he had never used his abilities in the militarily powerful military unit. He was only responsible for logistical matters, handling all the miscellaneous tasks within the unit. He was meticulous, enthusiastic, and his busy figure could be seen almost everywhere, so his presence was commonplace and no one was surprised. Those who emerged from the underground palace were mostly injured and needed help. Naturally, only one person was the first to contact them, and he was also the first to arrive when they interrogated Jiangchen. Eggle! Chapter 177. Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. Eggle had been at headquarters for many years before arriving at the temporary encampment, even joining the Valjin Legion earlier than Yuan. However, being only a psychic, his performance in the Legion was mediocre, except for his excessive enthusiasm. He hadn't even displayed his ability much, and some in the Legion mocked him, saying his ability was probably just uncontrollable enthusiasm. Therefore, he had never been given important responsibilities, otherwise, he wouldn't have been relegated to this remote temporary encampment so early on. But if Eggle's ability could truly alter someone's memories, it would be easy to hide it from them. But how could the Legion's higher-ups not know about such a special ability? There was only one possibility. Someone had helped Eggle conceal this ability long ago. Then the Xquilian girl's scheme had been in place long before. Yuan couldn't help but gasp. He was now eager to tell Fang Yu his thoughts. But then, remembering that Fang Yu was still being held captive by those alien races, he lowered his head in dejection. The dry branches crackled and burned. Yuan turned around and saw Quang Shou seemingly deep in thought as well. He recalled Fang Yu's unusual concern for the Xurian girl. He then asked, "Why are you so concerned about the Xurian girl?" Quang Shou's face was mostly covered by black markings, but his handsome features were still discernible, and his light brown eyes seemed to see right through people. "Do you know where this is?" Yuan was bewildered by the question. "Xuria? No, this isn't its original name. This is the 12th district of the Holy Land, the origin of our civilization." "Chieftain, the sentry spotted two people approaching the camp. One of them, being held hostage, is that Sauron," Huichuan reported with a hint of exasperation. Melina had just finished bathing. Her wheat-colored skin revealed a beautiful feminine figure beneath her strong muscles, and runes were faintly visible on her back. Seeing the runes, Huichuan bowed respectfully. She turned around, and a servant beside her helped her put on a soft yet resilient bodice. It's rare to see the cunning Sauron suffer a loss at the hands of a foreign race. Melina hung her sword at her waist. Her tone showed little concern for Sauron's safety. "Now that they're in our territory, should we have the soldiers capture him in one fell swoop?" Huichuan suggested. Melina shook her head slightly. "No need. He came alone, we should respect such courage. What about Quang Shou? He's already extracted the whereabouts of the 7 girls. That Valkan soldier really didn't know how the 7 girls appeared, or rather, the entire Valkan army was kept in the dark. Turning the tables, it seems we all become pawns in this game." Melina's eyes sharpened. "Have him extract the names of these 7 girls as soon as possible. Report. Come in. Chief, we found 2 aliens nearby. Looks like we have another bargaining chip." Qin Yimo was surrounded by several alien soldiers. His expression remained unchanged. He simply pressed the sharp metal needle in his hand close to Soren's neck. Soren raised his chin, looking at Melina's personal guards, and said excitedly, "Is the chieftain here?" He seemed completely oblivious to the sharp metal around his neck. Huichuan stepped forward from among the soldiers. Soren tilted his head. The sharp needle had grazed his bronze skin, drawing dark red blood, but he seemed unfazed, staring intently at Huichuan's back. "Where's the chieftain?" Huichuan glanced at him impatiently, then turned his gaze back to Qin Yimo. The young man's expression was resolute. He certainly had courage to come here alone. She said, "Outsider, our chieftain has promised that if you hand over our people to me, we will give you yours." Several soldiers dragged out 2 people covered in burlap sacks. "Untie them." Qin Yimo stared at the 2 sacks, gripping the chains tightly, and shouted. Huichuan glanced at the soldier beside him. The soldier, receiving the order, opened the sacks. It was Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang, who had gone missing. The 2 were knocked unconscious and collapsed to the ground. "So? These are your men too. Will you take the deal or not?" Huichuan asked, his hand on the hilt of his sword. Qin Yimo frowned, looking at the 2 lying on the ground. Jiangchen looked at the tree stump before him. This was the last marker. No other markers had appeared since. Now the marker is broken, and we can't find the people. If you ask me, I'd rather send you to my Sasia right now. Lianwu stood with her hands on her hips, examining the tree stump with only a few broken ropes remaining. Jiangchen stood up. Before Soren left, he seemed calm, even somewhat smug. He probably thought he'd be alright. Chen Yimo is using Soren to exchange for Fang Yu, and you and Soren must have a place among these early people. Lian Wu nodded. What you said makes a lot of sense, but Jiang Chen, your Captain Zhang has already gone to rescue people. If you ask me, we can go to Mysasia first and wait for them there. You need to have faith in your teammates. They will definitely find your two disobedient friends. It's not a matter of faith. Little Jiang? A familiar voice rang out. Jiang Chen turned around abruptly, and saw Lei Ming and Zhang Fengge emerging from the woods. She quickly ran towards them. But only the two figures were visible. Little Jiang, why did you run out? Lei Ming glanced at the round-faced, squint-eyed girl behind Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice, Who's this? Her name is Lian Wu. Wei Shu wanted to imprison me, and she helped me escape, Jiang Chen explained succinctly. What? What's wrong with her? What about Hong Rui? Lei Ming asked anxiously. Hong Rui is seriously injured and cannot move easily. I asked Aya to take care of him. They are in a safe place now. Lei Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen was the third most reliable person among them. Her saying this meant she had already made arrangements. What about Sparrow and Zhou Yang? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. Lei Ming looked anxiously at Zhang Fengge. Zhang Fengge frowned. Jiang Chen, Hai Tianqing, and Zhou Yang have been captured by these alien races. Chapter 178. The four lay prone in the grass. Zhang Fengge took out his binoculars. There are sentries guarding the area around the tents. If we get too close, we might be discovered. Jiang Chen looked into the distance. Large and small tents were set up in an open area, with soldiers dressed in animal skins patrolling back and forth, not at all like undisciplined guerrillas. We've been scouting here for a while. The enemy soldiers are well trained. Charging in directly would be certain death. We were thinking of going back to get reinforcements, but then Wei Shu came here. Lei Ming said irritably, pulling at the weeds beside him. Lei Ming, even if Wei Shu didn't attack Jiang Chen, they wouldn't rashly attack the aliens, Zhang Fengge analyzed rationally. Jiang Chen crouched down, the weeds instantly covering half of her body. For Hua Sun, the most important thing in this operation was to deliver the supplies to Mysasia. The two missing people on the aircraft were not a priority. Besides, Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang had left the suspended tower without permission. We can't just wait here. Who knows what those barbaric aliens will do to Sparrow and the others? Lei Ming said uneasily. The weeds before her were thick and sturdy, and Jiang Chen's heart couldn't help but pound with anxiety. She knew very little about these aliens. The unknown enemy was the most terrifying. Lian Wu glanced at Jiang Chen's heavy expression. Seeing Jiang Chen's gaze darken, as if she had made up her mind, and she was about to stand up, Lian Wu grabbed her arm, gave her a warning look, and whispered, Are you out of your mind? Trying to go in alone. You already used your powers twice in this short period. Jiang Chen hadn't expected Lian Wu to be so perceptive. What? A special ability? Lei Ming turned his head in surprise. Lian Wu said directly, Jiang Chen, even if you go in alone, it's impossible to bring two living people out unnoticed. Jiang Chen, don't act rashly. I know you're worried about Hai Tianqing, but going in now is too dangerous. Zhang Fengge also rejected Jiang Chen's idea. Lei Ming looked at the other two, who showed no surprise whatsoever, while he was still processing the news he had suddenly learned. He shouted, Can any of you explain this special ability to me? The four retreated to a more secluded spot further from the tent. So, little Jiang, you already developed your own special ability, Lei Ming said excitedly. Jiang Chen looked at Lei Ming apologetically. Lei Ming had always been completely open with her, but she had hidden so many secrets from them. Brother Lei, I'm sorry for keeping this from you for so long. Before Jiang Chen could finish speaking, Lei Ming slapped her shoulder. His thick palm landed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Lei Ming said, We were worried that being confined for so long during the lockdown might make you sick, but unexpectedly, you developed special abilities. Is this what they call? What was it again? Right, a blessing in disguise. Jiang Chen ultimately chose not to tell the truth. Of course, she trusted Lei Ming and the other members of District 11 completely, but her secret might be a huge danger and hidden threat to others, and she couldn't take that risk. Her gaze inadvertently met Zhang Fengge's. Zhang Fengge lowered his eyelashes and said nothing. They still had a thorny issue to deal with. Jiang Chen took things out of his backpack. After the video on Hai Tianya's memory card finished playing, Lei Ming looked up at Jiang Chen in disbelief. What does this mean? Did something happen to Hai and Mysasia? These are the only clues we have. We can't be sure of Hai's situation yet, but we must get to Mysasia as soon as possible, Jiang Chen said, frowning. Hai Tianya's thin frame and dazed, unnatural expression were deeply etched into their minds. Lei Ming picked up the scattered fruit on the ground, not eating it, but saying, "Hai still remembers to bring us the food I've been craving. Hong Rui has been thinking about these for a long time." He rubbed his face, feeling like a headless fly. They hadn't even rescued Sparrow yet. How were they going to explain this to Hai? A feeling of frustration welled up inside him, difficult to express. Jiangchen stroked the smooth surface of the bottle in his hand, lost in thought. Zhang Fengge leaned against a large tree, equally at a loss. Except for Lianwu, the three were all shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. After leaving the suspended tower, they encountered sandstorms one after another, followed by an attack by alien races. Hong Rui was injured, Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang were captured, and Hai Tian's fate was currently unknown. A series of unforeseen events were weighing heavily on everyone's nerves. The sunlight was gradually fading, and night was approaching. "The four of us are too conspicuous. It's not safe to be exposed in the wilderness at night. We need to find cover," Zhang Fengge said. Zhang Fengge's rational and clear-headed words brought the other two back to their senses. To save others, they needed to ensure their own safety. The four walked deeper into the woods. "What are you thinking about?" Lianwu asked, walking beside Jiangchen. Jiangchen looked at Lianwu with some surprise. How did she know she was thinking? Lianwu put her hands behind her back, giving him an expression that said, "I know you're thinking. Although you might not like what I'm saying, I've been nearby for everything you do at the suspended tower. Observing you is part of my job." She paused and continued, "Don't worry, the commander didn't ask me to report everything about you. He instructed me not to interfere with your life. I will only report things that threaten your life." A hint of surprise flashed across Jiang Chen's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Now that she thought about it, Lianwu had always been by her side. Perhaps she was just a passerby, perhaps she was a student at the academy. Zhou Jingming had conveniently appeared in several situations that threatened her life. What a coincidence, but perhaps she had a premonition that Zhou Jingming would send someone to follow her, so she wasn't too surprised. Besides, Lianwu was just following orders. Even if she was dissatisfied, the target shouldn't be this girl in front of her. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, which showed no anger, Lianwu felt a weight lifted from her heart. Chen Yimo kidnapped Soren to rescue Fan Yu and Yuan, which proves they're still alive. But I saw in the manual in Pei Du's study that the Valken Legion killed many aliens here. The two sides have a long-standing feud, so why are Fan Yu and Yuan still alive? Jiang Chen asked Lianwu. That's because they still have value to us, Lianwu replied casually. Value? What value could they have? Jiang Chen muttered to himself. Look, isn't there smoke coming from over there? Lei Ming excitedly pointed out a wisp of smoke seemingly coming from a cave not far away. There must be someone in that cave. Could it be aliens? Lianwu cautiously reminded him. We're quite a distance from that camp now. They don't need to rest here. Zhang Fengde thought for a moment and continued. For safety's sake, you two stay here, Lei Ming and I will go over. Zhang Fengde and Lei Ming raised their pistols and carefully approached the cave. Chapter 179. The cave was completely dark, but Zhang Fengde could sense a faint breathing sound. Who? Lei Ming switched on his flashlight and saw Yuan lying on the ground. Although the tower keepers and the Valken soldiers weren't exactly on the same side, they weren't exactly enemies during their time in Fog City. You didn't encounter Chen Yimo? Zhang Fengde asked. Chen Yimo? Yuan looked at the four of them, equally puzzled. He briefly recounted his experiences over the past few days. The four hadn't expected that Yuan had also escaped death. Will that totem man come back? Jiang Chen suddenly asked, standing beside the extinguished fire. He hasn't returned since he learned about the Xurian girl, Yuan replied truthfully. The Xurian girl? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Her gaze met Yuan's. Both of them knew from each other's eyes what had happened. What about the Xurian girl? Lei Ming glanced at Jiang Chen, and Yuan lying on the ground, his mind filled with questions. She's a girl who escaped from an underground palace here. It's not a secret at the temporary outpost. He asked me about the time, place, whereabouts, and name of the Xurian girl. Yuan subconsciously averted his gaze from Jiang Chen. Lianwu raised an eyebrow, saying unfriendly, even though it's not a secret, everyone says they're the ones who did this to you, and you just told them all this? Yuan didn't speak, but his already pale face looked even thinner in the dim light. I said, didn't he say it's not a secret? Besides, his life is in someone else's hands. He has to survive first. Lei Ming was a kind-hearted man. Although he was dissatisfied with Chen Yimo's actions, he didn't want to take his anger out on innocent people. You're so kind, Lianwu choked. Lei Ming awkwardly scratched his head. He realized that although the girl in front of him had a round face and a small frame, her words were truly sharp and sarcastic, almost as sharp as his own. It seems they deliberately separated you and Fan Yu, Zhang Fengde suddenly said, standing to the side. Yuan looked at Zhang Fengde in confusion. Zhang Fengde had dealt with Fan Yu before. This man was meticulous and rigorous. It wouldn't be easy to get information out of him. You just said they used you to threaten Fan Yu into leading them into the underground palace, and on the other hand, they wanted to extract useful information when your will was weakest, Zhang Fengde explained calmly. Lei Ming slapped his thigh. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Separating you two and defeating you one by one. These aliens are truly cunning. So what do we do now? In this situation, even if Chen Yimo takes Soren back, they won't let Fan Yu go. If Sparrow and Zhou Yang were captured by these aliens, then Soren is a good bargaining chip. Jiang Chen stomped out the last embers beside the fire. Will Chen Yimo do that? Sparrow, wake up, wake up. Hai Tianqing felt a dull ache in the back of her head. She struggled to open her eyes, and saw Zhou Yang's anxious face. Zhou Yang helped her sit up. She looked around. They were in an abandoned building. Where am I? Hai Tianqing asked. Just then, the iron gate opened, and Chen Yimo walked in, tossing 2 cans of compressed food to the two of them. Hai Tianqing clutched her head, and saw Chen Yimo's icy expression. She struggled to stand, traitor. Zhou Yang quickly supported her, saying urgently, Sparrow, Sparrow. Chen Yimo glanced at the two of them, feeling a bit dizzy. One still had the energy to curse, and the other could still support someone. They seemed alright. This place is quite a distance from their camp, and it's not within their usual patrol area. After you finish eating, leave immediately along the same route. Chen Yimo didn't want to talk to them anymore. He took out the magic wand from his backpack and injected several doses of medicine into the cartridge at the bottom of the wand. Why should we listen to you? If you hadn't taken Soren away, we wouldn't have been captured. By the way, where's Soren? Hai Tianqing rushed forward, ready to fight Chen Yimo. Sparrow, he traded Soren for both of us. Zhou Yang stopped him. What? Hai Tianqing looked at Chen Yimo in shock. Chen Yimo didn't want to pay attention to the two of them. Time was of the essence. Wasting even a minute would put Fan Yu and Yuan's lives in danger. He walked towards the door. Chen Yimo, where are you going? Zhou Yang helped the still-dazed Hai Tianqing up, looking at the hurried Chen Yimo. Chen Yimo didn't stop, walking towards the iron gate. You probably won't find them even if you go to the camp now. When I was knocked unconscious, I seemed to hear them leading the outsiders to the underground palace. Chen Yimo stopped and turned around. Temporary encampment. Doreen, what are you doing? Kane noticed it was already late at night, yet Doreen was still lingering in the building. Doreen concealed what she was holding on her wrist, turned around, her face as aloof as ever. What, do I have to report to you where I go? I was just asking a couple of questions. Why are you being so fierce? Kane muttered resentfully, but then, remembering Doreen's eyes-type ability, his arm trembled, and his voice lowered even further. I advise you to prepare your things for tomorrow's departure. Tomorrow we begin a full-scale search, and you're in charge this time. Don't disappoint the professor. Kane said through gritted teeth. He only had an advantage over others in data processing. He wasn't even a low-level D-class ability user. Naturally, he wasn't in charge of such an important search operation. Doreen haughtily raised her head, not even glancing at Kane, and walked forward. Kane glared fiercely at Doreen. One day, he would make her pay for her arrogance. Doreen turned into a room. Come out. I climbed out of a wooden crate, looking at Doreen warily. The temporary outpost is now under our control. Avoiding the guards is easy, but getting the healing potion without the Moses Corporation is an impossible task. Doreen said curtly, I only help you this once. If I catch you again, I won't show any mercy. Doreen placed a box of healing potions on the crate and turned to leave. Aya took the potions, enough for Hong Rui for a while. She looked at the departing Doreen. Why? Doreen didn't turn back, her steps unwavering, and the door closed, leaving only one sentence. Consider it repaying a favor. Chapter 180. Outside the cave, specks of starlight broke through the darkness and escaped. Jiang Chen was drawing on the ground with a dry twig. What are you drawing? Zhang Fengde handed her a piece of dried meat. Jiang Chen took it but didn't eat it. Instead, she used the twig to trace the patterns on the ground. I'm drawing the markings on Soren's face. It looks like some kind of ancient pattern. Captain Zhang, you're very knowledgeable. Have you ever seen such patterns in Eden? Zhang Fengde squatted down and examined it carefully. After a while, he shook his head. The records in the suspended tower don't contain this pattern. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. She had never seen these patterns in the suspended tower either. Logically, the suspended tower was the highest academy in the entire Eden. If the suspended tower didn't record them, then it would be difficult to find the origin of these patterns anywhere else. However, after the apocalypse, the speed at which civilization collapsed exceeded human imagination. To survive, many valuable historical records were buried beneath skulls and sand, so the data currently collected by the suspended tower may not be complete, Zhang Fengde explained. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, and agreed with Zhang Fengde's reasoning. Most of the humans in Eden now live under the shadow of terrifying mutated creatures and mutants, their survival hanging by a thread. Who would have the time or inclination to excavate or explore these ancient patterns? Jiang Chen glanced back. Lei Ming was lying casually on the ground, his faint snoring creating an incongruous sense of tranquility. Although Lian Wu's eyes were closed, Jiang Chen knew she wasn't asleep. He felt a complex mix of emotions towards her. It was obvious she was sent by Zhou Jingming to protect her, or rather, to monitor her. Even now, she still couldn't truly understand Zhou Jingming. He was shrouded in a thick fog. Every time she thought she could see him clearly, she found only the tip of the iceberg. The coincidence of Lian Wu appearing on the same aircraft made it hard for her not to suspect that Zhou Jingming had orchestrated her hasty departure from the suspended tower. Her gaze fell, and Yuan's inquisitive expression met hers. He hurriedly turned his head away. Jiang Chen looked away. Captain Zhang, I think I know where they take Fan Yu. As the first rays of morning sunlight kissed the dry branches. I disagree. Lian Wu refused. Jiang Chen had already guessed she would say that, so he wasn't too surprised. Yuan and Lei Ming's gazes were drawn to Lian Wu's refusal, and they both looked at Jiang Chen. She continued, they detained Fan Yu simply to find out what secret the Xurian girl is hiding. So they're definitely going somewhere. If Chen Yimo. She paused instinctively after saying Chen Yimo's name. Zhang Fengde looked at her. Jiang Chen adjusted her emotions and continued, if Chen Yimo used Soren to exchange for Zhou Yang and Hai Tianqing, he definitely tried to rescue Fan Yu afterward. He'd definitely be secretly following the alien group. But aren't we going to rescue Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang? Lei Ming finished speaking before remembering that Yuan was still sitting there with her eyes open. He felt a little embarrassed, but then he thought that if Chen Yimo hadn't brought Soren, Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang wouldn't have been in danger. Jiang Chen shook his head. Hai Tianqing and the others will go with Chen Yimo. Knowing Hai Tianqing as I do, Chen Yimo saved her life. No matter what, she won't just leave. Lei Ming thought for a moment, and nodded helplessly. If there was anything Hai Tianqing and Captain Hai had in common, it was that they were both stubborn. Little Jiang, you haven't said where they're going? The Xuria Underground Palace. Captain Zhang glanced at Jiang Chen. Both understood each other's meaning. Zhang Fengde looked at Lei Ming and said, Lei Ming, you stay here? What? Captain Zhang, why? I heard him say yesterday that there are mutants in the underground palace. If the three of you go in, you have to rescue people and face these alien races and mutants. Wouldn't it be better to have one more person? Lei Ming asked anxiously. Not 3 people. Lian Wu stays here too, Jiang Chen said from the side. Lian Wu leaned against the wall, looking strongly disapproving. Lei Ming now understood that Lian Wu's earlier disagreement was actually referring to the truth of the matter. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Lei Ming stamped his foot. Lei Ming, Hong Rui is still at the temporary encampment. We must leave one of us here to go back and investigate his situation. Also, if something happens to us inside, we need to quickly relay our message to Hong Lu. Zhang Fengde unusually spoke at length to reassure Lei Ming. But, Lei Ming had carried out dangerous missions with Captain Zhang and his team before. They had even killed several mutants. But previous missions had always been done with all 5 of them, although Chen Yimo would occasionally join in. But now Chen Yimo was separated from the team, Hai Tianai was far away in Mysacia, Hong Rui was seriously injured, and Hai Tianqing and the others weren't keeping an eye on him. He felt that everything he was facing now was more difficult than anything he had encountered before. However, this was Zhang Fengde's order. Rather than the unpredictable dangers, he had to, as before, unconditionally trust their captain. They would overcome these difficulties as before. Okay, I promise you. Jiang Chen's gaze turned to Lian Wu. Now it was time to persuade her. Jiang Chen walked out of the cave. Lian Wu followed. Zhou Jingming's order was for you to protect me, right? Are there any other orders? Jiang Chen asked calmly. No, this is the commander's only order. Lian Wu replied truthfully. But you might not be able to protect me if you enter the underground palace. Lian Wu felt offended, Her ability allowed her to mimic anyone around her, not just their face, but also their voice and even their figure. Even someone as cautious as the person before her might not be noticed unless she got close. I'm not questioning your ability, Jiangchen said, seeing through Lien Wu's thoughts at a glance. He continued, we're going to the underground palace this time. There are only two groups. One group is what they call outsiders, and the other is other races. Do you know anything about the other races? Lien Wu didn't know why Jiangchen was bringing up these seemingly unrelated things, but she shook her head. Her life had been limited since childhood, and she had indeed never encountered other races. Those who can enter the underground palace are probably the leader's personal guards. You don't know these people. If you use your ability to imitate any of them, they might see through you, and it could even become leverage against us. Jiangchen's analysis left Lien Wu speechless for a moment. She usually imitated silent people in a crowd, making it the least likely to be detected. Besides, if you stay outside, you might give us another chance. I don't understand. Although we left the temporary encampment, Watson or Wei Shu won't leave so easily. Hong Rui is injured, Aya's ability isn't offensive, and Yuan from the Valken Legion is struggling to move. You mean I should stay and protect them? But my orders are. Protecting them is protecting me. Chapter 181. Jiangchen packed everything in her backpack. She wasn't sure how long they would stay in the underground palace. The Book of Answers, the mysterious bottle, Peidu's notebook, and some food. They had left the temporary camp in such a rush that they hadn't had time to take much more. Are you all packed? Zhang Fengge asked. Yes. Jiangchen glanced back at the cave. Lien Wu had gone out during the day to look for suitable food, as they hadn't brought much and needed to search for edible items during the day. Lei Ming, on the other hand, stood guard outside the cave. Jiangchen turned and left. Jiangchen. Yuan, lying on the ground, called out. She turned around and looked at him. Yuan looked at the girl in the white uniform before him. She was completely different from the thin, pale girl in the interrogation room over a year ago. Behind her long, black eyelashes, her eyes were dark and unfathomable. Standing before him, she looked down at him. I didn't tell him your name. The seemingly random words, however, made sense to Jiangchen. She looked at Yuan. His injuries were serious, and he must have had a high fever. Strands of hair clung to his forehead, making him look somewhat disheveled. Jiangchen didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Yuan watched the white figure slowly shrink. He didn't know why. When Quang Shou asked him the name of the girl who left Xuria, he instinctively omitted Jiangchen's name. Perhaps it was because of Chen Yimo's somber expression, when they all thought Jiangchen had been captured by the mutants and was doomed. Or perhaps this girl was simply too special. Her life was like a spark in winter, and just when you thought it would be extinguished, it quietly, unnoticed, had already developed into a raging fire. Jiangchen and Zhang Fengge walked side by side among the towering, withered trees. Captain Zhang, why have you never asked me where I came from? Jiangchen said softly. Although she was usually very cautious in District 11, her strange behavior was easy to hide from Lei Ming and Hong Rui, but it was extremely difficult to fool the person in front of her. Zhang Fengge stared ahead, seemingly unmoved by Jiangchen's question. Will your origins affect your becoming the guardian of District 11? Jiangchen thought for a moment and replied, no. Since they won't, there's no need to investigate. Your past is outside my jurisdiction. Jiangchen lowered her head, a wry smile playing on her lips. This was indeed Zhang Fengge's style of answer. She continued, the underground palace should be located in the southwest corner of Xuria. There's a river nearby, flowing from east to west, with floating water vapor. The water temperature is slightly higher than in winter, so the underground palace should be near the river source. Furthermore, the surrounding vegetation is normal. Following this clue, we should be able to find it. She finished recounting the phenomena she observed after leaving the underground palace, then turned to observe Zhang Fengge's expression. His gaze remained calm as always, seemingly unsurprised that Jiangchen knew these things. Just as he said, her past wouldn't affect her subsequent choices. And the choices she would make later would require them to work together. All right, let's go, Zhang Fengge said. Temporary encampment. After several days of searching, Professor Norman and his team did not find any trace of Jiangchen near the temporary encampment. Inside the conference room, Qin Jin looked at the map of Xuria, while Qin Jintong reclined on the sofa, listlessly drinking his recently upgraded wine. Norman entered. Qin Jin looked up at him. Norman shook his head. Useless. A glass flew towards Professor Norman's head, but it was frozen solid less than half a meter away. Crack. It shattered on the floor. Doreen walked beside Norman. Qin Jin turned around, looking sternly at Qin Jin Tong. Qin Jin Tong looked down at his mother's disapproving gaze. She only looked at him at times like this. Norman, have you heard that Kexuria was once the home of 12 tribes of alien races? Qin Jin asked. Norman stomped on the glass, shattering it, and said, these aliens have rarely appeared in public these days, and some fanatics have been secretly executed. I didn't expect Professor Qin to know this. Qin Jin didn't seem to care about Norman's implication. She wasn't interested in these political issues, but scientific research was a different story. I just drew blood from these aliens, and their blood samples are somewhat unusual, Qin Jin said, handing the test report to Norman. Professor Norman raised an eyebrow. The suspended tower had also captured some aliens and analyzed their blood samples, but hadn't found anything wrong. Since you submitted the girl's genetic sample to us, we upgraded our research equipment again, and I think the suspended tower's current resources and energy aren't focused on that, Qin Jin said without any sarcasm, simply stating the facts. A hissing sound came from the sofa. Norman knew that the research center of the suspended tower had shifted in recent years, and the NOAA Research Institute, on the one hand, provided Moses with the latest research products, and on the other hand, Moses provided the NOAA Research Institute with a large amount of human and material support. He looked at the genetic testing report in his hand. It was indeed different from their previous tests. I reviewed the materials collected by the Institute. This place was originally the settlement of the 12 tribes. The people here don't communicate with the outside world, maintaining barbarian customs. Outsiders can't enter this place, so Kexuria is also known as the Forbidden Land. Qin Jin had been busy with experiments, sometimes not even stepping out of the laboratory for months, so her throat felt inexplicably dry and hoarse after speaking for so long. Time was passing, and she looked at the wrinkled skin covering her aging bones. Her time was running out. She pulled herself back to reality and continued, based on the information we have so far, something must have happened here in the past, causing the alien races to gradually disappear. However, due to its remote location and proximity to the desert, few people have ever set foot here. Norman glanced at Qin Jin, who had just finished speaking. He had underestimated the NOAA Research Institute. He could be said to know everything the suspended tower had collected, but the NOAA Research Institute had collected far more than he had imagined. These people have been interrogated, but they would rather die than reveal any information. Norman glanced at Qin Jin, who was lying on the sofa with his legs crossed. Those alien races, under Moses' interrogation, were almost dead. Pieces of flesh had been peeled off and hung there. Even Professor Norman, who had seen many bloody scenes, could only hurriedly leave the interrogation room. But the man before her was leisurely sipping his wine, enjoying the afternoon. Qin Jin's gaze remained fixed on the map and test reports of Kexuria. I think we can start our operation from here. Her wrinkled fingers landed on a spot. The Kexurian Underground Palace. Chapter 182. They brought quite a few people. Hai Tianqing, hidden in the bushes, glanced around again. Don't you find this place strange? The vegetation here is all so normal. Zhou Yan looked at the tender green branches before him, equally puzzled. He had only seen such pristine, vibrant plants in some video materials. Qin Yimo, standing to the side, remained silent, his eyes fixed on the people ahead. Only Fan Yu was there, Yuan was not. Zhou Yang had told Qin Yimo that these aliens' destination might be the underground palace. Qin Yimo planned to secretly follow the group to see if he could find a suitable opportunity to rescue Fan Yu and Yuan. But his peripheral vision caught two people beside him. The two, who had been silently following him, were now openly standing next to him. These aliens had brought quite a few people. Melina, tall and slender, rode a sleek chestnut horse, wearing clothing made of some kind of animal leather, over which was a black and gold soft armor that looked supple yet sturdy. People surrounded the woman as they moved forward. They were extremely cautious, with sentries constantly scouting the area, so Qin Yimo dared not get too close. Hai Tianqing, standing nearby, couldn't help but mutter, "This is the first time I ever seen such primitive attire. They look like they're from centuries ago. These primitive people you're talking about almost wiped out our entire regiment." Qin Yimo, who had been silent until now, said coolly. Hai Tianqing's eyes widened as he looked at the group ahead, a hint of doubt in his mind. How can they possibly compete with modern people who possess modern technology and civilization? In the ranks, Fan Yu walked at the front, his hands and feet bound by chains. He turned to look at the people behind him. These men were tall and burly, clad in sturdy armor, their steps perfectly synchronized, clearly Melina's personal guard. He had seen other well-dressed individuals in the tent, each with their own duties. Although their encampment was temporary, Their orderliness and organization were impeccable. Everything was well organized. These alien races were more intelligent and disciplined than he had imagined. But why had such a race been abandoned, even wiped out, by their world for so many years? Fang Yu looked ahead, his heart filled with curiosity and doubt. Chieftain, this journey to the underground palace is far too dangerous. Even if you know the route, there are too many living beings inside. Perhaps you should reconsider, or perhaps send someone else in your place. Hui Chuan looked firmly at Melina. She would do anything for the chieftain if she needed it, even give her life. Melina looked at her devout subordinates, then turned her gaze to the distance. Hui Chuan, this is my destiny. The prophecy foretold it long ago. This time, we must obtain the holy water. Her gaze was resolute and far-reaching. But I have already chosen my successor. If any of them passes the test, they will, like the previous chieftains, protect our people. Melina said with a somewhat serious expression. Hui Chuan looked at her chieftain in shock. She hadn't expected Melina to have made preparations so early. But she knew that no one could change Melina's decision. Hui Chuan's gaze inadvertently fell on Quang Shou, who remained silent to the side. His expression was expressionless. He must already know about this. As a guide who had served 2 generations of chieftains, he naturally had no objections to Melina's decision. As long as there was a new heir and a new chieftain, they would continue to survive as before. The green of the vegetation grew increasingly lush, like a green wave crashing against the landscape. A massive mountain range blocked their path. At its foot lay a colossal stone gate, covered in dark green moss that reflected a dazzling turquoise light in the cold sunlight. The stone gate, weathered by wind and sun, was somewhat mottled, but one could still vaguely make out what appeared to be exquisite carvings. Carved upon it were large beasts, with thick limbs and bristling hairs that seemed capable of piercing the air, 6-legged birds, with delicate feather patterns and slightly upturned wingtips, as if they might burst forth from the stone gate at any moment. But without exception, none of them had heads. Melina dismounted and walked towards the stone gate. The stone door wasn't completely closed, but rather left a narrow crack, as if silently inviting, yet also warning. The crack was small, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. The darkness emanating from within was thick and inky, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. A chilling wind seemed to seep from the crack, carrying a damp, decaying stench that sent shivers down one's spine. The world behind the door was utterly silent, yet it felt as if countless eyes were lurking within, peering through that crack at everything outside. On the other side of the door, an invisible pressure permeated the air, as if some unknown terror was brewing in the depths of darkness, ready to burst forth at any moment. Fang Yu stared at the unfathomable darkness before him, his heart sinking uncontrollably. They had previously sent some soldiers to scout the area, but as far as he knew, apart from Chen Yimo, who went in and returned alive, even bringing a girl back, everyone else who went in never came out again. Melina arranged for some people to stay outside as backup, while the rest went in with him. She walked up to Fang Yu, her cat-eye eyes scrutinizing and examining him. "Outsider, if you don't keep your promise, I will leave you in this endless darkness." Fang Yu pursed his dry lips. Melina glanced at Hui Chuan, who immediately pressed Fang Yu down and stepped into the darkness. "Quang Shou, you stay here?" "Yes." Quang Shou knelt on one knee, speaking devoutly. Melina glanced at the abnormal green moss and walked further in. Inside the forest. "What do we do? They already gone in, but there are still guards outside. How are we supposed to get in?" Hai Tianqing looked at the small group of soldiers guarding the stone gate. According to Chen Yimo's earlier assessment, if they fought head-on, they might not be able to win. "Zhou Yang, what do you think about us using a feint?" Hai Tianqing was about to turn around when a sudden numbness struck his neck. In his last moments of unconsciousness, he only caught a glimpse of Chen Yimo's cold face. Zhou Yang was startled and quickly caught the fallen Hai Tianqing, hissing, "What are you doing? We only came to help you. Otherwise, considering you and Jiangchen are both city guards, we wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess." "I don't need your help," Chen Yimo said coldly. With that, he turned and walked towards the stone gate without looking back. "You?" Zhou Yang was about to raise his hand in a tirade when he noticed a black cloth bag, identical to Chen Yimo's, hanging from his arm, containing the magic wand. Chapter 183. "Chief, shouldn't we stay here and guard?" a tall, dark-skinned soldier asked. Quang Shou glanced at the massive stone gate and shook his head slightly. But, before he could finish speaking, Quang Shou turned and left. Quang Shou looked at the lush greenery around him. If everything was unfolding as predicted, then all he had to do was wait patiently. Jiangchen, lying prone in the dense forest, said, "We searched the area, there's no one guarding it." Zhang Fengde looked at the dark, deep slit in the distance. According to the tracks on the ground, they must have stopped their horses there, with one group going in and the other leaving. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if Hai Tianqing and his group had actually entered the underground palace. Although Zhang Fengde was a skilled tracker, the tracks on the ground were extremely uneven, indicating that Chen Yimo and his group had been very careful during their pursuit and hadn't left any traces. But now, they didn't have many options. The two carefully walked towards the massive stone gate. Inside the tent, "Chief, a man entered the underground palace 2 hours ago. We didn't stop him as you requested. He seems to be the man who captured that idiot Soren," the attendant reported. Just then Soren, who was passing by, kicked open the tent flap, picked up his spear, and pointed it at the attendant's head, cursing, "Who are you calling an idiot?" The attendant stiffened his neck, facing Quang Shou, and remained silent. Quang Shou seemed unmoved by Soren's actions, and continued, "Anything else?" Just now, a man and a woman entered the underground palace, wearing white uniforms. They seemed to be the same group from the temporary encampment a few days ago. "All right, go down." Quang Shou waved his hand, giving the order. "Yes." "Heh, you're treating me like I'm invisible, aren't you?" Soren listlessly sheathed his spear, and looked at Quang Shou sitting in front of him. Quang Shou held a high position in the tribe, assisting the two chieftains, but he didn't care. He was the leader of 12 tribes, and didn't need to give this old man any face, so he spoke without any respect. "What are you up to?" Quang Shou didn't look up, seemingly used to Soren's banter. Soren, however, was unwilling to give up. He suddenly stood up, intending to snatch the parchment scroll that Quang Shou had been looking at. However, Quang Shou quickly put the parchment scroll away, his deep and sharp gaze fixed on Soren. "Now, can Soren tell me why you've been hiding what happened in the underground palace?" Soren's outstretched hand suddenly froze in midair. The stench of decay permeated the air. Even though Jiang Chen and Zhang Fengde had already donned their masks, the smell seemed to seep into everything. The light from outside the stone door was growing weaker, meaning they were getting further and further away from the exit. The footprints left by the previous group appeared haphazard and disorganized within the underground palace. Even Zhang Fengde frowned, needing to carefully discern them with the dim light of his searchlight. Jiang Chen's dark eyes scanned their surroundings. They were currently in an extremely quiet tunnel. The only sounds were the pounding of their own hearts and their heavy breathing. Every now and then, bat-like creatures would suddenly swoop down towards their light source, forcing them to dim the light to avoid startling these creatures of the night. What remained was a deathly silence. She didn't know where Chen Yimo had taken Hai Tianqing and the others, but she needed to find Hai Tianqing as soon as possible and get her to Mysasia. The state of the Hai team in the video made her heart sink uncontrollably. She didn't have much time, she needed to hurry. A jumble of complex thoughts swirled in her mind as she followed behind Zhang Fengde, groping her way forward. Suddenly, she heard a sticky, gurgling sound rolling through the tunnel. The sound sometimes split into dozens of tiny scratching sounds, and sometimes coalesced into a wet, guttural vibration. It was as if webbed hands were slowly moving along the edge of the tunnel. Jiang Chen stopped. "What's wrong?" Zhang Fengde sensed that the person behind her hadn't followed, stopped, and turned around. She saw Jiang Chen, whose expression was usually calm, but under the dim light of the searchlight, her face was frighteningly pale. "Something's following us," she whispered, only the two of them able to hear. Zhang Fengde slightly turned his head to look behind Jiang Chen. The dense darkness was as impenetrable as ink. He couldn't see anything. But he trusted her intuition. He gripped his gun tightly and nodded. "Let's move forward." The pungent, stale smell of decay seeped from the cracks in the stone walls, and a dragging sound, like wet cowhide scraping against the ground, echoed continuously from about 3 meters behind them. A putrid, animalistic stench lingered on their heels, like the tongue of a giant lizard measuring the perfect distance between their nape and their prey's throat. The two looked at what seemed to be a faint blue light in the distance, and quickened their pace. She knew that what was behind them was waiting for something to kill them instantly. Faster, faster. She followed closely behind Zhang Fengde, but the two were like post-apocalyptic madmen in an endless tunnel, never reaching the end. "Why aren't we at the end yet?" Jiang Chen whispered, panting. "Just a little further, almost there, Xiao Jiang, hang in there." Zhang Fengde's voice came from afar, both near and far. Her eyes stung, feeling like they were about to bleed. Blood? Her heart skipped a beat, and she abruptly stopped. Zhang Fengde also stopped, turning back anxiously to look at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen saw 2 streams of blood flowing from Zhang Fengde's eyes, but he seemed oblivious, urging anxiously, Xiao Jiang, we be there soon. Captain Zhang, we won't make it. Chapter 184. What did you say? Zhang Fengge, oblivious, looked anxiously at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't have time to explain, grabbing Zhang Fengge and running forward. The thing behind them indeed sensed something. The air suddenly became viscous. Jiang Chen covered his mask, saying, that thing emits a hallucinogenic smell. The blue light we just saw isn't the exit at all. It just wants to drain our energy and kill us. Zhang Fengge's previously blank eyes cleared. He suddenly turned the searchlight to its maximum beam, the blinding light like a sharp sword in the darkness, piercing backward. All the nocturnal creatures in the tunnel seemed to suddenly awaken, buzzing. He decisively slammed the searchlight behind him. Jiang Chen only heard the searchlight seem to hit some viscous liquid. There was no rolling sound, but rather a gurgling sound of it being swallowed. The erratic flickering light sent the creatures of the night swarming toward its source. The blue light before Jiang Chen's eyes had vanished. She spotted an opening beside the tunnel and slipped inside. In the last instant, she turned her head away. She saw, amidst the chaotic light and shadow, that thing stood there. The areas where facial features should have been were sunken into swirling scabs, the edges of which drooped like semi-molten wax. The dark liquid wasn't solidified on its surface, rather, it flowed beneath its skin, defying gravity. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Chen met its eyeless sockets. Its mouth, devoid of lips, was simultaneously engaging in unintelligible lip reading, blood seeping from its cracks, seemingly seeping into her skin and coursing through it. Jiang Chen, Zhang Fengge called out, leaning forward and pushing her forward. Her stiff body disappeared into the darkness. The gaze that had been fixed on them vanished abruptly. The cave entrance led to a natural cavern. Aside from the sticky, wet substance covering them, they saw nothing else. But they knew that what was behind them was only temporarily trapped and would soon sweep back. They dared not linger. Now, not only were there no traces on the ground, but everything was covered in a mud-like substance. Even lifting their feet felt like being stuck. This isn't a dead end. There's wind blowing through. There should be an exit ahead, Captain Zhang said calmly. Jiang Chen nodded. She desperately wanted to erase the image of that thing from her mind, but the more she tried to delete it, the clearer the image became. It was as if something was coursing through her blood. She couldn't help but rub her arms. What's wrong? Zhang Fengge asked, looking down. Nothing. Jiang Chen stopped what he was doing and asked in a low voice, Captain Zhang, do you know what that was? We didn't see this kind of creature when we were clearing the mutants around the suspended tower, and the suspended tower itself hasn't recorded it. Zhang Fengge continued walking, but the atmosphere between them grew increasingly tense. The two didn't speak again, but they both shared a consensus. This thing was far more terrifying than ordinary mutants. It had a non-human appearance, but they could clearly sense that it possessed its own thoughts. Zhang Fengge took out a spare searchlight and carefully turned it on. The weak light was particularly glaring in the dark cave. They dared not linger, because they were unsure when the thing might suddenly appear. Captain Zhang, is that the exit? Jiang Chen rubbed her eyes, pinching herself hard to make sure she wasn't hallucinating. It's an exit. Zhang Fengge picked up his pistol and walked towards the cave entrance. Jiang Chen followed closely behind. Suddenly, a crackling sound rang in her ears. Jiang Chen felt herself suddenly enveloped by something sticky and dragged out of the cave entrance. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out inside the cave as Zhang Fengge caught up. Jiang Chen felt a burning pain all over her skin, as if something was piercing her skin. That bloody face was suddenly close to her nose, a stench of decay assaulting her senses. She could even see white, wriggling maggots crawling out of the creature's eye sockets. Jiang Chen suppressed her nausea, leaned back, freeing her arm to draw her broken knife, and lunged at the creature's head, delivering a fatal blow. Brain matter and white splattered all over her face. The pus that had been wrapped around him dissipated, and she collapsed to the ground. Xiao Jiang, are you all right? Zhang Fengge quickly helped Jiang Chen up. What was that thing? When did it get in front of us? Jiang Chen looked at the mangled mess of flesh lying on the ground. Zhang Fengge's eyes showed worry. It absorbed all the bullets we fired. What? The head, which had been split in two, was now showing signs of healing, the flesh and blood sticking together. It can't be killed. The two immediately turned and ran back. This thing couldn't even kill her broken sword. A shadow fell over Jiang Chen's heart. They reached the exit and saw an underground palace, very similar to the place where she had awakened for the second time in Eden, only smaller in scale, but with almost no cover. Jiang Chen ran, panting heavily. Zhang Fengge had already carried her luggage, but her strength was rapidly waning. She had only lived here for 2 years, and her physical condition was far inferior to Zhang Fengge's 10 years of training. Moreover, she had already exhausted most of her strength in the illusion. The places where the monster had entangled her limbs still felt burning. Little Jiang, we can't stop. Okay, I won't stop. We both survive, definitely. I still have. Jiangchen said numbly, large drops of sweat falling from her face. Just as she finished speaking, thick saliva dripped from her head. Looking up, she saw the thing cover the wall above, its body a translucent red flesh. It recovered so quickly. The two dodged and weaved, quickly forced into a corner. Black liquid flowed calmly in the channels around them, as if nothing had happened. Both she and Zhang Fengge had cuts on their legs and arms. The thing charged at Jiang Chen, lunging at her. Sure enough, it was targeting her. Jiang Chen. Zhang Fengge, hiding on another floor, fired several shots at the thing, trying to distract it. Jiang Chen had nowhere to retreat. Her arms were locked. The thing had somehow gotten close, baring its small, sharp teeth, and biting down on her leg. Damn it! Seeing Jiang Chen trapped, Zhang Fengge ignored her broken arm, and charged forward, spraying bullets at its body. Venom seeped into the wound, numbing half of her leg. She saw Zhang Fengge charging towards her recklessly. Her gaze returned to the monster's mangled head, their eyes meeting, filled with greed. I kill you! Chapter 185. Jiang Chen drew her broken knife, and forcefully slashed at the monstrous head that was biting her calf. Then, she quickly fell backward. The slashed-off chunk of flesh rapidly sprouted new chunks, covered in dense teeth, smelling the blood, and lunged at her again. Suppressing the strangeness and nausea in her heart, Jiang Chen grabbed the scalding flesh and plunged directly into the black water of the ditch. A sharp, piercing scream echoed throughout the cave, interspersed with the crackling sound of a giant arthropod molting. She felt a stinging pain in her cheekbone, as if flesh were dissolving, and her nostrils were suddenly filled with the stench of corroding animal remains and radioactive dust. Finally, everything disappeared into the black water. She's strong, isn't she? Said one person in full protective gear, but then sighed, but we're short on resources right now. We're running low on refrigerant. Otherwise, by the time we get back to the surface, maybe. What are you daydreaming about? It's been so long since we've been back on the surface. Stop being sentimental and get to work, said another person in protective gear. Well, it's my first job taking care of her, so I have some special feelings for her. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up, I don't want to waste time here and only get the lowest quality supplies. A somewhat melancholic protective worker glanced at the girl in the freeze repair pod. Her basic information was written on the upper right corner of the pod. Name, Jiang Chen. Date of birth, September 1st, 1998. Blood type, O. Cause of coma, unknown. Suspected infection with type X virus. Patient, Jiang Tang. Mother. Period of support, 70 years, 2025 to 2095. He turned his eyes away, pressed the red button, and with a thump, the repair pod left the underground fortress several thousand meters underground and returned to the surface that humanity longed for. A blood-red moon cast a somber light upon the earth. The ground was devoid of any life, save for dried-up rivers, barren land, and beneath withered branches and debris lay a dust-covered repair pod. Inside, a girl lay silently with her eyes closed, her eyelids twitching slightly. Jiang Chen, little Jiang. Jiang Chen abruptly opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented, unsure of what year it was. She looked around blankly, realizing she seemed to have returned to the underground palace, where she had awakened for the second time. The surrounding buildings were exactly the same. Even the protruding stone pool still stood there. Little Jiang? Zhang Fengge looked at her with concern, pressing the back of his hand against her forehead, the residual heat still lingering. The cool touch of his hand jolted her awake. Was what had just happened a dream, reality, or a prophecy? She sat up, using Zhang Fengge's arm to support her, and saw that the wound on her calf had been bandaged. The light from the shimmering orb floated in the air. A flashball? This isn't Chen. Jiang Chen turned her head, and saw someone sitting not far from them. Chen Yimo. His expression was calm. When she first met him, he was a young man, dashing and arrogant, confident in his talent, but now those qualities had faded. Suddenly leaving the Valken Legion, Pei Du missing, Fan Yu still in the enemy camp, Yuan seriously injured. Jiang Chen withdrew her gaze, and anxiously looked around, but there was no one in sight. They're not here. The usually quiet Chen Yimo looked at Jiang Chen. They're outside. He wanted to reassure Jiang Chen, to tell her that he had left them weapons for self-defense, that they would be safe, but seeing her somewhat wary gaze, he opened his mouth but didn't continue. Hearing Chen Yimo's words, Jiang Chen felt a huge weight lifted from her heart. Thankfully, Hai Tianqing and Zhou Yang hadn't entered this dangerous underground palace. Captain Zhang, how did we get here? I clearly remember we weren't here just now. You don't remember? Zhang Fengde looked at her with some surprise. He clearly remembered that she hadn't fainted when she lunged into the black water of the channel. She had stood up from the black water, but with extremely ruthless methods, she had dragged the monster into the black water with unimaginable strength. The thing struggled terribly as if engulfed in flames upon touching the black water, finally submerging in it. However, the remaining limbs and knots on the ground quickly seeped into the cracks in the rocks. She stood in the black water, looking at him with unfamiliar eyes, before disappearing into it. Zhang Fengde stared in shock at everything before him. Looking at the black water, he jumped in without hesitation. The black water connected the entire underground palace, and they had arrived at this place by following its flow. However, Jiang Chen had just stood up from the black water when she fainted. Chen Yimo, who was hiding behind the stone pool, heard the commotion, stood up, and looked at the two. After hearing Zhang Fengde's explanation, Jiang Chen was also startled. Her memory only went as far as when he grabbed the monster's bulging flesh and plunged it into the black water. Just now, during their fight, she noticed that the creature seemed to be skillfully avoiding the black water in the channel. Recalling that the giant black python also seemed terrified of the black liquid, she lured the monster closer to the channel, intending to test it out. Unexpectedly, she fell in and lost her memory. What exactly is that thing? It's so hard to kill. Jiang Chen said that, according to Zhang Fengde, the black water only destroyed the main body of the creature, but some remains remained, waiting to return. Carrion-eating blood corpse. A clear, gentle male voice rang out. Chen Yimo looked at the two puzzled eyes, but unlike the first time, she wasn't impatient. Instead, she said with some maturity, I heard the major say that these aliens keep something to help them drive away mutated creatures. You mean that thing we just saw could drive away mutated creatures? Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. We just threw a searchlight over there, and many mutated creatures in the tunnel rushed at it, but it was able to catch up with us so quickly. It seems it really does have that ability. Jiang Chen nodded. Zhang Fengde's analysis was indeed reasonable. So, is that thing a person or? You really do ask as many questions as ever. Chen Yimo seemed to remember something, but suddenly realized that the girl in front of her was no longer the night girl she once was. They are people, blood corpses, because they are slashed with thousands of cuts, allowing blood to flow continuously without causing death, and then placed in dark and damp environments. If the wounds keep bleeding, and there's no energy replenishment, they can't maintain vital signs, Zhang Fengde said. That's for sure, so they need to replenish their energy in another way. Chen Yimo paused, seemingly feeling a chill run down his spine, even just saying what he was about to say. Chapter 186. Mutant creatures are usually bloodthirsty, and human blood is extremely tempting to them. Placing a bleeding human in this environment provides them with blood, Chen Yimo said. You mean these mutated creatures are using this human as a long-term blood bank? Jiang Chen felt a chill run down her spine. She imagined a human covered in cuts, placed in a dark, sunless cave, surrounded by countless mutated creatures that sucked his flesh. Day and night, the hunched body writhed from the dark earth, clung to several strands of melting fascia. With each faltering step, it plowed a trail of slimy sap into the ground, eventually crawling towards the human. Never underestimate the human's will to survive. They gain their ability to repel mutated creatures by eating their shed tissues. Chen Yimo's words fell silent. A mixture of awe for life and an indescribable fear permeated the cave. Even though they now know the carrion-eating corpses fear the black water, this black water only exists in the surrounding ditches, and it will revive unless the carrion-eating corpse is completely killed. Jiang Chen's gaze subtly swept over Chen Yimo. Thinking back, Wu Ziyuan must have been attacked by this thing when they first met. She looked at her bandaged calf, numb from the medication. Zhang Fengde noticed the strange atmosphere between the two. He had suspected they might know each other, but now wasn't the time to ask. They had to get out of there as soon as possible. That thing was severely weakened earlier. It shouldn't attack us again anytime soon. Let's return quickly via the same route. There's no way to go back the way we came, Zhang Fengde said. There's no way to return the way we came. Chen Yimo glanced at Zhang Fengde. To be honest, he greatly admired Captain Zhang. Although he wasn't talkative and didn't have the gentle warmth of the deputy captain, Hai Tianqing, he was extremely protective of his own, even towards Chen Yimo. He continued, the underground palace's routes are intricate and complex. It's easy to get in, but difficult to get out. If we had just entered and hadn't gone deep, we might have been able to turn back. But we already entered the depths of the underground palace. Given the current situation, our scent has already been marked by the creatures here. There are likely many mutated creatures lurking along the original path, ready to pounce. Jiangchen frowned. She didn't doubt Chen Yimo's words. First, he had already been to the underground palace before, and he and Wu Ziyuan hadn't chosen to return the way they came, indicating that the danger of returning the way they came was only greater. Second, they were all in the same boat now, and given Chen Yimo's personality, there was no need for him to set a trap for them at this point. She and Chen Yimo exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding unspoken. There was only one way out. Zhang Fengde suddenly said, "There must be another path." When we entered the tunnel, we saw another group of traces, but those traces disappeared in the later cavern. We didn't see any injured people along the way either. They must have used some method to avoid the blood corpses. Fan Yu, Jiangchen murmured to herself. Chen Yimo's expression darkened. I didn't see them anywhere along the way. Why did they capture Fan Yu and bring him into this perilous underground palace? This was the question that Jiangchen couldn't understand at all. Could it be for the divine steel? But these alien races have no special abilities. How could they possibly defeat the giant pythons and swarms of insect eggs within the secret realm? She looked around. At first, she thought this was where she had first arrived in this world, but upon closer inspection, it wasn't. The stones on the ground were intact, without any signs of impact. However, when Wu Ziyuan and Chen Yimo fought that mutated beast last time, there were obvious marks left, but now this place was completely undamaged. Unless someone had deliberately come here to repair the ground, but that possibility was extremely slim. Chen Yimo followed Jiang Chen's gaze to the ground, and knew she must have realized this wasn't the previous place. There should be many similar underground palaces of varying sizes scattered around here. It's a maze, and also a life-or-death situation. His words made Jiang Chen's heart sink. This meant that the next exit might not await them with hope, but rather with cunning and bloodthirsty carrion-eating corpses. Chen Yimo took something out of his backpack. A golden compass. What's this? Zhang Fengde asked. It can locate the divine steel, although the accuracy and directionality aren't very high, Jiangchen said instinctively and familiarly. She suddenly realized something was off. Chen Yimo and Zhang Fengde both looked at her. Chen Yimo smiled, the first time he smiled in a long time, a bright and dazzling smile. He opened the compass, saying with a hint of pride, "It does sometimes not work, but at least it found it here before." Jiangchen glanced at the compass in his hand. Although she could sense the divine steel, the distance limited her ability to detect it. At least for now, she couldn't sense it at all. The compass in Chen Yimo's hand had indeed helped them find the location of the divine steel last time, which was also the exit. Jiangchen stood up, leaning against the stone wall. "Let's go!" "Your injury?" Chen Yimo asked softly. "It's nothing. We need to get out of here as soon as possible." Her gaze turned to Zhang Fengde. Zhang Fengde understood why Jiangchen was in such a hurry. They had to get to Mysacia as soon as possible. Chapter 187. The three of them cautiously advanced through the underground palace. Chen Yimo led the way, with Zhang Fengde bringing up the rear. Jiangchen noticed something watching them from among the vines. There were more marrow-eating ants than she had imagined. She was certain that if any mutated beast attacked them now, these ants would swarm in. "Stop!" Chen Yimo, standing at the front, shouted. The two behind him instantly stopped in unison and raised their guns. Footsteps were approaching. It was a group of people. Chen Yimo turned and exchanged a glance with Jiangchen. Those still inside the underground palace were the alien humans who had entered before them. "Hide first," Zhang Fengde said. There were recessed crevices on both sides of the tunnel, some a meter long, others so deep they seemed to lead nowhere. The three quickly found a crevice and crawled inside. The footsteps were slowly approaching. Judging from the volume, there were about a dozen people. They approached slowly, torches in hand. Leading the way was a tall woman, Huan. She had short, neat, grayish-brown hair, bronze skin etched with the marks of blood and dust, and an old scar across her left cheekbone that ran diagonally to her ear, like a faded metal. Her taut deltoid muscles were visible through the cracks in her shoulder armor. Her eyelashes cast jagged shadows on her cheekbones, but the slightest movement would cause her pupils to flash with a cold light, like a dagger ready to be drawn from its sheath. Jiangchen held her breath, gripping her gun tightly. This was the first time she had seen such sharp killing intent emanating from a human. She estimated that in close combat, such a person would be beheaded within a meter of her. Behind her followed a group of strong, armored soldiers, some carrying bows and arrows, others spears and axes. Each was highly trained and showed no sign of panic in the perilous underground palace. Fang Yu? He kept his head down, his hands and feet chained, but he appeared uninjured. Wait, who was the woman standing next to him? Melina instantly caught her eye in the crowd. She stood among the soldiers, like an unsheathed blade, the dark trim on her crimson robe flowing like black lava in the torchlight. A black and gold badge on her left shoulder highlighted her distinguished status. Mysterious and unfathomable. Even in such a dangerous place, she moved with effortless grace. Her cat-eye eyes, which had been fixed ahead, suddenly shifted, looking to one side. It was in the stone peak where she was hiding. Jiang Chen's heart leaped into her throat. She desperately tried to control her heartbeat and breathing. At this distance, it was impossible for her to detect her. Melina withdrew her gaze and stopped. Huichuan, who was ahead, immediately stopped and walked towards her. Rest here for a bit. Yes. Huichuan sat down beside Melina. She took out some food from her storage bag, cut off a piece of meat with her knife, swallowed and chewed it, then handed the rest to Melina. Melina watched Huichuan's actions and chuckled. She shook her head helplessly and took the meat. Huichuan, you don't need to do this. Chieftain, I need to protect your safety. The food in the dungeon is decaying at an accelerating rate. Huichuan said dismissively, his tone serious. You come here. Melina looked towards the crevice where Jiang Chen was hiding. Jiang Chen, hiding in the crevice, almost drew his broken sword. Fang Yu, who was in the same direction as her, stood up and walked over. Outsider, are you now going to tell us how to enter the secret realm? Her tone was calm, not even oppressive. But for some reason, Fang Yu suddenly felt a surge of urgency to submit to her. He suppressed his uncontrollable urge and gritted his teeth, saying, I tell you when we get there. Huichuan, dissatisfied, plunged his broadsword into the nearby rock wall, half of it embedded. Melina handed the remaining piece of meat to Fang Yu. Fang Yu watched her warily, not reaching out. You need to replenish your energy. We still have a long way to go. My soldiers are for fighting, not for dragging people along, Melina said. Fang Yu hadn't eaten or drunk a drop of water since he entered. As a prisoner of war, no one cared whether he needed to replenish his energy. He took the dried meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed vigorously. Hidden in a crevice in the rocks, Jiang Chen used the firelight. Just as Aya had said. The surrounding marrow-eating ants suddenly fell silent. They had been rustling and scurrying among the dark green vines, but now they seemed to have vanished. Could these people really control mutated creatures? If that's the case, then was that carrion-eating blood corpse also under their control? She pondered. No, according to Chen Yimo, this carrion-eating blood corpse wasn't a mutated creature from the start. Could such a thing also be controlled by these people? A drop of saliva fell onto Jiang Chen's cheek, and her right cheek instantly felt like it had been burned by sulfuric acid. Jiang Chen looked up and saw that the remaining tissue of the creature had transformed into half a face. Within its mangled, bloody mass of flesh were a few broken teeth, chewing on some unknown creature, leaving half a tail unswallowed, greedily staring at her. A carrion-eating corpse. Jiang Chen turned her gun, aiming at it. The creature actually retained some humanity, not attacking her rashly. But she knew it was waiting for it to finish chewing what it had in its mouth before attacking her. Melina stood up. Continue, Huichuan commanded. The group moved forward. In the dark crevice, sweat dripped from Jiang Chen's forehead. Just then, Melina suddenly turned to look at the crevice. Before anyone could react, a sharp arrow pierced the air, shooting into the crevice. Damn it! They've been discovered. Chapter 188. Smack. A foul-smelling, sticky mass slammed into Jiang Chen's face. She touched her face, her hands were covered in the nodular tissue of the blood-soaked corpse. It clung to her hands like snot. As the arrowhead grazed her cheekbone, Teacher Jiang smelled the metallic stench of blood as it sliced through skin. An inch from her hand, a bone arrow embedded itself in the stone wall. She looked up at the crevice. Melina stood in the center of the soldiers. The 3 bone arrows that had exploded from the composite bow had streaked past, leaving black afterimages in the firelight. She held the composite bow, the arrowheads pointing directly at Jiang Chen's brow. On alert, Huichuan ordered. All the soldiers immediately surrounded Melina, all weapons pointing outwards. Jiang Chen's fingers groped for the protrusions in the stone wall behind her. Sticky nodules of blood-soaked corpse tissue dripped down her white uniform. She could sense Zhang Fengde's breathing hidden behind a protruding stone wall 4 meters away, and Chen Yimo's sniper rifle, concealed elsewhere, was likely aimed at Melina's men. She stepped forward, and in the shadows, the figure of an androgynous boy slowly emerged. Melina was slightly surprised, raising an eyebrow. Wearing a white uniform, he was only 16 years old, with slightly curly black hair brushing past his ears. His expression was somewhat panicked, tinged with confusion, and bloodstains from a blood corpse still clung to his cheeks, standing out starkly against his fair complexion. He tucked the lightning ball back into his waistband, raised his hands, and solemnly declared, "Surrender." Huichuan, standing beside Melina, looked at the person obediently raising his hands, even though she utterly despised these outsiders. But someone so spineless, surrendering upon first sight, should be executed immediately according to their tribal rules. She raised her broadsword, aiming straight for her cheek. The wind whistled through the air, carrying the scent of blood. Jiangchen stood frozen, terror flashing in her eyes. It was all too sudden. She stood there motionless. The sword stopped an inch from her nose. "Who are you?" Melina put away her compound bow, stepped forward, and pinched Jiangchen's chin through her deerskin gloves. Jiangchen smiled, appearing harmless, and said softly, "It's a long story." Huichuan's sword pressed closer to her neck, barely touching her warm skin. Soon, dark red blood seeped from the cut. Well, I get straight to the point. My surname is Jiang, my given name is Qin. My sister was captured by the Valkan Legion, and we followed them here. Jiangchen's eyes widened, afraid she hadn't explained herself clearly. He gestured wildly. "She's not very tall, about shoulder length?" "Yes, if you've seen her, you never forget her colorful hair." Melina looked at the bewildered person before her, who seemed to have stumbled upon this place by mistake. Huichuan reported to Melina in a low voice, and Melina nodded slightly. She looked at the person in front of her, sizing him up from head to toe. She took off her suede gloves, her long, slender fingers reaching towards Jiangchen's neck. "Wait a minute," Jiangchen raised his hand to stop him. "I don't see you're barbarians, and we haven't had any conflict. If you ask me, let's go our separate ways and part ways here," Jiangchen said sincerely, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Melina ignored Jiangchen's actions and words, raising her right hand and sliding it across her neck. Jiangchen clenched her fists, her thick eyelashes concealing all emotion, but to outsiders, she appeared somewhat helpless. Blood stained her fingertips. Melina lowered her head, licking her bloodied fingertips, a flicker of surprise crossing her cat eyes. "Sheath your sword." "Yes." Huichuan obeyed the order, sheathing his broadsword. Jiangchen looked at Melina with horror, muttering under her breath, "Does she have some kind of weird fetish? Drinking human blood?" Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Melina and Huichuan to hear. Huichuan hated nothing more than anyone who offended their esteemed clan leader, and once again placed a broadsword against Jiangchen's neck. Jiangchen was so frightened she almost fell backward, but thankfully grabbed the stone wall behind her. "What do you know? If you hadn't lacked superpowers, you'd be dead by now," Huichuan said impatiently, looking at her cowardly appearance. Jiangchen lowered her eyes, concealing all her thoughts. Fortunately, when Melina reached out, she suppressed the urge to use her Shadowwalker ability. This leader could actually identify whether someone had superpowers just by looking at human blood. She raised her eyes, only resentment remaining. "What? Not everyone in this world has superpowers. Are we, without superpowers, to be looked down upon? Nonsense. Leader, although the clan rules say not to kill those without superpowers, this person is acting suspiciously. We should tie her up here and let her fend for herself. I came in openly, okay? You didn't say this was your home. Besides, who knows if you're bad people? Isn't it normal for me to hide? What do you mean by acting suspiciously?" Jiangchen smeared the remaining bloodstains on her hands onto the wall, straightened up, and protested indignantly. "Sophistry. Huichuan, tie him up and take him away." Melina glanced at Jiangchen, then turned and left. Huichuan stared at Jiangchen, then tightly bound him and tossed him beside Fangyu. "Bound?" Jiangchen shouted. "Shouldn't we be kind and helpful to others? We have no grudges against each other. If you still have a lot to say, I don't mind shoving that remnant of the blood corpse into your mouth," Melina said coolly. "Fine, I shut up." Jiangchen glanced at Fangyu out of the corner of her eye. Fangyu glanced at her, then naturally looked away. Melina and Huichuan were talking about something. But Jiangchen was certain that Melina was still observing her, and observing Fangyu's reaction to her. The carrion-eating corpse had been completely killed by Melina's arrow, and their soldiers appeared unharmed, while she, Zhang Fengge, and Chen Yimo had all sustained injuries to varying degrees. These aliens were more formidable than she had imagined. Then why not let them lead the way? Jiangchen lowered her long eyelashes. Chapter 189. Melina glanced at the girl meditating in the corner of her eye. Her expression was calm, occasionally glancing around, completely oblivious to her status as a prisoner. She had no supernatural pheromones, yet she had managed to reach this place. She was well hidden, but once the carrion-eating zombies saw her as prey, they would fight to the death. The bloodstains left on the stone wall were what made her notice her. Melina withdrew her gaze. "Let's go!" Jiang Chen was pushed forward by the soldiers, and the group slowly disappeared into the dark cave. Zhang Fengge emerged from a crevice in the rock and wiped away the 3 bloodstains Jiang Chen had left on the stone wall. This was the city guard's code: 3 men hold back, 1 man attack, and 2 men retreat. Chen Yimo put down his sniper rifle, glanced at the bloodstains, and in his opinion, a standoff was inevitable. He figured they should hand over the person. All 3 of them were armed and might not be at a disadvantage. However, if they wanted to get out safely, these aliens were indeed the best guides. But leaving her alone. Jiang Chen will take care of herself. I'm not worried about her. My only goal is to rescue Fang Yu. Chen Yimo interrupted Zhang Fengge, turning and walking into the darkness without looking back. Zhang Fengge looked at the deep tunnel, pondered for a moment, and then walked forward. Jiang Chen looked at the jagged rock walls beside her. This was a return to familiar territory for her. Although she was bound again this time, at least no mutated creatures were chasing them. Along the way, some small mutated creatures, such as marrow-eating ants and mutated moths, practically avoided their leader. Even though she had heard about them before, seeing them in person now still surprised her. Among these mutated creatures, she actually saw a sense of fear and submission. No wonder the Suspended Tower, the United Political Council, and the Valkan Legion wanted to suppress their information. If anyone knew that such a group existed in Eden, the absolute status of superhumans would be greatly diminished. But regardless, this path was the smoothest one she had taken into the underground palace. These alien races. No, it should be said that the leader before her knew this underground palace inside and out. Those 3 arrows were swift, accurate, and ruthless. That woman named Hui Chuan was also a trained fighter. Although their group possessed firearms, the enemy had the advantage of terrain and overwhelming numbers. A head-on confrontation might not yield any advantage. The surrounding environment was becoming increasingly familiar. Jiang Chen looked at the increasingly familiar, narrow path before her. She subconsciously glanced at Fang Yu beside her. Fang Yu's gaze met hers, and the two quickly looked away, unnoticed by others. The place they were going to was here. The place where she had awakened. Melina suddenly stood aside, and the scene before her caused everyone to gasp. The protective shield was as transparent as a thin film, yet everything inside was clearly visible. Moonlight flowed through the wounds where scales had peeled away, like liquid mercury seeping into decaying flesh. The 30-meter-long torso of the black python lay across the ruins. Yellowish-green slime gushed from the festering wounds, etching honeycomb-like holes. Each shield-sized scale curled in the moonlight, its edges gleaming with an eerie mother-of-pearl sheen, like 1,000 dying moths trembling collectively. The abdominal cavity had been ripped open, the end connected to half-melted organs, dangling in a pool of blood like the entrails of a child's ripped-out doll. Dark red vertical pupils, veiled by milky white shadows, still retained their predatory, menacing curve. Congealed black blood covered most of the ground like a swamp. A protective barrier, like a membrane, blocked their advance. "Bring him here," Melina said, her voice slightly somber. Fang Yu was forced forward by 2 tall soldiers. "Now tell us how to get in here." Fang Yu's head was roughly pressed to the ground as he gasped. "I can tell you, but you must agree to one condition." "Trying to push your luck." Hui Chuan gripped his broadsword. "Foreigner, I have spared your companion. You should keep your promise." "This is a fair trade," Melina said slowly. "But you stabbed him 3 times. I have no idea if he's dead or alive." Fang Yu said angrily. "That's what he agreed to." Melina remained unmoved. "If you're unwilling to answer my questions, then you have to bear our wrath." A soldier beside Fang Yu grabbed his arm, and with a crack, Jiang Chen heard the sound of his wrist bone breaking. "Ugh!" Fang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, the intense pain making him tremble. "You're stalling for time. Where is your companion?" Melina lifted Fang Yu's chin with her hand. Fang Yu remained silent. "Is it her, or someone else lurking in the shadows?" Melina's gaze fell on Jiang Chen, who stood in the shadows. "Not me!" Jiang Chen immediately waved his hand. Quickly, the sound of a sniper rifle rang out in the underground palace. Chen Yimo appeared out of nowhere, pointing his gun directly at Melina and the others. Now was the best time for them to leave. Melina's soldiers immediately enveloped her in shields, and Hui Chuan grabbed Fang Yu, holding a large sword to his neck. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Jiang Chen was pinned down by a soldier's spear. Two tall figures emerged from the darkness. It was Zhang Fengge and Chen Yimo. Watch out! Jiang Chen's words had barely left his lips. Two two-headed wolves suddenly pounced on Chen Yimo and Zhang Fengge. The sniper rifle's blast into their shoulder blades was meaningless. What writhed within the wounds were not muscle fibers, but thousands upon thousands of dark red buds, visibly weaving into new bone armor. Beneath the rotting fur, two vertebrae bulged like intersecting steel bars, their pupils a bluish gray like dead man's fingernails. Chen Yimo withstood the wolves' attack, while Zhang Fengge's lightning ball bypassed the shield and charged directly at their leader, Melina. Huichuan leaped up, blocking Melina's path. A ball of lightning struck his broadsword, and electricity coursed through his body. Huichuan paused briefly before slashing at Zhang Fengge. Jiang Chen calmly observed the intense situation. She called out to Melina, "I say, Your Excellency, why don't we sit down and talk?" Melina ignored Jiang Chen's words and drew her longbow. The soldiers only saw the girl vanish suddenly. Melina knocked an arrow and aimed it at Zhang Fengge, who was fighting Huichuan. The arrow was on the string. A gentle breeze swept by. Melina blinked. Before the arrow had fully left the bowstring, a long slender hand grasped the shaft, which was coated with a layer of cold glaze. "Your Excellency, peace is paramount. Peace is paramount." Chapter 190. Melina grabbed Jiang Chen's hand behind her back. "You have superpowers." A sharp dagger immediately appeared behind Jiang Chen. "I didn't say I didn't have superpowers." Jiang Chen, restrained, chuckled and tilted her head back, her slightly curly black hair barely brushing against Melina's chin. The dagger at her waist pierced in another halfway. She could feel warm beads of blood creeping along the fibers of her combat suit. She was certain that if she hesitated even for a moment, Melina would stab her without hesitation. Jiang Chen had hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should capture the leader first, subduing Melina to gain the upper hand. But the moment she approached Melina, the other woman had already keenly sensed her. Even with her Shadowwalker powers, the other woman could quickly detect her presence and adjust her strategy. This must be a keen sense of perception and intuition honed through extensive combat experience. She dared to say that if she used her powers again, she would be caught. Melina stared intently at the girl who reached her chin. She couldn't believe she hadn't detected her supernatural abilities. It was impossible. "Let's make a deal." Jiang Chen observed the situation closely. Zhang Fengge and Chen Yimo were already showing signs of exhaustion. They had underestimated their opponent's strength. "Do you think you're qualified?" Melina said disdainfully. "I think what you want is to get in. I know how to get in. You're all quite interesting." Melina glanced mockingly at Fan Yu, who was pinned to the ground. Melina's fingers tightened suddenly, and Jiang Chen's carotid artery throbbed in her palm. In the distance, the lightning-like light of Zhang Fengge's lightning ball diminished, and the arrowhead formed by Chen Yimo's mental waves blurred. 3 breaths. Melina's dagger pierced Jiang Chen's back fabric, her dark purple bone braid coiling around his wrist, blood seeping from the bone spike patterns. "Prove your worth." Fan Yu, pinned to the ground, suddenly struggled violently, veins bulging on his forehead. "We can't tell her. They kill us once they get what they want." A faint crimson light flashed in Jiang Chen's pupils. "I said, a transaction can only be completed on an equal footing." Suddenly, a viscous substance dripped onto her cheek. A carrion-eating corpse, clinging to the mountaintop wall, lunged at the two with its gaping maw. Melina's bone whip was still wrapped around Jiang Chen's wrist, the corpse's putrid saliva dripping onto her collarbone, corroded by the saliva. In the nick of time, Jiang Chen deliberately plunged the spikes from her bone braid into her own wound, gushing blood instantly enveloping Melina's throat like a spiderweb. "Equality is," Jiang Chen said, as the blood-soaked corpse's foul-smelling teeth lunged at Melina's neck, "you get to taste what it's like to be used as bait." Melina leaned back, her toes barely touching the ground, the corpse's claws just grazing her nose. She slashed her cheekbone with her dagger, dark blood congealing at the tip, the blade plunging straight into the blood-soaked corpse's eye socket, its foul-smelling brain matter splattering onto the mottled black totems on her profile. Using the momentum, Jiang Chen somersaulted in midair, shooting like an arrow towards the protective shield rippled with eerie blue light. The bone whip behind her snapped taut, Melina using the momentum to leap after her. The shield's mental waves whipped their hair wildly, but the instant Jiang Chen touched the barrier, she opened her arms. And the wandering blue arcs of light coiled around her bleeding wrists like living things. The bone whip shattered the moment it touched the protective shield, and a horrifying scene flashed in Melina's eyes. Jiang Chen's torn clothes pierced through the shield, like a swarm of silver jellyfish waiting for their host, boiling the instant they touched her blood energy. How is this possible? Melina stared in shock at what she saw. In a split second, she grabbed Jiang Chen's wrist the moment the bone whip shattered, her fingers clamping down on her bleeding wrist like steel pincers. The instant they crashed into the dark blue, rippled barrier, the burning sensation made Melina feel as if her flesh was melting away. A stench mixed with a peculiar aura permeated the secret realm. Jiang Chen stood up. Melina lay on the ground, unconscious. Now was the best opportunity to kill her. Jiang Chen took out rope from his backpack and tied Melina up. She strode towards the protective shield, glancing at Chen Yimo. Their eyes met, and Chen Yimo received the message. They had already informed Zhang Fengde about entering the secret realm, and now was the best opportunity for them to enter the shield together. Go! Chen Yimo's mental wave arrow pierced the soldier's Adam's apple, while Fang Yu seized the opportunity to crush the guard's leg bone with his knee. Zhang Fengde fired over a dozen lightning balls in quick succession, the metallic clanging creating an eerie resonance. Chen Yimo cleared her mind and charged towards the protective shield. The previously controlled mutated two-headed wolves suddenly went berserk, launching indiscriminate attacks, and the battle outside the shield became chaotic. With a bang, Chen Yimo was thrown back by the shield's energy wave, looking at Jiang Chen through the shield with shock in her eyes. Seeing their leader lying lifeless inside the secret realm, Hui Chuan and the others watched as Chen Yimo crashed into the protective barrier. Her pupils contorted with rage, almost tearing her iris. Stop them! The roar startled the soldiers still fighting the mutated creatures, who quickly closed in on Chen Yimo and the others. A protective barrier separated the two groups. Outside the secret realm, Zhang Fengde and Chen Yimo were exhausted, while Hui Chuan and his group of soldiers watched them intently. Inside the secret realm, Melina remained unconscious, her hands and feet tightly bound. Now the deal is fair. I give you your leader, you give me my people,